Warning. Adult and violent content. Viewer discretion is advised. Welcome to my channel. Have fun. The First Store System. Author, Pinaka_. Chapter 1, The First Store. Not again, Lily. A man looking in his early 20s complained, seeing the scene in front of him. The view was a mess. Several small containers containing different colors of liquids were lying on the ground. The bottles didn't break, but still, he has to clean up this mess. It's not my fault. It's all due to you not playing with me, a childlike voice came from the man's head. A cat, the size of the man's palm, sat atop his head, looking down at the mess like it had nothing to do with her. Lily was the name of the cat. She had a covering of white fur all over her body. Her ears were standing, and orange eyes with a black slit. I saw you doing this, the man scoffed. I did this because you didn't play with me. So you see, it's your fault, Akesh, Lily argued. The man known to be Akesh went speechless. There was nothing left to do but sigh because she was too cute to get yelled at. Where did my innocent and cute Lily go? He cried jokingly. HMPH, Lily scoffed. She vanished from his head, appeared the next moment in front of him, and slapped him on his head. Ouch, he cried out in pain. Now, you've done it, Akesh groaned and started a fight with her. After a few minutes, they both sat down, panting. The mess only increased after their fight. Akesh begrudgingly stood up and started cleaning what looked like a rundown store. There were shelves after shelves containing strange materials in the room. The store looked run down, but most of the items in the store were even brighter than the sun. Any of the riches, medicines, or supplies in the shop have the potential to start the most lethal conflicts. This store is known as the First Store. Akesh was more than 6 feet tall, had dark blue skin even bluer than poison, wavy black hairs coming down to his waist, black eyes that could suck light like the abyss. He had the perfect looks any being could have. After cleaning the mess, he sat on a chair waiting for the customer, with Lily lazing on his shoulder. Universe Rainbow, Galaxy Door, Planet Red Star, Universe Rainbow was only worth a drop in the ocean known as the multiverse. Rainbow was one of the universes solely born for the cultivators. Why? A young pale-skinned man on his last breath and asked while clutching his chest. You shouldn't have done this, the old man said without turning back. But, I am your most loyal soldier before a sun, Emperor, the young man complained. You shouldn't have killed the young master of the undead sect, the old man turned around and said while looking down at the dying young man. I had to. That beast would have defiled an innocent girl otherwise, the young man yelled, clutching his chest. A hole made by a sword was present on his chest. I know. You aren't at the wrong. But if I don't kill you, the undead sect has threatened to wage war with us, the old man said, his voice trembling with unwillingness. Forgive me, son. You would have made a great emperor. But, this world is very cruel to good people like you. If I don't kill you, we would have to go to war with the sect. My royal duty is more important than my son's life. Only civilians suffer in the war, my child. The old man couldn't contain his expressions anymore. Tears started leaking out of his eyes as he has to kill his son to save his nation from war. The young man could only sigh, seeing his father cry. Forgive me for being a weak father. If there is a next life, I hope you are born to a brave father unlike me, the old man said, took out his sword from the sheath, and run it through his chest wound. I don't want to die. I still have so many things to do. If there is a God, please give me a chance. These were the last thoughts young man had before falling into oblivion. The old man slumped down, seeing his son dying. He started wailing. You did the right thing. Suddenly, a cloak-wearing man appeared out of nowhere and commented in a hoarse voice. The old man glared at the skeleton with a killing hint. The man laughed seeing the old man's glare. Get out of here. Don't think I am afraid of you, the old man yelled while holding his son's dead body. Hey! The skeleton disappeared, but his ominous laugh still echoed in the surroundings. Didn't I die? The young man, who thought he had died, exclaimed as he suddenly found himself standing in the space in front of a run-down hut. He looked up and saw 3 enormous golden words shining above the cottage: the first store. Suddenly, the door of the cottage opened. A man came out of the door while a tiny white cat followed him. "Oh, a soul form," the cat commented, seeing him. "Perfect looks." He suddenly had this thought in his heart when he looked at the stranger. Hello, where is this?" the young man timidly asked, looking down. He didn't dare to look at the man, as he mistakenly looked at the young man's eye when he came out of the door. He felt his soul was getting sucked. He didn't even dare to ask how a cat could speak due to fear. "Wait, let me see your life." The man ignored his question and commented expressionlessly. "So, your name was George before dying," the man then suddenly spoke to him. He subconsciously nodded and then felt shocked by his body's acting on its own. "Welcome, dear customer," the man then suddenly welcomed him. He then turned around and returned to the shop, the cat following him. George subconsciously followed the man into the shop. He wanted to stop walking, but his legs didn't listen and kept following the man as if there was something precious to him in the shop. Chapter 2, Store Products. George followed the man into the cabin. The cottage appeared to be tiny from the outside as well as the inside, but he got a sensation that even if he could put the entire universe inside, it would still look the same. George then glanced around timidly and felt shocked to see so many strange kinds of things. He didn't know any of the materials stored on the shelves, but he wanted to snatch everything and run. All his thoughts vanished when the man turned around and looked at him. George put his eyes down due to fear. "You don't have to be afraid," the man commented. George's soul relaxed on its own as if it had heard a command. He became even more fearful of the stranger. "I am Akesh. She is Lily," the man, known as Akesh, then introduced himself and the cat. He then snapped his hand, and a chair presented itself out of thin air. Akesh then gestured for George to sit down. George nodded and sat down on the newly created chair. "So, what do you want to buy?" Akesh asked George. "I don't want anything." "How did you know my name, and how did I come here?" George fearfully asked a barrage of questions. "You asked God for help, so he brought you to my store," Akesh replied, turned around, and started taking things out of the shelves that George could need. George became dumbfounded by the reply. "Are you God, then?" George asked him. "No, I am just a store owner," Akesh replied without even looking back at him. How could this cat speak?" George asked as the shopkeeper appeared unconcerned by his questions. "Like, you and I can," Akesh replied straightforwardly. The next question got stuck in George's throat. "If cats could speak, then why haven't I seen one in my whole life?" He yelled in his heart, but he didn't speak out loud. Then suddenly all his hairs stood, as he felt a sudden danger of life. He looked around and saw Lily glaring at him. "Lily, don't," Akesh ordered. Lily scoffed and stopped staring at him. George took a deep breath after that. "Thank you, Senior," George thanked Akesh. Akesh didn't show any response to his thanks. "How can you survive in outer space, Senior?" George then asked another question, as he had never heard of anyone surviving in space, let alone living in a hut suspended in space. "Just like you could survive in your world," Akesh replied. George felt like coughing blood by the straightforward reply. "Am I dead, Senior?" George asked after staying silent for some time. "If your race has more than one life, then you aren't dead yet," Akesh responded without turning back. George smiled wryly. "Let me leave, then. What would a dead man want?" he said, sighingly. "Okay, these are the things that may help you." Akesh ignored his statement, turned around, waved his hands, and strange things started floating in front of George. The sudden floating of strange things astonished George. He felt snatching everything in front of him, but he kept his hands to himself. Confused, he asked, "Are these things for me, Senior?" "Yes, these things are my store products. You can buy these things if you can afford them," Akesh answered and snapped his fingers. Suddenly a bottle having a golden pill stepped out from all the contents as if it was sentient. This is a genius reincarnation pill. If you eat this pill, you'll reincarnate into one of the higher worlds, and you'll have a body talent, even greater than heavenly chosen. Akesh pointed at the pill and explained its characteristics. George's jaw dropped listening to the characteristic of the pill. His breathing became rough seeing the pellet. He wanted to snatch the medicine and eat it, but he didn't have the guts to extend his finger. He even forgot to ask about the payment method. Akesh didn't wait for his answer. He snapped his fingers, and another bottle having a green pill with a red circle on it stepped out. This is a revival power-up pill. If you eat this pill, you'll get revived on the spot you died, and your cultivation will increase by 1 level without any limit, Akesh explained. George nodded. He didn't care too much for this pill, as he'll still be too weak for the undead sect even if his level increased by 1. This is a revival genius pill. If you eat this pill, you will revive and have the best of that universe talent, Akesh explained while pointing at the next pill having the same color but with a golden circle instead of a red one. Akesh continued explaining different kinds of pills after that. The more George heard about the pills, the dumbfounded he became. One of the pills described by Akesh was especially horrifying. That pill was named the strongest pill. Anyone could become the strongest in the universe they belonged to if they used it. After the pills, it was time for treasures. An opaque sphere stepped out from the group of strange things this time. This is an embryo of a hellfire mage. If you combine your soul with this embryo, you'll have a new body, and this body will have complete control over hellfire. The fire that once starts burning never stops burning, Akesh explained the characteristics of the sphere. The sphere was likewise a unique treasure, but after hearing about the pills, the embryo didn't look impressive to George at all. Akesh snapped his fingers again, and this time a black sword stepped out. This is the Bloodhorn sword, made up of the mixture of the blood and horn of the Chaos Lion. This sword can devour blood as you fight, and it will also make you stronger without any side effects until you reach the level of the Chaos Lion, he explained the characteristics of the sword. What was the level of the Chaos Lion, Senior? George asked as he got curious about the level of the lion. In cultivation level, Akesh asked as there were multiple power systems in the multiverse. George nodded. Heavenly Monarch, Akesh answered. I have never heard of this level, Senior, George asked. Because you and your universe are very weak, Akesh responded straightforwardly. Heavenly Monarch is the highest known level in your cultivation system, Akesh added. George's jaw dropped hearing this. The value of the sword in his eyes suddenly rocketed. Chapter 3, Choice Time Passed, Akesh continued explaining the characteristics of different treasures. Only the last thing was left now. A golden disc the size of George's palm stepped out. He covered his eyes right away. The disc was so bright that it almost blinded his eyes, even though he was in his soul form. This device is called the energy system. This system will transmigrate with your soul in a new world, and it will let you grow stronger without any limit, as long as you have enough energy to absorb. You can even become the strongest of the multiverse. It's the best treasure of this lot, he explained the shocking characteristics of the golden disc. George took a deep breath after hearing about the energy system. He couldn't believe that this kind of treasure exists. The most shocking thing was that it wasn't even the best treasure Akesh had. It was just the best treasure presented to him. So, what do you want to buy? Akesh then asked George and stared at him, waiting for his answer. Suddenly, George woke out of his stupor. He forgot during the introductions that he was to buy things. It wasn't a gift. He looked at Akesh and then at the valuable treasures in front of him. A disappointed sigh escaped his mouth. I don't have any money, Senior, George told Akesh, embarrassingly. Akesh stared at George like he was looking at an idiot. George's face became red due to the stare. You've been asking stupid questions since you arrived. Now, you even started thinking of me as an idiot. Of course, I know you don't have money. How can a dead man have money? Akesh responded with a stern look on his face. George didn't know what to say in response. Just because your cat can speak and you live in space doesn't make my question stupid, He thought in his heart. You think money can buy these things? You need to sign agreements for the treasures you buy in this store. Akesh ridiculed George and then explained the requirement for buying things. George ignored the ridicule. What is the requirement to buy the cheapest thing in this lot, Senior? George then asked after hearing about the way to purchase. Akesh pointed at the embryo and explained, this is the cheapest. You only need to pay a supercluster core in 30 years to pay for this. Fuck. George couldn't help but yell out loud. I'm sorry for losing my calm. He noticed his mistake and apologized the next moment, not to anger Akesh. It's okay. You're not the first to do this. I don't understand how someone can think these treasures are inexpensive, Akesh commented, as every single customer lost their composure after hearing even the lowest price. But a supercluster core, George wanted to still complain about the prices, but his words got stuck in his throat when Lily glared at him. I thought the revival power-up pill would be the cheapest. George then asked another question, as he didn't want to face the ire of Lily. I told you, he's an idiot. I still don't understand why he was even brought here, Lily scoffed at George in her childish voice. George wanted nothing more than to squish Lily's face due to her voice. As if Lily understood his thoughts, she hissed at him and revealed her shiny and sharp claws. Stop it. We are doing business, Lily, Akesh ordered. Lily scoffed and left the hall. I won't even try to answer this question of yours, Akesh then told George. George smiled wryly at the response. It seems this senior is very moody, he thought in his heart. How much does this golden disc cost, Senior? He then asked, pointing at the golden disc. Are you sure you want to know this? Akesh asked as if he knew the future response of George. George nodded at Akesh's question. Fine, it costs 108 universal cores every day for 108 days, Akesh answered expressionlessly. George didn't even listen to the whole statement, as he stopped hearing everything after universal core. He didn't speak anything for some time after that. So, do you want to know other treasures, pills prices? Akesh asked and broke the silence. George shook his head. He couldn't hear outrageous prices anymore. Senior, what if I am unable to pay? George asked the most critical question. You don't want to hear that, Akesh replied expressionlessly, but the air around George suddenly turned murderous. He shrank his neck due to fear. He only took a breath when the murderous ori vanished. But, you don't have to worry about not paying or the expensive cost. Whenever you buy something from this store, you always earn more than what you paid, Akesh explained. George fell silent. After thinking for hours, George finally made his decision. Akesh also didn't disturb him, as the decision was too significant for George. He pointed at the embryo with shaking fingers and told Akesh, I'll take this, Senior. Akesh nodded and snapped his fingers, then suddenly, a piece of brown animal skin appeared in front of him. The blood-colored flourishing words started appearing on the paper as if someone was writing. After a few seconds, the document was complete. Akesh handed out the animal skin to George. He took it respectfully and read the whole document. The contract wasn't too harsh, but the starting point confused him. Confused, he looked up at Akesh and asked, Senior, the document says, I'll get transferred to hell and start from there. Hellfire is the fire of hell, so where else would you go to train for it? Akesh replied expressionlessly. You don't have to worry. Your living in hell isn't permanent. After training and becoming powerful, you can leave hell anytime you want, he added. But, Senior, I've heard that there is no return from hell, George expressed his doubts. The born inhabitants who are weak like you can't leave, so that weak universes like yours can survive. You are just going there, and if you're powerful enough, then anyone can leave. It all comes down to power in the end. Hell is just one of the clusters of universes in the multiverse, Akesh explained. It's just one of the clusters for you, but not for most of the people, George complained in his heart, but he smiled to show his acceptance of the answer. Do you think that I can't hear your thoughts? Akesh suddenly asked. Suddenly, the smile on George's face froze. I am sorry, Senior. I didn't mean to disrespect you, George apologized while his back was sweating due to fear. If you're ready, sign the contract. Akesh ignored his apology and ordered him. Chapter 4, Contract. George wasn't aware how to sign the contract. So, he asked, how do I sign the contract? I am a soul. I don't have blood. Signing the contract isn't that complex. You only have to think about signing the contract in your mind, and your name would appear on the contract, Akesh answered. George nodded and thought about signing the contract in his mind. Ugh! George groaned due to the sudden pain. The pain was short-lived, but it was intense. He felt as if someone was cutting his soul. In the contract, the dark red color of his soul form below his name appeared after the pain faded. Akesh took back the contract. Suddenly, an enormous vertical eye appeared in the sky. The mysterious eye monster had white pupils on the black sclera. The beast had 16 tiny single wings on both the left and right. The vertical eye peered directly at George in the contract. George felt his whole body chilled when the eye looked at him. He felt standing naked in a snowstorm. The contract started dissipating after a few seconds. The monster also disappeared after the agreement entirely dissipated. After the vertical eye disappeared, a black timer with a red hue appeared inside George's mind. What was that, Senor? George tremblingly asked Akesh, as he still shuddered from the fear thinking about the feeling he felt. Oh, it was the Cosmos Contract Beast. This beast overviews the contracts around the multiverse, Akesh explained about the beast. A timer must have appeared in your mind, he then asked George. George nodded. Don't exceed the timer. Otherwise, you'll have to face the wrath of the beast, Akesh then sternly warned him. George nodded, his head like a becking chicken to show his understanding. Want to know a way to break the contract? Akesh then suddenly asked George. It was an unexpected question that left George dumbfounded. He shook his head, imagining the owner of the store might be testing him. Don't worry. It's not a test, Akesh explained, seeing George's thoughts. George still shook his head. He genuinely doesn't want to know. The moment he signed the contract, he was committed to paying the fee. Akesh couldn't help but smile, seeing George's firm refusal. You ask idiotic questions, but you're a man of integrity, he complimented George. Senior, you too smile like a normal person, George exclaimed on the spur of the moment. He noticed he spoke over his limit, so he started feeling awkward. Akesh didn't respond to his apology and handed out the embryo to him. A serious look appeared on George's face as he gently took the sphere. 30 years is the deadline to pay, and remember there is no interest. Either pay on time or face the consequences, Akesh warned George sternly. Before George could think, Akesh waved his hands. George and the embryo both suddenly disappeared from the store. Do you think he'll be able to pay? A childish voice asked as Lily returned to Akesh's shoulder after George left. He had to, Akesh expressionlessly responded while waving his hands. All the contents lying out returned to their respective shelves on their own after that. You smiled? Lily jumped on his head and asked. Yes, he is naive and good-hearted, but the world needs people like him, Akesh responded. He is an idiot too, Lily added. Akesh only smiled in response. Let's read Pursuit of Eternal's latest chapter, Akesh announced. We can read the whole story if you let me see the future, Lily grumbled. And, what fun would be that? Akesh gently hit the tiny head of Lily and responded. One of the minor worlds in hell, it was barren land, with no traces of life to be seen. Huh, what happened? George exclaimed as he suddenly found himself in a different environment. Senior didn't even warn me, George murmured with a wry smile. He didn't see the embryo with him, so he searched left and right for it. He found the embryo lying down on the ground next to him. The knowledge of how to use the embryo suddenly appeared in his mind. When did Senior do that? He muttered horrifyingly. The fear he had for Akesh increased even more. He tapped the embryo 7 times in 7 different areas on the sphere. The embryo then started shining dark red. The embryo suddenly engulfed George's soul. Ugh! George screamed due to the pain he was feeling right now. The pain was too sudden and too intense. He felt like ants were biting his soul slowly. His whole body was getting created, so the process continued for hours. The pain only got worse as time passed. He even tried to quit the process midway due to the pain, but the process continued despite him not wanting it. The pain finally subsided when his whole body was created. Is it done? He groaned after the pain didn't appear for minutes. Why is my hand red? And why is my hand so big? He suddenly exclaimed when he saw his hand had turned enormous and red. He stood up hurriedly. He then noticed every part of his body was red. He then felt his face with his hands and got stunned. What beast did I become? He exclaimed as he could feel the roughness of his face, and there were two small horns right above both his eyebrows. Did I grow taller too? He looked taller to himself when he stood up. Where is my penis? He yelled with a horrified look on his face as he found only a plain area there. He tried to poke there in the hope something comes out, but nothing happened. I should first check out the area rather than looking at me, he murmured after staying disappointed for some time, as he was in an unknown open area and that too in hell. He could find about his body and power anytime in a safe place. He wouldn't even know how he died in this open area if some powerful being were to arrive here. He was very uncomfortable while walking, as it was an entirely different body and even different features than his previous human body. He walked for what felt like hours to him, but he didn't find anything. It was dark all over the area, as the sun never shines in hell. After several hours, he stopped and sat down on the barren ground due to tiredness. His eyelids suddenly started becoming heavy. He desperately wanted to stay awake, but he couldn't. As a result, after a futile attempt to stay awake, he slumped to the ground. Chapter 5, Revenge. The night was omnipresent in hell, so there was no way to differentiate between day and night. So when George woke up, he had no idea for how long he had slept. He then remembered the timer that appeared after signing the contract. He thought about the timer, then suddenly, it appeared in his mind. The timer showed 29 hours 11 minutes 19 seconds, with the timer representing years, months, day. Damn, I slept for 12 days straight. Thank heavens, I am still alive, he shockingly exclaimed. He took a deep breath, just because he was alive despite staying in the open for so long. Suddenly, an urgent thought appeared in his mind to check hellfire. He went with his thoughts and thought about hellfire. A tiny fire darker than the night emerged in his hand. That fire sent chills down George's spine. He suddenly had an illusion of burning in hellfire. He took back hellfire due to fear. George didn't even calm down when suddenly a pain attacked his head. Ugh! He clutched his head and screamed. After the pain calmed down, new memories about control of hellfire started emerging in his mind. The memories also contained information of a different power system than cultivation, mage system. The memory explained that there are 11 levels in the mage system in this multiverse. Level 11 mage being equivalent to heavenly monarch. Only very few beings have reached the level of level 11 mage. Level 11 was the level of immortality in the mage system. George, in his current body, was a primary level 4 mage, according to the mage system. I have been born equivalent to the early soul formation cultivator, he exclaimed when he compared cultivation system with mage system. The leader of the undead sect was only a late soul formation cultivator. The memory contained the complete knowledge of reaching level 11 hellfire mage. Only a supercluster core for this knowledge, he murmured, as the price he thought to be expensive turned out to be dirt compared to the product. He also learned many things about hell from his memory. He had the info about the world he was currently in, fortunately, or coincidentally. This world is called the Sukkah world. This world looked barren from the outside, but it wasn't a worthless world, as the inhabitants of this world lived underground. The inhabitants of this world were called Helens. They had the same body structure as tiny black ants on Red Star, but Helens are bigger and powerful. Sukkah is a lesser world where the highest level of being could be equivalent to level 3 mage. Additionally, he learned what race his current body belongs to. He belonged to the Infernals, one of the medium races of Hell. He was currently a commoner infernal, as he had only 2 horns. As his horns increase, his standing in the Infernal clan will also increase. As he was already the strongest, he need not fear anybody as long as he is on this planet. He decided to conquer this world to get materials to promote himself to level 5 and then leave for the world of Infernals. It only took him 3 days to conquer Sukka. He then meditated in Sukka for a year and successfully reached peak level 4. There weren't enough materials in Sukka for him to reach level 5. He left after that. Helens all over Sukka cried when George left, as he was a good king and belonged to a higher race. 20 years have passed since then. George has entirely changed. He has grown to 10 times the size of his past. The number of horns on his head has grown to 16. He was now a royal infernal and had control over one enormous galaxy with a size of more than 1,000,000 light-year. His penis also has returned because only royal infernals had the capability to reproduce. He has also improved exponentially during these 20 years, as he was currently a peak level 8 mage. George's personality has also drastically changed. Even his aura contained cruelty since Hell is cruel. This year George decided to leave Hell and get his revenge. He was already the strongest when it came to his original universe. His universe was solely for cultivators, and the highest level anyone can cultivate in his universe is void forging, which is only equivalent to a level 7 mage. He couldn't return to his planet as an infernal, as hell creatures are feared all over. But, he didn't have to worry, as there was an art in his memory that he could use to turn himself into a human. The time flew by. Red Star welcomed George back. Red Star has changed dramatically from the past. He returned to his kingdom, Emperion's capital, only to find a ghost city. As he has already grown more powerful than the universe limit, he could interfere with the laws of the universe. He manipulated time to find out the reason for this ghost city. Time returned to 10 days after George died. The king couldn't handle killing his son, so he fell ill. The undead sect spread the information of the king's health to various factions located in the kingdom. Various factions waged war against the kingdom. As the king was already on his deathbed, and his youngest son was young for war, the kingdom soldiers weren't able to stop the onslaught of the combined attack of the factions. The kingdom fell in no time. It didn't take long for conflict to arise between the factions. The war between factions continued for years. At last, only one party remained. All the other parties escaped to other kingdoms. The winning faction tried to build a new kingdom, but an unexpected attack of the undead sect resulted in the death of every person belonging to that faction. George, in anger, destroyed the undead sect after seeing the past events. The undead sect wasn't an insignificant sect. The undead sect in Red Star was only one of the branches of the headquarters situated in the center of the universe. George's sudden attack on one of the undead sect's branches unexpectedly turned into a full-fledged war between the headquarters and George. More and more sects started involving themselves in this war due to the undead sect's rewards. It didn't take long for it to turn into a full-fledged war. George was too powerful for the war. He destroyed every warring sect in less than a week. George became the ruler of the Rainbow Universe, but he has a different plan for this universe. He had to pay a supercluster core in return for the embryo, as he was satisfied with the Hellfire Mage embryo and felt the store was at a loss, so he paid the Universal Core for the embryo. Taking the Universal Core resulted in the death of every living creature in the universe, but George didn't care. His worldview has entirely changed in these past few years. Damn, I lost on this deal, Akesh complained after receiving the Universal Core. As he expected a supercluster core from a high rank universe, instead, he got a Universal Core of a low rank universe. Chapter 6 Infernal. Thousands of years have passed since George started his journey as a Hellfire Mage. The situation around George has radically changed. Millennia ago, he was a weak human with a sense of justice. He wanted to be a good and a kind ruler, but now he was only a being famous for his cruelty in hell. Even infernals shuddered in front of him due to fear. A century ago, George successfully became a level 11 mage and gained immortality. Level 11 mages were also known as demigods, as only gods were above a level 11 mage. His becoming level 11 brought a radical change in Hell. The addition of one more level 11 in the clan of Infernals made the clan rise to become a higher clan. George still had bigger ambitions as he found out a way to become even stronger. He wanted to rule the Infernals, not just one of the leaders. Infernals had a total of 7 demigods. The current leader of the Infernals was the first Infernal to become a demigod, and he became one about several million years ago. There were no sublevels in level 11. The power only depended upon the control of the element, and as one spent longer time meditating in their level, the stronger the being is. The Hellfire embryo turned out even better than he expected for George. When he reached the level of demigod, a new knowledge opened in his mind. The data contained information about attaining godhood. He started meditation according to the newly emerged knowledge. He has been in closed meditation for a century now. All the demigods belonging to the Infernal clan have been waiting for him to come out, so they can celebrate his reaching immortality. While the high-level Infernals were busy plundering, ruling, slaughtering, etc., an announcement popped up in every Infernal's mind. The sudden notification was a summon to their main world for every high-ranked Infernal currently staying in Hell. The sudden summon confused everybody, but they still returned without asking any questions, through the portals. Even the demigods had no idea of the reason from the summon. They only came because it was a request by George. It took only a few breaths of time for everyone to arrive at the main world of Infernals. There were only 7 seats available for the leaders, so every other Infernal stood waiting. "Welcome everyone," a sudden hoarse voice echoed in the surroundings. George appeared in the last empty seat. Even the 6 demigods sitting next to him didn't notice when he appeared. All of the 6 had a look of shock in their eyes. George glanced at them and smiled. It sent ominous signals to their hearts when they saw that smile. He stood up from his seat and smilingly waved at the lines of Infernals waiting for the reason of summoning. Everyone who saw the wave was stunned, as George was famous for his lack of communication with anybody. "I know you've been waiting for the reason for your summoning. I can see some of you are anxious, thinking, what if we are going to war? You don't have to worry. The issue is minor," George announced, looking at the Infernals. The leader of the Infernals and the other 5 demigods had solemn expressions, as they hadn't lived for so long in vain. They knew the motive of George after that smile. Many Infernals breathed a sigh of relief, but their jaws dropped the next moment. "I want to be the leader of this clan, so I've called you here to see the challenge between the leader and me," George added. The venue became so silent that even a breath would be considered loud. No need for challenge, the silence was broken by the sudden announcement of the leader. George didn't expect this response from the leader. He turned, stared at the leader, and stated, "But, I want the leadership." "I know. Then why no need for the challenge?" George argued. "You can become the leader straight away. There is no need for a challenge. I would only hurt myself in a fight with you," the leader explained. George didn't expect the leader to give up his place this easily. After being silent for some time, he laughed out loud. He then turned around to look at the Infernals and announced, "All of you've heard the leader. As of this moment, I'm the leader of Infernals. I'll make Infernals a top clan one day." He then disappeared. After that, all the other demigods following him. Other Infernals only stayed there shell-shocked. It only took a few breaths of time to change the leadership of the race. Time flew. It has been several millennia since George took the leadership of the Infernal clan. The Infernal clan has also changed radically like George. They waged wars in this millennia to conquer and plunder, resulting in the death of countless species in Hell as well as universes outside of Hell. He waged wars aggressively because his goal of making Inferno a top clan failed, as all the top races had at least tens of gods. He wanted to rule as much land as he could. The main world of Infernals was currently in ruins. George was lying naked and injured in the center of the ruins. There were cracks all over his body. Lightning was running in between the external fissures in his body. A smile appeared on his face as he looked at the clearing sky. After a few breaths, His injury started healing on its own. In only a few breaths of time, his body got entirely restored. Suddenly, cracks began to appear throughout the space. As time passed, the fissures in the void only grew wider. George stood up. Hellfire engulfed him and turned into a cloak. Finally, he said, as he has become a god now. The 6 demigods of the clan appeared and surrounded him. What are your instructions before leaving, honorable god? The previous leader asked with an odd expression on their face. Gods had their own world, and the multiverse didn't allow any god to stay in the lower world after having a breakthrough because of the fragile fabric of the void. You're the leader from now on. It's up to you what to do. George told the previous leader and disappeared. He couldn't wait to enter the world of gods. The impatience of George dumbfounded the other 6 demigods. Let's announce it to the other races, the leader shook his head and said to the other demigods. George's life in the lower world ended with that. Chapter 7, System. Somewhere in the void, in a run-down cottage still in the space, Akesh was playing with Lily. They laughed as they played. There hasn't been a single customer in his store since George. Despite several millennia passing, Akesh looked the same, just like he did in the past, without even a hint of aging. Akesh was playing when he suddenly came to a halt. The sudden stop confused Lily. She vanished and appeared on his shoulder the next moment. What happened? She asked while lightly hitting his head. That human has just become a god, Akesh answered while picking Lily up from his shoulder. What a waste of that hellfire embryo, Lily ridiculed. If George heard Lily right now, he would fight her to death in anger. He worked so hard for thousands of years to reach this level. Attaining godhood in only a few millennia put him in top-tier talents, but it didn't even take Lily a nanosecond to rubbish his talent and hard work. What has it got to do with us? He bought it and paid for it, Akesh responded smilingly. He then scratched Lily's chin. She responded with a cute meow, forgetting about George. Ding! Suddenly, Akesh heard a mechanical tone in his head. Oh system, you are back, Akesh spoke, as he clearly knew about the system. Hello. Host. You have successfully completed your mission. Mission objective, to create 100 gods by your store product. Result, successfully created 100 gods in 81,000 years. Bonus result, 17 of the created gods became God King. Mission reward calculating. A mechanical voice echoed in Akesh's head, informing him of the completion of the mission. Akesh looked no more than 20 years old, yet the system announced that he completed the last mission objective in more than 80,000 years. 81,000 years ago, a run-down closed cottage appeared out of nowhere in the void. The hut looked empty from inside, with only a blue-skinned man wearing a red cloak lying unconscious on the ground. After a few breaths of time, the unconscious man's hands moved lightly. His eyelids then shook slightly. The man opened his eyes after that. He glanced right and left confusedly. He then rubbed his eyes as everything around looked blurry to him. He then sat up. As everything around him became clear, he curiously looked at his surroundings. There was nothing to see but only a blue wall in a locked space, yet there was a look of unfamiliarity toward the wall in the man's eye. Reis the s? He spoke in a slurred speech. Who am I? He asked himself, as he couldn't remember his identity too. That's my name? He added another question. His speech also got better with more speaking. He stood up, clutching his head, trying to remember anything about himself. He didn't even know, why does he only remember the language he speaks and nothing else? He went up to the wall in his front and touched it. It sent a cooling feeling. All the stress he had due to not remembering anything of the past started disappearing slowly. Ding! Binding to the host. Binding rate. 1%, 2%, 3%, 4%, a sudden voice broke the man out of his stupor. The voice sounded different than his. He looked around to see the source of the sound, but there was no one. Hello, who is talking to me? He spoke loudly. There was no response from the weird-sounding voice. Hello, the man yelled to get an answer from the weird voice, but unfortunately, there was no response. He tried 2 or 3 times again after that, but he had to stop after getting no response at all. He then searched the whole room to see any way to get out of this locked space, but there wasn't even a window, let alone a door. He then sat down on the ground, giving up at last. "What is happening to me?" he muttered in irritation. "WHO is doing this to me?" He screamed to vent his frustration. He yelled for some more time but fell silent because he got irritated by it in the end. As he had nothing to do, he stared blankly at the wall. As time passed, he found himself calming down the more he looked at the blue wall. Ding! Successfully bound to the host. "Hello!" the man exclaimed right away as the weird voice returned. He didn't want to stay in silence even if he feels good looking at the wall. "Hello, host. I am your system, the first store system." The weird voice responded and introduced itself. A relieved smile appeared on the man's face when he heard the response. There was someone to talk to him. He then remembered what the voice replied. He curiously looked at the top and excitedly asked questions. "Is my name host, and what is a system?" "No, your name isn't host. A host is someone who owns the system, and a system is a device created solely to help its host." The man's excitement dimmed down hearing that the host wasn't his name, but then the next moment, hearing about the system, he got excited again. "Since you call me host, that means you will help me?" he asked excitingly with a hint of little nervousness. "Yes, host." The system responded affirmatively. "Then tell me about my past, and why can't I remember anything about it?" the man asked nervously. "Sorry, host. I'm not allowed to tell you about your past." The system threw cold water on all of the man's excitement. "But, you just said you'll help me," he argued. "Affirmative, host. You need to have a sufficient permission level before asking about your past. Since I've recently bound to you, you don't have any authority." The system responded in an expressionless mechanical voice. The man's face turned ugly hearing this. "Can you at least tell me my name?" the man asked. His tone almost turned into begging. "Yes, host. Your name is Akesh? It means Lord of the Sky." Author note: Hello, readers. Are you liking the chapter? If you're, please comment and leave a review for the story. If you aren't liking, then also please comment and leave your reviews. Chapter 8, Past 1. Akesh, Lord of the Sky, the man mumbled after hearing his name. A smile appeared on his face, mumbling his name for some time as he liked the name. "System, why aren't you appearing in front of me?" Akesh asked smilingly as he couldn't see the system. "Host, I don't have a body. I live inside your head." "Huh?" he exclaimed in response to the system's answer. Somehow, he didn't feel weird about it. He then remembered the name of the system. "System, why are you called the first store system?" Akesh asked the system curiously. "Host, it is my duty to help you in creating the multiverse's most reputable, dependable, stable, and steady store so that it is called the first store," the system responded. Akesh couldn't hear even a single emotion in the mechanical voice. "How will you make me the greatest store owner?" "I don't even have a store," Akesh asked confusingly. "Host, you can make this place my store," the system replied. Akesh exclaimed. "I may not have my past memory, but somehow I remember the language and meanings of words. For a store, you need people to come to the store and buy your products. How can a closed space be a store?" Akesh expressed his doubts while pointing at the closed walls. Right after he spoke, his jaw dropped as a white door with blue handles appeared out of thin air in the center of the southern wall facing him. "How did you do this?" Akesh yelled in an astonished tone. He excitedly ran toward the door, like when a little child runs when he sees a new toy. "Host, it's nothing. I can do even more," the system responded. Akesh would have thought that the system was boasting if the voice didn't sound emotionless. He reached the door. The door was plain white and had plain blue handles. He grabbed the door handle and pushed it outwards in the hope of seeing the outside world, but the door didn't budge. Somehow he had the knowledge that doors can be opened in many ways like push and pull. This time he pulled the door inward, but still, The door didn't budge. "Hey system, why isn't the door opening?" he asked, irritated, as he was excited to see the outside world. "Host, the doors of the store will only open when a customer arrives." The system responded emotionlessly. Akesh got angry hearing this. "Is it a store or a prison?" he asked the system angrily. "Host, it is a store. That's why my name is the first store system." The system replied emotionlessly. Akesh almost stumbled, hearing this. "I meant, why can't I open the door and go outside?" he asked. "Host, it's for your safety. You aren't strong enough to currently go outside." The system responded in a mechanical voice. "Why wouldn't I be safe if I go outside? What monsters are there outside? How will I be safe in this store then if someone from outside tries to attack me?" he asked a barrage of questions. He still hasn't left the handle of the door. "Host, this door is located in the emptiness of the void. You won't be safe because your body is currently weak, and it won't be able to handle the pressure of it. There are no monsters outside, as only a few beings can handle pressure here. No one can harm you or even come close to you in this store." The system answered his questions one by one. "If no one can harm me in the store, then why can't I go outside and handle the pressure?" Akesh asked confusingly. If the system can keep him away from any kind of harm in the store, then it's easy for the system to keep him safe from the pressure of the void. "Host, I am only bound to help you in the store. If you went away from the area of the store, you've to handle the pressure on your own." The system responded bluntly. "How am I supposed to get stronger then if I'm to sit in this store all day?" Akesh asked curiously. "Host, you don't have to worry. As you sell materials, you'll grow stronger." Akesh got surprised at first and then excited hearing this. Isn't it too easy for him to grow stronger if many customers begin showing up in the future? But then he remembered the location of the shop. It poured cold water on his excitement. Only a few beings can handle the pressure of the void here, so rarely will customers come in the store. How would I get stronger if rarely any customer arrives in the store, and what does this store even sell? He asked. "Host, customers of this store can be anyone. Even the weakest can get a chance to buy the products in the store. Host, this store sells everything." The system answered Akesh's question. Everything the system said was too complex for Akesh to understand. He didn't even try to understand the things this time. "Hey system, can you give me something to sit upon?" Akesh requested as he finally let the handle of the door go. The system didn't speak anything, but a white wooden chair with a cushion appeared in front of him. "It's so comfortable. Thank you, system." Akesh thanked the system as he sat upon the comfortable chair. "System, if you sell everything, where are the products?" Akesh asked, pointing at the empty room. "Host, the products will appear on their own when the time comes." Author's note: Akesh is just like a child in this situation, so his emotions are changing super fast, like when a child is crying and the child stops crying if you show him, her a toy. Don't forget to vote and comment if you like the book. If you have some time, I'll appreciate you leaving a review. Chapter 9, Pass to Host, the store products will arrive after you're ready to start a store. Akesh got confused hearing this. It was unclear to him what the system meant by suitability criteria. And, how can I be suitable to start the store? He asked the system. Host, I will give you some quests to complete. These quests will help you learn more about this multiverse. As you successfully complete the quests, you'll become more and more suitable for becoming the store owner of the multiverse's most reputable store. The system replied to Akesh's question without even a hint of emotion. When will you send me my first quest, system? Akesh curiously asked the system, as he was curious about the contents of the quest and how it would make him a great store owner. Whenever you're ready, host. Really? Akesh exclaimed in amazement. Is there anyone who does not wish to work according to their own schedule? He also wanted it. Yes, host. The system replied emotionlessly to Akesh, even though he was exclaiming to himself. Suddenly a suspicion arose in his heart. Hey, system, he called out. Yes, host. Why are you so nice to me? Because you're my host. That can't be it. You'll give me your land, products, and safety for the store. I only have to sell the product. That makes me an employee and you an employer. So why are you acting like I'm the employer? Why are you acting so nice with me and doing or answering everything I want or ask? Akesh expressed his suspicions. Insufficient permission to answer this question. Host, it's my duty to help you and fulfill your demands as long as it doesn't exceed your permission. The system answered both of his questions respectively in an emotionless voice. Akesh wasn't happy with the answer as the system didn't give any new information. His knowledge was the same as before expressing his suspicions. Currently, he was not allowed to ask for any answers, so he might have to wait until he got more authority in the future to ask for them. His eyes started getting drowsy as he found himself more comfortable on the chair. Hey, system. Can you give me a bed made with this same cushion? Akesh requested the system, as he wanted to sleep comfortably on the bed, not the chair. Yes, host. Within moments, there appeared in the middle of the room a bed created only of cushions. Everything was already set up. Akesh just needed to sleep on the bed. After the bed appeared, he noticed a weird thing. He still felt that the space was still as empty as before the bed arrived. Hey, system. What is happening here? Even though you have placed a huge bed in the center of the room, it still looks empty as before. He asked the system. Host, it's due to a space skill. What you're seeing is nothing. Even if you place multiple universes in this room, this place will still look as empty as right now. The system responded in its own strange voice. Wow! Akesh said in surprise. He would have been convinced that the system was boasting if he could hear any emotion, but the voice was as emotionless as it could be. Having the same empty space even after filling universes sounded too astonishing to be real, but Akesh saw the mini version of the skill himself, so it must be true. The skill excited him, as he could also learn this skill himself. As he lay in bed, he lost himself in dreams of possessing the mysterious space ability. Since the store cottage was located in the emptiness of the void, there was no day and night here. Time flew. After unknown hours of sleep, Akesh woke up. He saw a blurry plain blue roof above him. He sat up and stretched both of his hands. His eyes were still blurry, so he rubbed them. As he felt rejuvenated, he mumbled, "So refreshing." He then got down from the bed and walked in the room for a few rounds to exercise his body. Hey, system, Akesh called out to the system. Yes, host. I am ready for my first quest. Give me one, Akesh asked the system. Host, please see the mission. A sudden blue screen appeared out of nowhere in front of Akesh. The screen followed his eyes as he moved his head. Golden fonts started emerging on the blue screen. Mission, knowledge of countless races. Description. You need to have knowledge of the countless races residing in this multiverse. Your goal is to make your store the first store, so you'll have customers from every species in the future. Requirement: learn about the features, characteristics, and rare traits of every race. Reward: unlock the status menu. Akesh read the entire text on the screen. He didn't judge the mission as difficult or easy. Okay, how am I going to learn about the races? He asked the system since he was ready to start the mission. The blue screen in front of him turned into a black screen while the fonts on it disappeared. A strange being with a similar body shape as him appeared on the black screen. White fonts started appearing above the creature. It said human. The first race Akesh learned about was humans. Humanity is a species that originated on planet Earth around a quadrillion years ago. They have the same ancestor as apes. That's why they look similar to apes in body shape. They went on to conquer many planets, then galaxies, and then universes. They are still one of the weakest races in this multiverse. Humans have a rare trait of excessive greed. The greed of power has made them come to this point. They have a high reproducing rate and are one of the most intelligent races in this multiverse. Their intelligence is the reason they've been able to avoid wars with stronger races than them. Interesting race, Akesh commented after reading about humans. He read about it again to remember everything written about the humans on the black screen. Chapter 10, Quest. The next race Akesh learned about was called Elf. They were of different skin color, hair, and eyes, but one thing that was common in elves was their sharp and pointy ears. Elves originated on planet Dorotimla around several septillion years ago. They aren't a natural-born race. A primordial tree called the World Tree is the creator of this race. Elves have conquered many universes to establish them as a medium-level force in the multiverse. Elves have a rare trait of pride. This pride of them stems from their creator. Their pride is also the reason that they don't have friendly relations with many races. They are one of the most talented races in using magic. The screen showed many more things about them. Akesh read the information about the elves one more time to remember it. He didn't find anything special about them, unlike humans. Humans are greedy, but they are smart, whereas elves are prideful but simple-headed. The information of the races continued on the screen after that. The screen also showed major wars that race faced. The more Akesh knew about the races, the more eager he became to open the store and have contacts with them. Time flew. There was no way for Akesh to find out how much time has passed, but the system knew. When he asked the system the time, he got the answer he never expected. More than 10 years have passed until now, but it felt like an instant to Akesh. He hasn't even learned about 1/4 of the races in this multiverse. He read about various interesting races in these past 10 years. He liked one particular race, peacock. Peacocks are blue-skinned creatures and have a blue crest on top of their head like a crown. Their tail feathers make them distinct from many other species. Their tail feather has the design of eyes on them. The species originated on the planet Elmer. A long time ago, peacocks were considered a race of beasts. They were well known for their stunning appearance. Due to their overly beautiful features, they were used as pets by high-ranking members of the beast clan. Their treatment as pets was not a problem, but when a peafowl was forcefully taken away from his father, a problem arose. That man turned out to be an unrivaled genius of the beast race. Peacocks were a peaceful race before that, but that man changed everything. His name was Kardikia. He alone made peacocks overlord of this multiverse. He has waged more than 1,000,000 wars since he started, but he has never lost even a single battle. He is currently known as the God of War. The beast race has to ask for forgiveness, at last, to stop the war with Kardikia. These things didn't make Akesh like peacocks. What Akesh liked about peacocks is that they never conquered another planet. After winning the war, Kardikia always returned the star to their rulers, or if he killed everybody, he would donate it to the weaker races. These acts of Kardikia made peacocks loved and respected all around the multiverse. After studying about different races for over a decade, he still maintained an interest in learning about them. Time flew. Several decades passed in a blink of an eye. Akesh was reading about a race called Deva from the screen. A Deva is an immortal race from birth. Amorphous, neither male nor female, they had no distinct appearance, size, or distinguishing characteristics. They were also the true rulers of the multiverse. Even the greatest of beings, Kardikia, never dared to fight any Deva. Deva is a race that originates from the multiverse itself. Every septillion years, the multiverse gives birth to a Deva. They only lose to everybody when it comes to population. The difference between the power of Deva and the power of other races is so huge that the youngest Deva can defeat the second powerful known race, Asura, on their own. They were the most powerful yet most loved race in this multiverse because of their kind and peace-loving nature. They have only fought once since times immemorial. It took them only 11 seconds to win the war. The only reason they involved themselves in the war was due to being responsible for the maintenance of the multiverse. Akesh couldn't close his mouth even once due to shock after he started reading about Deva. Devas are so good that even a perfect race might be a wrong description for them. They didn't have any weaknesses. After already being born the strongest, they had one more advantage. Anyone who dared fight against Deva loses 2/3 of their power automatically at the start of the battle. Multiverse made sure that no being could challenge the rulership of Devas. Ding! The quest, knowledge of countless races successfully completed. Mission reward, status unlocked successfully rewarded. Already done, Akesh murmured disappointedly after hearing the notification of successfully completing the mission. How many races did I learn about, system? How much time did it take me to complete the mission? Akesh asked the system, as he wasn't counting the number of races. Host, you learned about 1666199719971997 races. You took 67 years to learn the knowledge about these races. The system answered his question. His mouth flew wide open after listening to the number of races present in the multiverse. There are this many races present in this multiverse? Akesh asked again as he couldn't believe the number. Negative, host. We have 1666199719971934 races. 63 races just became extinct due to different years. Akesh didn't know what to speak. He was amazed about the number of races, but he also felt wrong about the 63 races dying out. He could only wish for their reincarnation in a good place. Hey, system. Is our multiverse crowded due to having so many races? He asked as a doubt suddenly emerged in his mind. No, host. You think too little of the multiverse. The number of universes in this multiverse surpasses the number of races. The system replied in an emotionless voice. Akesh also suspected this since he had read about many races even bigger in size than an entire universe. He then remembered the reward the system gave him for completing the quest. System, how do I see this status? He curiously asked the system. Host, you only have to think about the status in your mind, and it will appear in front of you. The system responded. Akesh nodded and thought of the status. The next moment, a screen containing his details appeared in front of him. Chapter 11, Status. A dark blue opaque screen appeared in front of Akesh. Golden fonts then started appearing on it. Personal status, name, Akesh, race, profession, locked, level, locked, physical attributes, strength, 1, agility, 1, intelligence, -0, stamina, -0, no of quests completed, 1, skills, locked. The status first showed his name. When Akesh saw the next appearing word, race, he became excited. He still didn't know anything about him even after spending decades here. But the next moment, his excitement vanished. He could only see gibberish in front of his race section. Hey, system. Why can't I read or see my race? With a hint of irritation, he asked the system. Host, you don't have sufficient authority. The system responded in a mechanical voice. Akesh also finally knew why he couldn't hear any emotion in the system's voice. The system belonged to a race called Yantra. What blew Akesh's expectation was that Yantras are a natural-born race, not artificially created. Yantra is a race that is incapable of feeling or showing emotions. So, only his origins were now unknown to him. Furthermore, he questioned the system as to how it knew so much about the multiverse as Yantra isn't even a top 100 race. But he didn't get any answer from the system. Akesh fell silent after the system responded that he did not have enough authority. In the end, he decided to focus on the status. On the screen, there are now 2 more sections, profession, and level. The state in both segments was locked, however. Akesh didn't care much as he knew the reason why it showed locked. More golden fonts appeared on the screen. The newly emerged section showed physical attributes, which had 4 attributes, strength, agility, intelligence, and stamina. Akesh understood 1 in strength and agility, but he couldn't understand what intelligence and stamina showed. Hey, system. I don't understand the attribute section, Akesh asked the system to explain. Host, your strength and agility are at 1. It tells that you are very weak in comparison with others. The 0 in stamina and intelligence shows that you don't need improvement in them anymore. You have infinite stamina and intelligence. The system answered. Infinite stamina and intelligence. Akesh exclaimed after hearing the response. He understood the meaning of infinite stamina, as he had been sitting for decades learning about different races, and he still isn't tired. But he didn't understand what infinite intelligence signified. It cannot simply mean Akesh is the smartest. Hey, system. What does infinite intelligence signify? Host, it means that you can learn any knowledge, no matter its complexity or restriction upon it. Akesh became confused by the system answer. Even an ordinary creature can learn anything if he works on it. It's a different matter whether he'll be able to remember it in the future or not. So, he asked the system about it. Host, you misunderstood. Some pieces of knowledge in the multiverse are taboo for everybody, and the multiverse punishes those who try to read or learn about it. But those who have limitless intelligence, she doesn't stop or punish. If you didn't have infinite intelligence, you would have never been capable of learning about Deva. You'll also be like the majority of the creatures, who only know devas exist, but don't know anything about them. This piece of information astonished him. He was one of the weakest in this unending multiverse, but he was also one of the few creatures to learn any knowledge. The mysteries surrounding his past became more mysterious. Akesh then returned his focus to the status screen. The screen was entirely filled. Only 2 sections after physical attributes appeared, no of quests completed, and skills. Akesh knew the meaning of both the sections, so he didn't ask the system about it. Since there was nothing new to see on the status, he thought of the screen disappearing. The dark blue screen with golden fonts vanished after his order. System, I'm ready for the second quest, he asked the system for the second quest. He has enough stamina, so he'll never get tired physically or mentally. Host, please see the screen for the quest. Mission, knowledge of languages. Description, you need to have knowledge of the language of the countless races residing in this multiverse. Your goal is to make your store the first store, so you'll have customers from every species in the future. You need to make them feel familiar, so you need to have knowledge of their language. Requirement, learn about the language spoken by every race. Reward, unlock the skills section and a title. Hey, system, why do I need to learn the language of other races? Akesh confusedly asked. He couldn't see the point of this quest because the system surely can give him a skill where he can understand and speak every language. Host, only by doing so can you learn the language. Language is not always about communication. It's something more than that. Some languages are so superior and divine that it's almost impossible to create skills using them. Okay, start the quest. Akesh had no words to answer the system, so he told it to start the mission. The system didn't respond, but a black screen like in the previous quest appeared, then golden fonts started appearing on it. It explained, there are various ways in which different races converse. Some people communicate through oral speech, some through gestures, some through visuals, or some through audio visuals, etc. Language may have different ways of conversing, but most have one primary purpose, to make communication easier. There are countless races in the multiverse. Every race to exist until now has created multiple languages, so there are also infinite languages in this multiverse. New fonts started appearing on the screen. It was titled Human Spoken Languages. After that, the languages spoken by humans began appearing on the screen one by one. Only when humanity was still on planet Earth, it spoke more than 7,000 languages, and as they grew in power, they created more languages. Currently, humankind has more than 1 million languages with billions of dialects. Time flew. Decades after decades passed, but Akesh still sat at the same position and stared at the screen. He hasn't even learned about 1/10 of the spoken languages, let alone forgotten language present in the multiverse. Akesh's interest increased in learning about the languages the more he read about. Language can also show the history of a species, so he was learning the history of the various races as well as their language. For example, he found out how humanity discovered fire through visual language. Chapter 12, Creation. Chapter 12, after humans using languages, it was the turn of the languages used by the elves. Since elves were artificially created, they had a perfect set of languages since their birth. Elves only had one way of communication, oral, since their birth. They also have only one language, Elvish, But since there were multiple types of elves, they differentiated the language through their color, like dark elves spoke dark elvish, and moon elves spoke moonlight elvish, etc. It took Akesh the least amount of time to learn different kinds of elvish since there were only minor changes between them. When he was learning elvish, he saw the perfect use of magic. He learned many things about magic from elvish. Now he knew why were the elves so talented when it comes to magic? Time flew. More than 3 centuries have passed since he started learning the languages. Only one race was left, now. His excitement knew no bounds currently. He'll learn more about mysterious Deva using their language. Akesh's knowledge of magic has become perfect during this quest. It was all due to the language of dragons. Dragons are the creator of magic in the multiverse. The black screen changed, huge golden fonts showing Deva appeared on it. Below that, only one strange letter started appearing. When he was looking at the incomplete letter, Akesh got a severe headache and almost blanked out. He right away closed his eyes. His back was sweating. For the first time since he opened his eyes, he felt the fear of death. He saw the illusion of him dying and taking rebirth again and again when looking at the word. Host, please don't try to look at the whole letter. It is the most divine character in the multiverse. You may not be able to handle the pressure. In an emotionless voice, the system warned Akesh. You could have warned me before the letter appeared, he complained. The system didn't speak anything in response. Akesh stopped complaining after getting no response from the system. Host, you can open your eyes. Only the first stroke of the letter is currently present on the screen. The system informed Akesh. He believed the system after spending several centuries with it, so he opened his eyes. After opening his eyes, he saw a tiny downward curved line. As he stared at the curve, he could not take his eyes off it. He felt himself getting sucked into it. Despite wanting to move his eyes away from the screen, he had an intuition that moving his eyes away would be his biggest mistake, so he believed his hunch and continued looking at it. Just as Akesh looked at the curve, it started moving into creating the strange letter, but he wasn't aware of it. He lost himself into an illusion. He saw how uncountable of years ago, there was nothing. In that nothingness, a sound echoed. That sound gave birth to a spark. As time passed, the spark got bigger. As the spark expanded, it gave birth to 11 beings whom Akesh couldn't see. The only thing he could see was a dot in place of those beings. That spark was none other than the multiverse. After giving birth, the speed at which the multiverse expanded slowed down. The first being, the multiverse gave birth to, became the leader of the newborn beings. The leader then ordered their subordinates to create worlds and new species since their mother has become weak after giving birth to them. As per the order of their leader, other beings started creating new worlds by using the energy of the sound that gave birth to the multiverse. As these individuals created new worlds, these newly created worlds sent some of their energy to the multiverse. It gave a boost to the multiverse. The multiverse regained the speed at which it was expanding. It was how the multiverse came into creation. It created a perfect cycle as the newly created world, galaxy, or universe gave birth to new species. The leaders called back all the 10 beings after the creation of the perfect cycle. It is still growing at the same rate, despite the passage of inestimable years. There are countless races in this multiverse, but new races are born nor disappear with every breath. The illusion ended after that. The complete letter appeared on the screen. Akesh took a deep breath to calm his pounding heart after the end of the illusion, but the pounding didn't stop. What he saw was too majestic to take in. He only saw a dot in place of the 11 beings, but he still felt the pressure of that dot. He only forgot one thing from the illusion, and that was the sound. Ding! The quest, knowledge of languages, successfully completed. Mission reward, skills and title unlocked, successfully rewarded. Akesh ignored the system notification, as his mind was still fixated on the illusion. Hey, system, who was those 11 beings, and why did I forget what was the sound? He asked the system, as only it could answer him. Host, those 11 beings are the first Devas. The leader of the group is the ruler of the multiverse, the strongest of all, and the only being allowed to have direct contact with the multiverse. Host: even devas can't remember or recognize the sound. Only the first 11 beings remember the sound. The system answered both questions. Akesh's jaw dropped listening that someone can contact the multiverse. Hey, system, why is that only the leader can contact the multiverse? All the other 10 are also her child, and the leader didn't even do anything, he curiously asked the system. Host: some things are beyond everything. The system responded emotionlessly. Akesh understood the meaning of what the system was implying, so he shut up. There was an awkward silence after that. Host: would you like to see your title and skill? The silence broke when the system reinformed him of the reward of the successful completion of the quest. Chapter 13, Host: you can check your title in the status screen. The system informed Akesh, breaking the awkward silence present in the room. He also remembered the reward the system gave him. He then thought of the system. A dark blue opaque screen appeared in front of Akesh. Golden fonts then started appearing on it. Personal status: name, Akesh; title, Miriaglot; think to expand; race, profession, locked; level, locked; physical attributes: strength, 1, agility, 1, intelligence, -0, stamina, -0, no of quests completed, 2, skills, none. There were only 2 changes in the status screen. First, a new title section appeared, and second, none appeared on the skill section in place of locked. He got the title Miriaglot as a reward from the system. Think to expand was written next to it, so he did the same. Another screen appeared on top of the status screen. New golden fonts started to appear on the new screen. Title: Miriaglot. Description: this title is reserved for people who can speak languages used by at least 1/4 of all races. Benefit: if you spoke their spoken language with the race, they would feel close to you. The title's description disappointed Akesh, as he didn't see any benefit in the title. The reward didn't matter much for him, as he felt learning the knowledge of creation was already generous enough. He then thought of the screen disappearing, and both the screen disappeared after that. Hey, system, what's the benefit of this title? He asked the system, as something the system gave him can't be a wasteful thing. Host: this title will protect you from other races unless you do something to anger them or you have something they could fight to the death for. The system answered in its mechanical voice. Akesh wasn't surprised by the answer as he also expected the same. What's even the point if I can't go outside? He muttered, as the moment he can go outside, he'll become one of the strongest in the multiverse. But he stopped worrying about the use since he'll come in contact with many races when he starts his store. Hey, system. How many quests do I need to complete before starting the store? He then asked the system as it would be good to know about the know of quests he needs to complete. Host: only 2 more quests are left. The system responded, making him excited. Then, start the 3rd quest, he informed the system. He enjoyed doing missions because he learned new things and was getting closer to opening the store. Host: see the screen for the quest. The system informed him, and a blue screen with golden fonts appeared in front of him. Mission: knowledge of levels of treasures. Description: to become the most prominent store owner, you need to have perfect knowledge of the types of treasures and their differences, whether in terms of use or value. How can a store owner be legendary if he doesn't even know the worth of his products? Requirements: learn about differences in every kind of treasure. Reward: unlock of the last quest to become a store owner. Afterward, the screen disappeared as Akesh read the mission objective. The reward of the quest was different this time, unlike the last 2 missions. He also noticed store owner in the description of the mission. It wasn't like it was being used for the first time. However, Akesh did not emphasize this before. Hey, system. Why is it that you use store owner in the description of the quests? I neither supply the store products nor do I own the land. You will supply me with the products I need to sell on the land that you provide me. How can I be considered a store owner? Why am I not a store manager or a salesperson? Akesh curiously asked the system. Host, it is true that I'll provide everything the store will sell or the land, and you'll only act as the salesperson. But there is another truth: the moment I bound with you, you became my owner. A mechanical, emotionless voice straightway answered. Akesh was intrigued by the system's response. Don't you feel dishonor acting as someone lackey despite providing everything? He curiously asked. Yantra was one of the top races in the multiverse, but still, to select some weakling as owners, and act on their whims, must be a dishonor. Host, we Yantras are born without any emotion. The system replied emotionlessly. Akesh only smiled in response since he had no words to retort. Since Akesh stopped asking questions, the system decided to start the quest. A black screen appeared in front of him, and fonts started appearing on it. Akesh forgot everything and focused on the screen to learn new things. It said there are many kinds of treasures like weapons, pills, or potions, etc. Every kind of treasure can be divided into many levels based on the materials used to make them or their value after creation. The words disappeared after that and the weapon word appeared in their places. Weapons determine people's fate, regardless of their civilization. So it is the most common treasure in the multiverse. The multiverse is divided into 4 dimensions: I, the dimension of creatures without divinity; 2, the dimension of beings who attain divinity, gods; 3, the dimension of asuras, yakshas, and primordial beings; and 4, the dimension of devas. Weapons are divided into levels according to their dimension, except 4th. For 4th dimension weapons, there is no level since every deva is born with a weapon, and they have an unlimited growth rate like their owner. The 1st dimension where the beings without divinity live is called the primal dimension. It doesn't mean that there are no beings who can live forever in the primal dimension. It's called such because even the weakest god has the capability to destroy it. In the primal dimension, weapons are divided into 10 categories: I, common, the weapon even the weakest can use; 2, rare, these weapons are rare in a star; 3, epic, strongest weapon of a world; 4, legendary, weapons famous in more than 10 worlds; v, mythical, a weapon famous in a galaxy; vi, king, weapon used by kings, ruler of more than 10 galaxies; 7, emperor, weapon used by emperors, ruler of one or more superclusters; 8, overlord, weapon used by the overlord of a universe; 9, immortal, weapon used by the immortals; X, growth weapons, weapons that can grow stronger. Chapter 14, there were 10 levels in which weapons were categorized in the primal dimensions. It didn't have much information about them written on it. The next moment, all the fonts disappeared, and new golden fonts started appearing on the screen. The details about the level of the weapons appeared on the screen one by one. Common weapons, as their names say, they are the most ordinary weapons. They can be anything used to attack or defend. The most striking feature about these weapons is that they do not require energy and do not have any energy source. Rare weapons are more durable and potent than ordinary weapons. Because they possess the ability to use energy and they are able to cause harm to others, beginners use them. Epic weapons are the known most potent weapon in a world. Epic weapons have the ability to destroy mountains and seas. Any large faction to survive in any world needs to have an epic weapon. Legendary weapons are weapons that have the power only heard in legends. They have the ability to destroy a world in one attack. These weapons have their own energy source. The mythical weapon is a weapon that has the ability to inspire mythology. These weapons may not be the most powerful, but they cannot be created by anyone. These weapons can only be developed by the galaxy and utilized exclusively in the galaxy. It merely becomes a more potent ordinary weapon in other universes. The king's weapon is the weapon that the ruler of 10 or more galaxies creates for themselves using their blood. The most ordinary material used in these weapons is a world core. Time flew. Akesh read about every level of weapon in more detail. He was most interested in mythical weapons and growth weapons after reading about them. The growth weapon stood out from the list because it is the only weapon that could transcend with the immortal when they achieve divinity. The fonts on the screen disappeared after that. It then started explaining the second dimension. The sacred dimension is the second dimension in which beings who attained or were born with divinity reside. As only immortals can attain divinity, this is also the dimension of beings who live forever. The time difference between the first and second dimensions is 1000 to 1. When only 1 second passes in the sacred dimension, 1000 seconds advance in the first dimension. The screen then revealed the details about the level of weapons and their descriptions. Time flew. After explaining the details about the weaponry in the sacred dimension, it started showing details about the third dimension and then the fourth. Since there were no levels in Deva's dimension, it only shows that weapon and its descriptions. Akesh's mouth didn't close since he started reading about the power of weapons in the third dimension. The screen disappeared after he read about all the details of weapons in all 4 dimensions. After the details about the weapon disappeared, details about the pills started appearing. In the primal dimension, pills were divided into 6 categories. I. Inferior pill, the pill with common use for injury, meditation, and diseases, etc. 2. Medium pill, the pill used for serious injury, level up for beginners, etc. 3. Top pill, the pill used by kings. 4. Superior pill, the pill used by emperors and overlords. V. Immortal pill, the pill that has the ability to revive, cure any disease or toxin, and break through to immortal level. 5. Ascendance pill, the pill used by immortals. These are the only pills that work for immortals. It then explained that these 6 levels are also divided into 3 grades: first, second, and third. The third grade being the worst, and the first grade is the best. Time flew. It explained the details of every level of treasures in every dimension. It took 6 weeks for Akesh to completely learn about the different kinds and levels of treasure. Ding! The quest, Knowledge of Treasures, successfully completed. Mission reward, the 4th quest has been successfully activated. Host, see the screen for the details of the mission. The system informed Akesh after the completion of the quest. Something unusual happened this time as the system activated the mission on its own, unlike previous times. A blue screen with golden fonts appeared in front of him. Akesh didn't straight away read the quest. He has just read about treasures, so he needed some time to settle the knowledge. The knowledge of treasures used in the 4th dimension still stayed in his mind. An arrow that was only an ordinary weapon for Devas could destroy all the 3 dimensions together in a single attack and would still have enough energy to do it 10 more times. Akesh took a deep breath to calm his pounding heart and try to imagine the scene of the destruction. After calming down, he focused on the quest. Mission, knowledge of the power system and levels. Description, creatures of every level will come to your store in the future. As a great store owner, every customer will be equal to you, but every customer has needs according to their power level. So you need to show the best product according to the power of the customer, even before they ask for it. Requirement, learn about different power systems and their levels. Reward, unlock the profession and few skills. Akesh read the quest, and the quest window disappeared after that. It was still a mission related to knowledge, so he was excited about completing it. Chapter 15, the black screen appeared after the quest window disappeared. The title Power System in golden fonts appeared on it. It explained, there are countless races in the multiverse, some are born immortal like Deva, some are born physically strong but mentally weak, or some are born weak physically as well as mentally, etc. So every race cannot become powerful using a single power system. Many unrivaled characters of the races made a new power system suitable for their races with the help of primordial beings or devas, so there are many power systems in the primal dimension. Yet only a few power systems can aid creatures in becoming immortal and thus become gods. These power systems are: I. Chi cultivation system, in cultivation, beings attain immortality using Tao. 2. Prana cultivation, using Prana to cultivate. 3. Tamer system, becoming stronger using the help of different races. 4. Warrior system, cultivating body or weapon. V. Faith system, using the faith of the creatures to attain godhood. 5. Soul system, here, beings cultivate their soul. 7. Mage system, here, Beings study magic. Akesh read many of the power systems on the screen. It disappeared after introducing the names of the power system. As soon as the screen lit up, the chi cultivation system appeared. Lazy, a deva, created the chi cultivation system and gave it to humans during their stay on Earth. People in the chi cultivation system cultivate using chi and then strive toward Tao. As they become closer to Tao, they become stronger. As humans grew influential and powerful, the influence of Tao reached other races too, so it's currently the most used power system in the primal dimension. Then prana cultivation system appeared on the screen. No one knew who founded this cultivation system, as Kartikeya from the peacock race found a cultivation art and ruin during one of his travels. Using that one cultivation art, he reached the peak in the 3 dimensions. Only devas are more powerful than him. Kartikeya created many cultivation arts using that one cultivation art and gave it to many races. Due to this, the influence of prana cultivation increased in the primal dimension. It's the second most used power system after chi cultivation. There are many similarities between chi and prana, but one tries to attain Tao in the chi cultivation system, whereas there is nothing to attain in the prana cultivation system. Time flew. In the blink of an eye, a week has passed. There was a detailed description of every power system displayed on the screen. Akesh learned many things about the primal dimension from this. The screen then started showing the levels in the power system. First was the chi cultivation system. The chi cultivation system was divided into 11 levels: I, chi condensation; 2, halshan; 3, xianshan; 4, soul formation; v, nascent soul; 5, void condensation; 7, void forging; 8, Tao seed; 9, Tao manifestation; X, Tao palace; 11, heavenly monarch. There were 4 sublevels for every main level. There followed a description of every power level on the screen. The time flew by. It displayed every detail about different divisions in different systems. Every power system had more than 8 levels. Only the warrior system was the exception, as it had only 3 levels: I, Rati; 2, Adarati; and 3, Maharati. There were more levels, but they were in higher dimensions, not in primal. After the primal dimension, the screen explained the power system in the other 3 dimensions. As in the 4th dimension, only Deva lives, they were born with their own power systems except for the first 11 devas. The chi cultivation system was only a minuscule part of the cultivation system Lazy had from birth. Ding! The 4th quest, Knowledge of Power System, successfully completed. Mission reward, unlock of the profession, and few skills, successfully rewarded. Host, check the status for your reward. The system informed Akesh about the completion of the 4th quest in a mechanical voice. He didn't wait for long and excitedly called out the status, as he'll be a store owner from now on. A dark blue opaque screen appeared in front of Akesh. Golden fonts then started appearing on it. Personal status, name, Akesh; title, Miriaglot; think to expand; race, profession, store owner; level, locked; physical attributes, strength, 1, agility, 1, intelligence, -0, stamina, -0, no of quests completed, 4, skills, energy overseer, omniscient eye. There were 3 changes in his personal status. First, his profession changed into store owner from locked. He was a store owner from this moment. He only had to wait for the system to provide him with the products. Secondly, the number of quests completed turned into 4, and thirdly, he got 2 skills from the system called Energy Overseer and Omniscient Eye. He then thought about the details of the skill, so 2 new blue windows appeared in front of him, explaining both the skills. Energy Overseer: this skill will help you identify the value of a product based on its energy signature. No energy in the world can be hidden from your eyes. Akesh nodded after reading about Energy Overseer. It wasn't an offensive skill but a support skill. He learned about different types of skills when he was doing the 2nd quest, Knowledge of Treasures in the Multiverse. Taking this skill with him will be advantageous when he leaves the store in the future. As for the 2nd skill, it was Omniscient Eyes. It gave him the ability to see every detail about the customer coming to his store. This skill was only applicable to his customers. Using this ability, he couldn't see the past information of everyone around him. It was also a support skill like the previous one. Hey system, why are both the reward skills support skills? Akesh asked the system. Host, you'll get the rewards according to the situation. Currently, there is no need for you to get an offensive or defensive skill. The system replied emotionlessly. Akesh didn't know what to say in response. Host, the store is now active since you have successfully completed the quest required for activation. The system suddenly responded, and a blue light engulfed the whole room. Chapter 16, Blue light engulfed the entire room after the system's response. Akesh was intrigued by the sudden blue light and eagerly waited for the result. In a few seconds, the light faded, and new black shelves and some chairs appeared in the room. The bed that had appeared for Akesh also disappeared. 3 black shelves were combining all 4 sides of the wall. Akesh went up to the shelf in his front direction. He carefully studied them and noticed different designs on the shelf edges. There were several powerful creatures represented in the patterns, either extinct or still existing. There was a design of a white 3-eyed lion with white wings. When he focused on the design, he suddenly heard a roar that threw him off guard. He then found himself in an illusion. He was in an empty space looking at a giant lion rushing at him. He wanted to move out of the way of the creature, but his legs couldn't move. As the lion came closer, his heartbeat started rising fast. The next second, the lion appeared in front of him. He closed his eyes in fear of seeing him ripped apart, but the attack never came. He opened his eyes and saw the lion curiously looking at him. He couldn't see any intention of attacking the creature. He tried to smile, but the next moment, the lion waved his paws, and Akesh reappeared in the store. He looked around twice to make sure that he was in the store. He then took a deep breath to calm himself after making sure that it's not another illusion. Hey system, what was that? He asked the system, losing all his interest in the newly emerged shelves. What was what, host? The system puzzledly asked him. Akesh exclaimed. Did the system not know that he was in an illusion with the 3-eyed white lion? Did you not see the lion? He confusedly asked. No, host. Host, you must have fallen in an illusion looking at the shelves. The design you see on the shelves are the signature created by the real being themselves. The system explained emotionlessly to Akesh. But, it was nothing like an illusion. The lion threw me out. If it was an illusion, how can this be possible? He asked. Host, the designs you see are of the most powerful entities in the 3 dimensions, so even their signature is sentient. The system explained. Akesh nodded, after listening to the explanation, as it made sense. He then became curious about the power of the system. To have the living signatures of many of the powerful entities besides Deva in the multiverse was astonishing. What are you even? He curiously asked the system. I am the first store system. The system replied. The system's reply dumbfounded Akesh. He didn't ask another question related to this because he knew the system knowingly diverted the topic. The day he gets high authority, he'll have all his answers. Would I fall into another illusion if I focus on other designs on the edge of the shelves? He asked. Yes, host. The system answered. As there was nothing to do, and the creatures weren't harming Akesh, he decided to meet every living signature. The subsequent design he focused on was an eyeball with vertical slits. He felt disgusted looking at the creature, but all his disgust disappeared when he looked at them in reality. There was a golden hue covering the eyeballs all around it. The creature also introduced themselves. It was a female, and her race was Bullseye. Akesh continued looking at other living signatures after that. The more he saw, the broader his worldview became. Half of the living signatures were of the unique primordial entities. For the first time, Akesh felt mentally taxed since opening his eyes. He wanted to sleep desperately. He didn't even ask the system for the bed and fell asleep on the ground. He opened his eyes after several hours of sleep. He found himself on the bed when he woke up. He was in a different environment currently. There were no shelves to be seen in the room he was sleeping in. There was only a bed in the entire room. Host, the store products have arrived. The system informed Akesh, breaking him out of his sleepiness. He disappeared the next moment from the bed and appeared in the store. He exclaimed in amazement, seeing the shining shelves all around him. He even forgot to ask the system what that room was. He rushed to the closest shelf and saw a glass bottle containing a golden pill. He activated his skill Energy Overseer and saw a blinding light in place of it. According to the energy signature, it was a very high-level product. He looked below the bottle to see the information about the pill, but nothing was written below it. The next moment, a blue window containing the pill information appeared in front of him. Pill, Ascension Pill, Use, Help Peak Heavenly Monarch, Demigod, Maharati, etc., to face tribulation to attain divinity. Requirement, Peak of Immortality. Warning, anyone below the peak of immortality will burst due to the energy of the pill. After Akesh read the information about the pill, the window disappeared. Akesh looked at more products after that. The majority of the products were high-level treasures. Rarely any product was for anyone below level 9 in all the treasures. Host, please see the screen for the quest. The system suddenly activated a quest and informed him, breaking him out of his trance. A blue window with golden fonts appeared in front of him. He put the bow he held to its place and focused on the screen. Mission, First Sale, Description. Your journey as a store owner will only start when you start selling the products. Requirement, sell the first product to the first customer of the store. Reward, a random reward. Failure, the resting room will disappear. Where would I get a host, the first customer, has arrived. The system suddenly informed Akesh, stopping his speech. Chapter 17, The Sudden Quest confused Akesh. Not even an hour has passed since the products arrived, and already a mission has appeared. Hey, system, didn't you say that you'll only activate a quest when I ask? He asked the system as this was the second time when the system forced a quest on him. This time there was a punishment for failing the mission, unlike the previous times. Host, it was before you unlocked your profession. Before, it was possible to control quests. But now that they have become situational, so they're out of my control too. The system explained emotionlessly. Akesh nodded, understanding the explanation made by the system. Only finding a customer was difficult because of the location of the store, but since there was no time limit to complete the mission, he had time. The only issue is he had to sell the product to the first buyer. Host, the first customer, has arrived. The system suddenly announced in its mechanical voice, breaking his thought process. Already? Akesh exclaimed, listening to the announcement. The door of the store then opened for the first time. Akesh turned around and only saw darkness at the door. Host, receive your customer. The system advised, breaking him out of his trance. Akesh nodded and went out through the door. He excitedly looked at his surroundings, but all he saw was darkness. His excitement dimmed down, seeing only darkness. A being was standing on the opposite end of him. Akesh then focused on the appearance of the being. A pair of pointy ears on the being led him to believe it was an elf. His eyes first went to a captivating half-moon tattoo on the elf's forehead. The elf was tall, slender, had white skin with silvery hair and eyes. The half-moon tattoo signified them being a moonlight elf. He believed the being to be a female elf, but he wasn't sure as all the elves are beautiful from birth. At this moment, he saw the being on the other side looking at him and his store with deep hope. Akesh also turned around as he has never seen the storefront. He saw an ordinary cottage with enormous golden fonts, the first store lying above it. It wasn't captivating for him, so he turned around and focused on the elf again. He then used the skill Omniscient Eyes on the elf to know about their past details. Suddenly, a memory emerged in his eyes. The elf on the other side was watching the sky, tears streaking through her cheeks. Vanya, you have to stay strong, came a voice from behind. Vanya was the name of the moonlight elf. Vanya turned around and saw a female elf, having the same appearance as her, concerningly looking at her. "Mother," Vanya spoke and rushed at the lady. She grabbed her mother and started crying. "Your father will be alright. He has promised us," her mother said as tears rolled down her cheeks. "If I was dilly gent and try ning, I could have acted father. It's all my fault," Vanya said with a slurred voice. "It's not your fault. It's our fault for not being able to protect you," her mother responded. Vanya's father was a noble in the Thavio kingdom. The current king had 2 sons, and the king spoiled both his sons. The youngest prince was a philanderer. Once he was walking with his friends when he saw Vanya enjoying shopping. The prince tried to force himself on her, but Vanya was too strong for him, so she slapped him. The guards around the prince arrested Vanya and threw her into prison. When her father came to know about this, he publicly killed the guards that arrested his daughter and humiliated the prince. Vanya's family became a criminal from a wealthy family in a span of a day. They had been running from the prince's soldiers to save themselves. Unfortunately, they were found out, and his father got severely injured, trying to protect his family. He was on his deathbed currently and had no money for treatment. Akesh cut the memory short as he understood the story of Vanya. He went toward Vanya and extended his hands forward. He then announced, "Welcome to the first store, where you can buy your dreams." Vanya also extended her hand and did a handshake with Akesh. "Hello, I am Vanya," she introduced herself in a hoarse voice. Akesh smiled and responded, "Hello, I am Akesh, the store owner. Follow me." He told Vanya, turned around, and returned inside the store. Vanya followed him, as the store was her last hope to save her father. After entering the store, Akesh sat down on a chair and gestured for Vanya to sit down on the other chair. She nodded and sat down. "So, what do you want?" Akesh asked. The system has taught him to show the products to the customer before they ask for them, but Akesh decided against it. He wanted Vanya to choose her products as per her desire, not the other way. "I want my father to get healed," Vanya straightly responded. "Any healer can heal your father," Akesh responded. "But, I don't have money. Even if I get money somehow, no one will try to treat my father due to the king," Vanya answered while tears started pouring out of her eyes. "But you'll have to pay here too," Akesh argued. "I know, I'll pay with my body," Vanya hoarsely replied, clenching her fist. The response dumbfounded Akesh. He decided to show her the suitable products himself, to avoid talking with her. He went up to the shelf on the northeastern side of him. From the 3rd shelf, he took out 2 things and returned back to the chair. "Here, these 2 are the products suitable for you," he told her. He then explained the description of both the products to her. The first was a spell that could heal even immortals, and the other was a device in the shape of a chip. The chip contained the knowledge of the Holy Knight. Holy Knight was a class in mage system. One could use healing as well as offensive skills in this class. The healing spell cost 10 world cores, whereas the chip cost 108 supercluster cores. The payment duration for both the product was the same, 11 years. "So, what is your decision?" Akesh asked Vanya. Chapter 18, Vanya's eyes shined, seeing both the Holy Knight's knowledge and healing skill. Currently, both treasures had value to her. One treasure gave Vanya the ability to heal her father right away, and the other gave her the ability to heal her father as well as get revenge on the people behind this. She would have chosen the chip straight away if not for the exorbitant price of 108 supercluster cores. She can comfortably pay 10 world cores in 11 years by asking the payment in return for acting as healers for higher level beings. "What would happen if I can't clear the bill of the products?" Vanya asked. Akesh also didn't know the answer, so he asked the system about it. "The products you bought will be taken back, then time will be reversed back to the time when you purchased the product, and your soul will be the collateral price for wasting the time of the store," he informed Vanya, the exact words the system told him. "You may think, giving your soul will be the end of the deal, but no, your soul will become a slave of the store and will have to work for eternity. The work won't be physically torturing, but you'll still wish you would have paid the price due to the mental torture," Akesh added more. Vanya shuddered, even thinking about working for eternity. See, firstly, the product we sell is unique to this store, and secondly, you'll feel you paid less after you use the treasures bought from us. The only situation you can't pay the price is when you get greedy, he explained, seeing the unsettled look on her face. Vanya fell silent and started thinking about her choice. She had to buy one of these products if she wants to heal her father. After thinking for some time, she made her decision. I want to buy the chip, she told Akesh. There were two reasons behind buying the chip instead of the healing skill. First, the healing skill only gives her the ability to heal others but not protect her family. Secondly, the chip will grant her the power to treat her father as well as guard her family, fight back and take revenge, and make herself known throughout the multiverse. Good choice. To achieve something great, you need to take risks. If you use this chip to your advantage, you'll be able to pay the cost even before the deadline, Akesh commented. He also tried to fill confidence in her, as he wanted the best for her. Vanya is the first living creature he has met face to face. Vanya only nodded in response. You've selected the product, so let's sign the contract, he announced. The next moment, a silver gilt animal's skin appeared in his hand. This animal skin was of the animal silver crow, a primordial creature. Their skins were willingly given, as they don't feel pain when losing their skin, and any kind of energy signature won't harm the skin. It was as if that was the sole purpose for which Devas created them. Red fonts then started appearing on the contract. It was also the blood of Silver Crow that was used as the ink for the contract. After the entire contract appeared on the animal skin, Akesh gave the contract to Vanya. She lightly took the contract and read it. There were no conditions on the contract for any loophole. It was plainly written that Vanya had bought the chip containing Holy Knight's knowledge at the price of 108 supercluster cores. The duration in which she has to pay the entire cost is 11 years. The time starts right after signing the contract. Regardless of the situation or circumstance, she must clear the payment before the deadline expires. Then there was a column for her signature. Just think about signing the contract, and your figure will appear on the contract, Akesh explained. Before you sign, there will be an intense pain due to cutting off a portion of your soul, he then warned her so that she doesn't face a sudden pain. Vanya nodded and prepared herself for the pain. She then thought of signing the contract, and the next moment, a painful scream escaped from her mouth. Even after preparing for it, the pain was still intense. A dark red figure of her appeared on the contract. After signing, the contract itself returned to Akesh's hand. The next moment, there was a movement in the space. A portal appeared, and an enormous vertical eye came out of it. It then peered at Vanya first and then the contract. Vanya was so frightened by the eye's stare that she dared not even look at it. Standing there, her face was completely drained of blood. Even breathing right now was too terrifying for her. After a few seconds, the contract dissipated with it, the eye too disappeared. Vanya finally dared to breathe. She took a deep breath to calm down her terrified heart. The contract is done, so you're the owner of this chip from now on, Akesh announced. What was that, store owner? Vanya ignored everything Akesh said. She even forgot why did she had come here. Right now, only fear for the eye stayed in her mind. Oh, the eye, have you heard of Devas? Akesh casually asked. Vanya nodded in response. That eye is a deva. They manage the contracts around the multiverse, he casually said. Vanya responded slurringly. Did I just see a deva? She whispered in exclamation. The soul part of yours will be returned back to you when you clear the bill of the chip. You can leave now, Akesh ignored her exclamation and explained. Hey, system, send her. We have already signed the deal, Akesh requested to the system. A white light then appeared and engulfed Vanya. The sudden light stunned her. Before she could ask anything, she returned back to her place. Hey, system, I completed my quest, Akesh then excitedly told the system. There was excitement in his eyes as he waited for the random reward. Chapter 19 After Vanya signed the contract, Akesh successfully completed the quest, selling the first product to the first customer. His mission reward was random, so he couldn't wait to see it. As there is nothing more Akesh can help Vanya with, he requested the system to return her back to her planet. After the system transferred her, he excitedly informed the system, "Hey, system, I've completed my quest. Where is my reward?" Ding! The next moment, a mechanical announcement appeared in his head. The quest, first sale, successfully completed. Mission reward, random. Mission reward calculating. Reward calculated. Mission reward, a primordial leg, bonus reward, unlock of level section and a single power-up for selling a product worth 108 supercluster cores. Several announcements arrived after that. Akesh got his reward as well as a bonus reward for selling an expensive product. The next moment, a blue light engulfed Akesh out of nowhere. He could clearly feel the internal change in his body. His bones turned harder, and his muscles got tighter. After a few seconds, he started shedding his blue skin. The newly generated skin was darker in color than the previous. The shed skin turned into ash the moment it left Akesh's skin. After a few seconds, the blue light disappeared. With it, the progress stopped too. Akesh still looks the same as he did before, but he was physically stronger now. Then there was a movement in space. Suddenly, a dimensional portal appeared in the store, and something dropped out of it. It then flew at Akesh at high speed. The sudden situation stunned him, and he tried to move right away from the object, but its movement was too fast for him to dodge. It straightly hit his face, and he fell down due to the sudden attack. The portal closed after that. Akesh grabbed his face and groaned in pain on the ground of the store. He then checked his nose to see whether he was bleeding or not. He sighed in relief after feeling no blood on his face. He then turned around and glared at the thing that came out of the portal and hit his face, but his anger soon turned into tension. Immediately, he rushed to the object. It was the reward egg that the portal threw at him. He tensely rushed toward the egg to see whether it was fine or not. He sighed in relief after seeing no cracks on the egg. He then carefully studied the egg. The egg was oval in shape around the size of a tennis ball. Akesh could hold the egg in his palm. The egg had a white shell covered with several orange patterns. To be precise, it had 11 orange patterns in the language of primordials. He knew every language in the multiverse, so he knew that every pattern signified a different element. Even the word, divine, couldn't define the specialness of the egg. "Hey, system, why did you throw the egg on me instead of giving it? What if something happened to it?" He irritatingly asked the system while gently stroking the egg as if it was the most beautiful thing in the multiverse. "Host, this is the egg of a primordial creature. Even gods can't put a scratch on the egg, let alone cracking or destroying." The system answered emotionlessly in its mechanical voice. "So what? It's still alive," Akesh scoffed in response. The system stayed silent in response. "How do I hatch the egg?" he asked the system. "Host, you have to drop a liter of your blood every day on the egg for the next 108 years. "What?" he exclaimed in response to the system's outrageous requirement. "Host, your blood will help the egg in creating its body," the system informed Akesh. He didn't know what to speak in response. He sighed, and using his sharp nails, created a cut on his right hand's palm. He then put his cut palm above the egg as dark blue blood poured out on it. The egg started absorbing his blood. As time passed, one of the 11 orange patterns started shining brighter. "Host, stop. Giving excess blood will harm the growing life." The system advised him to stop as well as warn the consequences of giving excess blood. He had an idea to transfer as much blood as he could every day so that the life in the egg may hatch earlier, but after listening to the warning, he stopped. Immediately after he stopped transferring his blood, the cut he had healed on its own. He then put the egg on the shelf where the chip once stayed. After he put the egg down, he decided to see his status to see how much stronger has he got than before. He then thought of the system screen to appear. A dark blue opaque screen appeared in front of Akesh. Golden fonts then started appearing on it. Personal status, name, Akesh, title, Marioglot, think to expand, race, profession, store owner, level 1, physical attributes, strength, 10, agility, 10, intelligence, -0, stamina, -0, no of quests completed, 5, skills, energy overseer, detail eye, watcher, pet status, number of pets, 1, current status, unhatched. The level section in his status changed. Now he was a level 1 being, which he had no idea in what cultivation system. Hey, system, what does my level 1 mean? Akesh asked. Host, it means you've become a level 1 being. Akesh got stumped by the response of the system. He wasn't an idiot to know that he had become a level 1 being. I meant, what cultivation system? Am I now equivalent to the first step of other cultivation systems? Host, you don't follow other cultivation systems. I have created a specific route for you through which you'll grow. You require high authority for extra information. The system response excited him. Since he needed high authority for further information, he decided to wait to get more answers. Right now, he was content with the fact that he was following a unique cultivation system. Chapter 20, after getting no information about his level from the system, Akesh decided to focus on the status screen again. The next addition to his status was in his physical attributes. Both his strength and agility had equal growth. Both attributes showed 10. Hey, system, I need to test my strength, he asked the system. The next moment, Akesh disappeared from the store and appeared in an empty space. The sudden movement stunned him for a moment, but he calmed down the next moment. Host, you can check your movement speed here. The system informed him. With a nod, he dashed off. He has unlimited endurance, so he can run for eternity and not feel tired at all. He ran for hours, continuing his top speed. He only stopped when he felt bored by running continuously. Hey, system, show me the details, he asked the system for his running status after he stopped. The next moment, a blue screen appeared with his running details. Running duration, 562 minutes, running distance, 3,372 kilometers, top speed, 110 meters per second, average speed, 100 meters per second. Not bad, Akesh commented after looking at his running details. Having a top speed of 110 meters per second only at level 1 made him faster than any initial power level he read about in the primal dimension. The screen then disappeared, and a drum appeared out of nowhere in the empty space. Host, this drum will check your strength. After you hit it, it'll show you an illusion of your damage. The system explained about the drum. With a nod, he stepped forward and casually punched on the drum. A moment later, an illusion appeared. After standing in front of a thick tree and punching it, Akesh noticed nothing happened to it. The next moment, the tree disappeared, and bamboo appeared in place of it. When the illusionary him punched the bamboo with the same strength, it was smashed into smithereens. After that, the bamboo disappeared, and a human appeared in place of it. The illusionary him punched the human on his chest. The next moment his hand came out of his body, crushing his heart in the way. Akesh only watched the illusion. He had no control over his body. Several simulations ran, showing his strength in comparison to other races' defense. After the illusion ended, he increased his punch power by a little and tested it. The visions continued until Akesh checked the power of his punch, kicks, slaps, elbow hits, etc. After checking the strength and movement speed, he returned to the store. The result of the exercise excited him for his future power-ups. He then happily refocused on the status screen. When he came to the skill section, he noticed a new skill, Watcher, in it. He thought about the explanation of the skill, and a new screen appeared in front of him. Watcher, it allows the owner of the skill to observe every detail of the life of the customer from a third-person view. The only requirement for this skill is the customer must have signed the contract. Akesh was intrigued by the skill. But, there was a slight hint of disappointment in his eyes because he was getting yet another support skill. He already had a customer's life to watch. So he could use this skill at any time. He then refocused on the status screen, as a new section had appeared on it. He lost interest after reading about it. It was about pets, but the egg was still unhatched, so there was no point currently wasting time on it. He then thought about the screen disappearing, and the next moment it disappeared. "Hey, system. What is the estimated arrival time of the second customer?" he asked. The more customers came, the more rewards and quests he'll receive, and the more missions he complete, the higher his authority will be, and the higher the permission level, the more information about him will be open to him. So, everything was dependent upon the customers. Host: there isn't an estimated time for the buyer's arrival. I select only those who can pay back the cost of the products in the future. And there are some other criteria for selecting customers, for which you need a higher permission level to know. The system explained. Akesh could only sigh in response. He had no idea how long would this wait of customers last. He had nothing to do, so he used the skill watcher to see what Vanya was doing. Vanya was currently digesting the knowledge of the chip. Since the price she had to pay for it was outrageous, she couldn't waste even a single moment. The time flew by. In the blink of an eye, several decades have passed. Akesh didn't have a single customer in these past decades. He will let the egg drink 1 liter of his blood every day. 7 of the 11 orange patterns always shine brighter, while the 8th would shine whenever the egg would get blood. The system, seeing Akesh wasting so much of his time, made a combat room specifically for him. He would fight different creatures at the same level as him in their fighting style. He was improving every day and was slowly becoming a fighter of every fighting style. His physical attributes also increased, with his agility surpassing his strength. His strength was 17, while his agility was 23. In the extra time, he would watch Vanya's actions. She had already paid the price of the Holy Knight's knowledge. In fact, she gave around twice the amount of the 108 supercluster course. She saved her father in the 7th month after getting the knowledge. She didn't straight away fight her enemies. The escaping from the prince still continued for her family. She wanted to destroy the Thavio kingdom in a single swoop, so she bided her time. She destroyed the Thavio kingdom in the 4th year and made her father king. In the next few years, she only meditated. She only came out of meditation when she reached level 9. She then started the conquest of her original universe. In the next 2 years, she conquered several superclusters and made her father emperor. As the deadline of the payment approached, she started collecting supercluster cores. Only a month away from the deadline, she completed the contract by paying 200 supercluster cores. After clearing the dues, she stopped involving herself in mundane affairs. She meditated all day to reach immortality and then attain divinity. Chapter 21. The time flew by. In a blink of an eye, several decades have passed. It was a big day today as the egg would hatch today. The egg looked entirely different than before. There wasn't any change in the color of the egg, but all the 11 orange patterns shine brighter, and there was an addition of a new darker pattern. Akesh expected the egg to hatch when all the 11 orange patterns would start shining. But a few years ago, the egg suddenly had a change when all the patterns started shining, resulting in the emergence of a new pattern. Compared to the darkness he saw in the emptiness, the newest pattern was darker. Today was the last day of the 108th year since he started transferring blood to the egg. Akesh firstly decided to do training today. Since he'll be getting a new companion today, he wouldn't train after the hatching of the egg. "Hey, system, I'm ready for training," he informed the system. He disappeared from the store and appeared in a familiar environment moments later. A variety of weapons were visible on his left side, while only a red circular switch was present on his right side. The button was there to start the environment. He only needs to talk of the environment he wants to practice in and press the switch. He has been practicing archery for the past few days, so he went on his left and selected the bow that didn't look anything more than ordinary, but in reality, it was made up of the wood of the world tree, the same primordial who created the elves. Moving archery arena, he said out loud and pressed the switch. The next moment, everything around him disappeared, and a strange scene happened. Like a puzzle, several pieces of scenery appeared and started combining to create a scene. It wasn't the first time Akesh witnessed such things, so he stood calm, waiting for the puzzles to complete. After a few seconds, the pieces successfully combined to create a scene. A new ground appeared below Akesh. He found himself on a wooden bridge that connected two mountains. Wind swept through the bridge at high speeds, causing it to shake. He had to grab the rope to stand steady. He saw a bullseye floating in the air not far from him without any support. It looked as if it was tied to a string from the sky. The wind moved in the opposite direction on the bullseye in comparison to the bridge. Above the bullseye, several numbers in red appeared. It said 3/10. To pass this stage and move on to the next one, he needed to hit 3 out of 10 shots. As Akesh left the rope, he fell down the next moment. After standing up with the help of the rope, he then slowly let go of the rope as he tried to gain balance. Leaving it caused him to fall down again. Having a few inches of space between his legs and putting all his weight on his feet, he eventually managed to stand steadily. In addition, his body also became accustomed to the wind speed. He then thought about the bow, and it appeared in his hands. He held it in his left hand while he drew the bowstring using his right hand. As the bowstring got stretched, an arrow appeared on it. After pointing his bowward, he shot the arrow, but it seemed he used too much power, so the arrow crossed the bullseyes from above. Time flew. He has been attempting to cross this stage for the last few hours. He must have tried the shot more than 1,000 times, but he only hit the bullseye once. He knew the reason for his failure as body positions define the trajectory of the arrow, but he was barely standing steadily on the bridge. He took another attempt, but he failed again, so he stopped. He decided to train again tomorrow since he was only wasting time. He thought about exiting the training, and the next moment, he reappeared in the store. "Hey, system, why would you design such a tough test for a beginner archer like me?" He complained to the system first after returning. "Host, the stage was easy." The system plainly replied and fell silent. If this was easy, wouldn't there be only monsters in the multiverse? Akesh scoffed to himself. The next moment, his eyes fell on the shining egg. As he watched, the irritation he felt from failing to hit the bullseye twice disappeared, and a gentle smile appeared on his face. "Today, I'll finally get to see what creature are you?" he said as he went forward and lightly picked up the egg from the shelf. As usual, he cut his palm with his nails, and the dark blue blood dripped onto the egg. The 12th pattern didn't shine like others usually did. The moment the last drop of the 1-liter blood flowed, he took his hands away from the egg. The cut healed immediately. He eagerly focused on the egg, waiting for the creature to come out. When the last drop of the blood flowed on the egg, a dark blue light the same color as his blood enveloped the egg. Seconds passed, the blue light still remained. He nervously tried to observe the egg through the light screen, but he wasn't able to see anything. With time passing, Akesh's heartbeat rose with nothing changing for the egg. "Hey, system, why is it taking so much time to hatch?" he nervously asked the system. Before the system could answer, there was a change in the egg. The light that engulfed the egg slowly started backing out. "Meow." The next moment, an anxious voice echoed in the store. Akesh rushed to the light and saw a tiny creature floating in the air where once its egg stayed. "Host, gently hold it in your hand. The creature is anxious without its parent." The system informed him as he observed the creature with curiosity while the tiny creature was anxiously meowing. Akesh nodded and took the creature gently in his hands immediately. It also stopped meowing as it found the heat of the person that gave birth to it. Chapter 22 Akesh took a careful look at the tiny creature in his hand. The creature was a kitten, but it was smaller in size than the other kitten he had read about in the quests. Closed eyes, hairless body with pale skin, and the size of a tennis ball gave the creature a cute appearance. The kitten was sleeping peacefully with all its claws stretched in Akesh's hands. "So, a kitten," Akesh gently murmured. He then thought of his status to check the pet status. The next moment, a blue screen appeared in front of him containing all his details, but he only focused on the last section. Pet status, number of pets, 1. Think to expand, current status, newborn. The current status changed from unhatched to newborn. There was an option of thinking to expand, so Akesh did that. The next moment, a new blue window containing all the details of the kitten appeared. Name, not named, gender, female, race, epical feline, owner, Akesh, bloodline, primordial purity, 100%, level, none, elements, fire, water, earth, air, ether, wood, thunder, metal, sound, light, dark, time, skills, time shield. Details about the kitten appeared in front of Akesh. The details astounded him. Hey, system, didn't the epical feline go extinct last epoch? He asked the system. Epical feline was a race of primordials from which every feline species originated. Due to their inability to preserve their bloodline, they went extinct at the end of the last epoch. Epoch begins with the birth of a deva and ends with the birth of a new one, which results in a new epoch. In the primal dimension, a decillion years signify an epoch, since the time flows differently in all the 4 dimensions, and multiverse gives birth to a deva considering the time flow of the 4th dimension. Yes, host. They became extinct. Some deva decided to give birth to some of the extinct primordial species, and it is one of them. The system told Akesh. He wanted to ask more, but he didn't. He knew the issue of permission level would come, so he didn't waste his time. He then refocused on the status screen and read other details about the kitten. Akesh nodded after reading about the bloodline purity of the kitten, since only those who have 100% pure bloodline can be called primordial. Since the kitten was just a newborn, it made sense that it didn't have any level. Akesh's eyes went further below and read about the elements it can control. There was nothing new, as he already knew the meaning of the patterns present on the egg due to the knowledge missions. The kitten currently only had a single skill. The number of skills will grow as the kitten gets older. Reading about the skill in detail in the last section stupefied him and made him feel jealous of the kitten. Time Shield. This skill allows the user to move the time backward on any attack coming toward them to the state where nothing exists. You got a defensive skill, while I only get support skills, Akesh lamented while looking at the kitten. Meow. The kitten meowed the next moment as if it understood Akesh. Akesh couldn't help but laugh, and the kitten also followed his laughing rhythm with its meow. The time flew by, several centuries passed. The kitten had grown bigger by an inch in comparison to when it was born. A shiny and smooth white fur completely covered its hairless body. It had orange eyes, the same as the color of the orange pattern, and a dark vertical slit, the same as the last pattern. The eyes looked the same as the dragon eyes. He named the kitten Lily. It didn't meow anymore, as Akesh taught her several languages used in the multiverse since he was unoccupied all the time. He stopped watching Vanya's life when she attained godhood. Akesh, play with me, a childlike voice echoed in the store. No, Akesh firmly refused. It's your lesson time, he said while picking up the kitten by the scruff of her neck to stop running away. Hiss. Host, a new customer, has arrived. Akesh ignored her foot as the system informed him of a new customer. He's had 3 customers in the past few centuries, so today's customer will be his 5th. The last customer he had turned out to be a rebel. Despite Akesh's warning, the customer didn't clear the dues before the deadline. He thought he could fight the system or the Cosmos contract beast, but alas, fighting it turned out tragic for him. He has been in an illusion for the last century, facing every kind of torture present in the multiverse. Even Akesh felt pity for him, but pity was the end. He didn't want to save him. He brought it on himself by refusing to pay. Behave, a new customer has arrived, Akesh said. Lily stopped her fit, so he released her. She silently climbed up to his head and waited for the customer to leave. Several minutes passed in the blink of an eye. He successfully sold the product to the customer. After the customer left, he was excited. He sold one of the most expensive products of the store at the cost of a leaf of the world tree. Time passed. He will train for a few hours and then play with Lily for the whole day if he doesn't teach her anything. He already has gotten 9 customers, and he was always able to compel the customer to buy the product. His level has also grown from level 1 to level 4. Every time he grew in level, his stats will grow by 10 times, so his current attributes were: Strength, 24,785, Agility, 25,674. In the primal dimension, he was around the level of level 8 Major Tau CG Cultivator. He taught Lily around 1/12 of the language spoken in the multiverse and also taught about the races that use them. Time passed. When his number of customers crossed 10, he got another mission by the system to create 100 gods by the store product. It took him more than 80,000 years to complete the quest. Chapter 23, when George attained godhood, he became the 100th customer of the first store to become a god, resulting in the completion of the quest given to Akesh by the system. He was playing with Lily when he got the alert from the system for completion of the mission. Ding! The quest, create 100 gods, successfully completed. Mission reward, random. Result, 100 gods, created in 81,000 years. Bonus result, 17 of the customers attain the status of the God King in the sacred dimension. Reward, calculating. The system informed Akesh. He stopped playing with Lily and eagerly waited for the result since it was the grandest quest the system gave him in the last 81,000 years. Some time passed, the system was still calculating the rewards. Did the system still didn't give the reward? Lily asked Akesh as he was still in a trance. Akesh didn't respond as the system began telling him about his rewards. Main reward, increase of a level. Bonus reward, increase of another level. The system informed him. Huh! Akesh exclaimed after hearing the rewards. Spending so long to decide the price and then only giving an increase of a level at the end. By raising 2 levels, his power would increase by outrageous amounts, but what is the point? He is just going to stay in the store. Hey, system! Why are you acting so cheapskate? He complained to the system. Host, the rewards are random. The system responded to him in its mechanical, and emotionless voice like usual. The next moment, a blue light engulfed Akesh. He had already gotten used to this, so he stood there waiting for the breakthrough to end. After a few minutes, the blue light disappeared. He looked the same as he did before having the first breakthrough. He then checked his status to see his new attributes. Level 6 initial, physical attributes, strength, 8,768,953, agility, 8,785,841, endurance, -0, intelligence, -0. There was a sudden change in the levels section. Before today, Akesh only used to promote in levels, but now there was an initial added to it like other cultivation systems. Hey, system, why is there an initial with my level 6? He confusingly asked the system. Host, from now on, your level promotion will be the same as the other cultivation systems. Otherwise, after the subsequent 2 increases in your levels, your power will surpass the limit of the primal dimension. So, I've decided to decrease the rate at which you grow since you still have many things to do in the primal dimension. The system informed the reason for nerfing him down. Akesh only nodded after hearing the logic as it was the only thing he could do. He then returned his focus to his status screen. The next moment, his jaws dropped, and his eyes flew wide open after seeing the exponential increase in his strength and agility. His strength grew from 42,675 to 8,768,953. And agility grew from 48,758 to 8,785,841. His attributes grew by more than 150 times in place of 100 times due to an increase of 2 levels. Hey, system! Why did my attributes grow by so much if you want to nerf my growth? He curiously asked the system. Host, it's due to your training. I had nothing to do with it. The system explained emotionlessly. Oh! Akesh exclaimed. Ding! The next moment, Akesh suddenly heard an alert, breaking him out of his trance. Congratulations, host! You have successfully reached level 6, equivalent to Tao Palace in the Chi cultivation system or Dharma Palace in the Prana cultivation system. You have completed the first phase of the store in the primal dimension. The next phase of the store can begin from now on. There was a sudden announcement from the system in an unfamiliar voice. For the first time, Akesh heard any hint of emotion in the system's voice. There was a hint of happiness in the voice of the system when it informed him of the completion of the first phase. The sudden influx of announcements stunned Akesh. Everything he heard was new to him, including the voice of the system. "Hey, wake up!" Lily slapped Akesh's head, seeing him in a sudden trance. Akesh woke up from the trance and confusingly asked the system, "Hey, system, what was that sudden notification, and who is the owner of the voice?" The system belonged to the Yantra race, and he learned that Yantras don't have any emotions, so how can the voice had a hint of happiness? Host, the store will expand its footwork throughout the multiverse through a number of phases. The first phase was from the initiation of the store to reach level 6. Your reaching level 6 has initiated the second phase. Insufficient permission. The system answered his first question, and he didn't have enough permission to get the second answer. Akesh could only nod in response. Ding. Host, since the first phase has successfully ended, it's time for the second phase to start. How can a store or its store owner become legendary if the store only caters to a few beings? For you to become the legendary store owner, it's the time for you to go outside and cater to every power level of every race. Mission: start your store in the world where anyone can see or enter your store. Reward: a new journey with new people and stories. Chapter 24. The sudden announcement from the system stunned Akesh. He couldn't help but feel excited after learning that he was finally going to leave this place. He would meet new people irrespective of their power, make new friends, and listen to their stories. "Hey, system, when are you going to start the new store?" he excitedly asked the system. Host, everything is getting prepared for your entry into the world. Please wait. The system informed Akesh. "Okay, I'll wait," he murmured in response, but his face said something else. He couldn't wait despite living for more than 80 millennials now. "Hey, what is going on?" The next moment, Akesh heard a childlike voice, breaking him out of his excitement. He could hear the irritation present in Lily's voice. He gently picked up Lily, who was sitting on his head, and brought her to his face. He couldn't help but smile, seeing the irritated look on her face. Hiss. Lily hissed in response to show her protest to Akesh. He has been ignoring her for the last few minutes. "Why are you smiling? Do you want to get beaten?" Lily irritatingly said, making Akesh laugh out loud with her amusing voice. Lily turned her entire body around in anger to ignore him. Now her butt was facing him. He stopped laughing and making fun of Lily. He knew he would be in big trouble if he continued making fun of her. "I'm sorry," he then forcefully turned Lily around and apologized. Lily kept her eyes away to continue ignoring him. "If you don't look at me, I won't tell you the good news," he tried to bribe Lily, but she showed no response and continued ignoring him. "It seems you want to stay here alone. I'll go and live by myself outside then," Akesh joked with a heartbroken face. "Are we going outside?" Lily forgot her anger and blurted out. She eagerly looked at Akesh for the answer. "Yes, but I am the only one going." "Oh, Lily, you've no idea how much I'm going to miss you?" he joked with an expression of sadness. "HMPH, like you can leave without me," Lily scoffed in response and jumped back on his head, her favorite resting place. Akesh was simply dumbfounded by Lily's response for a while before he couldn't help but smile wryly. "When I leave you here, then we'll see," he retorted. But after hearing no response from Lily, he shut up and waited for the system to complete the requirements. Ding. Host, everything is ready for the store to start in the material world. The only thing that the store doesn't have is the store owner. After 5 minutes, you'll be transferred to the store in the material world. The system suddenly announced. Akesh's excitement knew no bounds after this. He took a deep breath to calm himself. After calming down, he looked at the store, and the memories of the first day he opened his eyes emerged inside his mind. He was just like a child then who knew nothing about himself and the world, but now he knew more about the multiverse than the majority of the people living in it. He still hadn't discovered anything about his past, but he was confident that he would eventually find out everything related to his past and the details of the system. Although he was sad to leave, he was more excited to see the world than he was about leaving the store, so he smiled when he saw the details, items, and design of the shelves in the store for the last time. 5 minutes passed in the blink of an eye. "Host, are you ready?" "Yes, never been more than today," he answered the system when it asked him whether he was ready or not. Destination, selected, store, created, transfer, ready to activate. Transfer initiating. 1%. 5%. 10%. The system sent continuous announcements. When the transfer initiation achieved 100%, a white light engulfed Akesh and Lily. The next moment, both he and Lily disappeared from the store. Immediately after Akesh left the store, a sigh echoed in the store. Then a blue light engulfed the store, and the light started slowly eating the store. In no time, the store also disappeared from that part of emptiness without any evidence that once a store that created 100 gods existed here. While Akesh felt that he was in the transfer for eternity, he, and Lily, both lost their consciousness midway due to the uncomfortable experience they were having. In the primal dimension, there was a planet named Vistirna. Vistirna was the biggest planet in the primal dimension, with its size even larger than many universes combined. The legend has it that every so often, a deva himself visits the planet and stays here. There were 11 continents on this planet, with even the smallest continent bigger than several superclusters combined. One such continent in Vistirna was Anga. It was the smallest continent on Vistirna. There was a small kingdom on the far south side of the Anga continent named the Bisan Kingdom. It ruled over a vast region with a sum of land exceeding several millions of yojana. 1 yojana equals 8 miles/12 kilometers. Still, it was only one of the small kingdoms in the southern part of the Anga continent, let alone the entire continent. The capital of the Bisan Kingdom was Kagat. It's a city that includes almost half of the area ruled by the kingdom and inhabits more than 1 trillion people of every race combined. In the busiest market of Kagat, out of nowhere, a building appeared in the darkness of the night. With only the words "the first store" written in golden letters on its front. What impact will this new building have on Kagat, Bisan Kingdom, Anga, Vistirna, and the entire primal dimension is up to the future. Chapter 25, Planet Vistirna, Anga Continent, Bisan Kingdom, Kagat. In the dark of the night, an entire building appeared out of nowhere. Nobody was present to see what happened in the area. Ugh! Akesh stood up groaningly, clutching his head. The experience while transfer felt too painful and uncomfortable for him. He felt the expanding of his body and then contraction right after continuous times during the transfer. He then hastily looked to his left and right to find whether Lily was all right or not. He found her unconscious on his right. He gently picked her up and put her on her favorite spot for rest, his head. After that, he finally checked out his surroundings. The environment around him was opposite to the atmosphere in the past store. He was standing on the floor made up of hardwood that looked expensive. He didn't have to activate the skill energy overseer to check whether the material had the energy or not. He could feel the energy from the hardwood. He couldn't identify the wood straight away, so he tried hard to remember what tree the wood belonged to. When he finally remembered, his mouth turned into an O shape. The hardwood was made up of the bark of the Ashamba. Ashamba was a primordial tree on the same level as the world tree. It only had one ability: it can negate every energy type except for those used by the Devas or the Asuras and the Yakshas, the top 3 races of the multiverse. Ashamba, on a regular interval, discards its barks. Even a single cm of its bark costs more than a universe core since it has many practical uses. But in Akesh's store, it was only used as hardwood. Now no matter who rampages in the store, the floor will never become damaged. As he looked up, he found himself in a vast hall with several closed rooms in front of him. The walls around him were painted white with a shade of blue on them. Every room door was made up of the Ashamba's bark as well. Since there was nothing more to see, he went up to the closest door and tried to open it. He didn't have to try hard as, with only a slight push, the door completely opened. Before he could think of doing something, he was suddenly pushed back, and the door disappeared, and a sudden change took place in the entire hall. A new door lock appeared on every other room, indicating that it was currently not possible to open it. The door in room that Akesh had opened earlier disappeared and dissolved into the hall. He suddenly heard a sound from his back, so he turned around and saw a glass door appearing on the other side. He knew that this was the entry door of the store. The glass was opaque, so he couldn't see anything outside. When the entire door emerged, not far from it, a counter made up of Ashamba and the same glass that made the entry door appeared. 2 cushy chairs appeared behind the counter, one for him and one for Lily. The chair for Lily was different than the one for the Akesh. It was smaller in size, and it was made up of fur in comparison to the feathers of Hansa, a divine bird. A table with empty shelves then appeared next to the counter. The shelf was painted brown and was covered with glass. All the changes in the store ended with that. While Akesh fascinatedly looked at the changes in the store, he suddenly heard a groan from his head. He gently picked up Lily from his head and brought her near his chest. She was rubbing her head as she slowly opened her eyes. "Are you all right?" he concerningly asked. "Ugh, yes. Where are we?" she groaningly responded. Akesh was stumped by the sudden question from Lily. He smiled wryly as he still hadn't asked the system about the world where he was because of the fascinating changes in the store. He didn't wait for long as he asked, "Hey, system, where are we?" "Host, we're in Kakat, the capital city of the Bisan Kingdom, a small kingdom in Anga continent, the smallest continent of the planet Visirna." "Wow!" Akesh exclaimed in response to the information given by the system. "Hey, system, you didn't find anything smaller than the Bisan Kingdom for my store?" he sarcastically asked the system. "No, host. There is no kingdom weaker or smaller than the Bisan Kingdom," the system replied in its emotionless, mechanical voice. Akesh could only smile wryly at the system's response. "Leave it. Tell me about the world," he responded with a sigh, since the system didn't joke around. He had no idea about the world. The system only taught him the knowledge of the languages and races. The system then informed him about the world and the races living in it. Vistirna holds more than 90% of the races living in the primal dimension. The number of immortals living in Vistirna is many times greater than the sum of immortals in other worlds of the primal dimension combined. On this planet, everyone, from those with no power to those who are the strongest, lives. In addition, the system also told Akesh something special about one of Vistirna's continents. Kashi is the central continent in the Vistirna, with the other 10 continents surrounding it like followers. That continent is a tiny part of the 4th dimension. From that continent, the entire world emerged. So Kashi can handle the pressure of every level in the multiverse. It is the only part of the multiverse other than the 4th dimension that can inhabit Deva. Since a Deva rests in Kashi, it is also a pilgrimage that every citizen from Vistirna desires to make. The system also told him the information about the Bisan Kingdom. Every citizen living in the kingdom follows the chi cultivation system, with the previous king currently being the strongest in the entire kingdom. The last king was currently a void forging expert, whereas the current king is a void condensation expert. The average level of expert in the entire kingdom was soul formation. Chapter 26, the system also told Akesh the history of the Bisan Kingdom. It was founded 1,000 years ago by the last king. The name of the last king was Puncher Bisan. He belonged to the human race and was the bastard of the king of a medium-sized kingdom. He had no claim over his throne due to being a bastard, but his father loved him very much. So he gave him some of his best soldiers to help him conquer a territory. Puncher conquered the kingdom known as the Blue Phoenix Kingdom. He then renamed it to the Bisan Kingdom, the surname he got from his father. Since he was a void forging expert, he had a lifespan of 10,000 years even without any medicine. so Punter still had many years of life left to rule. But around 200 years ago, he suddenly made his only son the king, shocking the entire kingdom. Punter was a kind and generous king, so almost every citizen in his rule loved him. Many sat on hunger strikes to show the Punter that they only wanted him as the king. The reason behind Punter abdicating his throne was the threat he was facing from one of his brothers. Punter was more talented than his brother, but he was a Tao seed expert and older than him by many years, so there was an immense power gap between them. If he told his father about this, his father would solve the problem, but he did not want to use his father to resolve some brotherly issues. To get some time, he challenged his brother to fight in 200 years. He gave his only son the throne and started a cultivation session for him only to stop the day before the challenge. The system also told him the details about the current thing and many other pieces of information about the Bisan kingdom and its neighbor kingdoms or dukedoms. After listening to everything about the Bisan kingdom from the system, he nodded and told Lily about this place since she asked him. A void forging expert is the strongest. We can rule this place with our power, Lily responded with a smirk while swiping her claws in the air. As Lily has gotten over her headache, now she had only playing left in her mind. What are you thinking? Akesh gently slapped her head and glared at her. Nothing, I was just joking, Lily apologized while a glint passed in her eyes. Akesh could only smile wryly. How could he not know what this tiny devil was thinking after living with her for so long? If you ever leave the store without my permission, I'll ignore you after that, he sternly said to her because he knew if he let Lily leave freely, she would destroy the peace of the kingdom with her little antics here and there. Lily showed her tongue in response to Akesh's stern warning. He smiled, seeing it. Lily knew he would never ignore her, and he knew Lily would never listen to him when it came to her playtime. Akesh couldn't wait for the door to open and meet ordinary beings who are happy with the way life is going on for them. In the previous store, he only got customers who were either dead or near death or who had all the problems of the world on their shoulders. Hey, system, open the door and let me go outside to see the world, he enthusiastically requested the system. Lily also started jumping around when she heard Akesh's words. Host, it's currently the night in Vistirna. The Bisan kingdom doesn't work at night, so there's no point in going outside. The door of the store will open in the morning. The system poured cold water on all of the excitement he had. Lily also stopped jumping around after seeing the change of expressions on Akesh's face. Damn it! He couldn't help but curse looking at the glass door. Ding! Host, congratulations for starting your second phase of the first store in the primal dimension. The way you sell things will completely change from now on. In the first phase of the store expansion, you sold treasures of all levels and all kinds according to the needs of the customer, but now you'll sell fixed products. The number of the products you would sell will grow with the completion of the quests. As time passes, this store will sell everything of every kind. Host, I will no longer provide you any protection from now on, since you're free to leave the store. You would have to protect yourself from other creatures. Still, the system couldn't let any danger fall on you, so there will be costs if you want me to act. Suddenly, the system announced several things. Everything Akesh learned about the race and language would come to use now since he has the title Myryaglot that gave him an affinity with the other races if he spoke their language. Akesh would be lying if he said he wasn't nervous about the new way of selling, but he was more excited about it than worry. He also was more powerful than anyone in the Bisan kingdom. He was equivalent to a Tau Palace expert. A void forging expert couldn't even itch him, let alone fight. Furthermore, it told him what his first product would be and how much it would cost him if he used the system's help to save himself. After hearing it, he wished never to get involved in any situation where he would need the help of the system. The system also gave him a skill like usual. It was a support skill. It was named Chameleon Level. The newly obtained skill allowed him to change his level as he desired or wanted to. No one would find a difference irrespective of their level. Even the Heavenly Monarch will not know anything. Chapter 27, Time passed. Akesh had nothing to do, so he requested the system for a bed for sleep. The system, instead of giving him a bed, created an entire floor for him. The system gave the explanation that when the store grows popular, he'll have to hire several salespeople. The stairs for the upper level were on the opposite side of the counter. Akesh went up to his room and fell asleep with Lily sleeping on his forehead. Hours passed. The day on the Vistirna arrived when the first ray of light appeared on the planet. Unlike other planets, Vistirna operated differently. It had 11 suns in total, each representing a continent. They rose at the same time and set at the same time. So there was no day and night difference between the entire planet. The movement in Kakat started after the first ray of sunshine arrived on the planet. People started doing their work as their regular routines. At first, people ignored the emergence of a sudden building in the market since it was the largest market and everyone was busy with their work. Everyone's focus on the building only arrived when a man exclaimed loudly in the busy market. The man was the owner of the store next to the newly emerged building. "Oh my Deva! How can our market have a new building in a single night? Who names their store the first store? What an arrogant store owner! Isn't it the land that the prince warned everyone against buying?" People started gathering in crowds and conversed with whispers with each other. "Yes, you're right. It's the land that the youngest prince warned everyone not to buy." People were more interested in the land on which the building emerged rather than the emergence of a new structure in a single night. The land was controversial due to the past owner of the land offending the youngest prince of the Bisan kingdom. There was a well-built store on this land, but when the store owner annoyed the prince, the soldiers destroyed the building and arrested the store owner. Since he's been in prison for the last 3 years, he's been tortured every day. No one wanted to offend the prince, so the land remained vacant despite being in the largest and busiest market for more than 1 trillion people in Kakat. The market is so bustling that even an inch of the land costs gold. In no time, people gathered to make a large crowd in front of the store. Many soldiers were also present in the group. Many of them wanted to see who had got so much courage to buy this land, so one of the soldiers went forward and lightly knocked on the glass door. "Open up. We are the soldiers of the kingdom," he announced loudly at the gate. He would have kicked the door open if he knew the identity of the landowner. Since he didn't know, he didn't want to offend the new owner. The soldier stood there for a few seconds, but no response came from inside. He knocked again, but still, there was no response. He stood there embarrassed for a while before he had no choice but to leave. After leaving, he went to report the situation to the prince. While in the store, Akesh was sleeping peacefully as the crowd continued gathering in large numbers at the front of his store. Seeing no one coming out of the newly emerged building, the crowd around the store dispersed since the people had their own work to do. It was pointless for them to stare at the structure the whole day. Ding! Akesh was sleeping peacefully when the sudden mechanical sound woke him up. "Host, it's time for you to open the store. Please get ready and welcome the customers." The system informed him in its mechanical, emotionless voice. He rubbed his eyes as he stood up. He had unlimited endurance, so he didn't need to sleep. He only sleeps to pass some time. He got off the bed and then looked at Lily. She was still sleeping, so he didn't disturb her and went to the bathroom to freshen himself. The system has already prepared a wardrobe for him with red dodas since they were his favorite clothes to wear. He didn't wear anything above his waist since he liked to be bare-chested. He tied his black hair, which had come to his waist, in a bun after wearing the dhoti. He then went out of the room and then to the lower floor where the store was. The shelves weren't empty like before. They were filled with the first product the store would sell. Below the product, there was the price and the description of the products written. Yesterday, the system informed him that they would no longer be using planet cores as a price. Everything the store will sell from now on will be in the primal stones. These stones were created from the purest energy present in the first dimension. Since there were various power systems, these stones can be used by higher level creatures from meditation. Primal stones were also the main currency of the power users. Primal stones were classified into 5 categories: inferior, ordinary, top, superior, and supreme. To the top primal stone, There was a 100-to-1 conversion between the categories. Neither the superior nor the supreme primal stone has a conversion rate. It was up to the seller to decide the conversion rate. Creatures also traded in coins, bronze, silver, gold, and platinum, with a conversion rate of 100-to-1. One inferior primal stone was equivalent to 1,000 gold coins or 10 platinum coins. When Akesh read the price of the products, he was stunned. "Hey, system, are you sure people will buy our products with this price in a poor kingdom like this?" he confusingly asked the system. "Yes, host. When they find out the benefits, they'll buy it," the system emotionlessly replied. Akesh nodded and went up to the door to open it, but he stopped when he saw something. Chapter 28. Akesh stopped in his footsteps when he saw a blackboard next to the counter. The blackboard wasn't empty, there were some things written on it. He read and nodded after reading the entire board. There were rules of the store for customers written on the blackboard. The rules were: the store will open after the rising of the sun and will close when the sun sets down. 2. No bargaining allowed. What price the store says, you'll have to pay that if you want to buy, use the products. 3. No arguing with the store owner. Arguing can get you blacklisted from the store. 4. No damage to any store property. Otherwise, you'll be responsible for the consequences. There was a written message at the end of the board that read, "Shop without any tension. You're safe in here." "Hey, system, why am I feeling every kind of language spoken in the primal dimension from the board?" Akesh asked, since whatever language he thought, he got similar words and meanings. "Host, it's to make sure every race can clearly understand the rules of the store irrespective of their language and their way of communication." Akesh nodded after understanding the information. He then went forward to the door. He grabbed the doorknob and turned it right. With a click, the glass door opened. Akesh pushed the door open and went outside. He stretched his arms as soon as he saw the sun, since this was the first time he had seen it. For the last 80 millennia, he has been living in the darkness of the void. His eyes shined, seeing the bright environment around him. He turned around and saw the words "the first store" in enormous golden fonts on the storefront. Some of the people that were moving around the market stopped when they noticed Akesh. They curiously looked at him since he was different from them. The Bison Kingdom was a kingdom predominantly belonging to humans. Many races lived in Bison, but how can it be possible to have a happy relation with other races? The store owner had blue skin even darker than poison. Among the inhabitants of the kingdom, he was unlike any other race. The bun and the bare-chested look gave him a wild look. His appearance piqued the interest of many but annoyed many too at the same time. Akesh also noticed the people curiously looking at him. He smiled at them in response. The crowd in front of the store started gathering again. Many people joined the group gathered around the store to see the pure drama that was about to occur, and many were intrigued by the strange features of the store owner. Akesh, seeing the crowd became excited. He thought they were intrigued by the sudden appearance of the store. His only exposure to people was those who came to his store, so he had no idea how emotions worked. He could understand people in his previous store since he could hear their thoughts, but here, the system took this ability away from him so he could grow in the real world. "You're finally out." Akesh was smiling and looking at the gathering of the crowd in front of his store when he suddenly heard an angry voice. He got confused and turned around to see a man glaring at him. He had no idea why would someone be angry at him? The man glaring at Akesh was none other than the soldier who tried to call him out some time before, but he was embarrassed after getting no response twice from the store. He would have thought twice about offending Akesh before, but now after seeing the store owner wasn't a human, his fears disappeared. No matter how strong the freak is, the kingdom will support him as they are human. "Are you talking to me?" Akesh lightly asked in the same language the man and the kingdom spoke. At first, the man was confused by the gentle voice of the store owner. Half of the anger he had for the store owner somehow vanished. "Yes, why didn't you open the door before?" "I knocked twice," the man spoke. His voice was softer this time. Akesh knew the title Miriaglot worked. "Oh, I'm sorry. I was asleep at that time. Akesh apologized to the man for not opening the door. The anger the man had for Akesh entirely vanished after that. Oh. Then it's fine, the man responded while a smile appeared on his face. The crowd gathered was shocked by how the conversation was happening. The man was no ordinary guard, he was the guard of the youngest prince. How can he talk while smiling to the store owner whom he must have complained about to the prince? Did you need something? Akesh then asked the man for his reason for knocking twice. The man then broke out of his stupor. The smile disappeared from his face. He then solemnly said, "The land you've built your store on is out of bounds for everyone. Don't you know the history of the land? Youngest prince has told me to leave the store, otherwise, the soldiers will destroy the store and arrest you." After he went on to complain to the youngest prince about the new building, the prince ordered him to arrest the store owner and then torture him for the prison. He was a coward in his heart, so he decided to first find out enough about the store owner before deciding to act, but when the man learned that the owner wasn't human, he chose to execute the prince's order without any fear. But now, after talking with the owner, he had good feelings about the store, so he decided to give him a warning. When everybody present in the crowd heard about the warning, at first they were shocked. How can a cruel bastard like the youngest prince give notice to anybody? But then they focused on the store owner to see his expressions, and what will he do? Who doesn't like to see chaos and drama? While after hearing the warning, Akesh's face turned weird. Chapter 29, Akesh's face turned weird after hearing the warning of the soldier. Seeing Akesh's strange looks, the soldier thought he had become afraid, so he tried to calm him down. "You don't need to be afraid. You must have not known that this land is strictly forbidden to buy by the prince. You only need to vacate the land, everything will be alright after that." Seeing no change in Akesh's face after speaking, he thought that Akesh was worried about the money he invested in the land and the building. Creating a structure overnight must have cost a fortune, and seeing the building looking majestic and gave a sense of pressure, so it must have required more money. He added, "You don't need to worry about the money. I'll talk with the prince and convince him to compensate you for your loss." While the gathered crowd in the front of the store had stupendous faces, they expected the store owner to be afraid after knowing about the prince, but they never expected the soldier to try to calm the owner down instead of forcing him to get out. What the soldier and the crowd thought had nothing to do with Akesh. He was talking with the system in his mind. "Hey, system, you told me about everything. But you didn't tell me that the land I'm going to start my store upon is in conflict with the kingdom's prince," he asked the system in his mind since he couldn't speak to air in front of a crowd. They'll take him for a fool. "Host, it's just a minor conflict. In such cases, you should resolve the problem on your own. The system wouldn't help you and tell you about it. You'll only grow when you're able to handle the situations around the store." To Akesh, the system explained what was going on and told him not to look for more information from the system in the future. To be able to solve future situations on his own, he must rely on the knowledge he has acquired up to this point. "I understand that, but if you would have told me at first, I wouldn't have to talk to such an irritating fellow," he complained to the system. He would have never talked to the soldier if he knew the reason. He would have beaten the shit out of the soldier for giving him a warning. He saw the look of disgust on the face of the soldier when he glared at him. If he already knew the reason, he would have taught him the lesson. He then came out of his thoughts and heard what the soldier was saying. While listening to the soldier, he also noticed the look of astonishment on almost every face in the crowd. He couldn't understand people's hidden emotions, but he could understand what the soldier said was astonishing for the people who lived here. It implied that the soldier isn't a good person. He's only acting such due to the influence of the title Marioglot. The soldier, after still getting no response from Akesh, thought that Akesh must be still worried about the prince punishing him, so he once again tried to calm him down. "I know you're still worried, but you don't have to. I promise you I'll not let even a scratch off, okay, stop." Akesh cut the soldier's speech off in between. The more the soldier spoke, the irritated he became. Hearing the sudden change in the tone of Akesh stunned everyone present on the scene, including the soldier. The moment Takesh changed his tone, the effect of the title on the soldier disappeared, and the look of disgust reappeared on his face. The soldier was stunned by the sudden change in his mindset. He cautiously looked at Takesh because he did this. "Leave the land if you don't want to die," said the soldier. He left straight away after that. All the courage he had before talking to Takesh disappeared after the effect of the title disappeared. Takesh ignored the leaving soldier. Even a flick of his finger was too much power for him to destroy the soldier. The crowd had too much surprise today, so they also started leaving after the soldier left. Takesh had no mood to continue staying outside, so he also returned inside. It was the first time he felt irritated with someone. It was only his first day, and he already had a conflict. When he entered the store, he noticed Lily sitting on the counter, staring in the direction the soldier left. All the irritation he had disappeared after he saw Lily. "When did you wake up?" he gently asked as he picked her up. "Should I kill him?" Lily ignored his question and asked instead by waving his claws. "Leave him. He's only a weakling," he responded as he squished the tiny face of her with his other hand. "Let me go," Lily irritatingly complained but didn't attempt to escape. They both played for a while after that. "Why did you let the soldier leave safely? How dare he look at you that way?" asked Lily in her childlike voice. She still couldn't forget the look of disgust in the soldier's eye. Takesh only smiled in response to her. Lily wanted a reply, so she asked him again. She may call him by his name, but Takesh was a parent of her. Her body is the creation of his blood. How can she let go if someone disgustingly looks at her parent? He's only a weakling. Why would I get angry with someone who I can kill with a flick of my finger? Takesh responded, seeing the anger in Lily's eyes. "A weakling should act like one," Lily retorted. He smiled in response. He squished Lily's face and laughingly joked, "Oh, are you angry that someone insulted your father? Dream on, you and my father." Lily scoffed in response. "Oh, my daughter." Takesh continued joking and squishing her face. Lily tried to retort, but at last, she gave up and fell silent. She remembered the features of the soldier. She'll have her revenge when she goes outside. The fun came to an end when they heard footsteps. They turned around and saw a female human standing at the door. Chapter 30. Maria was trying to break through to Nascent's soul, but unfortunately, she failed, and in the process, she hurt her Danchin. With this injury, her prospect of reaching Nascent's soul vanished, but she didn't give up and tried to find ways to restore the Danchin again. There were ways to heal her Danchin, but Maria could never afford it. At last, she gave up after not being able to do anything. Only a few days had passed when she noticed herself getting weaker day by day. When she finally found the reason for it, she lost hope for healing again since she was leaking from her Danchin. It was returning to its state before creation. After a few days of stress, she finally accepted the fact that she was going to regress back to Zayanshin. Otherwise, she would have burst due to stress. After losing the ability to cultivate, she started traveling around the Bisan Kingdom. Today, her destination was the largest market in Kukat. She was traveling in the market when she noticed an unusual building in the market. It was the tallest building as far as she could see in the market. It was made up of the most common materials in the Bisan Kingdom, but the structure gave her a sense of majesty which she didn't even get from the king's palace. When she read the name of the store, she couldn't help but smile. She murmured, "Someone even more narcissistic than the king, who even names their store the first store." The store interested her, so she decided to check out the products and meet the narcissistic owner of the store. The door of the store was open, so she went inside and saw a blue-skinned bare-chested person playing with a cat. Her footsteps might have disturbed them, so they turned around and looked at her. "Oh, I am sorry, I didn't know it was your playtime," she apologized with an apologetic expression on her face. "No worry, we were just passing the time," the strange-looking man stood up and responded. "What a cute cat!" Maria then exclaimed. Her eyes shine when she looked at the white cat. "Do you mind if I touch it?" she asked the stranger with an intense expression in her eyes. "Yes, I do mind," The stranger responded bluntly. The straight refusal stunned Maria. She never expected the store owner to refuse her so bluntly. The cat also meowed at the same time to show its agreement with the owner. "Hello, I am Maria," she regained her calm after a few moments and introduced herself. "I am Akesh, and she is Lily." The stranger nodded and introduced himself and the cat. "Hello, Lily." Maria then tried to talk to Lily. Lily ignored her in response and jumped on Akesh's head. Maria could only smile wryly at Lily's response. The owner and the cat were too straightforward for her. She regained her calm. "What do you sell in the store?" She saw the shelf next to the store counter, but she ignored it and asked Akesh because he'll talk respectfully this time. "We currently only have pills. The store's variety will increase in the future," Akesh replied, moving toward the shelf. "We only have 3 types of pills right now. First grade inferior healing pill, it can heal even severe external injuries without leaving any scars. The cost is 25 inferior primal stones. First grade inferior mental healing pill, it can heal mental injuries. The cost is the same as before, 25 primal stones. First grade inferior Danshan healing pill, it can help in healing the injury in Danshan. This pill costs 50 primal stones." Akesh introduced the pills and explained their details. Maria only stood there silently after hearing the outrageous price quoted by Akesh. 25 primal stones for an inferior pill. She couldn't help but exclaim. 25 primal stones for a first grade inferior pill, Akesh corrected her as she forgot to add first grade. Maria was stunned by his response. She had an interest in 2 pills, one mental healing pill, and the second Danshan healing pill. She didn't know why, but she wanted to have the pill. It somehow gave her the hope of cultivating again. "Can you please reduce the price of mental and Danshan healing pills?" Maria nervously asked. Akesh didn't speak but pointed to her behind. She turned around and saw nothing, so she confusingly turned back and looked at Akesh. "Read the rules," he said and then pointed again. She turned around and noticed a board near the counter. She read the rules and then looked at Akesh. "No bargaining," he then said. "Owner, but the price truly is too outrageous," Maria argued. "Read the 3rd rule." Akesh responded expressionlessly. After reading the rule, she wanted nothing more than to rush and beat up the store owner, but she controlled herself. Whenever she looked at the owner, she felt she was standing in front of a mountain. She only begrudgingly looked at Akesh. He ignored her look and said, "So what pill do you want to buy? And you can only buy 3 of the pill at most. Even affording 1 is too much for me, let alone 3, she thought in her heart but didn't speak out loud. She then used her chi, and the next moment, a red pouch appeared in her hand. It was the pouch in which she carried the gold and primal stones. After calculating the last of primal stones, she calculated 51 inferior stones. She also had around 100 platinum coins and 3,000 gold coins, but Akesh refused to take coins in place of the stones. She only had enough stones to buy a single Danshan healing pill. She looked at Akesh once again with a pleading expression but was disappointed when he looked expressionlessly at her. She also thought to use seduction to reduce the price, but she refused at the next moment. It was too much for her self-pride, and she also believed that Akesh wouldn't show any reaction toward her body. "Give me 1 Danshan healing pill," she told Akesh as she begrudgingly pushed 50 primal stones toward him. Chapter 31. Since Maria had only 51 primal stones, she could either buy a mental healing pill or a Danshan healing pill. She thought for a long time about what to buy. After a long thought process, she finally decided what to buy. "Owner, I want to buy the Danshan healing pill," she told Akesh and pushed the pouch containing the stones with a heartbroken look. The Danshan healing pill cost 50 primal stones, which were almost all of her savings. If the pill didn't work, she would lose too much not to be worried about the consequence. First grade inferior Danshan healing pill, Akesh, instead of taking the pouch, expressionlessly corrected her. "Huh?" Maria couldn't help but exclaim in wonderment at his response. Seeing Akesh not taking the pouch, she begrudgingly said, "Owner, I want to buy a first-grade inferior Danshin healing pill. Good. Akesh said and moved toward the shelf to take out the pill. Owner, I have a question before you sell the pill to me, Maria spoke, stopping Akesh in his actions. Go ahead, Akesh responded. What if the pill doesn't work? You'll get the pill for free and 100 times the price of the pill as compensation, Akesh responded expressionlessly as the system had already told him about it. He then took out the pill and handed it to Maria. Maria gently and slowly took the pill as if it was the most important thing for her. After she took the pill, Akesh snapped his fingers, and the next moment, the pouch containing primal stones disappeared from the store. The sudden disappearance of the pouch stunned Maria. She looked at Akesh with a horrified expression. Only those who have achieved void forging can manipulate space. A void forging expert at the same level as their king and acting as a store owner, she felt like her head would explode. Senior, are you a void forging expert? Maria respectfully asked Akesh. Her tone, completely different from before. Akesh confusedly looked at her and asked, why would you think so? Senior, you just manipulated space. Oh, is that something special? Akesh curiously asked. Maria didn't know what to answer to this. Many people will die for having the ability to manipulate space, and here, Senior is insulting it as if it isn't anything special. I am not a void forging expert. You have bought your product. You can leave now. Seeing Maria silent, Akesh spoke and told her to leave. After hearing Akesh, Maria didn't wait for a moment. She bowed to him and left the store. What an irritating woman. Lily complained after Maria left the store. She just wanted to touch you. You're so cute after all, Akesh said as he picked her up from his head. HMPH, I could snap her head off in a single swipe, Lily scoffed. He only smiled in response to her statement. Ding. Congratulations, host, for selling your first product in the store. 1% of the selling cost of the product has been submitted to your inventory. You can use that money on anything. Host, see your screen for the quest. Mission objective, sell products to 10 customers. Requirement, you need to have multiple customers if you want to have a famous store. Sell 10 products to your customers in a week. Mission reward, a new product and addition in the pill varieties. Failure punishment, sales commission will be reduced to 0.5% of the product's price. Akesh heard continuous announcements after that from the system. In the morning, the system told him that he would receive a commission of 1% for every product he sold. His commission will grow as he completes more quests in the future. He then read the quests the system gave him. 10 customers in 1 week. After reading the mission objective, he mumbled. Akesh was able to accomplish the quest without much difficulty, the only problem was time. He still thought that it could take centuries for a newer customer to arrive in the store. After leaving the store, Maria hurried to the hotel she stayed in. She wanted to eat the pill as soon as possible. After seeing Akesh manipulating space, she had no doubts about the authenticity of the pill. Even though he refused that he wasn't a void forging expert, she believed he was just being modest. After reaching the hotel, she rushed to the room she booked and closed the door after entering. She threw her clothes away and sat down naked in a meditative pose. There was no need to get naked, but she didn't want to ruin her clothes since she had become dirt poor now. After taking out the pill from her space ring, she gazed at it intensely as if it were her most cherished possession. She inhaled and exhaled breath to calm her mind down. When her mind became serene without thinking of anything, she put the pill in her mouth. In no time, the pill melted in her tongue and transformed into energy. The energy then made its way toward her Danshin as if it was sentient without any help from Maria. She also let it do all the work and only witnessed the process. The energy traveled through her vocal cord to her heart, and finally, it reached her Danshin. Danshin was located on the base of her spine. Her Danshin was blue in color, signifying her ability to manipulate the element of water. The energy didn't bombard itself onto her Danshin. It slowly started seeping inside it. After a few seconds, the last bit of energy successfully seeped onto her Danshin, ending the process. Maria waited for a few minutes to see any effect, But nothing changed in her Danshin. She then tried to cultivate, but she stopped after feeling intense pain from it. Her shoulder slumped down, seeing no results from the pill. A drop of tear streaked down her left cheek, but before it could leave her face, she wiped it and tried to smile. "You can't cry. You've to stay strong," Maria whispered to motivate herself after the failure. She then stood up and went up to the mirror. Maria had pale skin and a face pretty enough to be a queen. She frowned at her reflection, seeing a scar from her left breast to her private parts. She couldn't help but remember the story behind the hideous scar. Chapter 32 Maria was born to an affluent family in Pilni, one of the cities of the Bisan Kingdom. Her father was the head of the city guards. She and her family lived in luxury. Being a military child, her father taught her to never give up and always strive for improvement and positivity. Everything in her life was turned down by a single person who arrived on Pilni a few years ago. Apparently, the man was the son of some high-ranking official in the kingdom. Maria was 30 years of age that year. She had a pretty face and a desirable body. Since she was from a wealthy family, she always maintained her body, making her an otherworldly beauty. Upon seeing her, the man asked her father for a price because he was so captivated by her looks. He wanted to buy her, but Maria's father beat him in response, only to leave Pilni alive when the city mayor personally intervened to save him. From that moment, Maria's family's bad times started. Her father was humiliated and forced to give up his position. Everyone in the city blacklisted them. After their close relatives betrayed them and captured their property, they went from one of the wealthiest families to one of the poorest in less than a week. It was only the start of the horror they were going to face. Maria's parents still had savings, so they decided to move into another city and start a new life. Her father was a Nasan cultivator, so he could easily get a new job in any other city and then establish their family again. They had already made plans to move into another city, but Maria's best friend betrayed her and told her enemy about their moving away from the city. That night, she and her parents were attacked. Maria watched the scene of her parents getting killed while the man who tried to buy her laughed. After that, he raped her in front of everyone, and then using his knife, made a cut from right beneath her left breast to her private area. "Always remember this cut and live with it until you die," the man told her after making the cut. Please kill me," Maria pleadingly said. She didn't want to live anymore after such a humiliation. "How would I feel better if you die?" the man replied with a cruel grin. He then fondled her left breast, making Maria groan in pain due to the cut. "If you want to blame someone, blame your father. If he would have given you to me for a night, maybe he would have been promoted, and you would have become even more wealthy," the man said, and he left her naked lying on a pool of blood. After that day, she never saw the man again. She stayed there naked for a week, thinking about dying every second, but her father's teachings always stopped her from attempting suicide. When she finally stood up, she decided to live for only revenge. But it seems her bad luck still hasn't left her away. She injured her Danshin while attempting to reach Nasan's soul. During the past few years, she tried everything to heal her Danshin, but the pills that could help her were way too expensive. She could afford it if her parents' savings wouldn't have been stolen, but during that tragic day, everything that could go wrong with her went wrong. She also asked every relative for her, but they felt so disgusted to even look at her, let alone talk. The only money she had was from the money she had saved from her childhood. A drop of tear streamed through her cheeks as she remembered all the tragedy that happened to her due to that bastard. She wiped the teardrop off and tried to smile. "Remember what Daddy taught, you can't give up. You've to look for only positivity in the future," she murmured to motivate herself. After calming down, she went to the bathroom and washed her face. When she came out, she wore the same clothes back and went out. The store owner has told about the compensation if the product doesn't work. It didn't matter what level the owner was. She had to get compensation. When she entered the store, she saw the same scene of Akesh playing with Lily. Lily jumped on Akesh's head when she saw Maria again. But Maria ignored her this time. What do you want to buy this time? Akesh asked as he stood up. I don't want to buy anything. I'm here for compensation. The pill didn't work, Maria nervously answered. She was nervous because if Akesh refused to pay, she couldn't do anything but take it as another tragedy in her life. Are you sure? Akesh questioningly asked. He was sure that the system's product would always work. Yes. Maria nervously replied, but her eyes held a determined look. Come here, Akesh then called her. Maria nervously went up to her. She had no idea what Akesh wanted to do, but somehow she never doubted any bad intention. Akesh extended her right hand and touched right above her private parts. Maria's face got red, not due to embarrassment as she knew he did this to check up on her Danshan. Her face became red due to him finding the repulsive scar on her body through his touch. Don't worry. I am just checking your Danshan, Akesh said as he used chi to check up on her Danshan. Akesh could use chi, prana, or mana, etc., without following the respective power system because of the system. He had the freedom to use any energy in the primal dimension depending on his level. The next moment, Akesh retracted his hand. Red-faced Maria nervously stared at him, waiting for his answer. The pill worked, he then told her expressionlessly. But, it still hurts whenever I try to cultivate, Maria retorted, thinking that Akesh didn't want to compensate her. It worked. Your chi won't leak anymore. It will still take 3 pills for your Danshan to completely heal, he explained. Well. Suddenly a voice echoed in the store, bringing the conversation between Akesh and Lily to stop. Chapter 33, Well, who do we have here? Said a voice as Akesh and Maria were conversing. Maria lost all the colors on her face when she heard the voice. She slowly turned around to see its owner. When Maria saw who it was, her heart almost skipped a beat. She couldn't hold the balance and fell down. A group of people entered Akesh's store. He only recognized one person in the group. It was the same man who looked at him with disgust. The moment Lily saw him, she jumped from his head to kill him. Don't. Seeing Lily's actions, Akesh whispered in a very soft voice only a high-level being could hear. Lily was almost on the soldier's face, but she begrudgingly returned back to Akesh's head. The soldier was still looking at Akesh with disgust. He didn't even know how close he was to his death a second before. There were 6 members in the group who arrived in Akesh's store. 2 members in the group wore shiny clothes while the other 4 had worn armors, so it was easy for Akesh to guess that 4 members were guards and 2 members were either royalty or some high-standing member of the kingdom. Akesh could guess the identity of one of the 2 affluent members. It was evident to him that one was the youngest prince standing next to the soldier he had spoken with, in the morning. He didn't know the identity of the other person standing close to the prince. He noticed the other member looking at Maria with a weird smile. He then noticed Maria, and he saw her tripped on the ground with a pale face full of horror. He went up to her and expressionlessly asked, "Are you all right?" "Of course, she is all right. She just remembered the amazing time she had with me." The affluent member standing next to the prince spoke with a laugh instead of Maria. Akesh turned around and emotionlessly stared at him. That emotionless stare made the stranger stumble back 2 feet. The guards that came with him stepped forward and stopped him from falling to the ground. "Do you want something?" Akesh ignored the guards and asked. "Why don't you salute the prince?" The soldier growled at Akesh in response. He ignored the guards, and looked at whom he expected to be the prince, and asked, "What do you want? How dare you talk to the prince this way?" The guard growled and then tried to step forward, but the prince stopped him from doing so. The soldier who conversed with Akesh in the morning just stood there and watched. He still remembered what happened to him, so he didn't dare directly involve himself. He only looked at Akesh with disgust, using the prince's shoulder. "I am Pinto, the youngest prince of the Bisan kingdom," the prince then introduced himself. "I am Akesh, the owner of the first store. When are you leaving this land?" Pinto suddenly asked with a smile. "Why would I leave this land?" Akesh responded with a question. The smile on Pinto's face disappeared. "Because I told you to," Pendo answered expressionlessly. Why would I agree with whatever you speak? Akesh responded with another question. The expressionless face turned into anger as Pinto yelled, because I am the fucking prince. Read the rules, said Akesh in response. Finally, the man who came with Pinto recovered from his shock after seeing the stare. His face turned red due to the embarrassment and the anger. Pinto, let's arrest him, and then we can torture him in prison, he then said, witnessing the situation turning bad between Pinto and Akesh. You're right, Ben. He doesn't seem to respect me, Pinto responded to his best friend. Akesh ignored their conversation and asked, do you both want anything from my store? Lily wanted to kill all 6 of them, but he stopped her due to the system policy of not acting in the store unless the situation arises. Right now, they were only talking. No one even attempted an attack on him. He can't be the aggressor in any condition. If you don't want anything, you can leave the store, otherwise, I'll blacklist you, he added. All 6 members in the group were stunned by Akesh's response. Here they were talking about arresting him and then torturing him in prison, and he was talking about blacklisting them. Veins popped out of Pinto's head, but he still emotionlessly asked, what do you sell? Pinto wanted nothing more than to torture Akesh, but he wasn't an idiot. Someone who can dare to talk to a prince in the capital city of the kingdom this way can either be an idiot or someone who has the same or even more powerful backing than the kingdom. We currently only sell 3 products. Akesh's tone changed when he started talking about the products. He then explained about the 3 pills and their costs. After hearing about the price of the pill, Ben started laughing out loud while the other 5 members had their jaws dropped. Ha ha, an inferior pill for 50 primal stones, ha ha. You think we're fools, Ben commented while trying to control his laugh, but he failed badly at that. It's first grade inferior Danchan healing pill, Akesh corrected Ben, making everybody angry. Are you making a fool of us? Pinto angrily asked Akesh. Why would I make a fool of you? Akesh confusingly responded. Who sells a first grade inferior pill for 25 primal stones? I can't get a second grade medium pill at that price, Pinto responded in anger. So, what has that got to do with me? It's my store, I decide to sell at whatever price I want to, Akesh bluntly responded. Do you want to buy anything? He added. The group only glared at Akesh in response, resulting in silence in the store. I want a mental healing buy. The silence broke when the soldier began speaking, but after Pinto glared at him, he instantly shut his mouth. Another silence fell in the store, as Akesh had no interest in speaking unless someone decided to buy a pill. You bastard! Yelled a familiar voice breaking the silence in the store. Akesh turned around and saw Maria glaring at Ben. Chapter 34, The silence in the store broke by the sudden angry growl of Maria. Akesh slightly turned his head and saw a standing Maria glaring at Ben while her entire body was shaking. She had a mix of intense expressions on her face. What are you glaring at? Ben responded with a casual grin at Maria's growl. Maria wanted nothing but to kill Ben as cruelly as possible for what he did to her, but he forcefully controlled herself from not acting recklessly. 2 peak soul formation guards protected him, she wouldn't even be able to touch him, let alone harm him. She then turned her head to look at Akesh to see his response but was disappointed when she didn't see any expression on his face. He had no interest in the story of Maria and Ben, so he ignored their chatter. Do you want to buy anything or not? Akesh asked. Wanna have another night? Ben ignored Akesh as he grinningly asked Maria. Her eyes turned cold after hearing Ben's bullshit. She bit her lip to control herself from not acting recklessly, which resulted in bleeding. Ben laughed in response, seeing Maria's actions. Why are you angry? Don't tell me you didn't enjoy our night of love. He added with his grin getting wider. Maria clenched her hands into a fist while a chunk of meat came out as the force at which she bit her lip increased. It took every ounce of her power to control herself from not attacking Ben. Oh, darling. How could you do this? You already had 1 scar, and now this, Ben added more while he laughed out loud. Even Pinto wanted to stop him as he knew what Ben was doing was crossing the limit. Seeing the girl trying to control herself, that badly that chunk of meat came out of her lip, making her beautiful face weird. Hearing of the scar broke all the control Maria had, she lunged at him with an angry scream. Ben's guard seeing this stepped forward and stood between Maria and Ben. The first guard caught both her hands, while the second caught both her legs. "Let me go. I want to kill that bastard," she angrily screamed at the guards. "Enough. Leave her," Akesh suddenly said. A sudden pressure arrived on the guards that made Maria so heavy that they had to release her. Maria fell to the ground after that. She tried to rush at Ben again after standing up but couldn't move her feet away as pressure arrived on her. "Get back here. No one is allowed to fight here," Akesh then ordered her. Like a remote-controlled robot, Maria turned around and returned to the same position she stood on before lunging at Ben. She tried to stop her footsteps, but her feet wouldn't budge, and continued moving, only to stop when she reached the point. Pinto shuddered, seeing the scene. He himself was a peak nascent soul expert. He didn't carry guards around the kingdom to protect him, but he brought them with him to do his bidding. He could not see what Akesh did, which meant Akesh was way stronger than him in reality. He thanked the heavens for not acting recklessly after arriving in the store. He slightly turned his head and looked pitifully at Ben, whose face was red due to embarrassment and anger. Because Ben was a good friend, he decided to stop him from talking any more nonsense. He extended his hand to pat his shoulder, but he immediately retracted it. "How dare you order my guards?" Ben angrily yelled. He chose to ignore that his guards had to release Maria despite Akesh doing anything and directly involve himself against Akesh. His guards wanted to stop him, but he had already spoken. Lily vanished from Akesh's head, and the next moment it appeared in front of Ben. She was only a single second away from ripping Ben's body into 5 pieces using her claws when Akesh angrily called her back. "You're not to act before I tell you to," he then instructed Lily in a voice only she could hear. Lily didn't speak anything in response. "Since you don't want to buy anything, you can leave." Akesh ignored Ben's outburst and told the group to leave. Yes, we'll leave," Pinto spoke with a relieved sigh. He wanted nothing more than to leave after knowing that the store owner was more powerful than him. "Who are you to order us to leave?" "We'll leave whenever we want to leave," Ben scoffed as he got even angrier after Akesh ignored him. Pinto's face bombed himself after hearing Ben. If he were his friend, he would have gone up to him and beat the shit out of him for acting like a dolt. According to Rule No. 3, you're prohibited from further entry into the store, Akesh suddenly spoke while pointing at the board staying near the counter. "If you don't take him, you all will also be blacklisted," he then added while pointing at the 5 members of the group. After hearing this, Pinto, without speaking anything, grabbed Ben's collar and tried to leave the store. He didn't want to get prohibited from entering the store. After knowing the power of the store owner, he wanted a good relationship with him. If he never gets to enter the store, how will he ever make good relations with him? For him to become a king, he needed strong connections. "Wait. I'll leave on my own." At first, Ben was shocked by his best friend Pinto's actions, but when he saw the seriousness in his face, he didn't dare to complain. He agreed to leave the store. Pinto released the collar after hearing Ben. Ben adjusted his collar and angrily looked at Akesh. He didn't speak anything and slightly turned his head, and stared at Maria. Maria's earlier appearance and the night he spent with her emerged in his mind. An expression of lust appeared on his face as he grinningly said, "She'll come with me." Chapter 35, "She'll come with me," Ben grinningly said while pointing at Maria. After speaking, he looked at Akesh to see what his response was. But he saw nothing, so he laughed. "Bring her." He then ordered his guards. Maria rushed behind Akesh to save herself without thinking anything. "You can't stop me from taking her," Ben tried to warn Akesh after seeing her standing behind him. "I won't," Akesh suddenly commented, making Ben laugh and Maria shuddering in fear. She couldn't help but take 2 steps away. She expected the store owner to save her, not leave her on her own. But Akesh started speaking once more, making Maria stop moving. I won't stop her if she wants to go with you, but if you think that I'll allow you to take her forcefully, then you're badly mistaken, he added. Ben's laughter got stuck in his throat. Let's go. Pinto suddenly interjected before Ben spoke something and made the already bad situation worse for him. You just wait. Ben threatened Akesh with a scoff and left the store. He decided in his mind to come back to the store later with Nas and Soul guards to destroy the store and kill the owner. Pinto sighed with relief when Ben left the store. He decided to come later and apologize to the store owner for his rudeness and buy the products to make a good relation with him. Thank you for saving me, store owner. Maria thanked Akesh after Ben left the store. It's not a big deal, you're in my store, so it's my responsibility to stop anyone from harming you, he responded expressionlessly. He then looked at the hardwood down below and noticed a tiny chunk of meat and blood all over it. Maria also noticed where he was looking. An apologized expression appeared on her face as she apologized to him. He didn't mind, he only snapped his fingers, and a sudden pressure arrived on the meat and the blood around it. The pressure was so intense that it disintegrated the blood and flesh into nothingness in less than a blink of an eye. As soon as Maria blinked, everything was gone. Despite intense pressure attacking the hardwood floor became the same as before, without even a dent appearing. Come here. He then called Maria toward him. Her feet, without her permission, moved toward him. It was the second time when something like this happened to her. The more it happened, the horrified she became of his power. Her feet stopped just a single hand distance away from him. Since your injury occurred in my store, it's my duty to heal you, he then commented, pointing at her mouth, which looked weird after a missing chunk of flesh. It's alright, store owner. I don't mind this injury much, Maria responded with a smile. But there was sadness present in her smile. Her appearance once mattered to her, but after that tragic night, she no longer cared for it. Instead, she started hating it. In her heart, she blamed both Ben and her appearance for what happened to her family. If she didn't have a beautiful face, nothing would have happened to her family. Her father would have still been alive and teaching him, her mother would still make her favorite dishes every day. Lily, heal her, he ignored her and requested Lily to heal her. Lily didn't speak anything and waved her hand. A clock with a single hand appeared in the air. The clock hand then started moving anti-clockwise. A green light engulfed the injured portion in Maria's mouth, and as if time was moving backward, the flesh appeared out of nowhere and started moving backward and reinstated itself to the position from where it fell off. The clock then disappeared after her mouth became the same as before without any wound. Maria shockingly looked at the scene. Is she an immortal? She tremblingly asked while looking at Lily. When Lily looked back at her, she looked away, not daring to directly look into her eyes. Yes, I am an immortal, Lily spoke before Akesh could refuse. A playful smile appeared on her face as she suddenly ordered, now, kneel, to apologize for even thinking of touching me. Yes. Yes. Maria tremblingly spoke and knelt without thinking of anything. Lily and Akesh couldn't help but laugh, seeing Maria kneeling sincerely to apologize. When Maria heard a laugh, she looked up and noticed both of them laughing at her. Her face turned red from embarrassment, and looking at Akesh's laughing face made her heartbeat accelerate. You can stand up now, I forgive you, Lily then commented after she had her fun. Maria stood up with a red face. Are you truly an immortal? She asked again. No, she isn't, Akesh said as he returned to his expressionless face, which he uses while talking to customers. Then, how can she manipulate time? She asked in shock. Her heartbeat accelerated again when she looked at Akesh's face. She immediately looked down to calm her heart down. Is manipulating time a big deal? Lily asked instead. Yes, it is, Maria responded straight away, looking up at Lily. She didn't dare to look into the eyes of Akesh. It's a big deal for weak people like you. I can manipulate time from the first day I was born, Lily scoffed in response. A dumbstruck look appeared on Maria's face as she didn't know what to say. She wanted to think that Lily was lying, but what she had seen just now made her believe that everything Lily said was the truth. "When are you leaving?" Akesh suddenly asked. "You don't have money to buy anything, you can't get compensation since the pill worked, so I think it's time for you to leave," he bluntly added. A sour expression appeared on Maria's face after Akesh spoke. She wanted to stay for some more time and look at him laughing once more. She became obsessed with his laughing face after seeing it only once. She even forgot about the 3 more pills she needed to buy to heal her Danshan. She nodded and started leaving, but she returned running right after reaching the door and grabbed Akesh's right arm. Chapter 36 Since you don't have anything to buy and the group had already left some time ago, so you're safe to leave, Akesh commented. Maria was disappointed at first, but when she remembered her past, all the disappointments she had disappeared. "Okay. Thanks for saving me," she spoke and turned around to leave. With every step she took, the differences between Akesh and her emerged in her mind. How can a girl like me expect someone powerful like the store owner to like me? This thought surfaced in her mind and deepened as she took forward steps. When she reached the door, she sighed disappointedly and took the step outside. What she saw outside the door made her reflexively took the step back. She subconsciously turned around and rushed at Akesh. She then grabbed his arm while Akesh confusedly looked at her actions. "Store owner, there is a crowd outside the store," she said, clutching Akesh's arm while trying to catch her breath. "So?" He expressionlessly responded. "They're coming with their weapons, store owner. That bastard Ben is leading them," Maria said with concern as she looked into his expressionless eyes. "Okay, I'll handle it, now leave my arm." Maria's face turned red as she released Akesh's arm. Her eyes then scanned his arm in an attempt to see if her hands had left a mark, but his arm was as it was before. Akesh never cared about the crowd as he was doing them a favor by not killing them right away. According to the system's rules, a store owner can't be the aggressor, but he can defend himself if there is even a hint of killing intent in the customer's actions. He has never fought anyone, so he stood there with excitement, waiting for them to come forward when suddenly Lily had an idea and explained it to him. He only had to wait for a few seconds when Ben entered the store with a crowd following him. There were 4 people among the mob who stood out since they were nascent soul experts. Akesh expressionlessly looked at the crowd while Maria stood right next to him. She decided to fight instead of hiding against her mortal enemy. Ben had a grin on his face as he was confident in killing the store owner with 4 nascent soul experts. "Lord, are you sure you want us all to fight him at the same time?" one of the 4 experts asked out loud while pointing at Akesh. "If I wouldn't want that, why would I call so many of you?" Ben scoffed in response. "But, Lord, he's only an early nascent soul cultivator," the same expert responded. The expert said it out loud, so Maria could also hear it. Her eyes went wide open when she heard it. She herself saw the store owner manipulating space. How can a nascent soul cultivator even control the element of space? She thought in her heart. Even Ben was taken aback by this as he saw how he forced his 2 guards to release Maria without even saying anything. "Are you sure?" he asked and then told the experts about the morning situation. "Yes, Lord, we're sure. He's only an early nascent soul expert," the expert responded with a determined expression as if he would kill himself if proven wrong. "He must be a talented cultivator to force 2 peak soul formation cultivators to release somebody. But you don't have to worry, Lord. We have 3 peak experts and 1 late expert," another expert commented after learning about the situation while gesturing of cutting Akesh's neck. As the experts, Ben brought affirmed that they could kill Akesh with ease, he too nodded his approval. Maria stood there in horror, listening to Ben and the group. She also started believing the group after seeing the look of confidence on their faces. As for Akesh, his expression remained the same, regardless of what the group discussed. It was Lily's idea to fake his cultivation level so that when they die, they'll get shocked first and then die. Currently, he can kill the group anytime he wants since they entered the store with their weapons in hand and are openly discussing killing him. The group has already become the aggressor, and he is the defender. Wait. I am ready to go with you, please don't attack the owner, Maria suddenly stepped out and announced. Ben started laughing in response to Maria's actions, and the crowd followed him. For a few seconds, laughter echoed in the store. Who the fuck do you think you are? Your value is even less than the dirt beneath my feet, he said, laughing out loud. Maria had an expressionless face, but she didn't back down and glared at Ben. He stopped laughing as the look in her eyes irritated him. Suddenly a smirk appeared on his face, and he said, "Okay, I'll not destroy the store or kill the store owner if you kiss my feet in front of everybody." "Okay, but you've to follow your promise," she responded straight away. Initially surprised by her prompt response, a grin spread across Ben's face the next moment. "Don't tell me you like him," he grinningly said while pointing at Akesh. Akesh was confusedly looking at the sudden situation. He never expected Maria to step forward and readily agree to kiss Ben's feet. He decided to intervene, but the next moment, he stopped. Maria turned around and requested him not to intervene with pleading eyes. "What has that got to do with you? I'll do anything as long as you promise not to do anything harmful to the owner," she turned around and bluntly responded. Maria decided not to hide anymore. Her family had already died due to her. She can't let anything happen to Akesh due to her. It's better for her to act as a slave rather than see another death. She also believed that he would never reciprocate her feelings due to her past, so why not sacrifice herself? It's true when people say, love turns even the sharpest person into stupidest. Chapter 37, I promise not to harm him or the store if you return, Ben said, despite thinking of doing the opposite when he got hold of Maria. Maria had no choice but to believe in his promise. She turned around and looked at Akesh for the last time but was disappointed when she saw no expression for her in his eyes. Only confusion spread across his face. She then turned around and started moving toward Ben. "Ha ha, good," Ben laughed as he grabbed her hands when she reached him. "Go, and kill him," he then ordered the 4 experts he called. The experts nodded and rushed toward Akesh with killing intent in their eyes. They didn't even take out their weapon as it'll be insulting for them to use it on a lower level being. A horrified look appeared on Maria's face as she tremblingly said, "You promised me." A cruel grin spread across his face as he commented, "You overestimate yourself. Do you think a girl who I've already fucked had any value in my eyes? I accepted your proposal because I wanted you to satisfy them," while pointing at the group of people behind him. "Grab her, and don't let her leave," he then threw Maria into the group of people. Many in the group had their eyes red with lust when they saw her features. Suddenly pressure arrived on the group, preventing them from catching Maria. Maria also stopped in her tracks, the only one who was unaffected was Ben. He shockingly looked at the scene of Maria straightening herself after getting out of balance in the air. PCHH. 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 Suddenly, sounds of bodies bursting and blood echoed in the air. In no time, the whole group Ben brought burst, resulting in a pool of blood and burst body parts in the store, making the scene gory. Maria and Ben couldn't help but vomit seeing such a scene. After calming down, Ben turned around to look at the experts fighting the store owner, but what he saw chilled his bones. He witnessed the last of the group of experts getting ripped into 5 pieces by the claws of a tiny white cat, the size of his palm. His face lost all the colors as he was the last one left of the group that arrived. He tried to move backward with a horrified face, but his feet didn't move. He tried to scream, but nothing came out of his mouth. He horrifiedly looked at Akesh only to see him expressionlessly looking at him. He finally felt the indifference for himself in Akesh's eyes. He tried to apologize, but nothing came out of his mouth. He tried to kneel, but his knees didn't budge. He tried to look away from Akesh's indifferent eyes, but he couldn't move away. Instead, he felt the eyes getting closer to him. In the end, he found himself in a vast emptiness of the void and an enormous pupil of uncalculable size looking indifferent at him. "Please, let me go," he tried to apologize. Surprisingly, words came out of his mouth, but there was no response from the void. The eyes continued looking at him indifferently. His body was free of suppression, so he tried to run away from the eyes, but no matter how far he ran, it still looked the same to him. He tried everything to survive, but there was no response from the void, and the eyes continued looking at him without even a blink. It felt as if he had spent countless years in the emptiness, so he lost the will to live. He tried to kill himself by snapping his neck, but the next moment, his neck healed, and he became the same as before. He then ripped his heart out, but he was still alive. He could feel the pain of harming himself, but he couldn't die. Every time he died, the next moment, he got revived. Ben didn't know how long he spent in that illusion or how he came out of it, but when he opened his eyes in reality, he found Akesh standing in front of him. A kind of relief emerged inside his heart as he was finally going to die. Akesh didn't do much but only flicked Ben's head. He burst out in blood the next moment. The part of the blood that could have touched Akesh's skin disintegrated into ashes. Maria only looked at the scene with pure horror. In only a few seconds, the matter ended with the death of the entire group. "They made the store dirty," Akesh commented after seeing the blood and burst body parts all over the hardwood floor of the store. Nothing could even touch the shelves, the counter, and the rules board. He suddenly snapped his fingers, and all of the space rings that survived the onslaught rose into the air. There were around 7 space rings. 4 of them belonged to the experts, and the other 3 to the group of the mob. Ben's space ring didn't survive his flick. He snapped his fingers again, and everything that dirtied the floor disintegrated into nothingness. The hardwood floor became new like before. "Here, take this for standing out." He then sent the space rings toward Maria, breaking her out of her stupor. "No, I can't take this. It's the result of your hard work," Maria refused straight away by trying to move backward from the rings. "Take it. I don't want it." But, Maria wanted to speak, but he cut her off in between and said, "You don't have any money. It'll help you in the future if you want to buy anything from the store. It's for standing out for the store before. If you don't take it, I'll destroy them," he warned, seeing Maria still not taking them. She grabbed them after his warning as she believed he would do it if she didn't take them. "Thank you for killing him." She then bowed and thanked him first before checking the contents in the ring. Her revenge is finally complete even though she wasn't the one to kill Ben. "I had to do it. That guy broke the rules of the store," Akesh casually responded as if what he did was only a minor thing. Chapter 38. The disappointed expression on Maria's face increased when Akesh didn't reference Ben asking about her liking Akesh. She then focused her mind on the space rings as she could see him telling her to leave in a while. With ease, she unlocked the 3 rings in the space ring. She wasn't surprised when she didn't find much inside them since the owners were weaklings, and they were followers, so they weren't also from affluent families. She found about 44 inferior primal stones in total from them. They were even poorer than her. She then tried to open the expensive rings, but she couldn't break the protection and couldn't force her sense inside it. "Owner, I can't open these rings. I think you should take them," she told Akesh since they would be wasteful with her. Akesh, in response, extended his right hand. All 4 space rings went up to him. He then closed his hand and crushed them. Maria looked stunned, seeing this scene. Why did she wanted to complain when she suddenly shut her mouth as things started emerging out of nowhere in the store. These were the contents of the rings. Akesh then waved his hands, and all the newly appeared contents went up to Maria. "Is your cultivation level even higher than void forging?" she asked with a shocked expression. Akesh only smiled in response. She got her answer in that smile. "Why are you acting as a store owner when you are so powerful?" she asked him, ignoring all the shining stones in front of her. "Because I want to," he responded expressionlessly. The answer left Maria dumbstruck. She didn't know what to say in response, so she focused all her attention on the contents of the space ring lying in front of her. She counted all the stones and was shocked by the quantity in the end. She found 4,864 inferior primal stones and around 20 ordinary primal stones. She also got some beneficial pills that could assist her in breakthrough to nascent soul and beyond. If she converted everything into primal stones, the total number would be around 10,000 inferior primal stones. She also found many gold and platinum coins but didn't count them right away since it would take too much time. She then looked at Akesh to see his response to giving her contents of such an enormous value but was disappointed when she saw him talking with Lily, ignoring her and the valuable stones. "Do you want to buy the pills using these primal stones?" he suddenly asked while she was staring at him. Her face turned red by the sudden situation. She subconsciously nodded and said, "I'll buy 3 first-grade inferior Danshan healing pills." "You can only buy 2. The maximum number of pills anybody can buy is 3, and you've already bought 1 earlier in the morning," Akesh responded. His expression turned expressionless, the usual expression with which he converses with customers. "Then I'll buy 2, she responded. "Anything more?" he asked while looking at the large quantity of the primal stones. Maria was dumbfounded by his reaction. He didn't want the space rings containing such wealth, but he wanted her to buy as much as possible using these stones. "I'll buy all the pills," she smilingly responded. If it makes her get closer to Akesh, then she would buy everything. "Great!" he exclaimed. He then went up to the shelves and took out 3 body and mental healing pills and 2 Danshan healing, respectively. "Here, you've to pay 250 inferior primal stones." Maria nodded and handed over the required amount to him, and he handed her the pills. "Good business, you can leave now," he told her right away to leave after concluding the trade. A wry smile appeared on her face as she was expecting him to tell her to leave. She nodded and put all the contents lying on the ground in her space ring. Afterward, she turned around and left the store. Akesh didn't pay her attention. He was focused on something else instead. Mission objective: sell products to 10 customers. Requirement: you need to have multiple customers if you want to have a famous store. Sell 10 products to your customers in a week. Number of products left to sell: 10 tenths. Mission reward: a new product and addition in the pill varieties. Failure punishment: sales commission will be reduced to 0.5% of the product's price. Right after Maria left, Akesh called out the quest window to check up on it. He had already sold 8 pills, which meant he only had to sell 2 more pills, and the mission would be over. But when the window appeared, his excitement dimmed down after seeing he still had to sell 10 products. "Hey, system, what's this? I have already sold 8 products. Why do I still have to sell 10 more products?" he irritatingly asked the system. "Host, it was you who paid for the pills, not the buyer." The system responded straight away in its emotionless, mechanical voice. "What do you mean she paid for it? I just gifted her the space rings without knowing what's inside them," Akesh retorted. How could he give up when he gave such a large wealth to someone, and he didn't even get anything in return? The system didn't even respond to Akesh this time. He called out once more, but he still didn't get any response. Lily laughed, seeing him arguing with the system. At last, he gave up when the system stopped responding to his complaint. "Let's close the store, Lily." Akesh vented his frustration by closing the store way early before it was time for the sun to set. 2 hours after Akesh closed the store, Pinto came to the store to meet Akesh after he didn't get a call from Ben after he entered the store. He was stunned when he saw the door closed. He knocked on the door of the store many times, but there wasn't any response from the inside. Since Ben's father was the Prime Minister of the Bison Kingdom, he couldn't afford to offend him currently when his position for the throne wasn't comfortable enough. Chapter 39. After closing the store door, Akesh had nothing to do, so he decided to train his archery. During these past several millenniums, he learned to use many of the weapons, but he particularly loved archery more than any other weapon style. No weapon style challenged him more than archery. He even asked the system about it. "Why's that?" It answered him because archery is unpredictable, unlike sword style, where you can fight by predicting the next movement from seeing the body movement, particularly the movement of hands. Whereas in archery, the enemy not only needed to focus on the way the bow was pointed at, They also needed to consider the direction of the arrowhead in mind. In addition, the enemy also has to consider the movement of the finger on the bowstring. The system also told him that Akesh found archery more challenging because it was a long-range battle system, but he was particularly interested in close combat. Swordsmen are known for their agility and quick movements in the battle, so it was always going to be difficult for him to fight swordsmen in close combat using bow and arrow. He appeared in the selection ground with Lily. "Go and train with your ancestors." He then pushed Lily onto the training with the creatures belonging to epical feline. He wanted her to get perfect at using every skill she gains with the time passing. Lily looked begrudgingly at him but still followed his order and pushed the switch. She didn't do any antics with him here because he never joked with her whenever it came to training. Once she decided not to follow his order, he didn't talk or play with her for several centuries. She didn't want to go through the same thing, so she never refused training again. After Lily pushed the switch and entered her training ground, he picked up the bow he had been using for the past several millenniums. After selecting the environment he wanted to train in, he pressed the switch. The next moment, he appeared in a familiar setting. He has been training in the same environment during the last few days when he was in the previous store. Boo! Suddenly, the sound of booing echoed. He looked around and saw millions of people booing him. The environment he chose was a battle arena. He has been battling with the swordsmen in the presence of these people. They were booing him because of losing every battle he had fought here. Akesh smilingly waved his hands at the crowd, and the boos got even louder. He laughed, even more, seeing the situation. It felt great for him to poke this bunch of people who hate him with a smile. Suddenly, the boos disappeared, and instead, loud cheers erupted. Akesh's face turned serious as his competitor entered the arena. The competitor had the same body structure as humans. He had the head of a goat with two horns of the bull. In comparison to Akesh's body size, he looked like a child, but Akesh had never been more serious than he was right now. The competitor didn't speak anything when he reached the center. He casually took out his sword and gestured for Akesh to make a move first. Akesh had already gotten used to this, so he didn't wait and shot an arrow aiming at the competitor's heart. But the next moment, he immediately took 2 steps backward. A sword swung at that exact place right after he moved away. He didn't have the time to care for it, so he moved to his right and shot 3 arrows at the same time, aiming for the competitor's both eyes and his heart. Within seconds, another attack passed his head by a hair's length, causing him to have to move back once more. Akesh's shooting speed was almost hundreds of arrows within a second, but not a single arrow could even touch the competitor's sword, let alone injure him. But the same couldn't be said for him. He already had several cuts all over his body despite having the same movement speed as the competitor. A few seconds passed, and Akesh's situation was only getting worse for him. His entire body was covered in his blood, but he was able to hit his competitor for the first time in his training. The competitor had an arrow stuck right at the joint of his right arm, causing him to use the sword with his left hand. But Akesh didn't expect the competitor to be even better at swordsmanship with his left hand. He was not even getting a chance to shoot after the competitor started using his sword by his left hand. After a few seconds, his bowstring was cut by the competitor, so he was forced to stop fighting. "You win," he said, raising his hand after the bow became useless. Boo! The crowd booed Akesh even louder than before as it was his 10th straight defeat against the weakest champion. His injuries all over his body also started healing after he gave up. "You fought better this time," said a hoarse voice as Akesh was waving at the crowd while laughing out loud. "I guess. Otherwise, how would I've ever known that you're even a bigger monster when you use your left hand?" Akesh responded with a smile. The competitor had already thrown away the arrow that hurt him, and the injury was already healed. There wasn't even a mark present at the spot. "See you in the next challenge," the competitor responded and turned around to leave. "Okay, I'll see you losers next time," Akesh, in response, shouted back to the crowd booing at him, resulting in it getting even louder and disappeared from the battle arena. He then appeared in the selection ground. Since his fight only went on for several seconds, there was still a long time before Lily would come out, so he sat there and visualizing his battle. He would do this every time after his every fight to make him better than before. Hours passed in the blink of an eye. Lily also came out of her training. She had an aggrieved look like she had been beaten very badly. She saw Akesh sitting in the center, so she jumped on his hand and started telling him what she faced. Akesh only smiled hearing it and then came out of the selection ground with her. Chapter 40 The new day arrived with the first ray of sunlight brightening the continent of Inga. Akesh had already woken up, so he didn't wait and opened the door of the store. When he opened the store and took a single step outside the door, he couldn't see many people since the day had only arrived and the market would only get busier as the day proceeded. He turned around to enter the store when he suddenly stopped after he heard a familiar voice. He turned around and noticed Maria hurrying in his direction while waving her hands. He didn't wave back and entered the store. Maria expected the same response from Akesh, so she didn't mind it. She also entered the store after a few seconds had passed. "Hello, store owner." She greeted Akesh with a smile right after entering the store. "Hello." He expressionlessly responded while sitting in his comfortable chair. Since Lily was still sleeping, he didn't wake her up and opened the store on his own. "Owner, I want to buy the pills," she said while a huge smile spread across her face. The mental healing pill acted like a magical pill on her. It forced all her concerns, negativity, and stresses out of her head. She had never felt better than what she was feeling right now. "Which one?" Akesh asked as he stood up to take the pills out of the shelf. "I want 3 pills of all the 3 categories," Maria smilingly said. She had seen yesterday how he liked when someone bought his products, so she would try to impress him by purchasing the pills since she had more than enough primal stones. In reality, Maria only needed 1 Danshan healing and 3 mental healing pills. She still had 1 body healing pill left since only 2 helped her in getting rid of the horrendous scar. "Why would you need so many of them?" Akesh's response was opposite to what she expected. Instead of happily selling her the pill, he asked her the reason. "I just want to buy them," she responded while not daring to look into his eyes. She felt like she had done some terrible thing by asking for all the pills. "Excess of pills will harm you. Since you're my first customer, I would warn you of not using pills in excess," Akesh said as he went to the shelf and started taking out the pills. "That'll be 300 inferior primal stones," he told her the price as he handed her the pills. She nodded and gave him the pouch containing 300 stones. "Don't waste so much money on the pills. There are going to be more expensive products in the future. You should save money until then," Akesh expressionlessly advised Maria. She was his only buyer until now, so he wanted the best for her. An embarrassed look appeared on her face since she spent around half of the money she had to buy the next shop to Akesh's store. She was going to be neighbors with him from tomorrow onwards. He didn't care for what expression appeared on her face, so he told her to leave after that. She also nodded and left the store with a wry smile. After Maria left, she returned to his chair and started thinking about the challenge in the battle arena. If he desired to win, he needed to take his head. Who knows, the swordsman turned out to be even better with sword using from his legs or mouth after losing both his hands. Akesh needed to find his weakness to obstruct his movements, and it would become easy for Akesh to defeat the competitor after that. Time flew by, and the market got busier. It became overcrowded in no time. Suddenly a group of people angrily forced their way through the market. One of the men in the group was pulling bloodied Maria by her hair, with their direction being Akesh's store. A few hours ago, Maria was happily returning to her store thinking about the future, where she'll regularly meet Akesh and one day, he'll start liking her and then fall in love, and then. She stopped thinking any further due to her face getting red like a tomato. Halt! She suddenly had to stop since out of nowhere, a group of guards surrounded her. She cautiously looked at the soldiers and lost all hopes of escaping. There were more than 100 soldiers. She couldn't identify the cultivation level of even a single soldier, so that meant every soldier surpassed her. Suddenly the guards made way for a middle-aged man. The middle-aged man had a grim look as he came toward her. "Are you Maria?" the man suddenly asked in a hoarse voice. Maria didn't speak anything in response since she knew why the guards were looking for her. Getting no response made the man angry. The next moment he appeared in front of Maria and slapped her, throwing her several meters away. Her mouth started bleeding after the slap. She would have lost her head if the man hadn't controlled the power of his slap. He then appeared in front of the fallen Maria. "Are you Maria?" he asked again, with rage clearly evident in his eyes. She still ignored him and stayed silent. "Slap her!" the man suddenly ordered the nearest guard instead of slapping her himself. The guard accepted the order, came forward, and hit another side of Maria's face, resulting in broken teeth. "Don't stop. Continue slapping her until she speaks," the man ordered the guard. The guard accepted the order and did as told. Maria's mental strength has gotten better after the tragedies she had faced, so she was able to control herself. The man's brows furrowed, seeing her still not speaking up. "5 of you come here and beat her down," he turned around and ordered the guards closest to him. The guards also expressionlessly accepted the order and executed the order. In no time, Maria's body became filled with wounds. She still didn't speak anything. "Okay, leave her," the man suddenly ordered. The guards stopped and expressionlessly went back to their position. The man then got hold of her hair and started pulling her, his direction being the store. Chapter 41 Maria had a heartbroken look as the stranger dragged her by her hair to Akesh's store. She wasn't worried about him since she saw his capability yesterday. What made her heartbroken was the fact that Akesh had to involve himself again in trouble, which started due to her. The market got empty in no time. Everyone in the crowd was afraid to even come in the way of the group since they knew their identity from the golden S badge they wore on their chests. These guards belonged to the Schiller family. Ben's full name was Ben Schiller. Schiller family had been an influential family even before the establishment of the Bison Kingdom. Gary Schiller was the family head and the Prime Minister of the Blue Phoenix Kingdom when Punter attacked. Schiller family played a major role in the establishment of the Bison Kingdom. They betrayed the previous king, seeing the guards that came with Punter, and joined him against the Blue Phoenix Kingdom. After the war ended, Punter, being happy with their achievements during the war, rewarded them a hereditary post of Prime Minister. Every head of the Schiller family would be eligible for this post as long as the Bison Kingdom stands. The current head of the Schiller family and the Prime Minister of the Bison Kingdom was Barry Schiller. He was also the father of Ben. Ben was the youngest and most loved child of Barry. So when he learned about the incident that occurred yesterday, he didn't think for a second, and in anger, sent 100 of his family's best peak nascent soul experts and an additional void condensation expert to not take any risk. Akesh was sitting in his store and trying to think of ways to win the first challenge when suddenly, the sound of something thrown in his store and several footsteps broke him out of his trance. He expressionlessly looked at the source of the ruckus, and the first thing he noticed was a seriously injured Maria who was trying to stand up. He then focused on the man that stood at the front and stared expressionlessly at him. "Where's young Master Ben?" the man asked Akesh with a hint of rage in his voice. He already knew that Ben died yesterday since none of the members that entered the store exited. He still asked because he wanted to see the fear in the store owner's eyes first and then torture him for what he did to Ben. "Oh, didn't you know?" Akesh expressionlessly responded. "What?" the man exclaimed. He didn't expect the owner to be this calm, and his response was also unexpected for him. "I sent him to the place best suited to him," Akesh casually responded. While Akesh was talking, the group of experts that arrived to avenge Ben started surrounding him. One of the group members even tried to shut the door of the store, but he couldn't even budge the door, let alone move it. A bad feeling arose in that member's heart. But suddenly, he forgot about it, and he also went forward to surround. To not alert the group, Akesh acted to erase the bad feeling the guard felt inside. He was in the mood to kill, and he wanted to kill all of the members in a single swoop. He didn't want anyone to run and increase his effort. He had no problem in his heart when it came to killing, since he didn't belong to the human race, and after learning about the truth of the creation, every race in the multiverse except David became insignificant for him. Where? While the man in the front growled. His patience was running thin as he had no idea where the store owner was going with his words. Hell! Akesh responded as suddenly a pressure arrived on every person present in the store except Maria. All were unprepared for the sudden pressure. The situation caused them to fall face first onto the ground. It came as a complete surprise to the void condensation expert. He tried with all his might to stand up, but the more he tried, the intense the pressure became for him. "What are you doing?" he asked, gritting his teeth. "Nothing, I'm going to send you there to meet your young master," Akesh casually responded. He took a stride forward and appeared right in front of him. He bent down and grabbed the man's hair, forcing him to make direct eye contact with him. "So, tell me, who are you?" Akesh expressionlessly asked. The man didn't want to speak something, but the truth subconsciously came out of his mouth. "I am Fred Schiller. I belong to the Schiller family, the strongest family after the royal family." He started speaking the details regarding his family. "Tell me, what would be the response of your family head after I kill you?" Akesh suddenly asked. He got bored of the petty play of these low-ranked humans. He would have continued the play and extended the act with Ben and his family if Maria hadn't been beaten this badly. He couldn't just let an innocent fall in danger due to the petty acts of these families. "He would wage a war on your store," Fred confidently responded. His face was pale due to fear, but he tried to act strong since his family's name was dependent upon him. "Then, I'll be waiting," Akesh responded as the man fell into an illusion the next moment. Fred found himself in an unknown environment the next moment. In no time, he forgot everything about Akesh and his identity. In the illusion, he lived in a world where humans were the apex predators but could not cultivate. They had a limited lifespan and waged wars from time to time. Fred was living his life happily with his family when suddenly his entire family got killed, and he got captured alive by a group of terrorists. The group of terrorists then tortured him for years before he succumbed to his injuries. He then reincarnated into the same world, but this time he was one of the terrorists. During a terror attack, the police force caught him, and then he was again tortured. He reincarnated several times and every time died due to torture. Akesh expressionlessly watched as Fred went through the suffering. Chapter 42 For an unknown amount of time, Fred was in the illusion. But only a moment had passed in reality. He finally opened his eyes after dying multiple times by different kinds of tortures. He looked blankly at Akesh, who was expressionlessly staring at him. He felt the indifference for his life in the store owner's eyes. He fell into another illusion, but this time it was the illusion of silence and emptiness. He stayed chained in the void with not being able to see, feel, or speak. After an unknown amount of time, he came back to reality. He started crying when he saw the expressionless eyes of Akesh. "Please kill me," he pleaded while tears of blood streamed down his cheeks. He didn't want to face the illusion of emptiness again. He would rather get tortured to death. "Why should I dirty my hand by killing you?" Akesh casually responded as Fred fell into another illusion. While Fred was going through different illusions one by one, the group of guards that came with him was bursting one by one due to the increase in pressure. With every death, the fear in the other members' heart increased. Many of them pleaded with Akesh, but he ignored them. He instead put a sound barrier on them so they couldn't scream. He then released Fred's head and went up to the unconscious Maria. He didn't have a healing skill, and Lily was also sleeping. He didn't want to disturb her sleep for somebody's life. He grabbed Maria's space ring and took it out. He then crushed it since only the owner could manipulate the ring. He found the pill he sold her several minutes earlier. He then forced the body healing pills into Maria's mouth. The pill started acting the next second, and her injury started healing at a visible rate. After it did its work, he pushed the mental healing pill down her throat. She started gaining consciousness the next second. The first thing she saw after opening her eyes was somebody looking at her. Her vision wasn't clear, so she rubbed her eyes and saw Akesh looking at her expressionlessly. Her eyes became moist, remembering the scene that she went through before losing consciousness. "Forgive me, store owner. It's all my fault," she apologized to Akesh with a slight tremble in her voice. He ignored her in response and helped her stand up since she was perfectly healthy after eating all the 4 body healing pills. Her heartbeat rose when he touched her, but the next moment a pure look of horror appeared on her face. She witnessed the bursting of one of the men that beat her while him trying to scream, but she couldn't hear a single voice. Her eyes then fell upon the group, and she could see everybody crying and speaking something. She only saw the moving of lips, and she couldn't hear anything. She then noticed the man who dragged her here by her hair with a pure look of horror on his face. She could see that the man was going through a nightmare, and whatever illusion he was in was too terrible for him to be able to handle. She was too shocked to speak anything. She looked at Akesh to only see an emotionless face with a look of indifference for the death in his eyes. "Here, take it," Akesh suddenly said as numbers of space rings started raising out of the blood pool and moved toward her. This time he was careful, so the rings survived the pressure, unlike the last time. He gave her rings to pay for the injuries she had due to what he did with Ben. Maria wanted to refuse, but her hands grabbed them. They were out of control. She tried to speak something, but no voice came out of her mouth when she looked into the indifference in his eyes. "Oh, he died," Akesh suddenly said casually. She focused his eyes and saw him looking at Fred. He still had a look of horror on his face, but his eyes had turned blank. Maria didn't know why, but she suddenly had the urge to touch him. She acted on her urging and stepped forward. She touched his forehead with just the tip of her index finger, but the next moment she reflexively took back her finger as she felt herself standing naked in a freezing temperature. She felt like she touched the deepest part of the ice. She looked at the tip and saw a hint of freeze. The next moment, the corpse of Fred started freezing from his head, and in no time, his entire body turned into a giant block of ice. The next moment, it started breaking into shards like someone poked a finger on the cracked glass. It then started disintegrating into the emptiness. Maria had a horrified face since she had never witnessed anything like this. She couldn't help but stumble 2 steps backward. Akesh looked at the scene without any change in expression. Everyone who came with Fred was also dead. He couldn't help but shake his head, seeing the pool of blood in his store. It had only been 2 days, and he had already killed more than 100 humans, and his store had gotten dirty every time. Maria thought Akesh was feeling bad about so many deaths when she saw him shaking his head. But the next moment, an astonished expression appeared on his face. "Damn it, they made my store dirty again," he said while shaking his head, making Maria almost stumble to the ground. He then waved his hands, and the pool of blood on the hardwood floor started combining. It then turned into a solid ball of blood. Akesh then forced pressure on the ball of blood, forcing it to contract even more. He only stopped when it turned into the size of a pearl. "Here, take it. It'll help you get a breakthrough to nascent soul." He pushed the pearl toward Maria and told her to take it. She shook her head to refuse, but the pearl forced its way in her hand, and she couldn't release it afterward. A shocked look appeared on her face as she noticed her space ring missing. "My space ring!" she suddenly exclaimed. Chapter 43, Breakthrough, "My space ring!" Maria exclaimed in shock. She then frantically started searching for it. "I crushed it," Akesh told her to stop her frantic search. Maria stopped her search. She then confusedly looked at him and asked, "Why?" He ignored her and waved his hands. Every content in her ring, except all the body healing and 1 mental healing pill, appeared in front of her. Maria looked at the contents in surprise when she found the pills missing. She gratefully looked at Akesh and thanked him. "Thank you for saving me, store owner. It was not a big deal. I think you can buy a new ring with the wealth you would get from these rings," he responded as he pointed at 101 space rings floating in the air. "I can't take this many rings," she refused straight away and moved 2 steps backward. The blood pearl was still stuck in her right hand. She didn't want another 101 space rings. Take it. It's your compensation. Either I can make you forget that attack, or I can give you these rings, he responded as Maria stopped in her steps. Store owner, I don't want compensation. It all started due to me, so I'm the one at fault here. She shook her head, refusing to take compensation. Let me tell you about the blood pearl. It's created from the combination of 100 blood sources from 100 peak Nascent soul experts. I have already cleaned any kind of impurity from it so you can eat it without any problem. If you eat it right now, it will help you reach the level of peak Nascent soul in a single swoop. Akesh ignored her refusal as always and started explaining about the blood pearl. A shocked expression appeared on Maria's face after listening to the explanations about the blood pearl. She even forgot about space rings at that moment. Directly peak Nascent soul! She exclaimed in shock. Her mouth was wide open as she gawked in shock at the tiny blood pearl in her hand. Yes, I combined the blood sources to help you get a direct breakthrough to peak Nascent soul, he expressionlessly responded. What is blood source, Senior? Maria asked. She didn't even notice that she called Akesh Senior instead of the usual. Unknown to her, a feeling of reverence started appearing inside her heart. It's the source of all power of the cultivator. This source creates the blood that flows in your veins, he answered her. Source of all the power! She exclaimed. Suddenly, an urge to eat the blood pearl emerged in her heart. She tried to control it, but it only got stronger. In the end, she gave in to her urge and put the blood pearl in her mouth. Akesh couldn't help but shake his head in disappointment, seeing her giving to her urge rather than controlling it. He had seen various scenes of breakthroughs when his previous customers got breakthroughs on a regular basis, so he wasn't interested. He returned to his chair and sat down, and started thinking of ways to defeat the competitor. The moment Maria ate the blood pearl, it burst into the pool of blood, resulting in the bloating of her body. Suddenly the next moment, blood started leaking out of several pores in her body. The leaking blood, instead of falling to the ground, started making a blood cocoon surrounding her. Maria watched all of what was happening as she watched a ball made of blood form a cocoon to cover her. Since she was currently a late soul formation expert, her soul didn't have a spiritual form. It was still a ball of light the size of a tennis ball. The blood from the pearl started seeping into the ball of light, making it larger in size. The color of the ball of light remained unchanged despite the dark red blood seeping into it without stopping. The ball only stopped growing when it reached the size of half of her body. After it stopped growing, the momentum of the blood only got powerful, and instead of only seeping, it started bombarding the ball of light to change its shape. It only stopped when the shape of the ball of light turned into a newborn baby. The momentum of the blood increased even more. After a few seconds of bombardment, the color of the baby turned from white to the color of Maria. The baby then opened his eyes. That moment, a storm of chi erupted in the store. Akesh ignored the chi storm and focused on visualizing the battle scene. The chi storm then started bombarding the cocoon, resulting in the breaking of it. After the cocoon disintegrated, the chi flowed into Maria's body, resulting in her having a breakthrough. The chi storm continued until she reached the peak and successfully broke the barrier between the soul formation and the nascent soul. The storm then disappeared, but the breakthrough hasn't stopped yet. As soon as the baby opened its eyes, it eagerly inspected the blood surrounding it as if it were some delicacy reserved just for it. The baby opened his mouth and tried to suck the blood. The blood, as if following the baby's command, followed. In no time, the remaining blood from the blood pearl covered the baby. The baby then absorbed it in its entirety in several moments. After the blood wall disappeared, there were significant changes in the baby. It was as if time flew several months and affected the baby, and it turned into a baby the age of walking. Maria opened her eyes after the blood got absorbed since the breakthrough had ended. She was now a peak nascent soul expert. She became one of the powerhouses of the Bison Kingdom since the king was only a void condensation expert. She then looked down to check her body, only to see her sitting naked in the store since her clothes got torn after her body bloated. Her face got red as she looked at Akesh, but she took a relieved sigh the next moment, seeing him not looking at her. This sigh contained a bit of disappointment, as he didn't find her body interesting to look at. If Akesh knew Maria's thoughts, he would only respond, "Not worth my time." Chapter 44, Feeling of Horror. After calming her heart from pounding, Maria checked her body after the breakthrough to nascent soul. Her skin tone had turned lighter, and she could also feel her height had gotten taller. She felt immense power in her skinny hands, so she clenched her hands into a fist and punched into the air. It made a loud sound, disturbing Akesh in turn. He opened his eyes and saw Maria punching the air. "What are you doing?" he expressionlessly asked. Maria stopped punching in the air and awkwardly looked at Akesh. She was still naked, so her face turned red like it would burst the next moment. She didn't look directly into his eyes due to embarrassment. She covered her private parts and rushed to the counter. Her clothes were present there due to Akesh crushing her space ring. She took whatever she found first and wore them. "I am sorry, Senior. I was only testing the power of my punch," she awkwardly apologized after wearing something to cover her private part. "Congratulations on the breakthrough." Akesh forgave her and congratulated her for getting a breakthrough. "Thank you, Senior," she responded. Her face was still red due to embarrassment. She was still thinking about something when her eyes suddenly turned blank like a dead person. It was Akesh who did this since he called her soul form out. After getting out, the baby looked at Akesh with horror as if it was a newborn just waiting to be eaten by the tiger. "You look real," Akesh complimented, seeing the baby looking real despite only being a soul. In the chi cultivation system, when the cultivator reached the soul formation stage, their soul started taking a form. It is still in the form of a ball of light, but it touches the concept of physical form. As the cultivator grew in the level, the ball of light would grow bigger. In the soul formation stage, talent plays a more prominent role. The talent decides the end point of the ball of light. The higher the talent, the larger the ball would grow in size before stopping. Maria had a high talent. It was why the ball of light only stopped growing when it reached half the size of her body. The highest known size of the ball of light is 11 times the size of the cultivator, and only one person has achieved this until now. He was the first chi cultivator of the primal dimension. Unlike the first chi cultivator, the second most talented cultivator's ball of light only grew twice the size of hers, so no gifted human has emerged to rival the first chi cultivator. Akesh knew about him because the system had pieces of information regarding him during his learning of the cultivation systems. The first chi cultivator is on the same level as Kartikeya, the god of war. The ball of light then turns into the newborn baby form of the cultivator, signifying the birth of the soul from the embryo. In nascent soul, the soul of the cultivator becomes a physical entity instead of only touching the concept. Nascent soul signified the physical formation of the soul of the cultivator. It didn't mean the soul becoming indestructible or invincible, it just meant the body and the soul were ready to touch the void. It also gave an increase of several centuries of lifespan to the cultivator. A nascent soul cultivator had a lifespan of 2,000 years. Nascent soul was also the stage where many cultivators left the chi cultivation system and instead went up to the soul cultivation system. In the soul cultivation system, cultivators cultivate the soul to become indestructible and invincible, and the soul getting a physical form only starts the cultivation. After looking at the soul form of Maria, Akesh sent the soul back to her body. Colors returned to her eyes after that. The next moment, a feeling of horror emerged in her heart. It was her soul that caused the sensation. She felt standing naked in the ice storm due to the intense feeling of terror. "You have a great talent." The next moment, Akesh commented as he could see the sudden change in the atmosphere around Maria. The fear she was feeling vanished, and a feeling of satisfaction for the breakthrough emerged in her heart. "Thank you." A smile spread across her face as she thanked him. Her entire psyche changed subconsciously after his one comment. She felt horrified in her heart thinking of it, but the next moment that feeling vanished, and a happy feeling emerged. "I think you should buy a new space ring. You can't carry so many things on your own," he suddenly commented while pointing at the rings and the content present on the counter. "I think so too," she responded while nodding her head. She couldn't manipulate the space of other rings as they already had owners, so she would need Akesh's help to get the contents of the space ring successfully out. She even forgot, she was refusing to take them before eating the blood pearl. She didn't speak anymore and turn around to exit the store since Akesh didn't sell space rings, but her steps came to a halt the next moment. "Where are you going?" Akesh asked, seeing Maria turning around to leave the store. "To buy the space ring," she confusedly turned around and responded. "You don't have to. I'll make you one at the market price," he told Maria. He had already asked the system about it. He could sell the things he created, and he didn't need to pay commission to the store. He wanted to end the problem with the Schiller family before something serious happened with Maria. For that, he needed to go outside. And if he went outside, he couldn't just return without seeing the food of the Bison Kingdom. For that, he needed money. He could also rob the Schiller family of their wealth, but it would be beneath him to do something like this, and the system had also warned him against doing something like this. "Okay." Maria responded right away. She didn't even feel surprised since Akesh had already given her so many surprises. Chapter 45, Space Ring. "I can't make you the most stable space ring, but I can make you one of the best when it comes to security," Akesh expressionlessly told Maria. She only nodded in response to him. She had already said yes, so there was nothing for her to consider. Over the millennia, he had learned many things, and making a space ring was one of them. He already had the material to create one. His mastery over the element of space was even better than Heavenly Monarch, so he only needed space stone and mithril to make a perfect space ring. The space rings he had collected, he could use their material instead of crushing them like usual. Since his mastery over space was almost perfect, he could easily separate the mithril and space stone. After getting affirmation from Maria, Akesh started doing his work. He firstly separated Fred's ring as it had the best quality out of all the space rings, and he could use it as the primary material and the material of the other 100 rings as the supplementary. It was also the only space ring that was created by using mithril since it's an expensive material in the primal dimension. It was going to be a bother since it was hard to protect the content inside the rings while separating the space stone and the mithril. He focused entirely on the space ring. He slowly started taking all the contents out while carefully separating the space stone. Time flew, several minutes passed, and a mountain emerged in the center of the store. If anyone entered the store right now, their eyes would get blinded by seeing the treasures lying on the ground. Only the last ring was left for him to separate the materials. After dividing it, he had 101 space stones and 1 inch of mithril. He threw other materials of the rings away since he wouldn't use them to destroy the integrity of the mithril. Maria was counting the primal stones after Akesh brought them out. Her eyes shined seeing this many stones. Even when her family was at her peak, she had never seen so many primal stones. There were around 12,000 inferior, 5,890 ordinary, and 16 top primal stones only in Fred's ring. There were also several pills and treasures. If she sold them for money, she would never have to work in her life again. She could enjoy the life of a young master without working just from the wealth of a single space ring. After Akesh completed the process of separating the materials, Maria also completed the counting process. In total, she got 948,000 inferior, 7,400 ordinary, and 18 top primal stones. If she calculated the value of pills and treasure she got from the rings, the number became so horrifying for her that she had to take a deep breath to calm herself down. She could start an influential family only from the wealth of these 101 space rings. She finally knew the difference between the Schiller family and the other influential families. She then secretly took a look at Akesh and couldn't help but feel sad for the Schiller family. To lose all their wealth because they created an undefeatable enemy and a bastard son was a tragedy for the family. Akesh remained oblivious to her thoughts and continued focusing on creating a space ring for her. He was currently sizing up the largest space stone of the lot. He couldn't help but shake his head in disappointment, seeing the impurities. He couldn't help but murmur, "What a disappointing blacksmith." Maria only smiled wryly, hearing Akesh's murmur. The feeling of anticipation also emerged in her heart for the ring after seeing how focused he was on making it. Akesh first had to remove the impurities of the space stones before creating a ring. Otherwise, he would be insulting himself as well as the system. He snapped his finger, and the next moment a fire even darker than the night appeared in the store. It was floating in front of him. The moment it emerged, the store became dark as if the night had arrived. But the next moment, the light returned to the store by the system. Maria had to move 2 steps away from the fire since she felt the danger to her life just by standing near it. Akesh ignored her reaction and casually threw the space stone into the fire. "Let me see your capability to purify," he uttered after throwing all the 101 space stones into the fire. The next moment, the fire started flickering wildly, as if it was angry that someone dared to challenge it. "Don't need to act so wild. If you can't even purify this much, you aren't worth the name of underscore." He went 2 steps further and challenged it even more. While Maria rubbed her ears as when Akesh uttered the name of the fire, she couldn't hear anything as if she had become deaf. HMPH, suddenly, a scoff echoed in the store that made Maria stumble to the ground. It was the voice of the fire, and it stopped acting wild and accepted the challenge. Akesh had no response to its scoff, and he expressionlessly looked at the fire burning the space stones. Since the space stones belonged to the void, they had no color, and they appeared black to everybody. Akesh could see golden spots emerging on the space stones as the fire purified them of all their impurities. The purification continued for several seconds. When the process was complete, the fire threw the space stones out at him, but it stopped automatically on its own before it could hit Akesh. Another scoff echoed in the store, and the fire disappeared as if it found insulting to stay here for even one more second. Akesh didn't care for the fire's actions. Instead, he focused on the purified space stones. They regained their black color back. He couldn't help but nod, seeing them. The fire had purified the space stones without even reducing their size. He didn't wait and melted the other 100 space stones and joined them to the main. He then focused on the mithril. He didn't need to purify it, so he put pressure on it to take the shape of a ring, and he embedded the first store into it in human letters. He then melted the combined space stone to the mithril. The space ring was finally complete. Chapter 46, Properties of the Space Ring. After the space stone in its entirety melted onto the mithril, it was now time for Akesh to create security for the space ring since currently, anyone could use it. For security, he would need to draw the symbol of the chance, and in the multiverse, only a few beings could challenge him when it came to chance. The chance blacksmiths used belong to the most simplified language of dragons since they are the originator of magic in the multiverse. Akesh not only knew the simplified language of dragons, he also knew the symbol from which dragons derived their language and then created the magic. Dragons are the first race created by the group of 10 devas when the multiverse stopped expanding. Since Akesh already knew the chant required for the security, he started drawing the symbol. The process was slow since even a single mistake could cause the ring to get locked forever. It took him several minutes to embed the chant symbol. It was even more than the combined time he took to separate and combine. He also added several chants that were unknown to the majority of the multiverse. Right after he ended the process, a red light engulfed the ring and then surrounded several meters around it in the store. A circular pattern also started emerging in the store. It was looking like someone was going to call a demon from the circle. "Drop your blood on the center of the pattern," Akesh then slightly turned around and told Maria while pointing at the center of the pattern. It confused her, but she still did as told since she trusted Akesh currently even more than herself. She bit her fingertip and dropped the blood on the center of the pattern. The moment her blood touched the center, a bright light engulfed her, and the space ring. The next moment, the light disappeared, and the tattoo of a dragon got engraved on the finger in which she would wear the ring. She looked at the tattoo and suddenly found herself in an illusion. She was standing in an unfamiliar environment while a dragon was sizing her up. As the dragon was so huge, she couldn't even tell how big they were since she couldn't even make out the size of their entire head. Her face turned pale from fear. She wanted to step backward, but she was so afraid that she couldn't even move her feet. As, I era it lobmies. Suddenly a hoarse emotionless androgynous voice echoed in the surroundings. Maria didn't understand what the being was speaking, so she stayed silent with her face still pale from fear. Osnenia passed. The dragon added. As Maria couldn't understand the words and couldn't think clearly due to fear, her reaction remained the same as the last time. The dragon harumphed, seeing Maria in such fright. Their nostrils flared, and the gust of wind emerged. It then threw Maria away. The next moment, she suddenly disappeared from there and opened her eyes in the store. Her face was still pale due to the fright. Her whole body was cold with sweat. It was fortunate for her that the dragon didn't bring their face closer to her, otherwise, she would have got a heart attack. She didn't even care that she saw a mythical creature just now. What was that, Signor? She tremblingly asked Akesh, after her heart somewhat calmed down, while wiping the sweat on her face. Oh, I got carried away while making the space ring and used a chant symbol important for the dragons, Akesh casually responded as if he only did something insignificant. Her heartbeat rate rose, hearing him since she would be the owner of the space ring. The feeling of anticipation rose as she excitedly looked at the completed ring floating in front of Akesh. You can take it, he said, seeing Maria looking at the ring. He snapped his fingers, and the next moment, the space ring appeared in her hands. He then looked at Maria, waiting for her reaction when she found the properties of the ring. It was, after all, his first creation. The first thing Maria did after getting the space ring was to check the space. She sent her consciousness in the ring, and her mouth flew wide open when she saw the empty space where she couldn't see the end of it. So much space! She couldn't help but exclaim loudly after her consciousness returned. Suddenly a blue window emerged in front of her. She was taken aback by the sudden emergence and stumbled to the ground. Letters then started emerging on the floating screen. Akesh expressionlessly looked at the screen since he added this feature to it. Unnamed space ring, total space, 108 yojana 1390 km, filled space, 0, empty space, 108 yojana, storing ability, non-living, living, primal energy, abilities. Status screen, growth, self-destruct. Maria, who had somehow stood up, again fell down after seeing the properties of the space ring. She then looked at Akesh to hear from him. It can store living beings like humans, your pets, or any kidnapped enemies. It also had the option to store primal energy. You can use that energy as you see fit, Akesh started explaining about the space ring while pointing at the ring in her hand. The primal energy it would store would be from the atmosphere. It would continue storing energy all the time, and you can use it for cultivation, attack, defense, etc. It's not unlimited. It has a cap of how much energy it can store. It also has the ability to grow. You will need mithril and space stone if you need to grow the ring. The capacity of storing energy will only increase if you grow the level of the space ring. It can also self-destruct when you're at your end and have no choice but to die with the enemy. The range of the attack would depend on how much energy it has stored and the primal stones. If the energy capacity is full and you add 1 million inferior primal stones, the blast would erase the entire Bison Kingdom, he explained. The more Maria heard, the more shocking it became for her. She had heard about the self-destructing ring, but she had never heard of any space ring that could grow or store chi. Chapter 47, Traumatic. After learning the properties of the space ring, Maria's heartbeat rose in excitement. She couldn't help but take a deep breath to calm her pounding heart. How much time would it take for the energy to get filled? She asked after her heart calmed down. Around a year, if you don't interfere in the storage, Akesh answered after calculating. Senior, how much material would it take for the space ring to grow? She asked him. How could she not know about it? She already had enough primal stones needed to destroy the Bison Kingdom. The energy capacity would also get filled in only a year. If she wants, she could become the strongest in the kingdom with only a space ring. 108 space stones, 3-inch mithril, and 1 world core, he casually and expressionlessly answered. Her jaw almost dropped to the ground after listening to the requirements. All the materials he listed were rare and expensive. It was easy for her to get 108 space stones with her wealth, but mithril and the world core were currently way beyond her wealth. Since this is my first creation, I would give you a discount, Akesh suddenly spoke, breaking Maria's thoughts about the materials. In the excitement, she had forgotten that she had to pay for the space ring, but he brought her back to reality. After seeing the abilities of the space ring, she knew it would cost her a fortune. She then looked at the mountain of the primal stones and said farewell to them. How much, Signor? She then asked Akesh after making her heart determined to give up the entire wealth she gained today. 5,000 ordinary primal stones, he responded straight away as he had already thought of a price. Maria's mouth turned wide open after hearing the price. It was too cheap for what the space ring had to offer. Senior, you can ask for more, she suggested, thinking Akesh was taking a large amount of loss in the deal. No need, I only need 5,000 ordinary primal stones, he refused. As for more money, he did not need it since he only needed it to splurge during shopping at the market. And, 5,000 ordinary primal stones were already a large amount of wealth. Maria didn't say anything in response and started separating primal stones to pay him. After several seconds, she pushed the mountain of 5,000 ordinary primal stones toward him. He only took a single look at them and snapped his fingers. The next moment, the shining mound of stones disappeared from the store. Good business, he commented. You can leave now, he then added. Since there was no point in her staying in the store, he didn't need her presence in the store. Lily has also not woken up, so there was a little bit of worry in his heart for her. A wry smile appeared on her face, as she was expecting it from Akesh after getting the ring. Thank you, Senior, for the space ring and helping me. She thanked Akesh. She then collected all the contents lying on the ground, bowed at him, turned around, and left the store. She saw a large crowd gathered around the store after she exited the door. The entry door of the store was large, and it was also open fully, but somehow the outsiders couldn't see what was happening inside the store if they didn't enter the store, and the same was the case for insiders, except Akesh. She became the center of attention of the crowd. The crowd started whispering to each other in the group. Look, she's the same girl who was dragged inside the store. You're right. She looks exactly the same. But, why is she uninjured? When they were dragging her, she was in bad shape. Why aren't the guards of the Schiller family coming out? After Maria came out, the crowd had many questions about the situation, but no one dared to ask her. They didn't want to offend her in any way. There were guards and spies of the influential families in Kagat present in the crowd too. They silently left the crowd to report the information to their respective families. Maria didn't want to face what she faced just some time before, so she rushed from the crowd with her full speed. Since she was already an Asan soul expert, she covered 1 yojana, 12.87 kilometers, in only 3 seconds. Some of the people who followed her to find out about her weren't able to catch her. Since she had enough wealth, she decided to change her hotel to a secure one for today and move into the next store to Akesh tomorrow. While Akesh went up in his room to check on Lily, he knew there was a large crowd outside the store, but he ignored it since they weren't trying to enter the store. A surprised expression appeared on his face when he entered his room. In place of Lily on her bed, lied a cocoon. Another breakthrough! He exclaimed in surprise, seeing the cocoon. A tense look then appeared on his face the next moment as not even a month had passed since her last breakthrough, and here she was already experiencing another breakthrough. He already had enough knowledge about her cultivation system. There could only be a few reasons behind the sudden promotion. He refused the training as Lily hated nothing more than training. The breakthrough she had until now was only due to her talent. If she would have been an ordinary apical feline, she wouldn't have even gained half of the power and skills she had right now. Hey, system, what do you think? He then asked the system, as the system knew things even he didn't know. Host, it's a traumatic breakthrough. The system responded right away. The next moment, suddenly, a storm of energy erupted in the room, throwing everything present in the room haywire, as Aikesh growled, "What do you mean by traumatic breakthrough?" Host. Even the system was taken aback by his sudden outburst. It was the first time in 80,000 years that he had become angry or raised his voice at anybody, let alone the system. Chapter 48, Lily's Training. What do you mean by traumatic breakthrough? Aikesh couldn't control himself, as he growled at the system after the system told him that Lily was going through a traumatic breakthrough. The energy in the room turned wild, and a storm erupted in the room. Then the entire store got affected by the energy storm. Nothing in the store got damaged by the wild energy due to the system's protection. The system didn't interfere while the energy was going wild due to not angering Aikesh even more. The wild energy finally got outside and created a storm, damaging much of the market and the people. Fortunately, no one died or got severe injuries due to the storm, but many shops lost their doors or roofs. Aikesh finally calmed down after a while. His face turned cold and emotionless as he lightly asked the system, "Tell me?" He didn't even request the system this time, instead, he demanded an answer. "Host, you can see it." The system responded in its emotionless and mechanical voice. The next moment, a black screen appeared out of nowhere in front of Aikesh. Then a scene started playing out on the window. Aikesh focused on it and calmly watched it without thinking or speaking anything. After Aikesh forced Lily to go through the training with her ancestors, she begrudgingly went into it. The next moment she appeared in a familiar jungle environment while murmuring in a soft voice, "They're going to bully me again." Aikesh heard what Lily murmured on the screen, but he continued calmly watching what was going to happen. "Here, she comes again," said a female voice right after Lily entered the area. "Look, how tiny she is," another voice echoed as a cat with the same features as Lily appeared on the screen. The size difference between Lily and that cat was the difference between the universe and an insignificant planet. The cat didn't stop walking and continued moving forward and somehow crushed Lily by stepping on her. "Oops, I stepped on her," she then jokingly added. The next moment, Lily reappeared perfectly fine not far from the cat and angrily glared at the cat. The power difference was vast between both the cats, otherwise, Lily would have rushed and ripped her apart. While in reality, Aikesh's face turned red from rage, seeing the cat treating Lily in such ways. He clenched his fists hard to control himself and not break the screen. "I would kill you after and after again when I reach your level," Lily challenged the cat angrily in her childlike voice, which in turn resulted in a burst of loud laughter erupting in the forest as cats after cats appeared in the jungle. The cat whom Lily challenged couldn't control her laugh and stumbled. She had to pinch herself to stop laughing. While Lily's face turned red from anger and embarrassment, seeing the reaction of other cats in the jungle. "Enough!" Another female voice echoed in the jungle as another cat appeared between all the other cats. It was the largest cat present in the area. Every cat in the jungle stopped laughing after the appearance of the new cat. "Welcome, Lily," the cat then gently welcomed Lily. "Thank you, leader," Lily respectfully responded right away as she was talking to the first epical feline of the multiverse and her bloodline forced her to stay respectful. The cat in question smiled and started the training of Lily right away. It was their destiny to fall at the end of every epoch, that's why they were called epical feline. But there was something special about Lily. Every born direct epical feline was present here to help her train, so she believed that Lily would be the first epical feline to survive an entire epoch and gets to the next epoch. "Show me your time shield," she ordered right away. The previous gentleness, nowhere present in her voice. Lily didn't wait and activated the skill. Time shield was the skill she was born with, so it was her current strongest skill. A transparent energy wall engulfed her the next moment. Only those who had the ability to see energy flow could see the energy wall. The leader very lightly touched the energy wall surrounding Lily, and the next moment, Lily was thrown thousands of miles away. "It has gotten better," the leader commented, seeing Lily able to move perfectly fine even after her light touch. The leader then ordered Lily to show her every skill, and she then tested its offense. She also died many times as her defending skills failed to defend even a light touch of the leader. After examining Lily's skills, she gave her the tips to improve and left after that. It was now time for other cats to train Lily. After the leader left, the other cats returned to their playful nature and started bullying her in the name of training. They only stopped the practice and left her when their training killed Lily 100 times. "See you tomorrow," the cats said their goodbyes then and left. They didn't forget to slap Lily in fun before leaving. Every slap of their crushed Lily, but they still continued while laughing. "Just wait for me to grow, then I'll show you," Lily angrily challenged all the other cats while they were leaving. The cats only laughed in response to Lily's challenge. "Damn it! Another day, and another bullying," Lily complained to herself in her childlike voice after everybody left and she was standing alone in the jungle. She also then returned to the selection ground and saw Akesh sitting in a meditative pose with closed eyes. She then jumped on him, and he opened his eyes. She then told him about her experiences. She only told him about her experiences with the leader and not the bullied experience. The window screen then disappeared after this scene. Akesh stood there clenching his fist to control himself from not destroying anything in the store. Post, she goes through this every day, so in the hope of not getting bullied again, she forced herself to get the breakthrough. The system responded after the window disappeared. Akesh only stood there thinking and didn't speak anything. Chapter 49, Situations. Post, it's the usual behavior of epical felines. Even Lily would become like them when she grows up. If you want me to, I can take their personalities away and make them act like a puppet, but that would drop the training quality. The system responded in its mechanical and emotionless voice after getting no response from Akesh. Akesh knew whatever the system was talking about, that's why he had fallen into a dilemma. Should he let Lily continue training like this, or should he stop forcing her to go through the training from now on? He couldn't get an answer in his head, so he decided to let Lily think about it when she woke up. He had plans to visit the Schiller family, but now he couldn't go. If he went outside the store without Lily, he would never hear the end of complaints. "Hey, system, please make the room the same as before," Akesh requested the system instead of answering its question. He didn't want to tidy up the room, which got disturbed due to his energy. The system didn't respond, but the next moment, everything in the room returned to the same positions they were before the energy storm. There was a chair right next to the bed, so he sat down there while waiting for Lily to break out of the cocoon. Because the store was protected by the system, he didn't need to sit there constantly. Anyone who dared to steal from the store wouldn't even know how they died. Watching Lily was currently the most important thing for him. "Are you sure?" John asked in shock. He came from one of Kakat's most prominent families, the Pony family. John was one of the descendants in line to become the head of the family, so John had spread many spies around Kakat. Just now, one of the spies he had in the market informed him of a piece of important news. He had just heard about what happened in the store. How the guards of the Schiller family dragged a woman to the store, but only the woman came out of the store after some time, and she was unharmed, unlike the way she was dragged in the store. "Yes, sir. I saw it from my own eyes," the spy replied while bowing to their chest. "Ha ha, you did good." The next moment, John started laughing out loud as he complimented the spy. He then took out a pouch from his space ring and threw it at the spy. "This is your reward," he laughingly said. The spy respectfully took the pouch. The next moment, their mouth flew wide open after seeing more than 100 inferior primal stones. "Thank you, sir." The spy profusely thanked him and kneeled to show his respect for John. "Continue bringing me good news, and you would get more rewards like this," John laughingly said. He couldn't stop laughing after hearing the news. The Schiller family had always used their influence to bully other families. But now, after losing 100 Nasan Soul experts and one void condensation expert, their power had reduced by an immense margin. They were still powerful than all the other families except the royal family, but the power difference between them and the other families had decreased. "You can leave now," he then ordered the spy to leave. He had to plan his next steps. If he desired to become the head of the family, it was necessary for him to have good relationships with the store owner. Someone who could kill so many experts of Schiller's family in the center of their influence had to either be powerful or someone from families even influential than Schiller's. After thinking like this, he didn't wait for a second and rushed to the store right away. John wasn't the only one who learned about the situation. Every influential person in Kagat found out about this. It included the Schiller family as well as the Besant family. Damn it! How dare they send their guards without asking permission from the royal family? Pinto cursed out in anger after hearing the news about the massacre. He also knew the identity of the girl. He also cursed her. If not for her, Ben would have never acted like this and make the situation terrible. "Prince, should we help the Schiller family?" one of the guards who went with Pinto to the store asked him. He, in anger, turned around and glared at the guard. Damn it! Slap! He had no answer, so he cursed and slapped the guard in anger. The guard flew several meters away due to the power of the slap. Other guards standing in the room didn't dare to help their friend, and they looked down, not daring to look at Pinto. They didn't want to become like their friend. Right then, a guard came hurrying to his room. "Prince, the Prime Minister has summoned you," he informed while trying to grasp his breath as he came running from the royal palace to Pinto's room. "Damn it! What does that bastard want from me now?" Pinto cursed even more. He had an idea of what the Prime Minister wanted. After all, the Prime Minister was also the head of the Schiller family. He feared the Prime Minister would turn this issue into a kingdom issue instead of a family issue. Since the Prime Minister had summoned him, he couldn't postpone or refuse it. Only the eldest prince and the crown prince had the permission to ignore a summon from anybody except their father, the king. He was neither the eldest son nor the crown prince, so he had to accept it. He left for the royal palace right away, hoping in his heart that his fears may only stay fear. The royal palace was the tallest and widest building in the Bisan kingdom, and it covered 11 yojanas, 141.57 kilometers, of land. It was surrounded by an artificial forest where the pets of the last king and their descendants stayed freely. The palace was made up of red marbles since Punter loved the color red. The structure of the palace was made like a collection of several domes, and the Bisan kingdom flag was on top of the tallest dome. The flag was also made up of red color with an angry ox in the center of it. Chapter 50, discussed. "Prince, the Prime Minister, is waiting for you in the throne room." The guard standing at the door of the royal palace welcomed Pinto and told him about the meeting place. Pinto's heart skipped a beat when he heard about the location of the meeting. A bad feeling rose in his heart as he walked down the gate toward the throne room. When he reached the throne room, he finally knew why he was feeling bad. There were only two people present in the throne room. One was the Prime Minister, and the other was his father, the king. The king was sitting on his throne while the Prime Minister was standing and talking to the king. "Royal father," Pinto bowed and greeted his father from the gate of the throne room as he couldn't enter the room without the permission of the king when he was present in the room. "Enter." The king responded in an emotionless and majestic tone after seeing his son standing at the door. "Thank you, Royal father." Pinto thanked his father and entered the throne room. "Prime Minister," he then bowed toward the Prime Minister as per the royal etiquette. "Prince," the Prime Minister emotionlessly nodded and responded. "Prime Minister, do you need something from me?" Pinto flatly asked right away without a hint of respect in his voice. He didn't want to waste time and let the Prime Minister take advantage of his position. At first, the Prime Minister was taken aback by the respectless response from the prince for a moment, but he regained his calm the next moment and responded, "Yes. Your best friend Ben died yesterday. What had you done until now to avenge him?" His question was also blunt. Pinto fell silent as he had no response. It was true that Ben was his best friend, but he didn't want to make that store owner his enemy. He loved the throne more than Ben. "Son, I heard you were last seen with him coming out of the store where everything had happened. Why had you done nothing despite knowing he's the son of Barry and one of my best friends and the Prime Minister of the Bison Kingdom?" The king asked, seeing his son silent. He never liked Pinto because of his character, but he was his own blood and son of his dearest wife, so he let him do anything he wanted. But now, due to him, the kingdom was on the verge of war. He had already found out that Pinto had taken Ben to the store where everything started, so Pinto was also to blame for whatever was happening. "Royal Father, Pinto had no words to speak since everyone in the Bison Kingdom knew that his father disliked him. If he lied here, he was confident that his father would disown him. He could see the Prime Minister and his father had already made plans for their actions against the store. After thinking for some time, he decided to tell the truth about Ben to his father and hope that his father wouldn't make it a kingdom issue. "Royal Father, I took Ben to the store because of my conflict with the last owner of the land. I wanted the store owner to give up the land. When I arrived there with Ben, there was already a girl customer present there. Her name was Maria." He then told his father everything Ben did to Maria and how he forced the store owner to throw him out of the store. "So what?" The Prime Minister angrily growled after Pinto finished his entire story. "You have done so many things. Did the king ever give up on you?" he angrily questioned. Ben was his dearest son, so no matter who he killed, raped, or insulted, he would kill anyone who harmed his son. King only watched. He didn't stop Barry from raising his voice. After that, he looked at Pinto to hear what response he would provide. He acted like an idiot. "I tried my best. I even forcefully took him out of the store. But he, without telling me afterward, tried to destroy the store by taking a mob with him. He himself is responsible for whatever happened to him. I, as his friend, did whatever possible to stop him from acting like an idiot," Pinto bluntly responded and put all the blame on Ben. He had seen Akesh's power from his own eyes, and he was confident that Akesh was at the very least stronger than his father. He didn't know the difference between his grandfather and Akesh since he had never seen him. "What kind of a friend are you?" Barry couldn't help but question Pinto in anger. He already knew his son was in the wrong, but does it matter? No, it doesn't matter. No matter what Ben did, he would kill the store owner as he harmed his son. Good, tell me, what do you think we should do? An attack on the Schiller family is equal to an attack on the Bison family. What should be our next step? The king cut off his son in between and instead asked him. His patience had run out, and Pinto's response disappointed him. "Damn it, I knew it." It had become a kingdom issue, Pinto cursed in his heart. What he feared came true. His father had decided to punish the store owner. "We should make a compromise with the store owner," Pinto responded, clenching his fist. He knew his father wanted to hear something else from him, but he still went through with the compromise. He didn't know the full extent of Akesh's power. If Akesh turned out to be even stronger than his grandfather, his dream of becoming the king would disappear right in front of his eyes. As expected, his father and the Prime Minister scoffed at the same time after Pinto responded. "Royal Father, the store owner, isn't an ordinary person. He's more powerful than you," Pinto continued despite the look of disappointment in his father's eyes. "Does that mean anybody could attack anyone in our kingdom?" The king responded as he stood up from his throne. The next moment, he appeared right in front of Pinto as he said, "You disgust me." Chapter 51, Pinto, Punter, and the Kingdom. Since his childhood, Pinto had seen how the citizens of the Bison Kingdom treated his father, Punter. His father also loved his citizens more than him, his only son. Only his mother loved him more than anything. But unfortunately, she had an accident while giving birth to him, which stopped her from further cultivating, and it took her life in later years. From that day, his father stopped looking at him or talking to him as if he was the reason for his wife's death. He became a stranger in his own house after the demise of his mother. Since he had always been loved, it was difficult for him to come to the fact that he was alone now. He wouldn't see his father for years, let alone months. Even the citizens' behavior changed after the death of his mother, their queen. Time passed. Suddenly, one day, his father came to him unannounced and only said 4 words, "You are the king," and left, never to see him again. He never wanted to become a king. He didn't want to become like his father, who put his citizens above his family. He didn't want to see the look of disappointment in the eyes of the citizens he ruled, but he had no choice but to become the ruler. His rule started, and as expected, many people in the kingdom sat on hunger strikes to get their previous king back. But even Pinto didn't know where his father was, let alone the citizens of the state. He miserably continued since he had no choice but to continue. He was the only child of his father. But one day, someone arrived to meet him. When he learned the identity of the newcomer, Pinto was shocked. He never knew about the relatives of his father. It was his grandfather that arrived to meet him. From that day, his entire demeanor changed. Power became a birthright for him. He married several ladies and created a harem for himself after that day. As for the people who did hunger strike, he secretly crushed them. No one knew how the organizers of that strike died, and no one dared to act something like that ever again. Pinto established several rules and started ruling the kingdom with an iron hand, unlike his father. Pinto's eyes turned cold, thinking about his past life. He then heard his son speaking about compromising with the enemy. A look of disgust appeared in his eyes. The next moment, he disappeared from his throne and appeared right in front of his son. "You disgust me. How could you even think of a compromise with that store owner?" He spat words with disgust. Pinto couldn't help but take 2 steps back, seeing his father appearing right in front of him. "It's the Schiller family that has to compromise, not us," he said, gritting his teeth as pressure released by his father attacked him right now. "You can leave. I don't want to see your face ever again," Pinto angrily said. "Royal father, Pinto wanted to speak something, but when he saw his father's cold eyes, words got stuck in his throats. He had no choice but to leave. He took a look at the Prime Minister, who was glaring at him, and left the throne room with slumped shoulders. "Your Highness, I would never compromise with my son's killer," Barry announced after Pinto left. He feared the king would think about what the prince said and might make him accept a compromise with a store owner. "You don't need to worry. That man has challenged my power. Power is my birthright, and no one can challenge it," Pinto said as his eyes turned expressionless. He didn't fear the power of the store owner since his grandfather had left him a gift before leaving. If the store owner turned out to be a powerful being like his son said, he would use that gift. As for the store owner turning out to be stronger than his grandfather, this thought never came to his mind. Since the Bison Kingdom was one of the weakest and smallest, if not the weakest kingdom on the Anga continent. Why would Itao Palace experts suddenly appear here where even she is scarce for void forging experts? Barry took a relieved sigh after hearing Pinto. After the store owner killed all the experts he sent, fear emerged in his heart for him. If the king refused to help him, Barry would have no choice left but to compromise with the store owner. Because even he was also not much powerful than Fred. If the store owner could kill Fred without even a hint of damage to his store, undoubtedly, he could also kill him. "Let's meet this store owner first," suddenly the king said. Barry's heartbeat rose, thinking about the worst. "Don't worry, he would either be in prison or dead after this," Pinto commented after seeing color vanishing from Barry's face. "King, I would summon him right away," Barry said with a bow to his chest as he left the throne room. "Whoa, you've grown big," suddenly, a laughing voice echoed in the throne room after Barry left. Pinto's expressionless face turned into a smiling face as the voice owner was very familiar to him. "Uncle, you're here," he smilingly said. "Of course, how can I not be here when my nephew is in trouble?" The voice repeated as the owner of the voice appeared not far from Pinto. If Pinto were here, he would have slapped his own son. It was the brother who had challenged Pinto for his throne. "How are you doing, my nephew?" the newcomer laughingly asked Pinto. "It's going as usual. You must have already heard the conversation between my son and me," Pinto responded. A glint passed through the newcomer's eyes as he nodded. "So, what do you think of my decision?" Pinto asked his uncle. "You did great," the newcomer laughingly replied as he patted his nephew's head. "Great decision to summon him first," he added. "Wait for me. I would come after checking the store owner. Whether he is as powerful as your son said," his uncle said, and disappeared from the throne room. Pinto only stared in the direction his uncle disappeared. Chapter 52. Waking up, the crowd outside Akesh's store had grown even larger than before. Seeing all the high-profile people in Kagat City entering the store made the number of people outside the store waiting for the drama to grow. While inside the store, several people were standing. "Where is the store owner?" one of the latecomers asked one of the men who had arrived in the store before him. "No idea, we had been waiting for him too," the man responded. Many in the crowd were whispering to themselves. What kind of store is this? They're only selling 3 things and that 2 inferior pails. And the prices are sky-touching for them, one of the men whispered to himself after seeing the shelf containing the pails. What kind of a store owner he is? He led his store without any supervision, another man whispered to himself. Where is the store owner? Suddenly a loud voice echoed in the store. Everybody turned around and was shocked to see the owner of the sound. It was the army chief of the Bison Kingdom. A peak of void condensation expert had himself come to the store to look for the store owner. Everybody's eyes shined, seeing the army chief. They knew something significant was going to happen in the kingdom. "He isn't here, army chief," one of the men standing in the store stepped forward and respectfully informed him. He wanted to get into the good books of the army chief, and no time could be better than right now when they both were looking for the same person. Did he escape the city, thinking of the consequence of his actions? The army chief murmured, hearing the man. Ask if anybody saw someone escaping or blur passing through, he then ordered one of the soldiers who followed him here, ignoring the man standing in front of him. The soldier nodded and went outside. He shook his head when he came inside. The army chief nodded, seeing the soldier shaking his head. He didn't expect the crowd to catch the store owner escaping. If a crowd member caught him leaving the store, it would be a miracle since he had killed a void condensation expert. It never occurred to him that the store owner was currently present in the store as all the rooms at his door were locked from outside. He tried to sense what was inside the room, but the only thing he saw was darkness without a hint of life. No outsider could see the room of Akesh as the system didn't want anybody to disturb him when he was in the room, so everybody thought Akesh had escaped. But everyone was wrong, and he was currently waiting for Lily to break out of her cocoon. "Johnny, what are you doing here?" said a familiar voice as the army chief turned around to look for the person who called him by his name. "You are here too, Twinkle," Johnny said as he found the woman entering the store. Twinkle belonged to the Stiller family. They were only slightly weaker than the Schiller family. Both he and Twinkle came from the same family. He was the son of the current head of the family, and Twinkle was his cousin, the daughter of his father's youngest brother. "How could I miss someone who had the guts to kill the Prime Minister's son in the capital city?" Twinkle smilingly responded. "What are you doing here?" "You're the strongest person in the city after His Highness," she added as Johnny's appearance stunned him. Only Pinto and Punter were stronger than him when it came to the entire Bison Kingdom. So if he was here, that meant the king took the store owner seriously. "His Highness sent me here to take the store owner," Johnny responded. His tone, reverential when he talked about Pinto. He was one of the few people in the Bison Kingdom who respected Pinto, that's why he was also Pinto's most trusted advisor. "I thought this much. But, I didn't expect the king to take the store owner so seriously," Twinkle nodded and curiously responded. The Prime Minister had refused to compromise with the store owner. He had decided to fight him no matter what, so His Highness had no choice but to take this matter seriously, Johnny responded in a soft voice. Only Twinkle heard what he said. While in his room, Akesh was tensely waiting for the cocoon to crack. It has been hours, and Lily never took such a long time for her breakthrough. Time passed. Suddenly, there was a movement in the cocoon. Akesh turned his entire focus on it not to miss anything, and if something wrong happened, He wouldn't even think twice and take the help of the system no matter what cost he had to pay. Meow. The next moment, a meow echoed in the room as Lily broke out of her cocoon, but her eyes were still closed. There weren't any changes in Lily's body. She still had the same size as before and had the same white fur covering her entire body. The next moment, she opened her eyes. Wow! Akesh exclaimed in amazement, seeing her eyes. The vertical slit like the dragon in her eyes disappeared, and instead, it turned into a burning fire. Her sclera was still orange, but there was a black fire burning instead of the vertical slit. What happened? Lily confusedly asked in her childlike voice, seeing Akesh looking at her with amazement. He didn't speak anything and waved his hands. The next moment, a mirror appeared in front of her. Wow! She also exclaimed in amazement when she saw the change in her eyes. Look, how cool I've become, unlike you, she narcissistically said while pointing at herself then at him. A smile spread across his face, hearing her complimenting herself. You're my daughter. You would only look cool when I'm cool, he smilingly said. HMPH, you're my daughter, Lily scoffed while she continuously looked at her eyes. She couldn't take her eyes off of them. Okay, what skill you learned this time? Akesh's face turned stern as he asked. The next moment, Lily's jaw dropped when she checked the new skill. She looked at Akesh with her mouth wide open. Akesh had no choice but to call out her status as she didn't speak for a long time. Chapter 53, New Skill, What skill did you learn? Akesh asked Lily. Lily nodded and started checking what skill she learned in this breakthrough, but the next moment, her mouth flew wide open in an O shape. She didn't speak for a long time. Akesh, seeing her silent, had no choice but to check her status screen. He thought of the status screen, and the next moment a blue window containing information about Lily appeared in front of him. Pet status, name, Lily, gender, female, race, epical feline, owner, Akesh, bloodline, primordial purity, 100%, level 6, elements, fire, water, earth, air, ether, wood, thunder, metal, sound, light, dark, time, skills, time shield, time healing, fire meteor. Time displacement. He then found the newly created skill. It was time displacement. He then thought of the skill detail, and a new blue screen appeared containing the explanation of the skill. Time displacement, level 1, initial, ability. This skill allows the owner to return back to a fixed time with all the knowledge and power. Cooldown, 30 days, drawback, currently, the time could only be set 5 minutes before. Huh. Akesh couldn't help but exclaim in shock after hearing the details of the skill. It made Lily almost an immortal without becoming one. The only way to kill someone who has this skill is to have better control of the element of time than the user, and only a few beings could have better control of the time than the epical felines. Ha ha ha, while Lily started laughing out loud in her childlike voice after checking the skill. Now she could show off in front of other cats. She hadn't heard of any other epical feline getting this skill. Let's go for training. Lily suddenly said, breaking Akesh out of his trance. The sudden request stunned Akesh for a moment, but the next moment a wry smile appeared on his face as he knew why Lily suddenly requested for the training. How could he not know she wanted to show off in front of other cats? Are you sure? He still asked as he saw the video of other felines bullying Lily. Of course, I am sure. I want to become the greatest epical feline. How can I miss training? She added with her raised fist, but Akesh could only wryly smile as she even failed to hide her grin. Fine, let's go. I think I can defeat my opponent today. He didn't refuse as other cats deserve this. After what they did with Lily, they deserve to get jealous of her talent, and he also hadn't completed his match today. The next moment, they both disappeared from the room and appeared in the selection ground while a large crowd waited for him in the store. He already knew about them because the system informed him whenever someone entered the store. But Lily's health was more important to him than some customers, and now since Lily wanted to train, he decided to practice first and then talk to the crowd waiting for him in his store. Without even him telling, Lily selected her training ground and disappeared from there. Akesh only stood there smiling, seeing her so eager to meet the other cats. The next moment, he too selected his training ground and disappeared. As usual, the booing of the crowd welcomed him. "How are you, losers?" he smilingly shouted at the crowd while waving his hands. The booing only got louder as usual. The next moment, booing stopped, and cheers erupted. Akesh turned around and saw his opponent entering the battle arena. A smile spread across his face as he welcomed him, but the next moment, his smile froze. The opponent took out his sword from his sheath and held it in his left hand. He started with his left hand, his dominating hand at the start, unlike the previous times. "Why would you start with your left hand?" Akesh said as he readied himself to shoot anytime. "Because it's easier to defeat you this way," the opponent responded and disappeared from there. Akesh moved 2 steps to his right and shot the arrow where he was standing a moment ago. Clang! The next moment, the clash of weapons rang. The arrow broke into 2 after it clashed with the sword. "Good!" the opponent complimented, seeing Akesh dodging as well as countering his move. The next moment, both disappeared from their position, and only the sound of clashes echoed in the battle arena. The crowd even cheered for Akesh today, seeing him improving so much in the span of a single day. "How will you dodge this?" said a voice as suddenly millions of arrows covered the sky aiming for the entire battle arena. Whoosh! Continuous sounds of arrows tearing through the air rang. "Good, but still not enough to defeat me," another voice echoed in the battle arena as the next moment, suddenly, the air in the battle arena changed. Even the crowd stopped shouting as they watched the scene. Akesh stuck in his feet as the next moment, a blue light passed through the entire battle arena, and both Akesh and the arrows aiming for the battle arena faded into light. The next moment, Akesh reappeared in the battle arena, but he had already lost the battle. His entire body was sweating with fear. The attack still sent chills through his spine. "What attack was that?" he asked as he saw the opponent coming toward him. The opponent only smiled in response. "You've grown so much in a single day," he instead responded. "You still got the best of it," Akesh smilingly responded. "See you," the opponent responded, and the next moment left the battle arena. "Why aren't you booing, losers?" Akesh then turned around and asked as the crowd stopped booing him. "You bastard," someone from the crowd angrily yelled to Akesh's response. It was as if a chain reaction started, everybody in the seating crowd started cursing him. "See you next time, losers!" Akesh smilingly shouted while waving his hands. The next moment, he disappeared from the battle arena and reappeared in the selection ground. Lily still hasn't come out, so he sat down. He then asked the system to show him Lily's training, and the next moment, a black screen appeared in front of him. Chapter 54, Training. "Hey, system, show me Lily's training," Akesh asked the system to show him Lily's training since he had nothing to do currently except waiting for her. The next moment, a black screen appeared in front of him and started showing the training from the start. After selecting her training area, Lily appeared in the familiar jungle. "I am here," she yelled in her childlike voice, unlike the previous times where she waited for the other cats to come. "Look, who's here?" The next moment, a laughing female voice echoed as a cat appeared. "You look happy today, tiny creature," the cat said after seeing a wide grin on Lily's face. Other cats also started appearing in the area. "Oh, is that so?" Lily casually responded as her grin only got wider. "You," the cat said as she saw the casual response of Lily. "You look happy today, my child," a familiar voice echoed in the area as the leader of the epical felines appeared in the center of the jungle. "Yes, leader, I learned a new skill," Lily respectfully responded. She couldn't act casual around the leader due to the respect embedded in her bloodline. "Oh, is that so? Tell me, what does your new skill do?" the leader asked as getting a new skill wasn't anything special. Lily still had to learn a lot of skills belonging to the race. "My new skill name is time displacement." She then started explaining the skill to the leader and other cats. Other cats had a casual look on their faces at the start, but as they listened to the details about the skill, their faces turned solemn. They looked at Lily with their mouth wide open. Lily enjoyed the look of shock on other cats, so her grin got even wider, resulting in her face looking weird. "Are you serious about the skill?" The leader had no mood to joke around after listening to the details of the skill, so she asked Lily for confirmation with a solemn face. Lily nodded and activated the skill. Nothing changed in the area, but every cat present in the jungle had its jaw dropped. They could clearly see the change. "You did it, child. You didn't disappoint me," the leader started laughing while a single drop of tear streamed down her cheeks. Lily finally learned a skill that no epical feline had learned, and that too was not an ordinary skill. Time displacement would be one of the top 3 skills that epical felines had. One of the cats stepped forward and picked up Lily. "Forgive me, Lily," the cat then apologized to her for bullying. It was only the start. Other cats also started apologizing for their mistakes. Akesh turned off the screen at that moment with a proud look on his face. There was no point in continuing to watch Lily's training. He then sat down in a meditative pose and started visualizing the details of today's battle. Whenever he remembered the skill, he shuddered. He tried to think of many ways to counter the attack, but no plan came to his mind. In every situation with him facing that attack, the end result was always death. After thinking for some time, he could only think of a single way to counter the attack. For that, he needed to increase his shooting speed. The next moment, he stood up and selected another area where he could improve his shooting speed. The next moment, he appeared in a jungle surrounded by beasts numbering in hundreds. In this training, the beast would rush at him, and if he wanted to survive, he needed to kill every beast using his arrows. With every passing round, the number of beasts would increase, making his survival difficult. He had challenged this training arena several times, so passing the first few rounds was easy for him. He could shoot hundreds of arrows in a second, precisely, 568 arrows per second. Time passed, the number of beasts surrounding Akesh increased to 400,000. He was sweating hard as his hooting speed couldn't cope up with the numbers of the beasts. The only way to kill them was using his arrow, so if some of them reached closer to him, they would bite him down to death unless he changed his direction. As expected, the beast overwhelmed him. He gave up as he didn't want to see him getting eaten. The next moment, the challenge restarted. Time passed, he failed this challenge tens of times. His shooting speed was also increasing with every round. His current speed was 634 arrows per second if he gave his everything. Time flew by. He was currently fighting a horde of 500,000 beasts. He had been trying to pass this round for the last hour, but he failed every time. Since he had unlimited endurance, he still fought as if Akesh had just started, but he still stopped. He couldn't see him improving any more for the last few rounds, so he stopped and decided to train tomorrow. After deciding, he gave up the round and reappeared in the selection ground. Lily was already waiting for him. Seeing Akesh returning, she jumped on his head. "You look happy," he smilingly said, seeing the smile on Lily's face. "Yes, my training went great," she responded and then started telling him about her training. As usual, she removed the parts about other cats in her story. "Did you win?" she asked after finishing her story. "No, but I challenged him today, unlike before," he answered the truth. There was no point in hiding anything about training from Lily. The next moment, they both disappeared from the selection ground and appeared in their room. Damn it! Where could the store owner be? Twinkle cursed as she had been waiting for hours now, and there was no information about the store owner. "What did the king say?" she asked Johnny as he had just returned after informing the king about the missing store owner. "The store owner is nowhere to be found, so we will have to wait here until they find him," he responded while shaking his head in disappointment. He was the army chief, and here he was acting as a lookout for a criminal. Chapter 55, Punishment of Stealing. "If I found the store owner, I would fucking kill him," Johnny said with a hint of anger. Waiting for a criminal while being the army chief of a kingdom was an insulting act for him. If someone other than the king had told him to do this, he would have slapped that person. He respected the king so much that he couldn't suggest against the order or even think of refusing it. "Don't worry. We'll find the store owner. Even I want to kill that man. He had made us wait here for hours," Twinkle too agreed. She didn't want to come here, but her uncle, the current head of the Stiller family, forced her. But their motive was different before coming here. They wanted to rope the store owner into their family before they knew about the king summoning him, but now, they wanted to help Johnny and become even closer to the king. They weren't the only ones who were irritated by the missing store owner. Many would come and go from the store regularly. Many present in the crowd even thought of stealing the pills from the shelf, but they controlled themselves against it. It would bring an insult to their family in Kakat and other cities. While everybody was chattering in the store while waiting for the store owner, there were sudden changes in the store. Suddenly stairs started appearing in the store. The sudden stairs stunned everybody. When they looked up at the source of the stairs, they found a locked room. Suddenly the door opened, and a man and a cat exited the room. Everybody had shocked looks seeing the sudden situation. They never expected an invisible room in the store. Johnny had a bewildered look on his face. He was a peak of wood condensation expert, and he couldn't find a room in a man while being here for hours. "You're the worst store owner. Who lets their store empty while being somewhere else?" Akesh had only taken one step when suddenly someone complained to him. He ignored the complaint and expressionlessly went down the stairs. "So, what do you want to buy?" he asked after returning while ignoring the look of shock on the crowd's faces. "Move." Johnny pushed away people standing in front of him and went to the front. "You need to come with me. His Highness has summoned you," Johnny angrily announced. "Why would I come with you if someone had summoned me? Tell your king to come here and meet me," Akesh responded expressionlessly, making most people gape in disbelief. "How dare you talk like that to our king?" Someone in the crowd glared at Akesh after hearing him. He wanted to make a better look in front of the army chief as his reverence for the king was well known to everybody living in the Bison kingdom. "So, do you want to buy anything?" Akesh ignored Johnny and other reactions and instead asked the crowd standing in his store. "You need to come with me. The king has summoned you," Johnny announced once again, but this time there was an authority in his voice and pressure released from him to force Akesh to do what he said. Akesh was going to throw Johnny out when suddenly Lily, resting on his head, whispered something to him. The next moment Akesh smiled wryly, and suddenly his feet started moving forward. "You should have already accepted the summon at the start. I wouldn't have to force you to move," Johnny scoffed, seeing his pressure work. Johnny then left the store and made his way toward the royal place as Akesh followed him expressionlessly. Everybody in the crowd only looked at him with pity at first, and then some gloated after remembering the tone he spoke. "He left his store open once again," one of the men in the crowd murmured in disappointment. It was the same man who complained to Akesh when he took his first step down the stairs. Everybody then started leaving the store, but no one noticed a man, instead of going forward, was moving backward. He had decided to steal the pills when everybody left, and he would be alone. With one pill costing 25 inferior primal stones, there would be something special. As he expected, everybody left the store, and he became alone. Finally, everybody left, he murmured and made his way toward the shelf. He then gently touched the glass to see its hardness. "Good Lord!" he exclaimed in shock as he felt he was brushing against a rock. He then took out a hammer from his ring and the next moment bombarded it on the glass. What he expected didn't happen. There wasn't even a dent on the glass. He was going to try to break it once again when he felt the world shaking in front of his eyes, and the next moment, he lost consciousness and fell to the ground. "Where am I?" The man opened his eyes in an unfamiliar jungle and exclaimed in fear. He looked at himself only to see himself in his soul form. "So, you tried to steal from the store?" Suddenly, a hoarse voice echoed in the jungle. The sound sent chills to the man. He didn't have a body, Yet he felt like standing in a cold area. "Who are you, and why are you doing this to me?" the man said in a trembling voice. He could feel that he was going to die. "Why did you try to steal?" The voice ignored the man's question and asked. "I needed Moan. I wanted to sell it for myself and made some money," he lied at first, but then his mouth went out of his control, and started honestly speaking the next moment. "Which punishment do you think would be sufficient for your crime?" the voice asked another question. The man at first wanted to speak nothing, but his lips didn't move and automatically death came out of them. "Good!" the voice exclaimed in joy, and the man lost his life the next moment as someone swallowed his soul form. "Disgusting!" the voice then disgustingly threw up the soul form as it tasted disgusting. The more sense the man did in real life, the worse the taste of the soul will become. The owner of the voice only once looked at the soul and then disappeared from the jungle. Chapter 56, The Royal Palace. After the soul of the man died, his physical body too disintegrated into nothingness. One small mistake and the man left the world with no way to even find his body. "Who are you?" Johnny asked Akesh this question for the umpteenth time, but as usual, Akesh expressionlessly and silently followed him. Johnny gritted his teeth in anger after getting no response for the umpteenth time. He would have already tried to beat him if there wasn't a hint of fear in his heart for the store owner. He still couldn't believe how he couldn't find an invisible room in the store for hours. "Hey, how could you make your room invisible?" he asked Akesh after finding no response to the question in his mind. But as usual, he remained silent and expressionless. Johnny even believed that the store owner was faking to move under pressure. He couldn't get Akesh to speak no matter how much pressure he applied. So it felt light to him that he could force the store owner to follow him. It was due to Lily that he was acting like this. She wanted to see a play, so she told him to fake moving under pressure. He couldn't refuse her, so he played as she desired, but he wouldn't answer like a prisoner to a weakling like Johnny no matter what. It would be beneath him. They reached the palace with Johnny asking numerous questions and Akesh silently following him. Akesh looked at the royal palace only once to feel disappointed by its appearance. Observing the lives of his customers in the previous store, he saw royal palaces too great to be compared with this one. "Now, we'll see if you would speak or not," Johnny scoffed when they arrived at the palace. Akesh ignored him and followed him expressionlessly. "Army chief." The guards standing at the door of the palace bowed when they saw their leader. Johnny only nodded and went forward. Pinto and Barry were waiting for Akesh in the throne room. Johnny directly brought Akesh to the throne room with him. "Your Highness, I brought the criminal," he announced at the door of the throne room. "Enter." Pinto emotionlessly responded as he stared at Akesh. "Thank you, Your Highness." Johnny thanked and turned around to grab Akesh, but before he could touch him, his face lost all the colors and went pale. He stumbled 2 steps away, stunning both the king and the prime minister sitting in their position. Johnny looked at Akesh with a horrified look, as just a moment before he saw himself dying in several ways when he was trying to grab Akesh's hand. Akesh ignored his reaction and instead entered the throne room. He found the chair closest to him and sat down on it. Johnny wanted to speak, seeing Akeshi's disrespect for the king, but right when he tried to talk, the previous illusions of dying emerged in his mind, and his words got stuck in his throat. "So, you're the head of the Schiller family." Akesh ignored the king and instead focused on the prime minister. "How dare you sit without asking permission from His Highness?" Barry ignored his question and instead angrily asked him. "Why would I ask for his permission? I do whatever I deem right," he asked while pointing at the king sitting on his throne. Pinto didn't speak anything to the insult as his uncle had just informed him that Akesh was even powerful than him. "We'll talk about it later," he then announced and brought the matter to an end as later would never come. "Tell me, why did you kill so many of my citizens?" Pinto asked as he stared directly at the eyes of Akesh. "I wanted to," Akesh casually responded while he too looked directly into the eyes of the king. "How dare you!" Barry angrily shouted at Akesh, hearing his reason. "Calm down, Prime Minister, Pinto slightly turned around and gently told Barry to calm himself. Despite learning that Akesh was more powerful than his uncle, he still wasn't afraid because he still had the gift that his grandfather gave him in their first meeting. Who are you, and who gave you the guts to come here and do whatever you want to? Pinto's voice turned cold and emotionless as he asked Akesh. Tell me, are you the head of the Schiller family? Akesh ignored Pinto and asked Barry once again. An emotion of rage emerged on Pinto's face after Akesh ignored his question. It was the first time someone ignored him after he became a king. It made him remember the situation when he was only a prince who was responsible for his mother's death. I am the head, so what? Barry responded in anger. Good, I had plans to visit your family, but since I have already met you here, I don't think I would have to make any more plans, Akesh expressionlessly responded. With the death of their head, it would be easy to root the family out despite himself not involving in the situation. An ominous feeling emerged in his heart after listening to Akesh. He had already feeling something terrible happening since the death of Fred, but now after hearing the store owner had plans to visit his family, he finally knew where the feeling emerged from. Why did you decide to visit my family? Barry asked with a slight tremble in his voice. Your family's time has come. Akesh bluntly responded, making Pinto and Johnny's faces gape in disbelief while Barry's legs started shaking due to fear. How dare you talk like this in the presence of me? Pinto angrily said as he stood up from his throne and glared at him. I hereby permit the army to arrest this man and put him in prison. I would decide matters related to his execution and announce it in upcoming days, Pinto suddenly angrily announced in the spur of the moment. As you command, Your Highness. Johnny bowed after receiving the announcement. Guards! The next moment, he shouted with his full might. It almost shook the entire palace. In no time, guards arrived outside the throne room. Akesh only expressionlessly looked at the happenings. Chapter 57, Flick and Boom, Arrest this man. Johnny ordered the guards that arrived. The guards didn't dare stand and executed the order. Let's go. One of the guards arrived in front of Akesh and ordered him. Akesh expressionlessly stared at the guard and hundreds of guards preparing for the worst case scenario. Do you want me to drag you? The guard again asked, seeing Akesh still casually sitting. He would have already dragged the man, but he controlled himself as he was in front of the king. Drag him. Johnny ordered, seeing the guard not taking the initiative. The guard nodded and took a step forward. The next moment, the guard arrived right in front of Akesh. There was still no change in expression for Akesh. As the guard reached out to grab Akesh's hand, a white flash passed by before he could touch it. The next moment, the guard was sliced into 3 pieces. The upper part of his body flew to the king and hit him, making him sit on his throne. The middle part flew toward Johnny and threw him to the wall. The bottom part drifted to the guards standing behind, making their position haywire. It was Lily who made a move. She couldn't just sit and let Akesh kill these weaklings. It all happened so fast that no one had the time to prepare for this. How dare you? Pinto angrily growled at Akesh after getting his dress ruined due to the blood. He angrily stood up and tried to make his move but was forced to stop by his uncle. You would die. He whispered into Pinto's ears, making Pinto freeze in his steps. Why do you want your guards to die? Akesh expressionlessly asked Pinto, sending chills to hundreds of guards. He didn't talk directly to them, but they saw an illusion of dying when he spoke to Pinto. They felt so afraid that their legs started shaking. Control yourself. Johnny had to shout to stop the guards. He could see the fear in their eyes, but they had to control themselves if they wanted to do their duty. What are you doing? Arrest him. Pinto ignored Akesh and instead angrily ordered the guards. The guards fell into a dilemma as they didn't know what to do. They looked at Akesh and saw no expression on his face, then they looked at their king, and they could feel rage and fear from their king. What are you looking at me for? Arrest him. Pinto ordered, seeing his guards just standing and looking at him and the store owner. His patience was running thin as the fear of Akesh was engulfing him. The guards had no choice but to execute Pinto's order as it was what they had been trained for since they joined the army. They took a deep breath, took their positions, and moved forward while holding the same position toward Akesh. "Let me make it easy for you." Akesh suddenly stood up and expressionlessly stared at the guards, freezing them in their steps. The guards, when they looked into Akesh's eyes, felt that they were standing on top of a mountain of ice and getting frozen with each passing second. They thought it to be an illusion, but in reality, they were getting frozen. In no time, every single guard present in the throne room became a block of ice. Akesh then took a step forward and appeared in front of the nearest frozen man. He then expressionlessly lightly flicked the statue. The statues present in the room disintegrated into tiny ice particles, making the scene look stunning. Lily clapped on his head, seeing the scene. "See, how beautiful this looks. If we hadn't come here, we would have never seen this," she commented in admiration of the scene. Only Akesh heard her comment. He didn't agree with her, so he didn't respond. "Why would you kill your own guards?" Akesh then turned around and asked Pindo. "What do you mean? You you killed them," Pindo responded. His voice, trembling and slurring due to fear. "I'm bored. I think it's time to end this," Akesh suddenly said, making Pindo stumble. He would have fallen down the stairs leading to the throne if his uncle wouldn't have caught this. "I think so too." The next moment, a childlike voice echoed in the throne room. Akesh was talking to Lily, not the others, as it was her idea to come here. He got bored by killing weaklings. It was true that he didn't feel a thing when killing these guards, but it didn't mean he liked to kill. He only kills those who make their moves against him. "Who is there?" Pindo asked tremblingly after the childlike voice echoed in the throne room. Barry and Johnny were so afraid that they couldn't even utter a word. They stood frozen in their position with pale faces. Even Pindo's heart was engulfed in fear of Akesh, seeing him expressionlessly and casually killing hundreds of guards in a moment. He was calmer in comparison to the other two because of the gift of his grandfather. If he didn't have that, he wouldn't have even started this issue with the store owner. "You come here." Akesh turned around, directly stared at Barry, and ordered. Barry's face turned even paler, and his legs started shaking due to fear. If someone saw him, they would never believe that Barry was someone who had lived for hundreds of years. Such was the fear of death that it made even the strongest lose their calm. The next moment, his legs stopped shaking and made their move forward. Barry looked at Akesh in pure horror. He forced himself to stop, but his legs didn't stop. In order to stop his legs from moving automatically, he fell to the ground, but even after that, he moved as if someone was dragging him by his leg. "Stop it!" Pindo ordered Akesh, but he didn't even look at him, let alone follow his order. Barry horrifyingly looked at himself getting dragged toward the store owner. "Damn it! You killed me for showering so much love on you," he cursed his deceased son in his mind. If not for him, nothing like this would have ever happened. Chapter 58, The King's Rule. "Stop it!" Pindo angrily growled again, seeing Akesh ignoring him and continuing dragging Barry. "Save me, Your Highness!" Barry also screamed for help. It took everything out of him to ask for help. "You'll leave me no choice." Suddenly the air around the throne room changed as Pindo's expression turned calm and cold. Suddenly a wooden box appeared in his hand. He opened the box, and a tiny sword appeared in his hand. Only from the mere presence of it, the Bison Kingdom and several kingdoms around it began trembling. "No, don't use it!" Pindo's uncle appeared in front of everybody as he shouted for Pinto to stop this madness. Even Akesh's face had a change of expression. It turned solemn, seeing the tiny sword. He released control over Barry right away and got ready to face the attack. The Bison Kingdom shared a border with the Blue Worm Kingdom. A mountain named Mysterious Peaks covered the entire border of the two kingdoms. It was called the Mysterious Peaks because it seemed to cover the whole continent of Anga. No one in the known history of Anga had covered every part of the entire mountain. Suddenly birds and beasts on the mountain started crying. There was a cave, and a man was meditating in it. The man suddenly sensed something and opened his eyes. He confusedly stared in the direction of the royal palace of the Bisan kingdom. The man was none other than Punter, the previous king. When the tiny sword appeared in Pinto's hand, it disturbed Punter from his meditation. "What is happening?" Punter murmured in confusion. "Let it be, I should trust my son." The next moment, he murmured and closed his eyes. He had only closed his eyes for a second when he had to open them again. The look of confusion he had turned into a grave. The reason for his grave face was the crying of the beasts in the mountain. His father always taught him that the beasts find out about the upcoming danger first than the man. It was also the reason behind him having pets. The intensity at which they were crying right now made him believe that doomsday is coming, and the source was his own royal palace. He stood up right away and disappeared from there right away. The distance he had to cover was a huge 1,785,532 yojanet to reach the royal palace. It would take several warps for him and a large amount of chi to cover such distance. Punter wasn't the only one moving toward the royal palace. Kings of kingdoms around the Bisan kingdom also made their move toward it, sensing a dangerous situation originating from the royal palace. While the situation in Kagat was like doomsday had already arrived, there were landslides, earthquakes all around the city. The sea level started rising, the area near the sea were already drowned, killing millions of people and displacing billions. It had only been a few seconds, and already the casualties due to the sudden natural disasters had crossed hundreds of millions. "Stop this madness!" Pinto's uncle shouted, seeing his nephew's action. If he activated the attack, it would not only kill Akesh, it would engulf everything in billions of miles except Pinto and extinguish their existence. "This is the only way to kill him, uncle." Pinto slightly turned around, stared at his terrified uncle, and calmly answered. He looked the exact opposite from a few moments before. He couldn't even speak properly due to fear, and now there has never been more clarity in his voice than at this moment. "It would kill us all," Pinto's uncle tremblingly said. "So, be it," Pinto responded. His voice, cold enough to freeze the deepest part of the hell. "It's all due to you." He ignored the rambling of his uncle, turned around, and stared directly into the eyes of Akesh. Pinto's eyes had the expression that it wouldn't matter to him even if he died. Akesh stayed silent and solemnly looked at the tiny sword. "If you would have never challenged me, it would have never come to this. It's my birthright to rule this kingdom and its citizen. No one can take this away from me, not even you," Pinto said while pointing at the tiny sword in his hand. "You should have never come to this place. Even if Barry's son did something, he did it to my citizen. I am the one to judge him, not you. You crossed your line by killing him," he added. "Even if you killed him, you should have come here and taken your punishment from me. Instead, you killed another group of people. Even after that, you didn't come here to take your punishment. I had to summon you," he continued. "Even after you arrived here, you didn't respect me and sat without taking my permission. You ignored my questions. In front of me, you threatened my prime minister. I am the fucking king. You fucking have to respect me whether you like it or not," he said. His speaking turned into yelling in the end. His cold and calm expression turned wrathful. Pinto didn't care for the killing of Ben or hundreds of experts of the Schiller family. He minded that Akesh became the judge of someone when he, as only the king, was supposed to judge everyone. Akesh interfered in his rule. He challenged his power to rule. Pinto hated nothing more than someone challenging his power. His grandfather had told him that it was his birthright to rule people. "Why are you letting him ramble? Should I kill him before he activates that sword?" Suddenly a childlike voice echoed in the throne room, making Pinto's face red with rage. He faced another humiliation. "There is no point. It got activated the moment he took it out. The moment we kill him, the sword will activate and attack," Akesh responded while looking at the sword in Pinto's hand. "Ha ha ha ha." Pinto started laughing out loud after hearing Akesh. His expression was changing every second like a mad person. "Ha ha, you're right. You're already doomed to die," Pinto responded, laughing out loud. The next moment, he activated the tiny sword. Chapter 59, The Clash and the Damage. Now, die! Pinto crazily shouted like a maniac and activated the tiny sword in his hand by crushing it. The next moment, a projection of a giant white sword appeared above him. The sword suddenly emitted an intense pressure, forcing everyone in the throne room to kneel except Pinto. It also tried to force Akesh to kneel, but its pressure couldn't even budge him, let alone make him kneel. His entire focus was on the projection with a solemn face. Why did you do this? The next moment, a familiar voice to Pinto echoed in the throne room as Pinto appeared. Immediately after his entrance, he too was made to kneel. He had to kneel despite attempting everything to stop him. After Pinto, several people appeared in the throne room, and everybody faced the same situation. They too were made to kneel. They had to kneel with their face touching the ground. They were the kings of the kingdoms around the Byzantine kingdom. They had never faced so much insult in their life, but at this point, their dignity wasn't even a concern for them. Their concern was the death they felt coming closer to them with each passing moment. They tried to warp back, but their chi was out of their control. The projection above Pinto suddenly changed. It started turning into reality. The pressure emitting from the real sword made already kneeling people fall flat on the ground. Right after the sword turned real, it locked Akesh. The next moment it disappeared from above Pinto's head. The sword didn't literally disappear. It moved so fast that it looked like it had disappeared. The next moment, the sword was right above Akesh's head, aiming to kill him. Akesh extended both of his hands to stop the sword from attacking him. He was only equivalent to a Tau Palace expert, so preventing the damage from it was going to be a challenge for him. The sword clashed with Akesh's hands the next moment, and a loud explosion erupted in the throne room. The sound of the blast was so loud that everybody present in billions of miles around the royal palace heard it. While in the throne room, only Pinto got excluded from the sound and shock waves of the blast. He eagerly looked at the source of the explosion to see whether it worked or not. He waited for several seconds, but it didn't create any damage that his uncle and grandfather had warned him. The sword was the full power attack of his grandfather. When his grandfather gave it to him, he had warned him that if he used it against anybody lower than Tau Palace, it would cause the destruction of around several billion yojanas. So, he was a Tau Palace expert. I hope he had died, he murmured to himself after seeing the damage concentrating only on the store owner. There was no more pressure emanating from the sword, so everyone present in the throne room stood up straight. Everybody forgot about everything and only looked at the result of the clash of the sword and Akesh. No one could see what was happening as there was only a white light at the location of the clash. Everyone eagerly stared at that light as they would only find out the result after its disappearance. Everyone had their hearts in their mouth as the light started fading out slowly. When the light completely faded, they were shocked to find out nothing. Neither was the store owner present there nor was there any damage to the chair he sat on. Yes, he died. Pinto excitedly exclaimed, seeing Akesh not there. Are you sure? The next moment, a cold childlike voice colder than the absolute echoed in the throne room. The voice alone made everybody freeze in their positions as Akesh and a cat ever wider than the light appeared in front of everybody. He looked uninjured except for his hands. His bones could be seen through the back of his hand as the blue blood continuously dripped to the ground. No expressions could be seen on his face, while the same couldn't be said for the cat that appeared with him. Flames darker than the void could be seen running through the cat whiskers. How are you, Abhigshaw? Pinto exclaimed in shock, but his words came to a stop as the cat ripped his tongue apart so that he couldn't speak. Shut up, Lily angrily growled at Pinto, making him shut his mouth. She didn't kill him until now because Akesh told her not to. Otherwise, she wanted nothing more than to rip him to pieces. A few seconds earlier, can you handle the attack? Lily concerningly asked Akesh after seeing him extending his hands to control the blast. Yes, but there's going to be injuries, Akesh responded while his entire focus was on containing the damage in his hand as the sword had already clashed with him. Lily then activated the skill time shield to decrease the damage as much as possible. Time passed, he was able to contain the destruction in his hands, But he would have almost lost one of his fingers if Lily wouldn't have activated the time shield on time. "Let me heal you," she concerningly said. "No need, it would heal on its own," he refused, as his healing speed was no less than a mortal's. In only a few minutes, his hands would become the same as before. "But too much blood is leaking," she retorted, seeing blue blood dripping out continuously. "Let it be. It is my first real physical injury," Akesh refused again. He had always had wounds in virtual simulations, it was the first time he had faced injuries in reality. He would take it as an experience. "I am going to torture him." The next moment, the air around him turned cold as Lily coldly announced. "No, I would handle it," Akesh bluntly refused. "You." Lily, in anger after 3 straight refusals, couldn't even complete her sentence. "Don't worry," he responded as he patted Lily with his bloodied hands. Lily didn't dodge and let him pat her even though her fur would get dirty. Chapter 60, Harsh Punishment. "So, you took the risk of killing trillions of innocent lives only in the hope that the sword would kill me?" Akesh expressionlessly asked Pindo. He would have allowed Lily to kill Pindo right away, but just after Pindo activated the sword, the system gave him a quest. Hidden quest, mission objective, punishment, mission details. "In the hope of harming you, the mortal takes the risk of killing trillions of your future customers. As the victim and the stronger party, it's your duty to punish the mortal for this deed. If no customer survives, then what's the point of your store?" Mission requirement: force the mortal to apologize for his deed and then kill him to set an example that as long as you're present, no one can harm your potential customers. Mission reward: random skill, failure punishment, return to the previous system of the store. "Damn it. The punishment is harsh," Akesh said to the system in his mind after reading the quest and the failure punishment. "Host, this situation has arisen because of you. Your potential customers may have come to harm because of you, so you need to take responsibility for letting the problem get so big." The system bluntly responded. "Fine." Akesh answered as he had no words to refute. "What are you doing here?" Suddenly Punter shouted, seeing his big brother standing near to Pindo. A wry smile appeared on Pinto's uncle's face as he responded, "Just to meet my nephew." "Silence, I am the one talking here." The next moment, Akesh's voice echoed in the throne as pressure emanated from him and made everyone present in the throne room except Pinto fall flat on their faces, and they lost consciousness after that. "So, tell me, why did you take such a big risk?" Akesh then focused on Pinto and asked him. "Aptsgagvdgsgdhsd," a random jumble came out of Pinto's mouth as Lily had ripped his tongue out. "Leave it," Akesh responded, seeing Pinto not being able to speak clearly. "Look into my eyes," he then ordered, and Pinto, like a mindless puppet, looked directly into his eyes. In the next moment, Pinto found himself in the throne room. Instead of sitting on the king's throne, he was standing chained in front of the throne. A guard whipped him from time to time. He wanted to speak or scream something, but clothes covered his mouth. He could only see darkness in front of him, so he didn't even know who the king was. "Die!" A sudden angry voice echoed as the same projection of sword appeared above the throne. The darkness around the throne disappeared, and when Pinto looked at the king's face, he was shocked as he found Pinto was standing there majestically. The next moment, the sword attacked Pinto, and Pinto laughed seeing this. A painful scream echoed in the throne room as the sword attacked him and the cloth covering his mouth disintegrated. Instead of destroying him in a moment, it slowly attacked him. It started separating him into particle after particle, and he had to witness it all while feeling a pain intense enough to die. "Ha ha ha ha, this is what you get for treating me like shit," Pinto laughed out loud, seeing his father in agony. The torture continued for hours. Only when Pinto's body was separated into particles did he die. It wasn't the end as the next moment he appeared near the coast of the sea. Again the chains bound him not to let him move. Suddenly the world started shaking, and the sea level rose. "Help me!" Pinto asked for help subconsciously, seeing a wave coming in his direction. Nobody helped him, and he drowned in the wave of the sea. It wasn't the same as previous, as he didn't sense the pain, but instead, he felt he drowned under the water and suffocated to breathe for an eternity. Death never seemed to arrive. No matter how much time passed, it always felt to him that the drowning had only started. Time passed in the illusion of Pindo. He faced several ways of death caused by the sword, both directly and indirectly. He felt he had died for unlimited times and wanted relief of death for the last time. He had already lost the hope of living, as even a second of being consciously made him remember the horrible feelings he went through in different illusions at the same time. BFHBDDFJKDJCNXJ, he said jumbled words when he returned to reality, while tears continuously streamed down his cheeks and snot flowed through his nose. He wanted to speak, "Please kill me," but he couldn't speak clearly due to being tongueless, so his words came out as a mess. Did you feel what your citizens felt due to your foolishness? Akesh understood the context, what Pindo wanted to speak, but he ignored it and asked him another question. Pinto nodded, and the next moment, he fell to his knees. BFHBDDFJKDJCNXJ, he started repeatedly shouting. He then started banging his head, seeing no response from Akesh. Akesh only expressionlessly looked at the scene of Pindo torturing himself. "Oh, I would kill you, but what's the hurry?" he said after seeing the ground turning red due to Pindo's blood. Pinto stopped banging his head and felt chilled when he heard Akesh. His face turned even paler as he again said, BFHBDDFJKDJCNXJ. "Akesh, kill him. He looks disgusting." Lily suddenly spoke, seeing Akesh having no intention to kill Pindo. "Fine," Akesh said with a disappointed sigh. He couldn't refuse Lily at all. He was waiting for Pinto to apologize himself, and then he would kill him. "Apologize for the deed you almost committed," Akesh said to Pindo after stopping him from banging his head anymore. "Heal his tongue," he then asked Lily to heal Pindo. Lily nodded and healed his tongue in the next moment. "Would you kill me, if I apologize?" Pindo, instead of directly apologizing, asked Akesh. Akesh's eyes turned cold, hearing Pindo. The next moment, Pinto screamed in terror as he felt the combined pain of all the tortures he faced in the illusions at the same time. "Apologize," Akesh then coldly ordered, while Pindo looked like he had aged thousands of years in a single moment. Chapter 61, Negotiations. "Apologize," Akesh coldly declared. His voice, colder enough to make Pindo remember the tortures he went through in the illusions. "Please forgive me for trying to kill you," Pindo apologized right away, banging his head onto the floor. "Ask for forgiveness for my potential customers you could have killed," Akesh ordered. As if he were a mindless puppet, Pindo apologized like a frightened animal. "Please forgive me for risking the life of your potential customers." "Good, now you can die," Akesh announced as he waved his hands. The next moment, Pindo disintegrated in his entirety. Relief could be seen in his eyes at his last moment. Death was like the sweetest thing to happen to him at that moment. Ding! The mission punishment has been successfully completed. Mission completion percentage, 60%, reward, random skill. Reward calculating. Skill counter shield successfully rewarded. The next moment, Akesh heard several notifications about the completion of the quest. His mission completion percentage was only 60%. If he would have been able to force Pinto to apologize on his own, his percentage would have been way more than 60%. After hearing the name of the skill he received as a reward, he heaved a sigh of relief. From the name of the skill, he was confident that it was a defensive skill. He had several skills at this moment, but not one of them could help him in either offense or defense. If he had even one of the skills belonging to either of the categories, he wouldn't have gotten injured. He didn't check the details of the skills right now as he was currently outside his store, and he still had a business left to do. His eyes then fell upon Barry, who was lying unconscious not far from where he was right now. He extended his hand, and Barry flew to him right away, with his neck stopping in his hand. "Wake up!" he said while staring at Barry. Like a magical spell, Barry woke up. He was confused at first, and his eyes were blurry, but when he got clear vision back, and the memories before falling unconscious started coming back to him, his face turned pale from fear. "What do you want to do to me?" he horrifiedly said after finding his neck in Akesh's hold. "Are you stupid? Didn't I tell you your family's time has come? So, what else would I do with you except killing you and your family members?" Akesh casually spoke, making Barry even paler. Barry looked like a ghost right now. "Please let me go. I would give you everything you own," Barry cryingly pleaded to Akesh to leave him alive. Akesh, instead of responding, looked at him like he was looking at the stupidest person in the multiverse. "I am not lying. I will give you everything. You can kill everybody, but please let me go." Snot started coming out of Barry's nose as he pleaded. He even gave up his family so that he could survive. "Are you stupid? Why would I let you go for your wealth if I could still get that after killing you?" Akesh smilingly responded. Akesh couldn't help but smile, seeing Barry's stupidity. If Maria were here, she would be surprised to see Akesh smiling, but this smile was the smile of the devil for Barry. "Please, okay, enough. I am not going to waste my entire day talking to you," Barry wanted to plead, but Akesh cut his speech off in between. He would have allowed him to plead more, but he also wanted to check out the details of the skill he had just gotten. The next moment, he lightly poked Barry's head, and it burst into smithereens. Barry's last expressions were mixtures of unwillingness, regret, and hatred. He hated Akesh, but right now, he hated his son Ben even more than Akesh. If not for him, this monster would have never come into their life. But alas, there is no medicine of regret, especially when your enemy is a being like Akesh, who doesn't even think twice before killing. Not a single drop of Barry's blood touched Akesh's skin. It vaporized just by the aura released by his body. "Now, what should we do with them?" He then looked at several beings lying unconscious in the throne room and whispered. "Let's kill them," Lily added as she appeared on his shoulder. She still hadn't vented his frustration. Akesh killed both Pindo and Barry. "No, they are innocent in this case." Akesh refused right away the killing idea. He didn't mind killing people, but that didn't mean he would go out of his way and kill persons who had nothing to do with him. Lily puffed her cheeks in anger after the fourth straight refusal. He couldn't help but smile, seeing puffed Lily. He tried to squish her face, but she jumped away before he could reach her. "Okay, I would let you kill him. He isn't innocent in this case. He forced the guards to arrest me," Akesh tried to coax angry Lily while pointing at Johnny. "Really?" she exclaimed as she reappeared on his shoulder. "Yes, but only when you let me squish your face," he demanded. He made a play out of someone's death only to play with Lily. "No." Lily refused straight away. They both then started bargaining for it. At any cost, Akesh wanted to squish Lily's face. After a few rounds of negotiations, Akesh decided to give Akesh 3 permissions to go out anytime and let her kill Johnny. Only then would she let him squish her face. He agreed to her conditions, but he had no idea what problems he was going to face in the future due to these 3 permissions. She then killed Johnny by using the skill Epical Fire. Her shoulders slumped down after the death of Johnny as she expected the fire to burn him for some time, and she would avenge Akesh's injury by torturing Johnny, but even in less than a nanosecond, he burned into ashes. "Ha ha, if you'd use such an overpowered skill on someone, how would they survive enough to feel torture?" Akesh laughingly said as he rubbed Lily's fur. Chapter 62, Memory. "What should I do with them?" Akesh then murmured, looking at the kings lying down there in the throne room. He couldn't just let them go as they knew about his power level. If people came to know about his power level, they would think that there must be a treasure in Kakat. That's why a Tau Palace expert is living here. He didn't want that as he wasn't all powerful. He could defeat every Tau Palace expert in the primal dimension, but if the rumor brought an immortal to the Bison Kingdom, he would be in trouble. "Let's change their memories," he whispered and snapped his fingers. The next moment, a white light engulfed everybody present in the throne room. A new memory started emerging in everybody's head. It was the most simple use of the element of illusion. As a result of leveling according to the system's method, Akesh gained equal proficiency in every element present in the multiverse. The memory he added to everyone's mind was they suddenly got Enso's signal from the king of the Bison Kingdom. When they reached the royal palace, they found Pinto, Barry, and Johnny dead in the throne room and one unconscious person. When they checked the identity of the unconscious man, it was someone stranger to everybody. They asked Pinto about it, but even he didn't know the identity. It was Akesh who was lying unconscious on the ground. "You're finally here." The next moment, a voice echoed from there behind. The kings turned around and saw being engulfed in the dark. "Who are you, and why did you kill my son?" Pinto growled, seeing the stranger appearing in the throne room. The stranger didn't respond and instead made a move against Pinto. Pinto knew he couldn't defeat, so he asked for help from the other kings, but they refused as they didn't want to involve against someone so powerful like this. Pinto had already died, so what he had offered them for helping him, they would never get. Pinto had to pay double of what Pinto had offered the other kings to help him, and they got ready to help him. Then there was a tragic fight between the kings and the stranger being. They were able to defeat him in the end, but they also had severe injuries. The stranger, after getting defeated, instead of telling them his identity, self-destructed. The kings then lost consciousness due to numerous injuries. Akesh told Lily to create severe injuries on the kings and create destruction from the blast. The next moment, he disappeared from the throne room. There were several plot holes in the story, but Akesh didn't care as only an immortal proficient in the element of illusion could break these memories down and bring the truth out. He also did this as an immortal. Helping these kings would only happen in the rare of rare chances. After disappearing from the throne room, he appeared right in the center of the Schiller's family head place. He could see a grim silence all over the place, as only yesterday they had lost hundreds of their best guards and one void condensation expert. "Hey, who are you, and what are you doing here?" a voice angrily asked Akesh. Akesh slightly turned around and saw a guard angrily looking at him. Akesh ignored the guard and snapped his fingers. The next moment, as if it was raining, the fabric of space started shrinking and breaking down. It engulfed every person present on a radius of several kilometers around the main palace of the Schiller family. It was shocking to see the fabric of space rain down on people, but it didn't last long for the people because the void engulfed everyone in it. There were several people who didn't belong to the Schiller family, but Akesh didn't care and let them die. While everything outside the range of destruction was normal for people, they didn't even know while thousands of people died. In only a few seconds, the second strongest family of the Bison Kingdom went extinct, and nobody knew the reason behind it. The extinction of the Schiller family was blamed on the stranger other kings fought. It became one of the mysterious circumstances of the Anga continent, despite the passing of countless years. After doing the deed, Akesh reappeared in the throne room and fell down, acting unconsciously. The next moment, every king unconscious in the throne room started waking up one by one. They groaned and clutched their head in pain. "Don't forget your promise, Punter." The battle turned out to be worse than expected, one of the kings complained, seeing half of his hands missing. "Ugh, don't worry, you would get what I offered you," Punter said while groaning and clutching his head. The kings were this courteous to Punter because of his family. If Punter refused to give them their share, they could only curse and complain. They couldn't even think of harming him. "I am leaving, Punter. Our challenge is null from now on," Punter's brother suddenly said as any animosity he had disappeared after fighting a life and death battle with him against the stranger. "Tell father, I would come to meet him," Punter nodded as, without his brother, they wouldn't have been able to defeat the stranger. His brother was the strongest person in their group. "We would leave too. Don't forget your promise." The kings also started leaving one by one after reminding him not to forget their share. "Thank you for helping me." Punter nodded and thanked every king before they left. After every king left, a tragic expression appeared on his face as he frantically searched for his son's body, but he only found one body, and that too was off the stranger lying weirdly at one corner of the throne room. He then saw a slight movement in the stranger's body as the stranger started waking up. Ugh, the stranger groaned after regaining consciousness. He then, with a lot of struggle, stood up and confusedly searched around him. Suddenly his face turned pale as the memory started coming back. The stranger with a pale face then directly stared into the eyes of Punter. Chapter 63, Akesh and Punter. Who are you? Akesh asked Punter with his face pale. What are you doing here? Punter ignored his question and instead asked another. Why should I tell you? Akesh responded with a cautious expression on his face. You aren't the one I fought before losing consciousness. Wait, are you his friend? Akesh's face turned paler as he took 2 steps back and shouted at him. I would not let you hurt me like your friend did. The next moment, his face turned crazy as he shouted and rushed at Punter. Punter was taken aback by the sudden turnaround. Before he could say something, Akesh reached him and punched him. Punter was shocked to see the movement and weight of the punch. He was already injured due to the fight with the stranger, but still, he was a peak void forging expert, so the opponent had to be at least void forging to hurt him. But, the next moment, he was stunned as he couldn't dodge the punch and hit him on his face. A painful groan escaped his mouth as the force of the punch threw him backward. He flew to the wall and landed with a crashing sound. Ugh, please stop. Punter shouted to stop him even before checking the injuries he received. He underestimated the man's power and got a hard crash in response to that. His injuries turned worse as a result. Why should I stop? So that you can backstab me? Akesh acted like an innocent person and rushed again toward Punter. Please stop. I am not his friend. I am the last king. Punter declared, but his words came to a halt with a sudden crash. He then looked at the man who had just punched him a moment ago, lying on the ground. You should have told this first. Akesh stood up while brushing dust from his body. Now that you know my identity, introduce yourself and tell me what were you doing here? Punter asked after taking a deep breath. Hello, King, I am Akesh, an ordinary store owner who opened his store just 2 days ago. I was here because the king summoned me here. Akesh, in a single breath, introduced himself and told the reason for him being here. You and ordinary. Punter scoffed. He was still not able to stand up after the crash he had due to him. Yes, King, I am an ordinary store owner, Akesh responded as if he didn't understand the sarcasm in Punter's words. Leave it. Tell me, why did my son summon you? Punter didn't want to argue with Akesh, so he asked another question. An awkward expression appeared on Akesh's face after Punter asked this question. Tell me, you don't need to worry. You won't be charged for any crimes, Punter declared after seeing the awkward look on Akesh's face. The awkward expression in no time turned into a laughing one as he said while laughing out loud, Oh, I killed the son of the Prime Minister, and when he sent some guards to kill me, I killed all of them. A dumbfounded expression appeared on Punter's face after hearing the crime of the man. Damn it! I shouldn't have pardoned the crimes, he thought in his heart, as killing more than one person was a crime punishable by death. But as he had given his word, he couldn't go back on it and punish the man for it. Oh well, the Prime Minister is already dead, he was thinking in his heart when the scene of his son's corpse appeared in his mind. Did you know why the man killed my son? His face turned expressionless as he asked Akesh. Yes, Akesh smilingly nodded, feeling happy for pardoning his crimes. Tell me. Punter asked with a hurried expression on his face. When I arrived here after the king's summon, he arrested me for killing hundreds of citizens belonging to his rule. Akesh started telling the story. Since I'm so strong, he added while showing off his muscles. The king had to call hundreds of guards to arrest me in fear of me attacking the guards. But when the guards were leaving after arresting me, suddenly a man engulfed in dark appeared right at the front of the Prime Minister. He continued the story. The man asked the Prime Minister, where is it? After the Prime Minister heard the question, he acted like he had no idea of what the man was talking about, but I clearly saw the change in his expressions, Akesh added. The man and the Prime Minister argued for a long time. The king watched everything happening in silence, But suddenly the Prime Minister turned around and asked the king for help. The king, being a good person, interfered between the man and the Prime Minister, but unfortunately, the man turned out to be a powerful person and killed the king in a single strike. After that, all of us acted to kill the attacker, but the man was too powerful for us to defeat them, he added. Only I and the king's uncle were able to fight the man. The Prime Minister tried to run, but the man found him and killed him. In the battle, I lost consciousness, so I don't know what happened after that, he concluded while pointing at his muscles to show how strong he is to survive after fighting with a man. Punter had no mood to get amused by Akesh's antics. Damn him! He cursed out loud and punched the ground in anger, resulting in the entire royal palace shaking. The entire royal palace was empty, right now, as when Pinto took out the sword, the people present in the palace were the first to take the brunt due to the pressure emitted by it. So nobody came when the entire royal palace shook after Punter's punch. Hey, king, I'm leaving. While Punter was grieving his son's death, suddenly Akesh announced. Okay, I'll come to your store whenever I get some time, Punter responded, while his face had a tragic expression. Akesh nodded and left the throne room right away. After leaving the room, he warped and appeared directly in the store. Chapter 64, Counter Shield. The smiling expression Akesh was wearing disappeared after he returned to the store. Wow, you can act, Lily laughingly commented. She wasn't allowed to speak while Akesh was in front of Punter. The next moment, Lily disappeared from his head and reappeared in front of Akesh on the ground. Look, how strong I am, she commented while touching her invisible biceps. Akesh only sighed, seeing Lily mocking him. HMPH, you're no fun, Lily complained after getting no reply from Akesh. What was the point of mocking if whomever you're mocking doesn't respond? A smile spread across Akesh's face, seeing Lily's complaining face. Look, I'll torture him with an overpowered attack. The next moment, Akesh snapped his fingers as the scene of Lily killing Johnny in less than a nanosecond appeared in front of Lily. HMPH. Lily only scoffed in response. Instead of acting like a fool, why didn't you just add the memory of your talking with the king to his mind? She asked as she had been thinking of the reason behind this for a while. Oh, that was due to the quest. I am confident that if the king bought products after I planted the memory of our conversing, the system would refuse to accept the products as sold due to using a loophole. But now that I had personally talked to him, if he would buy from the store, it would be counted as the sold product in the mission, Akesh answered Lily. Hey, system, am I right? The next moment, he asked the system to prove his plans. Yes, host. If you implanted memory of the friendly conversation in someone's head, it would be against the ethics of the store, so neither will you get a commission for the product you sold nor would it be counted in the quest. Instead, you would get a warning. The system responded in its mechanical and emotionless voice. Now, let's check the details about the skill, Akesh muttered after getting the confirmation from the system. He eagerly then thought of the status screen, and the next moment a blue window containing the information about the skill appeared in front of him. Skill name, Counter Shield, Ability, it allows the owner to create a shield around them. The generated shield could also reflect the damage it receives. Akesh had an astonished expression after seeing the explanation of the skill. It not only had the ability to counter the damage it received, but it also had the ability to store the damage. If he could save enough damage, he could even kill immortals. He already had made plans to collect the damage. But the next moment, the system poured cold water on his hot excitement, and it vanished like a vapor after that. He thought of making Lily attack the shield by using her most powerful skills, and he would then collect the damage for future use, but the system told him that it would only store the damage caused by his enemy. Lily is my enemy from now on, Akesh suddenly jokingly announced. The system didn't respond anything to his announcement. Akesh may have been sad about not being able to store damage caused by him and Lily, but this skill couldn't come at a better time. He had been defeated by his opponent just a few hours ago because he didn't have a single skill to defend. Hey, system, Would the damage I received during training count? He then asked the system, as he would only fight virtually until some powerful being arrived. No, the system simply replied, and Akesh only clicked his tongue in response, as he expected this answer. Akesh then thought of the quest screen, and the next moment a blue screen containing the details of the mission appeared in front of him. Mission objective: sell products to 10 customers. Requirement: you need to have multiple customers if you want to have a famous store. Sell your products to 10 customers in a week. Number of products left to sell: 10 tenths. Days left: 6. Mission reward: a new product and addition in the pill varieties. Failure punishment: sales commission will be reduced to 0.5% of the product's price. He shook his head disappointedly, seeing he still had to sell 10 products and he had only 6 days left. He then went up to the door and looked at the sky. The sky has turned red, as the time was not far from the setting of the sun. Only 5 days are left now, he murmured. The Bison Kingdom doesn't work at night, so there was no point in the store staying open at night. Since the time was not far from the arrival of night, he decided to close the store for the day. He turned around and was going to close the door when he heard someone calling me. He turned back and saw Maria running toward him while waving his hand and shouting, "Wait!" Maria came running down here because she heard the news of the entire Schiller family getting extinct. "Senior, did you kill the Schiller family?" She asked the question right after entering the store. "What are you talking about?" "I just came from the royal palace," Akesh expressionlessly responded. "If not you, then who would dare to kill all the members of the Schiller family?" she confusedly murmured after Akesh's refusal. She accepted his answer right away, as she thought he didn't need to lie to her. "Who knows? If that was all you wanted to talk about, you should leave now." "I am going to close the store," Akesh expressionlessly responded and told her to leave. A wry smile appeared on her face as she responded, "See you tomorrow," and turned around to leave. "Why would I see you tomorrow?" "I told you, you should only buy pills when you need them," he responded. He didn't care about her buying, as even if she bought, it still wouldn't be counted in the quest. "It's a surprise." A smile spread across Maria's face as she smilingly responded and left the store. "What a weird woman," Lily commented after Maria left. "What has that got to do with us?" Akesh responded, as he didn't care for whatever Maria was going to do. He then closed the store for today and went to his room. With that, the second day for the store in the Anga continent ended. Chapter 65, New Customer, 1. Throughout the Bison Kingdom, there was a storm of shock while Akesh and Lily peacefully slept in his room. It had happened after several decades that the kingdom didn't sleep at night and stayed awake. Every single member of the Schiller family died on the same day, which was too much news for the citizens of the kingdom to take in. The citizens didn't sleep the entire night while thinking about their safety, but the situation for Punter was different. On one side, he was grieving the loss of his son, while on the other side, he was thinking about what treasure the Schiller family had lost. The news of the death of the king, the prime minister, and the army chief still hasn't spread over the kingdom. If it did, this day would become the second most solemn day for the citizens after the day where they suddenly had a new king in Punter. Punter was just wandering all over the ruined rooms of the royal palace when suddenly he stopped in his steps as he found a man standing in his front and gently looking at him. The newly appeared stranger looked exactly like Punter, but the stranger had white hair instead of black like Punter. His eyes were the proof of his longevity and vitality. "Father!" Punter exclaimed after seeing the man. "How are you doing, my son?" his father gently asked. "After Bonnie passed away, I never talked to him. I started hating him for what he did to my wife, but I never wanted him to die," Punter responded with a slight tremble in his voice. "I told you, you should have had another son," his father responded as he appeared next to him and patted his shoulder. A wry smile appeared on Punter's face after hearing his father's words. He would have had another son if not for his fear of harming Bonnie again. No son or daughter was worth more than his wife for him. "I would send all of my informants to find out about the man who was behind this," his father said while patting his son's shoulder. The next moment, He disappeared from there and returned back to the place where he came from. Punter took a sigh after his father disappeared. Everything is lost, he murmured while shaking his head in disappointment. He started randomly strolling around the royal palace again. Time flew by, the light of the sun cleared the darkness of the night. Akesh woke up on time and was stunned to find Lily already woken up. "You woke up early today?" he asked Lily as he pushed back his hairs. "Yeah, I couldn't sleep after I slept too much yesterday," she replied in her childlike voice while looking at her paws in the air. "Good, let's open the store," he replied as he stood up from his bed and went to the washroom to freshen himself. After taking a bath, he wore the same clothes as usual. He then went down and opened the door of the store. He noticed a lot of people in the market for when the sun had only appeared, but he had no intention to find out the reason behind it, so he entered back. He found the chair at the counter and sat down on it. He then started visualizing how he would fight today in the virtual battle since there were no customers. He already had the skill to defend, but he didn't know whether the shield would be able to defend against that attack or if the opponent had another attack skill equal to or even more destructive than the attack he faced yesterday. So he had to make a plan for his battle, taking both the situations in his mind. "Hello, Senior." While he was visualizing the battle, he suddenly heard a familiar voice. He slightly turned his head and saw Maria standing at the door. "Hello," he expressionlessly responded. "So, what pills do you want?" he then asked. He had already warned her twice about not buying pills in excess, but if she still continued, it was her issue, and it had nothing to do with him. "Senior, I am not here for pills. I am here because I would be your neighbor from today," Maria excitedly responded. "So?" Akesh asked expressionlessly. What had he got to do with who his neighbor was? Maria had no change in her expressions despite seeing no emotions from Akesh as she expected him to have no response. "Senior, I would be opening a restaurant, so if you want to eat, you can come to my store," she excitedly told him and shamelessly promoted her restaurant. "Sure," Akesh responded. He already had plans to travel around the kingdom, so eating in the restaurant next to his store wasn't a big deal for him. "Okay, I would be waiting," Maria excitedly responded and then left the store. Akesh started visualizing the scene of the battle again. He had only closed his eyes when he heard the sound of footsteps. He opened his eyes and saw Maria carrying an injured man at the door. "Senior, I found this injured man unconscious on the road, so I brought him here," Maria announced while slowly carrying the man into the store. Akesh stood up and brought 3 body healing pills from the shelves and then handed them over to Maria. She didn't wait for a second and pushed the pill down his throat one by one. The pills started acting right away and healed the external injuries of the man in no time, but the man was still unconscious, so Akesh went back to the shelves and pitched 3 mental healing pills, and handed them over to her. Maria fed the pills to the man one by one. It didn't make him conscious right away. Only after several moments passed, only then was there a movement from the man's body. "Please don't kill me," the man shouted right after regaining his consciousness. He started repeating these words continuously after that like a crazy person. His voice got louder with each turn. "It seems he needs 2 more inferior mental healing pills," Akesh commented after seeing the mental situation of the stranger wasn't good. Chapter 66, New Customer 2. "It seems he still needs 2 more inferior mental healing pills," Akesh commented after seeing the man acting crazily. The mental healing pills specialized in healing the traumas since the man still was living the moment before losing unconsciousness. It meant he had gone through severe trauma, and 3 pills weren't enough to heal those traumas. "Senior, can you bend the rules and sell the extra 2 pills?" Maria asked after hearing Akesh. As there was a rule of only selling 3 pills to a customer, he had to bend the rules if she wanted 2 more pills. "No." Akesh refused straight away without even thinking for a moment. "Senior, there is no point in complaining. I don't break the rules." Maria wanted to speak something, but Akesh cut her off before she could complete her sentence and expressionlessly refused to bend the rules. In reality, even if he wanted, He couldn't break the rules, the system makes the rules, not him. But Senior, we are two people and can buy 6 pills. Maria still didn't give up and tried to make Akesh sell the 2 pills. I have only sold these pills on your name. He's an unconscious man, so he isn't eligible to buy any products, Akesh expressionlessly restored. Maria wanted to speak something, but after seeing the indifference in Akesh's eyes, not a single word came out of her mouth. She suddenly remembered that she had one mental healing pill in her space ring, so she took it out and forcefully fed it to the man. The man fell silent after it acted. He regained his sanity after the pill acted and started looking frantically around the store. He had a horrified face as he was facing some horror right now, making his face weird. Where am I? I? He tremblingly asked Maria while frantically looking all around the store. Calm down. You're safe here, Maria tried to calm the man down, seeing the man acting like he was facing a horrific situation. Where am I? I? He asked the same question again. You're in the first store, the store for all your needs, Akesh suddenly responded, making the man turn around and look at him. Keep your distance from me, you monster. The man screamed in horror, seeing Akesh. Suddenly the temperature in the store turned cold as Lily showed his face. Leave him. His mental situation isn't right. Akesh said, seeing Lily glaring at the man, while both the stranger and Maria had a horrified face feeling the chill in the air. He's insulting you for not being a human, Lily angrily complained as to how could she not see that the man called Akesh a monster due to his blue skin. There were several races living together in the Bison Kingdom, but that didn't mean they had healthy relations between them. Issues would regularly emerge between the people belonging to different races in the kingdom. Let it be. Akesh said as he didn't care about what the man thought of him. He couldn't just kill someone for calling him a monster. HMPH. Lily scoffed and returned back to her favorite place, Akesh's head. Sorry, Senior. Maria apologized after the temperature in the store got normal, while the man started running toward the door. Maria, seeing him running, followed him and before he could reach the door, grabbed his neck and dragged him back. The man was only an intermediate nascent soul cultivator, so it wasn't tough for Maria. Do you have money? She then asked the man. Her voice was colder than before as she also didn't like him calling Akesh a monster. If there was someone whom she respected after her father, it was Akesh, so calling him a monster was equivalent to insulting her. The man had some hint of sanity, and he could sense the power released by her, so he nodded his head and pointed at the space ring in his ring. Good, now order 3 inferior mental healing pills, she ordered without any hint of emotion while pointing at Akesh. The man did as Maria ordered him to do. Akesh went up to the shelves and brought the 3 pills out. He then handed them to the man. The man then handed them over to Maria. Maria pushed all the pills simultaneously down the man's throat. The man lost consciousness right away, but the next moment, he woke up. Finally, complete sanity could be seen in his eyes. Where am I? Who saved me? How did I come here? He asked a barrage of questions after waking up. Senior saved you, Maria responded while pointing at Akesh. The man followed her eyes and saw a blue-skinned man standing. Senior. Thank you for saving me, Senior, he thanked Akesh with a slight bow. HMPH. A scoff suddenly echoed in the store. The man was stunned and looked here and there to see who was the owner of the sound, but he didn't find anyone. Your bill would be 75 inferior primal stones, and your bill would be 150 inferior primal stones. Akesh ignored the thanks and instead asked for the payments from the man and Maria, respectively. What? The man exclaimed in shock, hearing the amount he had to pay. But Maria took out the exact 150 primal stones from her space ring and handed it over to Akesh. But, how? Pay the bill. The man wanted to speak, but Maria cut her off in between and coldly ordered. The man didn't wait and took out 75 primal stones and begrudgingly handed them to Akesh. Akesh didn't care for the man's reaction and waved his hands, and the next moment, the primal stones disappeared from the store. Senior. I will be waiting for you in my restaurant, Maria smilingly said to Akesh and left the store. The man followed behind her. System, quest screen. Right after the group left, Akesh called of the quest screen. Mission objective, sell products to 10 customers. Requirement, you need to have multiple customers if you want to have a famous store. Sell 10 products to your customers in a week. Number of products left to sell, 7/10. Days left, 5. Mission reward, a new product and addition in the pill varieties. Failure punishment, sales commission will be reduced to 0.5% of the product's price. Finally, the quest screen had some changes, he expressionlessly commented after seeing the screen. Chapter 67, Earth and Trolls. Akesh reclined back on his chair, after both Maria and the stranger left the store. He started visualizing the battle scene again. Only a few minutes had passed when he had to reopen his eyes as he heard the sound of footsteps again. He looked at the door and saw a man standing at the door and curiously looking at him in the store. It was the first non-human customer Akesh had. The man had light gray skin with an absurdly large head. The man had 6 eyes which all blinked curiously simultaneously, a large nose with a small mouth. Akesh knew what race the man belonged to, it was Earth and Trolls. He had read about them during the quests. It was one of the weaker races in the entire multiverse. Earth and Trolls had control of the earth element from their birth, but it was as if the multiverse had forbidden them, they couldn't learn any offensive skills. They could only use these skills for support, so Earth and Trolls worked as the estate builders of the primal dimension. In spite of their weakness in power and usefulness in their work, no one dared to take them as slaves due to a rumor. The rumor said that Earth and Trolls are the experiment of an unknown being, and they don't like when someone touches their experimental subjects. They didn't follow any cultivation system as they already had a long lifespan. Earth and Trolls averagely lived around for 12,000 years. Why are you standing at the door? Akesh asked as the Earth and Troll only looked at him in the store but didn't enter. I'm waiting for my mother, the man turned out to be a child as he responded in a childlike voice. Oh, so you're below 300 years old? Akesh expressionlessly asked. Earth and Trolls were children until the age of 300, as their minds hadn't completely developed. Their mother refused to leave them alone until they reached this age. Yeah, I am only 182 years old, the children nodded in excitement. Where is your mother? Akesh expressionlessly asked. There. The child pointed where his mother was. Akesh had no interest in knowing, so he didn't check it. He only asked as leaving a child this young alone would be a rarity when it comes to Earth and Trolls. Akesh didn't ask anymore and closed his eyes. He fell into his visualizing session again. Hey, blue man, don't sleep. How do you have blue skin, and how old are you? The child asked, seeing Akesh closing his eyes. Akesh ignored the child as he already had a child sitting on his head, and he knew how cumbersome it was to have a conversation with a child. Why do you have 6 eyes? Can't you see from 2 eyes? Another childlike voice echoed in the store as Lily appeared on the ground and looked at the child standing at the door. Whoa, tiny animal! The child exclaimed, seeing the size of Lily. Akesh had to begrudgingly open his eyes as Lily hated nothing more than someone calling out her size. Whoa, large nose and a tiny mouth, what Akesh expected didn't happen. Instead of getting angry, she retorted in the same tone as the child. Yes, my mother says that too. My nose is bigger than usual, the boy excitedly nodded and proudly proclaimed. Why did you come here, Tata? Suddenly a hoarse female voice came from behind. The boy excitedly looked back and shouted, Mother, look how great this store is! They had the entire hardwood made up of a shamba. Both Akesh and the boy's mother had a change in expression when they heard what Tata said. Tata's mother came running back while Akesh stood up from his chair. How did you know it was a shamba? Before Tata's mother could speak anything, Akesh asked the boy while he pointed at the hardwood. Oh, it's because we also have it in our house. That's why he recognized it here. His mother cut him off before he could speak while looking at the hardwood. Akesh could see his mother was trying to hide something, but now that he was interested, How could he not know the reason behind it? Okay, do you want to check things in my store? Akesh expressionlessly asked instead of asking another question, making Trita's mother secretly heave a sigh of relief. What do you sell? The boy excitedly asked before his mother could speak. Currently, the store only sells pills, he expressionlessly responded. First grade inferior body healing pill for 25 inferior primal stones. 2. First grade inferior mental healing pill for 25 inferior primal stones. 3. First grade inferior Danshan healing pill for 50 inferior primal stones. He then told the pair of mother and son the name of the pills and their price. Aren't they too expensive for an inferior pill, despite its grade? Trita's mother curiously asked, hearing the outrageous prices of the pills. No. Akesh gave a straight answer. Okay, we don't need any. Trita's mother also refused to buy any pills. Just one pill, mother, I want to eat it, Trita pleaded with his mother after her refusal. He didn't know why, but the store gave him the feeling of closeness. No, they're too expensive, his mother refused again. Please, mother. He pleaded again, with all of his 6 eyes turning moist. You. His mother wanted to speak something, but no words came out of her throat, seeing the moist eyes of her son. Hey, store owner, can you reduce the price of the pill? His mother then asked Akesh. No bargaining. Akesh expressionlessly responded. You have a Shamba in your home, and you think 25 inferior primal stones are expensive, he added. So what if I have a Shamba in my house? That doesn't mean I would waste money everywhere, she scoffed. Give me a body healing pill, she added as she couldn't see her son upset. Akesh went up to the shelf and picked out a body healing pill, and handed it over to her. 25 inferior primal stones, he asked for the bill. Trita's mother begrudgingly took out the required primal stones from her space ring and handed them to Akesh. Let's go. She then dragged away Trita from the store before he asked for more pills. Chapter 68, Disgust. Give me the pill, mother. Trita asked while getting dragged by his mother. Here, take it. His mother gently handed him the pill. Oh, it's tasty. Trita exclaimed in delight after eating the pill. Mother, it tastes sweet, he excitedly told his mother. A smile spread across his mother's face as she gently said, Okay, I'll buy you another pill in the future. Yay! He exclaimed in happiness. Mother, why did you lie about having a Shamba in our house? He suddenly asked while walking with his mother. Because of your safety, my dear son, she replied with a gentle look in her eyes. She stopped in her footsteps, turned around facing him, and bent down to his height. Trita, you should never tell your ability to anybody. You're special, my son. If people knew about your ability, they would take you away from me forever, she gently added with a hint of sadness in her voice. No one can do that, mother. When I grow older, I'll be stronger than anybody and then no one will be able to take me away from you, Trita said while raising his fist in the air. A drop of tear streamed down her cheeks as she hugged her son. You don't know how cruel the people living in this world are? She said with a slight tremble in her voice. The next moment, she wiped her eyes that had turned moist, and a smile emerged on her face as she said, Let's go. Yes, let's go. I want to sleep on my bed, Trita happily responded. What they both didn't notice was that someone was watching their every moment while comfortably sitting in his chair. Why did you suddenly get interested in that pair of mother and son? Lily asked Akesh in her childlike voice, seeing a projection showing every conversation and every action of the pair of mother and son. It has been several millennials since he last used the skill watcher. He asked the pair to buy a pill because only then could he see their actions while comfortably sitting in his chair. The next moment, Akesh waved his hands as the projection disappeared. He could watch both the past and present, so he didn't need to watch it all the time if he wanted to know about the pair. The boy knows about a Shamba, Akesh responded to Lily's question. So, isn't a Shamba known to everybody? Lily confusedly asked. A Shamba was a primordial entity that would shed its sparks in regular intervals, and the shredded barks would get used in several treasures due to their ability to negate almost all the energies present in the multiverse. So a Shamba, despite being a primordial entity and standing at the top of the food chain, was a known entity. No, you are wrong. No one should have any knowledge of a Shamba in the area around several thousands of kingdoms, he responded, shaking his head. So, what has that got to do with him creating an interest? She asked. You're wrong again. It's not the boy I am interested in, it's the mother, he responded. Why would you be interested in her? Is it because she talked about someone taking his son away from her? She asked. No, I sense disgust from her for the boy, he responded while flicking Lily's head. Ouch! Lily groaned and hissed in response to the flick, but Akesh only smiled seeing her reaction. Why would you think that? She asked after rubbing her head. Who knows? We'll find out anyway by seeing her actions and what is the ability that the woman talked about, he smilingly responded. Let's forget the pair of mother and son. We should go outside. Seeing the projection made me see the market from my own eyes, he added. Really? She excitedly exclaimed. Akesh nodded in response to her excitement. Let's go. She said and took the first step, and he smilingly followed her. Senior, you came out, Maria said, seeing Akesh out on the road. Yes, Lily wanted to, so I thought why not, he expressionlessly responded. He then focused on the building Maria was standing in front of. Is your restaurant still incomplete? He asked Maria, seeing a shabby building. Some laborers were currently working on extending the height of the building. Yes, it would take a week to complete the building, Maria nodded as she had only moved here today, and before she bought the building, the store here sold antiques, so she had to do some construction in the building. Okay. Akesh expressionlessly responded and moved forward. Maria only smiled wryly, seeing him leaving. She then refocused her attention on the building at the laborers working on it. If Maria hired other trolls, her construction would be done in a day, but their fee was very high, and she didn't want to waste money before getting a secure source of revenue. Akesh had told her that many interesting things were to come in his store, so if she wanted to buy them, she needed a lot of money as she was confident that products would have outrageous prices. Where do you want to go? Akesh asked Lily as she was randomly walking in the market. Today, we would just check the market, Lily excitedly responded as it was the first time when she was breathing the air outdoor. Akesh didn't say anything in response and silently followed her while looking at the experiences of the myriad people around the market. He could see a lady arguing with the store owner about the prices for the vegetable. I have been buying from this store for years, and now you want to sell me these tomatoes for 10 bronze coins per kg, the lady argued. I had only started this business last month, and you've been buying from me for years? The store owner scoffed, hearing the argument of the lady. So, what? I've been buying from the store since the store opened, so I would only buy it if you sell me 2 kg at 15 bronze coins, the lady said. 19 bronze coin for 2 kg. The store owner said. 16 bronze coins. The lady said. 18 bronze coins. If you want to buy at this price, otherwise leave, the store owner said his final price. Done. The lady agreed right away. She paid the price and took out tomatoes. Akesh saw several scenes like this in the market. Chapter 69, Store Status. After strolling around the market for a few hours, Akesh and Lily returned back to the store. They only witnessed the situations today instead of experiencing them, so they didn't have to spend a lot of time. When Akesh reached the store, he noticed a man standing at the door. He could recognize the man by his clothes. It was the clothes of the royal guards. Sir, do you have time? The guard asked when he saw Akesh returning. No. Akesh refused straight away and entered the store. Sir, youngest prince wants to meet you. The guard still stayed respectful as he had got orders to act all the time respectfully, irrespective of the situation. Akesh ignored the guard and sat down on his comfortable chair. Sir, tell your prince to come here and talk to me if he wants, the guard wanted to request again, But Akesh cut his request in between and bluntly refused to make time for the prince. "Sir, there are emergencies in the royal palace, so he can't come." The guard tried to request again, but his mouth froze, and no words came out of his mouth when Akesh directly looked into his eyes. "Tell him that if he wants to meet me, he would have to come here," he flatly responded. Not waiting for the guard's response, he added, "You can leave if you don't want to buy anything from my store." The guard had no choice but to leave after Akesh told him to, since Pinto had clearly told him not to raise his voice, not to change the tone to disrespectful, and especially not to stay if the store owner refused. "Let's then watch the pair of mother and son," he thought, and the next moment a black screen appeared in front of him from the exact moment he had stopped. There wasn't anything for several minutes as the pair of mother and son only journeyed toward their home. When they reached their home, Jada went to his room, and since he was tired from the day's journey, he fell asleep. A few moments after Jada fell asleep, his mother entered the room with a needle in her hands. She slowly took out his blood drop by drop so that Jada didn't wake up. After taking exactly 111 drops of blood, she took out the needle and left the room while Jada snored peacefully. "How many more days do I have to act as his mother?" she spat in disgust after coming out of the room. "1 month more." A hoarse male voice echoed as a man whose face was engulfed in dark appeared in the room. "Still 1 month," Jada's mother complained. She had been acting as his mother for more than a century, but still, even a day felt like a hell to her. She acted, on the outside, that she loved Jada more than anything, but in reality, she didn't hate anything more than him. "Yes, it'll still take a month. Until then, take 111 drops of the boy's blood every day and make him feel happy all the time," the man ordered and disappeared after taking the blood from the woman. "Just 1 month of torture more, Pucci," the woman whispered to motivate herself to act for a month more. "You were right," Lily said, seeing Pucci and hearing what she said. Akesh didn't say anything in response and thought about the screen disappearing, and the next moment, it disappeared. "Why did you switch it off? Let me see what plans they have," Lily said after Akesh suddenly made the screen disappear. "Whatever they had planned, we would find out 1 month later. It wouldn't be fun if we already knew about it," Akesh responded with a smile. The next moment, Akesh closed his eyes and started visualizing the battle since there were no customers, and he had decided to fight after he shut the store. Time flew by, and several hours passed. No customers came to his store. Any person who would pass through the store would only take a look but not enter the store. "Hey, system, what would be the new product you would add in the store after I completed the quest?" Akesh asked as he had nothing to do right now. "Host, the selection of products will be random in the lower range of the products," the system responded in its mechanical and emotionless voice. "Why would the products be in the lower range? If we add the products of the higher range, wouldn't that make this kingdom grow at an exponential speed, and the faster and the larger this kingdom grows, the more customers we would have?" he asked the system. "Host, you're right, but unfortunately, the bison in the nearby kingdoms don't have the sufficient resources to buy even a single product in higher ranges." "I know that, but what if we sell mines of rare materials?" he suggested to the system. "Only the growth of resources in the land could grow the kingdom. If the kingdom grew, the number of rich people would grow, and similarly, his sales would increase." "Host, your store level isn't enough to sell mines." "What is store level, and why have I never heard of that?" he confusedly asked as it was the first time he heard the word store level from the system. Ding! Hidden quest, the first suggestion of products, successfully completed. Mission reward, the store level successfully opened. Host, you can check the store level by thinking about it. It would contain information regarding the store level and your store owner level. The next moment, he heard a number of continuous announcements. After hearing what the system said, he didn't wait for a second and thought about the store level. The next moment, a blue screen containing the information appeared in front of him. Store status, name, the first store, level, 1, store owner, Akesh, store owner level, 1, no of stores, 1, location, Bisan Market, Kukat, Bisan Kingdom, Anga Continent, Vistirana, Primal Dimension, Current Products Sold, Pill, 3 categories, Store Quests Completed, 1, Condition for Update Mission, Not Met. Akesh nodded after reading the status screen. It showed him the basic details of the store. Chapter 70, Herb Association, 1, there were only a few sections on the store status screen. Since Akesh had just learned about the store level, so it was expected that it was level 1, his store owner level was also 1. The only thing Akesh was unsure of on the status screen was the store update mission. Hey, system, what is this condition that I haven't met and what it meant by mission? He expressed his doubts to the system right away. Host, the store wouldn't be updated just by meeting the required condition of the upgrade. After completing the requirements, you would get a mission, and only after you performed the quest successfully would the store update. The system responded in its mechanical voice. So, what's the condition for getting the mission of upgrading the store to level 2? Akesh asked. Host, the condition would automatically present itself to you after you met even a single criterion. Since you haven't met any standard, you only need to sell the products, and you would get it. Even secrecy in condition. Akesh complained to the system. Host, it's for your betterment. If you already knew the condition before meeting even a single criterion, it would become easy for you to meet the requirement, but if you didn't know about it, you would work and meet the standards without knowing, and you would grow as a store owner. Your ultimate goal is to become the legendary store owner, so you can't take any shortcuts. The system explained the reason behind not telling him the condition. It's your ultimate goal. My ultimate goal is to find out the truth about myself, so I'm just doing whatever I can do to find the truth easier way, he corrected the system. Host, both are the same, only after completing the quest would you get pieces of information about yourself. The system responded in its emotionless voice. I know. Akesh responded. Akesh and the system's conversation came to an early end as he heard the sound of footsteps. He looked at the door and saw a crowd of people entering the store. What do you want? He stood up and asked the crowd. We heard you sell pills here, and the pills are magical, the man at the front of the crowd responded. Akesh could hear a hint of discontent in the man's voice, but for him, it didn't matter what they felt. As usual, if they were here to buy from his store, he would happily sell them the pills, but if they tried to start a riot, he would send them for reincarnation. Yes, I sell pills here, Akesh expressionlessly nodded at the group. We are from the Herbs Association. The man in the front said while pointing at the badge he wore on his chest. The badge had a symbol of a triangular leaf on which there was an H in brown color. So? Akesh expressionlessly responded. Don't you know the rules of the kingdom? Another man in the crowd asked. What rules? Akesh expressionlessly asked as he didn't know a single rule decided by the Bisan kingdom. Since he would never follow the rules, he chose not to waste his time by checking them. You're running a store without even checking the rules decided by the kingdom. The man standing in front of the crowd had a dumbfounded expression hearing Akesh. What are you here for? Do you want to buy something? Akesh ignored the man's reaction and asked him. We're here to ask you about the source of the herbs for your pills, one of the men in the crowd explained the reason behind their appearance. According to the rules made by the Honorable King Punter, it is mandatory for any pills selling store based in the kingdom to buy herbs from the pills only from the Herb Association. One of the men in the crowd announced the rules for the store selling pills. The men didn't stop and added, so, you need to show your source for the herbs, otherwise, we would have to seal your store from further selling pills. Do you want to buy anything, or are you here for only explaining the rules? Akesh ignored the men explaining the rules and expressionlessly asked the man standing in the front of the crowd. Didn't you hear that we would seal your store if you don't disclose the source of your herbs? The ignored man angrily asked after getting ignored. I get the herbs from everywhere in the primal dimension, Akesh expressionlessly responded. Don't joke with us. The man's face turned red from anger as he felt the store owner was joking. What he didn't know is that he was telling the truth. The system obtained material for the products it sold from all over the primal dimension. And the system also got the firstborn or created herbs and material for the products, as its name said, the first store. Since you think so little of our herb association, from this moment, your store would be sealed, and anybody who buys from your store will face criminal punishment, the man in the front announced after getting no answer from Akesh. Put the sticker of seal outside, the man then ordered the people in the back. Yes, boss, a group of 3 people said and went outside. They then started drawing the pattern of the seal. Akesh expressionlessly watched the scene. If you want to unseal your store, you need to come to the headquarters of the Herb Association, pay the fine of 1,000 ordinary primal stones for not following the rule, and start buying from us. If you don't, then forget to sell your products in the kingdom until we're here, the man in the front then told Akesh. You all can leave now. The man then ordered the crowd to disperse. The people in the group followed the order and left the store. Only the man and Akesh were left in the store. We don't want to become enemies. We are an upfront organization, and we have the duty not to let any wrongdoing happen to the kingdom and its citizens, the man said after everyone left with an honest smile on his face. We know you killed the members of the Schiller family, but that doesn't mean we would become afraid of you and let you risk the health of so many citizens, he added. Chapter 71, Herb Association 2, Don't make us your enemy. We only want what's best for the citizens, the man told Akesh. He then looked at Akesh, waiting for his response, but the store owner stayed silent and only expressionlessly stared at him. He then added, You can also take permission from the king directly if you want to run the store, but I would warn you against it as we would do our best not to let His Highness allow you that. Okay, that's enough. Akesh stopped the man and snapped his fingers. The man thought Akesh was warning him, but in reality, the pattern of the sealing the members of the Herb Association had drawn several moments before vanished. There is no point in threatening me. I would not unseal the store just because you scare me. Even if I die, I will not let anything bad happen to the citizens due to my organization. The man thought Akesh was threatening him by snapping his fingers, so he tried to stay his ground. At first, his voice had a tremble, but after believing in his righteousness, his voice came straight without any trembling and fear. Why would I threaten you? You're just an organization of this kingdom, Akesh expressionlessly responded. Hearing Akesh, the man got stunned for a moment. But before he could say anything after regaining his calm, the store owner added, My store has the best products. I already have a policy for compensation. Since you're an upfront organization, I would let you go, but if someone from any organization, then I would have to take action. But, what about the rules of the kingdom? You live in the land of this great king, okay, that's enough. I don't follow the rules of the kingdoms, I have my own rules. And I only follow them, and if you have got a problem with it, then go and complain to your king about it. Don't come to my store for doing this drama, Akesh expressionlessly declared after stopping the man from speaking. If you want to buy anything from my store, it is open from the sunrise to the sunset. And if you come here to do this drama again, then I would destroy your upfront organization, and then you can play righteousness with other citizens, he expressionlessly added. Akesh may be expressionless, but the man got the feeling that his voice was getting colder with every word Akesh said, and at the end, the man felt that he was standing naked in a snowstorm. I won't get afraid, the man tried to stay his ground after Akesh's threat, but the next moment, his words came to a stop as he found his surroundings changing. After his surroundings got cleared, he found himself in darkness. He couldn't even feel himself, let alone see. He didn't have to stay for long as only the next moment he reappeared in the store. It all happened so fast that the man didn't have enough time to know what happened. He only knew that he witnessed the chill of the darkness for an instant. You can leave. If you talk again about your organization ever again, I will send you there for your remaining life. Before the man could even fear what happened with him, he heard the cold voice of Akesh. I would leave right away. The man subconsciously said and rushed toward the door of the store without turning back. While running, he only had 2 thoughts in his mind. First, the thought about not being able to force the store to follow the rules set by the kingdom, and second, the darkness he witnessed only for an instant. He only had taken a few steps away from the store when his steps came to a halt. He had a struggling expression as he thought, "No, I can't let this store owner do whatever he wants, even if it kills me." He clenched his fist in determination and turned around, facing the door of the store. He, with determined eyes, took his step forward, but it froze in the air. Despite trying everything, he couldn't put his foot down. A struggling expression reappeared on his face as he thought, "If I die, how would I influence the organization to do good? I can't die if I want to continue serving the people." With this thought, he turned around to leave, but his steps still didn't move as he couldn't just let Akesh go. Damn it! He cursed out loud in the market to vent his frustration. People only took a look at him and started doing their business as usual. "I have to think of something. I can't just let the store owner go after not following the rules, and I also can't die by trying to warn the store owner," he thought in his heart. "Think something, Mark!" he shouted in his mind to motivate himself. Suddenly, the conversation about the policy of compensation appeared in his mind. "Yes, why didn't I think of this before?" he said out loud. All the dilemmas and struggles disappeared as he got the idea to do both things at the same time. A smile then spread across his face as he returned back to the store. "Oh, he's back," Lily said with interest evident in her childlike voice when she saw the man entering the store. Akesh had just started visualizing when he heard Lily. He opened his eyes and saw the man he had just forced to leave, entering the store with a smile. "Senior, I thought of the way by which both of us can get our deal," Mark said, seeing Akesh opening his eyes. He then added, "You don't need to do anything. We would do it here," he added, immediately before Akesh decided to send him to that chilling place again. "Senior, if you can tell me the policy of your compensation and let me test your pills, I wouldn't stop you from operating the store," he announced. "Okay, you can test my pills, but you've to buy it," Akesh expressionlessly said. If he sold 3 pills here, he would only be 3 pills away from completing the quest. "But senior, you'll also benefit. If you want to test my pills, you've to buy it." "I won't say this thrice," Akesh responded, cutting the man's words. Chapter 72, Selling Pills. "You can test the products of my store, but you'd have to buy them," Akesh told Mark. Mark wanted to say something, but he still remembered the store owner's warning, so he didn't dare to refuse. He accepted with a sigh, "Okay, please give me each of your pills." Akesh expressionlessly nodded and took 1 pill from each of the pill shelves. "Here, your bill is 100 inferior primal stones," he said as he handed Mark the pills. 100. Mark exclaimed in shock after hearing the price. "Weren't you selling the pills at 25 inferior primal stones per pill?" he then confusedly asked. "Who told you that?" "I sell pills based on their use," Akesh expressionlessly responded. "Our association got a complaint from someone that you're selling pills at an exorbitant price here," Mark responded. He didn't stop and added, "Otherwise, why would we come to your store when it has only been 3 days since you opened the store? And looking at your store, we would have never doubted that you won't have permission from the king, but since we got the complaint, we had to act." "Okay. Pay 100 inferior primal stones, and you can test them," Akesh expressionlessly nodded and responded. "Lily, since there is a customer, I can't go outside. I want you to find the customer that Maria brought and do whatever you want to do with him," he also ordered Lily in a voice loud enough for only both of them to hear. If someone complained about his store after getting healed from its product, then that person needed to die. "Whatever I want?" Lily excitedly asked. She was a born predator, and she couldn't play with her hunt due to Akesh, but now that he had given her permission, she would play with the man to her heart content. "Yes, you can play with him in whatever way you want," Akesh responded as he knew what Lily wanted. He didn't care what Lily would do with the man as he deserved to die for him. Whoosh! The next moment, the sound of tearing through the air echoed in the store. Mark confusedly looked up, But after finding nothing, he took out the required amount from his space ring and handed it to Akesh. "Now, you can do whatever you want with it," Akesh said as he waved his hands and the stones disappeared. Mark wasn't surprised by the store owner manipulating void, as he had already killed a void condensation expert. Mark didn't wait for a second and took out a glass coin from his ring. He then looked at the body healing pill through the glass coin. A struggling face appeared on his face as he didn't find anything on the pill even after looking for several minutes. He then tried to look at the other two pills, but he still didn't find anything. "Senior, why am I not able to see the impurities of the pill?" Mark then confusedly asked, as the glass coin he had in his hand was known as impurity coin. It had the ability to find impurities in the treasures. "Because the pill has only 7% impurities," Akesh expressionlessly responded. He had read about the impurity glasses. The one in the hand of Mark was inferior in quality. It couldn't even find any impurity when even 50% of the pill had impurity. "What?" Mark shouted in shock after hearing what Akesh said. "How can there only be 7% impurity in an inferior pill?" he asked after getting over the shock. "Because the material used in the making of these pills is the best material in the primal dimension," Akesh responded. "Really?" Mark asked in a surprised tone, but inside he scoffed. "The best materials of the primal dimension? Since you've already bought the products and didn't find anything wrong in it, you can leave," Akesh said. "Wait, I want to buy 10 pills each," Mark suddenly said. After finding no impurities on pills through his glass, he had already decided to buy several pills. He would have bought every pill the store offered if he had enough money, but given he only had 1,000 inferior primal stones on hand, he decided to buy 10 pills each. "No. You have already bought 1 pill each, so now you could only buy 2 more each," Akesh expressionlessly responded. He had an excited expression inside as he had finally completed the quest of selling 10 pills. "Senior, I wouldn't try to intrude on your store again, please sell me 10 pills each." Mark thought Akesh didn't want to sell him more pills due to him irritating him, so he tried to apologize. "It is the rule. A single person can only buy 3 pills each," Akesh said. "So, do you want to buy them?" he then added. Mark, with a disappointed sigh, nodded and took out 200 inferior primal stones from his space ring. Akesh took out the pills from the shelves and handed them to Mark. He, in response, handed him the primal stones. "Good business," Akesh commented. "We would have a new product tomorrow, so you can come and take a look," he then added as Mark was turning to leave. "Okay, I'll return tomorrow since I need to buy more pills too," Mark responded and then left the store. Right after Mark left, a number of announcements appeared inside his head. Ding! The quest, sell 10 products to customers, successfully completed. Mission reward, a new product and addition in varieties of the pills, successfully given. Host, please check the shelf for the newly added pills. The system responded in its mechanical and emotionless voice. Akesh nodded and went up to the shelf to check upon the pills. He saw 2 shelves in addition on the same block as the 3 pills and 5 addition on new shelves appearing right above them. He first checked the 2 new pills appearing next to the first 3 pills. The first pill was a first-grade inferior blood explosion pill, and the second was a first-grade inferior energy meditation pill. The blood explosion pill allowed the user to have a berserk mode for several moments in the case of emergency by risking their blood. It cost 25 inferior primal stones. The energy meditation pill helped the user in cultivating in their respective choice of energy. It cost 50 inferior primal stones. Chapter 73, New Products. After looking at the details about the 2 new pills, he focused on the new shelf that had appeared after the completion of the quest. There were 5 sections on the shelf containing 5 pills. The pills on the upper shelf had the same texture as the pills on the lower shelf, but the upper rack shone because of the splendor released by the pill. He then looked at the information written just below them. They were, first grade medium body healing pill. It can allow the user to heal even severed limbs. It costs 25 ordinary primal stones. 2. First grade medium mental healing pill. It can heal the traumas of the being up to void forging level. It costs 50 ordinary primal stones. 3. First grade medium dungeon healing pill. It can heal the dungeon up to the void forging level. It costs 75 ordinary primal stones. 4. First grade medium blood explosion pill. It allows the user to go on a berserk mode without losing control by burning their blood. It costs 50 ordinary primal stones. V. First grade medium energy meditation pill. It helps the user in their meditation, starting from nascent soul. It costs 10 ordinary primal stones. So, it's just an upgrade of the past and newly added pills, Akesh whispered after reading the details. Hey, system, are you sure the people here are ready to buy pills costing an ordinary primal stones? He then asked the system, as even a single ordinary primal stone equals 100 inferior primal stones, so it was an outrageous price for a kingdom like the Bison Kingdom. Yes, host. If there are valuable things, people buy them despite their prices, and we are selling the best of products at such a low price, so crowds will gather to buy them after finding out about it. The system responded in its mechanical and emotionless voice. Yeah, I see the crowd waiting all day to buy the pills in the store, Akesh mocked the system in response to what it said. Host, are you ready for the new product? The system ignored Akesh's mocking and instead asked his eagerness for the new product. Of course, why wouldn't I be ready? He excitedly responded. The next moment, a giant roulette appeared in front of him. There were several blocks of different colors representing a different product. Several blocks even had a question mark on them. Host, roll it whenever you're ready. The system announced. Akesh nodded and thought about rotating the roulette. The next moment, giant roulette started spinning with unimaginable speed. With every second passing, the spinning rate decreased. After a few seconds, the roulette finally stopped, with its hand pointing at a red block representing a red question mark. The roulette then disappeared, and only the red question mark remained floating in the air. The question mark then started fading into nothingness. When the question mark completely faded, only a box remained in place of it. The box then fell into Akesh's hands. He confusedly opened the box and found a key in it. The moment he took the key in his hands, he noticed a blinding light on one of the door locks. So, it's the key of that door, he commented while looking at both the key and the door, respectively. Hey, system, why would I get a key in place of the products, or do the locked rooms here represent different products? He asked the system before trying to open the door. Yes, host. The different doors here represent rare distinctive products. The roulette acts based on fate, and since your luck was high, you got one of the few unique products in the draw that you could only get after completing the quests. The system responded. Let's see then, what is this one of the rarest products? He commented as he took a step in the direction of the door. The next moment, he appeared in front of the door. The door lock's shining intensity increased by several folds when the key arrived near it. Akesh didn't wait and tapped the key on the door lock. The next moment, the key melted into the door lock, and then the door lock started dispersing into light particles. After the door lock completely scattered into light, creak. The door opened with a loud groaning sound. The room looked dark from the outside. He took a step inside the room, and the light appeared, erasing the darkness. A stunned expression appeared on his face as the room was like a different world when compared to the store. There was a concrete floor instead of a shamba in the room. There were murals of myriad creatures painted on the wall on all sides. From the outside, the room looked small, but once inside, it appeared the same size as the store outside. In the center of the room, there were 5 products covered in red clothes. Akesh tried to see through the clothes, but he couldn't, so he manually went and took clothes away from one of the products. The next moment, a tiny black hole-like portal presented itself. Akesh took all the clothes away from the other product, and he found the same thing covered in red clothes. Akesh knew what it was, so a confused expression appeared on his face, and he asked the system, Hey, system, when we also act as a transportation company for the customers? Host, these dimensional portals aren't for travel. These are the virtual portals. It would allow the customers to experience a virtual world without the fear of death, and it would also give power-ups and many rewards to the user. The system explained about the portals to Akesh. "Are you sure? We should have something like this early?" he asked, as it would completely change the dynamics of the kingdoms here. Who wouldn't want to get powerful without any threat of death? Even heavenly monarch and demigods would desire this technology. Host, you got it randomly in the roulette, so you've no choice but to start selling it from tomorrow since the dawn has already come today. The system responded. "Hey, system, what are the charges for using the virtual portal?" he asked the system. If he had a choice, he wouldn't have opened it right away, but since he got it due to his luck, there's no point in hiding it. "Host, the charges are right beside the door," the system informed him. "I'll check it later, then," he muttered. How could he not check the virtual portal before the customers? Thinking this, he took his step forward and entered the portal. Chapter 74, Virtual Portal. Welcome to the world of Pangaea. Akesh heard an announcement as he opened his eyes in a new environment. He found himself in the air floating with only clouds surrounding him. Would you like to change your features, or would you like to look the same before entering the world? A question out of nowhere rang in the surroundings. No need. Just send me to the world, he commented. He decided to learn everything on his own in the world. There was no more voice after his words. The next moment, Akesh disappeared from there and appeared in a market bustling with life. It was even busier than Kagat. He could see people belonging to different races shopping in the market. Adventurer, welcome to the land of Pangaea. He was looking here and there when he suddenly heard an androgynous voice from behind. Akesh expressionlessly turned around and saw a gorgeous being with one golden eye and the other being a silver eye, standing in front of him. The being curiously looked him up and down, and Akesh felt that he was currently witnessing the most intense form of beauty. 8 elegant, pulsing wings of light spread from the being's back and bathed the area in a warm stream. He recognized them as a subspecies of the top race, Yaksha, called the Angels. The next moment, he shook his head as he noticed something wrong with him. "Stop the illusion," he then expressionlessly said to the being standing in front of him. He knew he had fallen into an illusion when Akesh thought he was witnessing the epitome of beauty. He found himself without any energy. He was like an ordinary mortal right now. "Oh. You got rid of my illusion this easily." The being didn't open its mouth, but a female voice appeared directly in his head with a seductive smile spreading across her face. The next moment, the illusion disappeared, making Akesh see the actual appearance of the being. She still had an otherworldly beauty, but it was nowhere on the level he thought of her just a few moments ago. "Adventurer, you've arrived at the right time. The entire world of Pangaea is currently going through a crisis. Would you like to know the story behind it?" The next moment, the voice returned to an androgynous and asked him a question. "Sure, why not?" he responded, as knowing the story about the world first would make the journey fun. The next moment, Akesh and the angel both disappeared from there and appeared in the air. The surroundings on the ground also started changing as if time was moving backward. At one point, the change finally stopped. The ground looked entirely different from before. Instead of a busy market, an open field where currently a war was happening appeared. The atmosphere on the battlefield was dark as if an ominous being was coming. On one side of the army fought people belonging to different races, whereas, on the other side, all the soldiers had the same appearance. Dark flames engulfed the soldiers made out of only bones in a humanoid body shape. They gave the feeling of darkness to Akesh. They looked the same as undead, but he couldn't feel any hint of death from them, so he removed that option, and it was the first time he saw an unrecognizable race. "Hey, system, is this race real?" he asked the system in his. He could see corpses adding on the side of the living side, whereas, on the other side, those who died vanished into the darkness, and then they returned back the same as before. He finally had an idea of their race after seeing this ability of the other side soldiers. An amused yet shocked expression appeared on his face. If what he thought was correct, then the virtual world is going to be interesting for him. Billions of years ago, The world of Panagia had 10 emperors, with each emperor ruling lands vast enough to put even combinations of worlds to shame. Akesh was looking at the tragic battle going on when suddenly the angel next to him started narrating the events. Those 10 legendary emperors were Emperor Siddhis, Alina, Anu, Brigu, Balana, Dhruva, Banis, Parsu, Yadu, and Kuru. All the emperors one day decided to meet and discuss about their empire. But a sudden conflict arose between them due to a question: who is the strongest emperor of the 10 emperors? At first, they decided to compare the value of the lands they ruled, but no one came off as better in the end, as everyone had equal wealth. Everyone then declared themselves the strongest, turning the peaceful meeting into a fight between the 10 emperors. The emperors were no common beings. They stood at the peak of the Panagia. Each of them held enough power to destroy Panagia several times. They were so strong that even time couldn't affect them. Since they were so powerful, the battle that they started continued for years without stopping for a moment. But even here, they were equal in power, so no one came out of the battle as the strongest. Billions of miles around the area they battled turned into a barren land with no chance of any life to ever grow on this land. Even the air in that area became so threatening that it killed the people trying to enter the land. After another draw, the emperors only got angry. They announced a war between the empires that would later be known as the Battle of 10 Emperors, and it would also be the start of an upcoming doom for Panagia. Each empire had an army comprising of billions of soldiers. Emperor Siddhis had an army comprising of divine elephants and dragons, so his army started coming at the top in the battle against the other empires. The battle between the armies continued for centuries, and finally, Emperor Siddhis won the War of the Armies. This war added the damaged area to trillions of miles, with several trillions of soldiers dying. The dying soldiers included gods as well as immortals. No one was above the rule of these 10 emperors. Emperor Siddhis was declared the strongest emperor of Panagia, but before he could celebrate, an earthquake affected the entirety of Panagia, and the source of that earthquake was the center of the location where once the 10 emperors battled for their supremacy centuries ago. Chapter 75, The War of Panagia. Emperor Siddhis was declared the strongest emperor of Panagia after winning the war, but before he could celebrate his victory, an earthquake affected the entirety of Panagia. It was like doomsday for Panagia as the land engulfed billions of people all over the world. It even shook the emperors, who even ordered the gods. The source of the earthquake was the center of the location where once the 10 emperors battled for their supremacy centuries ago. When they went there, they saw darkness emitting from the ground. They felt a danger of life from the darkness, so they tried to stop it, but despite using everything they had, they couldn't do anything. The emperors that were even unaffected by time couldn't do anything to darkness emanating from the ground. The more darkness emanated from the ground, the intensity of natural disasters increased. It continued for 108 years. The darkness finally stopped originating. Instead, the darkness that had emerged before started contracting into a spherical core. Right after the formation of the core, the emperors attacked it in the hope of destroying it, but they couldn't even put a dent upon it, let alone destroy it. They combined their attack, but still, the spherical core remained the same as before. The attack that could have destroyed Panagia several times couldn't even damage the core. I knew it. Akesh thought in his mind after listening about the core. He also finally knew who those soldiers were. While the angel continued telling him the story, the emperors finally knew their power had created something evil that even they couldn't destroy. The core started generating its body with a naked speed. The emperors knew if they let it complete its body, it would be the end of Panagia. They called their armies and attacked the spherical core. But they still failed in the end. The core finally took its form. Dark pearly eyes sat high within the creature's angular skull made of darkness, which gave the being a horrifying look. Several horns made of darkness sat atop its head. A thick neck ran down from its head and into a massive body. Its top was covered in darkness with a row of spikes running down its spine. 4 slim limbs carried its body and allowed the creature to stand elevated. Enormous wings made of darkness that gave the feeling of evil then started growing from its shoulders and ended all the way down at its pelvis. The wings were bladed in structure. Its barbed tail ended in a gentle point and was covered in the same darkness that covered its entire body. The being gave the feeling that it was the embodiment of evil. Vritrajura! Akesh suddenly exclaimed, making the angel stop her story. She then confusedly looked at him and asked in her original voice, "How do you know the name?" But suddenly something strange happened, the confused look on Angel's face disappeared, and an expressionless face appeared. She then continued the story. The creature introduced himself as Vritrajura. He then created an army out of nowhere made up of darkness. The darkness army fought with the combined army of the 10 emperors, whereas Vritrajura alone fought the battle with the emperors. Despite outnumbering Vritrajura, the emperors were on the losing end. This war continued for years. The emperors weren't able to defeat Vritrajura, and the number in their army was dwindling down with the passing of time. Seeing no chance of victory, the emperors made a decision. Since it all started due to them, they decided to end it themselves. The emperors took out their hearts and created a seal using their combined power. If they activated the seal, they would die in some time, but if the emperors didn't activate it, everyone other than them would die because they were unkillable. Since they started this, they decided to pay for it, and they activated the seal, resulting in the sealing of Vritrajura and his army. With billions of years having passed, the seal has become weaker and Vritrajura stronger, so Pangaea is on the verge of another crisis even bigger than before, but there are no emperors to help. In the last moments of their life, the emperors left their inheritances for the future generations so that they would be able to fight Vritrajura. Adventurer, I hope you find the inheritance of the emperors and defeat Vritrajura to save the life of countless citizens of Pangaea. The angel concluded her story and requested. I would try my best, Akesh expressionlessly responded. Thank you, adventurer. The citizens of Pangaea would appreciate your efforts. I wish you the best of luck to gain the inheritance of the emperor. The angel said, and the next moment Akesh reappeared in the market with no sight of the angel. Host, do you like the story I've created for the virtual world? Akesh was just going to talk to one of the passers-by in the market when suddenly he heard the system's voice in his head. The story is good, but don't you think our buyers would have a hard time following the story and ending it? He commented as he had read about the real Vritrajura. If the Vritrajura of this world even had 1% of the power the real Vritrajura had, defeating him would be almost impossible. Yes, host. It would be very difficult for people to clear the story. But the value of rewards gained in this world would make even the primordials wish to enter the virtual world. Does that mean if someone gained the inheritance of the emperor, they would get all the skills of the emperor in real life? He asked. Yes, host. If they have enough price to pay to take it out. What's the power level of the emperor if they enter the real world? He asked as he was curious to know it after learning about their imperishable ability. Below Devis, but above everything. The system responded. Does that mean Vritrajura is at his full power here in the virtual world? He asked as a shocked look appeared on his face. Yes, host. Why would you create a character of such level in this world? He complained as he remembered the story of Vritrajura. Devis had participated in a war only once, and that too they had ended it in 12 seconds. In that war, Vritrajura was the opponent who had forced the newly born Deva to interfere and was able to survive for 12 seconds in the battle. That fight made Vritrajura the legendary calamity of the multiverse. Chapter 75, The War of Pangaea. Emperor Cetus was declared the strongest emperor of Pangaea after winning the war, but before he could celebrate his victory, an earthquake affected the entirety of Pangaea. It was like doomsday for Pangaea as the land engulfed billions of people all over the world. It even shook the emperors who even ordered the gods. The source of the earthquake was the center of the location where once the 10 emperors battled for their supremacy centuries ago. When they went there, they saw darkness emitting from the ground. They felt a danger of life from the darkness, so they tried to stop it, but despite using everything they had, they couldn't do anything. The emperors that were even unaffected by time couldn't do anything to darkness emanating from the ground. The more darkness emanated from the ground, the intensity of natural disasters increased. It continued for 108 years. The darkness finally stopped originating. Instead, the darkness that had emerged before started contracting into a spherical core. Right after the formation of the core, the emperors attacked it in the hope of destroying it, but they couldn't even put a dent upon it, let alone destroy it. They combined their attack, but still, the spherical core remained the same as before. The attack that could have destroyed Pangaea several times couldn't even damage the core. I knew it. Akash thought in his mind after listening about the core. He also finally knew who those soldiers were. While the angel continued telling him the story, the emperors finally knew their power had created something evil that even they couldn't destroy. The core started generating its body with a naked speed. The emperors knew if they let it complete its body, it would be the end of Pangaea. They called their armies and attacked the spherical core. But they still failed in the end. The core finally took its form. Dark pearly eyes sat high within the creature's angular skull made of darkness, which gave the being a horrifying look. Several horns made of darkness sat atop its head. A thick neck ran down from its head and into a massive body. Its top was covered in darkness with a row of spikes running down its spine. 4 slim limbs carried its body and allowed the creature to stand elevated. Enormous wings made of darkness that gave the feeling of evil then started growing from its shoulders and ended all the way down at its pelvis. The wings were bladed in structure. Its barbed tail ended in a gentle point and was covered in the same darkness that covered its entire body. The being gave the feeling that it was the embodiment of evil. Vritrajura! Akash suddenly exclaimed, making the angel stop her story. She then confusedly looked at him and asked in her original voice, "How do you know the name?" But suddenly something strange happened, the confused look on Angel's face disappeared, and an expressionless face appeared. She then continued the story. The creature introduced himself as Vritrajura. He then created an army out of nowhere made up of darkness. The darkness army fought with the combined army of the 10 emperors, whereas Vritrajura alone fought the battle with the emperors. Despite outnumbering Vritrajura, the emperors were on the losing end. This war continued for years. The emperors weren't able to defeat Vritrajura, and the number in their army was dwindling down with the passing of time. Seeing no chance of victory, the emperors made a decision. Since it all started due to them, they decided to end it themselves. The emperors took out their hearts and created a seal using their combined power. If they activated the seal, they would die in some time, but if the emperors didn't activate it, everyone other than them would die because they were unkillable. Since they started this, they decided to pay for it, and they activated the seal, resulting in the sealing of Vritrajura and his army. With billions of years having passed, the seal has become weaker and Vritrajura stronger, so Pangaea is on the verge of another crisis even bigger than before, but there are no emperors to help. In the last moments of their life, the emperors left their inheritances for the future generations so that they would be able to fight Vritrajura. Adventurer, I hope you find the inheritance of the emperors and defeat Vritrajura to save the life of countless citizens of Pangaea. The angel concluded her story and requested. I would try my best, Akash expressionlessly responded. Thank you, adventurer. The citizens of Pangaea would appreciate your efforts. I wish you the best of luck to gain the inheritance of the emperor. The angel said, and the next moment Akash reappeared in the market with no sight of the angel. Host, do you like the story I've created for the virtual world? Akash was just going to talk to one of the passers-by in the market when suddenly he heard the system's voice in his head. The story is good, but don't you think our buyers would have a hard time following the story and ending it? He commented as he had read about the real Vritrajura. If the Vritrajura of this world even had 1% of the power the real Vritrajura had, defeating him would be almost impossible. Yes, host. It would be very difficult for people to clear the story. But the value of rewards gained in this world would make even the primordials wish to enter the virtual world. Does that mean if someone gained the inheritance of the emperor, they would get all the skills of the emperor in real life? He asked. Yes, host. if they have enough price to pay to take it out. What's the power level of the Emperor if they enter the real world? He asked as he was curious to know it after learning about their imperishable ability. Below Devis, but above everything. The system responded. Does that mean Raitrajura is at his full power here in the virtual world? He asked as a shocked look appeared on his face. Yes, host. Why would you create a character of such level in this world? He complained as he remembered the story of Raitrajura. Devis had participated in a war only once, and that too they had ended it in 12 seconds. In that war, Raitrajura was the opponent who had forced the newly burned Deva to interfere and was able to survive for 12 seconds in the battle. That fight made Raitrajura the legendary calamity of the multiverse. Chapter 76, Massacre. Why would you create such a terrible character as the enemy? Akesh asked the system. Host, the quest for gaining the virtual world was supposed to activate when you reach the sacred dimension, but you received it on the product roulette, making it your product. Doesn't that mean its fee would be high? He then asked the system. If the world was supposed to activate in the sacred dimension, doesn't that mean it would also take the currency used in that dimension? No, host. The fee for entering the virtual world would be based on the dimension it is activated in, so the price the customers would have to pay would be based on the primal dimension. This world is vast enough to accommodate populations of thousands of universes at the same time, and it has enough stories for all of them to be part of and grow stronger. Hey, system, would I be able to take the skills out for free if I gain them in Pangaea? He asked the system, as the system had told him if customers paid the sufficient amount, they could even take the inheritance out. Yes, host. Everything belonging to the store is free for you. The system responded in its emotionless and mechanical voice. Akesh nodded and stopped asking questions. He decided to check the world he was in before returning to the real world. He still had today's match left. What's the name of, run? The beast horde is coming. Akesh was asking a passerby the name of the place he was currently in when suddenly a shout echoed in the entire market. The next moment, he saw the people in there closing their shop and running as if it was not the first time they were facing this. While Akesh was watching the scene of chaos, suddenly, a blue transparent screen appeared in front of him. He stopped watching the crowd and focused on the display in front of him. Red letters started appearing on the screen. Adventurer, the town of Wolfden needs your service. The town of Wolfden is near the den of silver wolves, so there would be a horde of them attacking the town from time to time. The town can't handle any more casualties, so join the brave guards of Wolfden and help them kill those terrible creatures. Be careful while fighting silver wolves, for they are strong and swift. Kill as many wolves as you like, the fewer the wolves, the safer Wolfden will be. You would gain the ability to manipulate energy if you successfully reduce the casualties by 25%. Your reward would increase with the decrease in the number of dead. Oh, a quest right away. Akesh murmured after reading the contents of the display. He needed the reward as he was currently an ordinary mortal in Pangaea. If he wanted to grow strong and take it out in real life, he needed to have the ability to manipulate energy. The next moment, the blue display disappeared, and instead, a number in blood red appeared in front of him. It said 1,400. So, I can't let more than 1,000 people die if I want to get the reward, he murmured after reading the number. If he had to save people, he needed to fight from the start, so he rushed in the opposite direction of the crowd running to safety. Many in the crowd tried to stop him, and many in the crowd praised him for fighting for themselves, seeing Akesh rushing in the direction of the horde. When Akesh reached there, the fight between the guards of Wolfden and Silver Wolves had already begun. Seeing the battle, he didn't wait and jumped into the crowd of wolves. He didn't have a weapon, so he had to fight using his bare hands. He punched one of the wolves on its head, but instead of injuring the wolf, it made it angry. Akesh had an expressionless face, seeing the reaction of the wolf. He grabbed the head of the wolf and pushed it on the ground with his full force. He then did it continuously since it didn't die in 1 or 2 hits, while other wolves started surrounding him. After the wolf died, He snapped out its fangs and started using them as a weapon. Silver wolves were known for their agility, but between Akesh and them, there was no competition. He had learned so many battle forms that focused on agility that the wolves looked like a child in comparison to him. It looked like he was dancing in the middle of the wolves as with every swing of the wolf fangs, he cleanly took down a wolf. Time flew by, and the corpse of the wolf started accumulating near him. Even many of the guards stopped fighting and watched the massacre Akesh brought on the silver wolves. The pain-filled howls of the wolves continuously echoed on the battlefield. His unlimited endurance came into the virtual world with him, so he still wasn't tired. He was covered in the silver blood of the wolves while an aura of massacre emanated from him. His movements only grew quicker with every passing second. He had killed so many wolves that even the wolves started running from him. Many injured guards took cover around him as there were no wolves near Akesh, but he couldn't wait here. He needed to kill as many wolves as possible to make the entire horde flee. Killing the complete crowd was even impossible for him as there were wolves exceeding hundreds of thousands in a pack, and the Wolf King hadn't even arrived yet. At least 1,000,000 wolves would follow the Wolf King if he entered the fray. Akesh then rushed over to another group of wolves some distance away from him. There was already an intense fight between guards and wolves. Numerous corpses were lying across the ground in different conditions. He involved himself in the group right away. One of the wolves was just a single second away from ripping the head of a guard when suddenly a blue flash occurred. The wolf didn't even have the time to howl as its head fell to the ground while its other part struggled. Akesh didn't just stop there. With every swing of his, one wolf head flew. In less than a minute, he killed the group of 50 wolves and freed the guards from the battle. He then rushed to another group without stopping. Chapter 77, Rewards. Time flew by, and a few hours had passed. Akesh still was fighting with the wolves, but the situation was different. He was fighting while the wolves were running away from him. He fought the wolves until the border of the wolf den, as chasing them further could lead to a counterattack from the wolves. If the Wolf King appeared, even he would be in danger, let alone other townspeople. He returned to the group of the guards after chasing the wolves out. The loud cheers of the guards welcomed him. He only expressionlessly watched the scene and waited for his rewards. Akesh was confident that he had completed the mission successfully, but he wasn't sure by how much percentage he had reduced the casualties. "Adventurer, thank you for saving us." One of the guards stepped forward and thanked Akesh with a bow. "It wasn't a big deal," he responded without any expression on his face. "Would you join us for the feast?" "We would have the feast to celebrate our victory over wolves," the guard then asked. "No need, I have some things to do." Akesh refused straight away, as he had no thoughts of mingling with the guards, and he had already spent way much time in Panagia. "Oh. It's unfortunate. You joining our feast would have made us grateful, and we also wanted to thank you for saving so many of our brothers," the guard said with a disappointed expression. Right then, a man appeared out of nowhere in the group of guards. Every guard, including the guard who spoke to Akesh, saluted toward the newly appeared man. "How many of our brothers we lost today?" he asked in a hoarse voice. "Chief, the counting of the dead is still going on, but we've got fewer casualties than the previous wolves' waves," one guard came running down as he answered while gasping for breath. The man whom the guard called chief turned around and looked at Akesh. "Thank you for saving our brothers." He then thanked him with a bow to his waist. "No need, I was just doing the quest," Akesh expressionlessly responded. "Still, we need to thank you. Due to your massacre of the wolves, the town of Wolfden would be safe for years as the wolves need to recuperate and reproduce for several of years if they want to attack the city again," the man said with a smile. "What about the Wolf King?" Akesh asked the man as he had read that the King of the Heart at least moves with millions of wolves. Replenishing the wolves group isn't hard for the Wolf King after having so many followers. "The Wolf King can't attack our town, as there is a deal between our head and the Wolf King," the army chief responded. The chief of the Wolfden was on the same level as the Wolf King, so if it attacked the town head would interfere and fight with it. Since no one can't kill each other, They had made a deal that the king would never order its horde to attack Wolfden. The Wolf King was at a loss in this deal, so it refused to accept it. The town had then proposed another deal that only wolves without any energy could attack the town, whereas the guards who can't manipulate energy would fight those wolves. Right then, a blue screen appeared in front of him with letters appearing. Adventurer, the town of Wolfden thanks you for fighting for its citizens. In your fight against the wolves, you killed more than 20,000 wolves, saving lives of many guards of the town. The casualties during the last wave were 1,400. This time it was only 764, so you reduced the number of deaths by more than 40%. Your reward for helping the townspeople are, I, the ability to manipulate energy, 2, a new skill, Wolfbane. The screen then disappeared while a blue light engulfed Akesh the next moment. All the guards looked at the scene with jealousy in their eyes. They knew Akesh had gained the ability to manipulate energy, and now he could grow stronger using the energy of the world. They also wanted to be there where Akesh was. Congratulations, adventurer. You can now grow stronger without any limit, the chief congratulated Akesh. Akesh only nodded in response and tried to sense the energy in the atmosphere. He could feel clusters in the air, but when he tried to call them, nothing happened. It would still take time to be able to manipulate the energy of the atmosphere. Currently, you can only manipulate the energy inside you, the chief smilingly commented, seeing Akesh's efforts. Since you've gained the ability to manipulate energy, you can now see your status. It would show all your details, the chief told Akesh a piece of new information. Thank you. Akesh expressionlessly thanked the chief and thought of the status. The next moment, a blue screen with golden fonts appeared in front of him, containing all his details. Personal status, name, Akesh, race, @email protected $#, gender, male, class, none, level 1, HP, 100 100ths, energy, 100 100ths, physical attributes, strength, 10, agility, 10, intelligence, -0, endurance, -0, comprehensions, hand fighting, 30%, archery, 100%, swordsmanship, 100%, skills, Wolfbane. Akesh nodded after reading his details. Except hand fighting, he had 100% comprehension in every weapon fighting, alchemy, smithing, etc. He only had one skill, and that too he had gained as a reward. He then thought of the details of the skill, and the next moment, a new window containing information about it appeared on the top of the status screen. Skill name, Wolfbane, level 1, ability, it gives the user a psychological edge over the wolves. No mental effect of wolves below level 10 would occur on the user, and similarly, the wolves below level 3 will fear the user. Wolves below level 5 have only a minimal effect, and wolves between level 5 and 10 may or may not get affected by the user. Condition of growth, train the skill to perfection. Useless. Akesh mumbled after reading the details of the skill. He wasn't going to fight with the wolves all the time, so there was no point in this skill, as even without this skill, he could kill wolves below level 10. Did you not get good at tree? The chief asked after hearing Akesh's mumble, but the next moment his words came to a stop as Akesh disappeared. Chapter 78, First Victory. After reading about the skill, he thought of returning to the real world, and the next moment, he returned to the real world. He appeared in front of the virtual portal through which he had entered. He checked his skill section right away and found the skill Wolfbane. Useless skill. He muttered again, seeing it in real life. He didn't feel any effect from the energy he gained in Pangaea because he was already way more powerful than him of the virtual world. He then took a look around the room once and left the room. He noticed a board appearing next to the door of the room after exiting. He then focused on the contents of the board. The first line was the name of the product in bright golden letters. It was Samsara Samrat. After that, the brightness of the letters dimmed down several-fold. It then told the price of entering the world of Pangaea. Every time someone tries to enter the world of Pangaea, they would have to pay an activation price of 50 infernal primal stones, with every hour of their stay 25 infernal primal stones. The longest any customer could stay in the world of Panagia is 6 hours. Hey, system, isn't the cost of entering cheap for entering a world like Panagia? He asked after looking at the prices on the board. It appeared cheap to him to use a treasure like the virtual portal at such a low cost. Host, the price for entering is low because taking out a skill in the real world is expensive. The system responded in its mechanical and emotionless voice. Oh. How much would you charge for taking a useless skill like Wolfbane in the real world? He asked in response to the system's explanation. 1 top primal stone without any conversion and primal stones. In response, Akesh did not say anything as he got dumbfounded after hearing the price of taking out such a useless skill. He then shook his head as it had nothing to do with him. The greater the people spent, the better it would be for him and the store. Hey, system, where is Lily? He asked the system as he stopped thinking about the price issue for the virtual world. The next moment, a black screen appeared in front of him. The scene of Lily then appeared on display. A wry smile appeared on his face seeing the display, as he could see a lion running away from Lily while she chased it with a laugh. He then thought of the screen disappearing, and it disappeared. He could have called her back, but he stopped since he wouldn't let her go out regularly, so he let her play to her content today. If she wanted to return, she could return anytime as she had permission to teleport directly into the store, despite it being closed. He then went outside and took a look at the dark sky. The sun had already set, so the market was empty and silent. He then turned around and closed the door of the store. After closing the store, he disappeared from the store and appeared in the selection ground. Then, he took out the bow he'd been using for millennia and disappeared from that place, reappearing in the familiar arena in the midst of cheers. As expected, the applause turned into boo right after Akesh appeared in the battle arena. It was the only place where he smiled except with Lily. A smile would subconsciously spread over his face, hearing the boos of the crowd. "How are you, losers?" He responded while waving his hands, making the boos even louder. The next moment, the crowd turned silent as Akesh's opponent appeared. "You looked confident today," the opponent said as he glazed at Akesh. Akesh only smiled in response to the opponent's question. He took out his place and waited for the opponent to get in position. With the loud sound of the bell ringing in the arena, the battle started. Both of them disappeared from their positions while the sound of metal clashing echoed continuously in the battle arena. The crowd silently watched the battle as everyone could follow the actions of the combatants. Suddenly, the sky got covered by countless arrows like in the previous fight. The air in the arena suddenly started flowing in the opposite direction as a white flash appeared, aiming to engulf every arrow and Akesh. The crowd looked at the scene of the flash engulfing Akesh with their mouth wide open, but the next moment their eyes went wide open as the flash that threatened to submerge Akesh flew in the opposite direction, even faster than before. The flash engulfed Akesh's opponent on no time. It all happened so fast that he had no time to counterattack or defend himself. The next moment, the whole arena turned silent as Akesh appeared in the battle arena, whereas his opponent was nowhere to be found. The next moment, light particles started accumulating in the center of the battle arena. It then took the form of Akesh's opponent. The opponent bent down right after appearing as surviving from the attack took everything out of him. Suddenly, an arrow arrived and took his head away with it. As if the arrow was sentient, it took a round around the arena for the crowd to see the head of the opponent. After taking a round around the entire battle arena, the arrow with the head of the opponent on top of it faded into light. The next moment, a screen appeared in front of Akesh. It had two options, whether to face the round again or challenge to the next stage. He chose the option of challenging the next stage without even thinking twice. The damage that had been sustained by the battle arena was automatically repaired after he chose the option. The corpse of his opponent also disappeared. A few seconds later, his opponent for this round appeared. He was shocked at first, seeing the opponent, but the next moment he controlled the shock. It was the same man who had faced in the previous round. The opponent took his stance right away and gestured for Akesh to take his. The next moment, the bell rang and signified the starting of the battle. Before Akesh could even think of doing anything, he lost his consciousness as his head flew away, detached from his lower body. Chapter 79, Fighting Battles. The next moment, Akesh reappeared completely fine after dying just a moment ago. Remembering the scene a moment ago chilled him to his core. Right after the bell rang, announcing the start of the battle, he had just touched his bowstring when his opponent arrived in front of him and swung his sword, resulting in severing his head. The opponent expressionlessly took a look at Akesh and then left the arena. The crowd watched the scene without even daring to breathe. He also left the next moment, as the defeat he faced was too much for him to take. He appeared in the store after putting down the bow in the selection ground. "Hey, system, did my opponent have the same power level as I do?" He asked the system because getting defeated in just a few seconds by a being of the same level was way too humiliating for him. "Yes, host. You can try fighting him by using a sword," the system answered and also suggested him. "Good idea. It has been many days since I held a sword in my hand," he whispered. The next moment, he reappeared in the selection ground. Instead of usually picking up a bow, he picked up the sword lying on the next shelf. It was a one-handed double-edged sword with a razor-sharp edge and murals of a dragon threatening to swallow the multiverse etched across the blade. It had a complex guard and a detailed grip. It had a dark appearance which could even suck at the light during the afternoon. It was made up of the corpse of the first black dragon, a primordial and one of the strongest in all the three dimensions, but unfortunately, it got killed by Kartikeya countless years ago. It weighed the same as a feather in his hands, but it was not its actual weight. If anyone other than him tried to pick it up, even a god wouldn't be able to budge it. If Akesh took any of the weapons he used for training, it would create a bloodbath not only in the first dimension but all three dimensions. But, the systems didn't allow him to take out any weapon in reality. He picked the sword and the next moment reappeared in the familiar arena. A blue display appeared in front of him and welcomed him. It had two options, whether he wanted to start the fight from the first round or move straight to round 2. In light of his victory with the bow in the first round, he decided to go with the sword and see if he could finish the fight earlier compared to the bow. The next moment, he appeared in the battle arena in the midst of cheers. A few seconds later, his opponent appeared. Oh! Sword battle. The opponent at first was stunned, seeing Akesh using a sword instead of the bow. "Yeah, I wanted to see who is quicker," Akesh expressionlessly responded. The next moment, the bell rang, announcing the start of the battle. Since it was the first time for Akesh to fight with the sword, his opponent gave him the first chance to attack. Akesh didn't waste his welcome and made the first move. He disappeared from his position, and the sound of metal clashing rang where his opponent stood. The next moment, they both disappeared, and the metal continuously clashed. "It's enough." The next moment, Akesh's cold voice rang, and the air around the arena suddenly turned colder. It chilled the crowd watching the battle. The next moment, his opponent started falling into the ground, severed into pieces. The entire arena turned red from the blood of the opponent, but his sword still looks the same as before without any blemishes. The next moment, the same window appeared, asking him for his choice. He chose to go to the second round. Suddenly, all the blood and body pieces vanished, leaving the arena clean and ready for the next match. Akesh's opponent then appeared with an expressionless face. The crowd started feeling even colder as both the opponent had cold expressions while staring at each other, making the atmosphere chilling. The bell rang, and Akesh's opponent made the first move, unlike the last time. A grin appeared on his face as he dodged slightly to his right, and a sword passed right through, but the next moment, two vertical half of a body fell on the ground with a thud. The whole crowd had shocked faces, seeing the outcome of the battle. It wasn't Akesh's body, but instead, it was his opponent's. Right after he had dodged the attack, he swung his sword vertically, and it split the opponent's body into two. "So, it was the problem with my archery," Akesh commented after defeating his opponent with ease in the second round. The next moment, The same window appeared, but this time, there were 3 options: go back to the first round, stay in the second round, or proceed to the third and final round. He chose the third round without thinking too much. The next moment, the split body lying in the arena vanished. After a few seconds, his opponent appeared. It was the same being, but he could feel a sense of coldness and chill from the man. The bell rang and announced the start of the battle. Akesh and the opponent made their move at the same time. In the middle of the arena, clang! The sound of metal clashing echoed. "Now, this is a good battle," Akesh commented as he wasn't able to find a weak point in his opponent's fighting. "You're right," the opponent responded. His voice cold enough to chill anybody. He also wasn't able to find any weakness in Akesh's fighting. The 2 combatants were on equal footing at the start of the fight, but as time passed, the opponent started to tire, whereas Akesh continued to fight with the same vigor. "And, here I thought, you would give me a good competition," Akesh said as the opponent started getting slower. Suddenly, the air in the arena turned threatening as a projection of the black dragon appeared in the air. The opponent sensed a feeling of danger, seeing the black dragon. He also activated his most destructive attack to counter Akesh's attack right away. A projection of a white elephant appeared behind him and roared, seeing the black dragon. Both the projection looked alive, as the dragon looked at the elephant as if it was an ant. The next moment, both the projections clashed, and a loud explosion occurred in the battle arena. Chapter 80, A New Day. "Divine Elephant," Akesh mumbled, seeing the projection behind his opponent, but the next moment a smile spread across his face as he attacked. The black dragon roared, shaking everyone sitting there watching with shocked faces. The next moment, it opened its mouth, which made the arena dark. Suddenly, the sound of a rumble echoed in the battle arena as the white elephant rushed at the black dragon. In response, the black dragon released a dark beam that he had just sucked from the atmosphere. The attack even threatened the void as cracks started appearing in the space around the arena. The beam then clashed with the rushing elephant. The next moment, light returned to the arena. But neither the projections nor Akesh's opponent was present, only a pit covering the entire battle arena, and Akesh casually standing at the center of it was present. The next moment, a blue window appeared in front of him. It first congratulated him for clearing the training. Then it gave him 3 options, whether to return to the first round or second round, and the last whether to fight in the third round again. He didn't select any option and returned to the selection ground. He then put down the sword and returned to the store. "Hey, system, would the attack I used could threaten an immortal?" He asked the system after seeing the damage it did to his opponent and his most destructive attack. It wasn't even the most powerful attack he had in his arsenal while fighting with the sword. "No, host. Immortality is the level just before attaining the divine, so the defense of the body at that level is hard to break using such attacks," the system answered. Akesh nodded as it was an unexpected answer, but he still understood. An attack that could kill the strongest Tau Palace expert without even giving them a chance of survival doesn't mean that it would be able to threaten the immortal. He then went to his room and fell asleep on his comfortable bed. He woke up the following morning, and a smile spread across his face as he found Lily sleeping peacefully. He didn't disturb her, took a bath, and went down to his store. He then opened the door of the store and found a smiling Mark standing there. "Hello, Senior. I came here to buy pills," he smilingly and respectfully said. "Enter." Akesh expressionlessly responded and returned to the store. "Senior. I want to buy 3 pills each," Mark said. Akesh nodded and went toward the counter. Before taking out the pills, he looked at Mark and said, "We have 2 new additions to the pills today. Do you want to know about them, or do you only want these 3? Do they have the same impurity percentage as these 3 pills?" Mark curiously asked as he bought these pills to increase his knowledge, and the more pills he could buy, the more he could experiment. Akesh nodded and said, "Yes, and if you want pills with even fewer impurities than these pills, then you can buy medium pills with an impurity of only 5%. "Really? 5% impurities? Mark exclaimed in shock after hearing what the store owner said. The next moment, he calmed down as the better the pill, the more expensive it would be. "Senior, what are the two newly added pills, and how much do they cost?" Mark asked after taking a deep breath. "The first pill is first grade inferior blood explosion pill, and it costs 25 inferior primal stones. The other pill is a first grade inferior energy meditation pill, and it costs 50 inferior primal stones." Akesh answered both of his questions. Mark nodded after hearing the price of the pills. He was somewhat relieved as he could manage this amount with ease. "So if I bought each pill, it would cost me 175 inferior primal stones, and I could only buy 3 pills at most, so it would cost me 525 inferior primal stones," he thought in his heart. Although it was a large sum for him, his love for alchemy trumped his spendings, so he took out the required amount from his space ring and said, "Senior, give me 3 inferior pills each." Akesh nodded and took out the pills Mark wanted. "Your bill is 525 inferior primal stones," he declared as he handed him the pills. Mark nodded and pushed the amount toward Akesh. Akesh waved his hands, and the small mountain of primal stones disappeared from the store. "Senior, how much does the medium pills of their version cost?" Mark asked while pointing at the box of pills in his hand. "The cheapest is first grade medium energy meditation pill, and it costs 10 ordinary primal stones, whereas the most expensive is first grade medium Danshan healing pill, it costs 75 ordinary primal stones," Akesh responded. "Senior, give me 1 medium energy meditation pill," Mark said as he couldn't stop himself from checking a pill with an impurity of only 5%. According to the conversion rate, 10 ordinary primal stones would be 1,000 inferior primal stones, so he started taking them out. Before coming here, he had decided to carry all his savings in his space ring from now on. "Stop. 10 ordinary primal stones mean you have to pay them, not inferior primal stones by conversion rate." Akesh stopped Mark from taking out a mountain. "Senior, no, if you want to buy the pill, you would have to pay 10 ordinary primal stones. There is no choice in this matter," Akesh bluntly said, as the system had clearly told him not to take conversion stones. Mark nodded disappointedly and put the primal stones that he had already taken out back in his space ring. He only had around 50 ordinary stones, so he didn't buy the pill. He then left the store after thanking Akesh. "Host, you won't earn commission from the products you sell after this if you don't tell your customer about the virtual portal. As a new store, how can you not promote your best product to your customers?" The next moment, the emotionless voice of the system suddenly rang in his head and asked him to talk about the virtual portal. It also warned him to take away his commission. Akesh didn't respond to the system's words, and instead, sat down on his chair. Chapter 81, Big Sale. In the absence of customers to promote the virtual world, Akesh sat down on his chair after hearing the warning of the system. He then closed his eyes and started thinking of ways to win today's battle and the training session. He had only won in swords battle, but he still remembered the humiliating defeat he faced yesterday, and he would win all 3 rounds with his bow before breakthrough, as his opponent would also grow stronger with him. Only half an hour had passed when he heard the sound of footsteps. He opened his eyes and saw a group of 3 people entering the store. He recognized one person in the group. It was Mark, who had just left half hour ago after splurging more than 500 primal stones. "Senior, I brought these 2 to buy from your store," Mark smilingly said. "He is Bislow, the director of the Herb Association, and he is Bissell, the deputy director of the Pill Association." Mark then introduced the 2 persons he had brought. Bislow had an average build, and his hair had white streaks indicating his age, but his eyes contained vitality, whereas Bissell looked the younger version of Bislow with the same appearance. They looked like part of the same family, but Akesh had no interest in knowing it, so he didn't ask them about it. "Is it true that you've pills with impurities of 5%? Bissell excitedly asked after Mark introduced them. Akesh nodded in response to show his affirmation. "Can we see it?" Bissell nervously asked. It was hard for him to believe that someone would sell a pill that contained impurities of less than 20%, let alone 5%, even though Mark had told him the pill was for sale. "Yes, you just need to buy it," Akesh responded. "Why would you sell such pills?" Bissell loudly responded with excitement as well as shock. "Forgive my son. He's just obsessed with alchemy, and that's why he's acting this way," Bissell apologized with a wry smile, seeing his son's excitement. "No problem," Akesh responded. He then went to the counter and asked, "What pills do you want, medium, inferior, or both of them? Can you explain to us about the pills before I decide to buy them?" Bissell respectfully asked. His tone was respectful, despite being the director of the Herb Association, because Mark had told him to behave, and he had also heard about the killing of Fred, a void condensation expert in the store. He would be an idiot if he tried to offend the store owner after that. Akesh nodded and said, "You can ask him about the inferior pills, and I would tell you about the medium pills." He then added without waiting to see the group's response, "There are 5 first-grade medium pills I'm currently selling in the store. They are, first-grade medium body healing pill. It can allow the user to heal even severed limbs. It costs 25 ordinary primal stones. 2, first-grade medium mental healing pill. It can heal the traumas of the being up to void forging level. It costs 50 ordinary primal stones. 3, first-grade medium Danshan healing pill. It can heal the Danshan up to the void forging level. It costs 75 ordinary primal stones. 4, first-grade medium blood explosion pill. It allows the user to go on a berserk mode without losing control by burning their blood. It costs 50 ordinary primal stones. V, first-grade medium energy meditation pill. It helps the user in their meditation, starting from nascent soul. It costs 10 ordinary primal stones. So, what are the after effects of using the blood explosion pill, and how much power boost does it give? Bissell asked after listening about the pills. It would make a peak nascent soul fight a late void condensation expert for a minute, and there would be a weakness for 3 days, and in the worst case, the user could fall into the coma, but there is no threat of life, Akesh responded. The group had shocked expressions after hearing what Akesh said. Can a late void condensation expert fight a peak void condensation expert after using the blood explosion pill? Bissell asked, as he himself was a late void condensation cultivator. Yes, it may give you a chance to fight, Akesh nodded. Give us 3 pills each, Bissell excitedly said while pointing at the group of them. Akesh nodded and took out 9 pills each from the counter shelf. Your total bill is 1890 ordinary primal stones, he said while handing the pills to the group. Bissell nodded and handed Akesh the required amount for the pills. Being the director of the Herb Association had its perks. He earned more than 5,000 ordinary primal stones a month as his salary, and he also belonged to an affluent family. Akesh waved his hands, and the mountain of primal stones disappeared from the store. They were turning around to leave when Akesh stopped them. I have a new product in the store. Do you want to check it out? Akesh expressionlessly told the group while pointing at the open room. Since I have some time, I can check it, Bissell said with a smile and went toward the room. He didn't have time, but since he was happy after getting the pills, he decided to check out the product Akesh talked about while Bissell and Mark followed him. The group went to the room and found Samsara's emerald, shining blindingly on the board. They read the following contents and then confusedly looked at Akesh to explain. Akesh didn't speak anything and entered the room while the group followed him. The group sucked a breath of cold air seeing the portal in the room. It looked like a cluster of stars rotating in the darkness of the void, and it also gave them a sense of pressure. These are virtual portals, and you would transfer to a new world named Pangaea with it, Akesh explained while pointing at the portals. Without stopping, he added, you can grow powerful without the fear of death, and you can also gain skills, spells, weapons, pills, potions, etc., in the Pangaea. You can take your gains out in the real world if you pay the amount required for it. The group had a dumbfounded face after hearing what Akesh said. It was too much to take for them, especially the part about not dying. Are you telling the truth? Bissell respectfully asked with a shocked look on his face. Bissell and Mark enthusiastically looked at Akesh, waiting for his response. Chapter 82, New Quest. Would it really let us grow strong without any fear of death? Bissell asked with a shocked expression, as what the store owner told him was something unheard of, as growing without any fear of death is the dream of every power leveler. Bissell and Mark also looked at Akesh, eagerly waiting for his response. Why would I lie to you? Everything I told you is the truth, Akesh expressionlessly responded, making excited expressions appear on the group's faces. They found it unbelievable at first, but subconsciously, they wanted to believe Akesh, so Bissell directly paid the fee required for 3 of them. He only paid for an hour each, as he first needed to see it for himself, then he would pay for other hours. He handed 225 inferior primal stones to Akesh and entered the portal. Bissell and Mark also took a step inside their respective virtual portals after him. Right after, Bissell paid for an hour. A sudden alert appeared inside his head. Ding! Host, congratulations on selling your first virtual hours. Please see the quest window for the quest. The next moment, a blue window containing the quest appeared in front of him. Mission objective: have 20 players enter the virtual portal. Requirement: since the first player has already joined the world of Pangaea, it's time for you to make other players enter the world. 20 players would be the start for countless players coming in the store to use the virtual portal. Number of customers left: 20. Days required: 7 days. Mission reward: 10 more virtual portals. Failure punishment: decrease in the number of virtual portals by 1. 7 days, he whispered after seeing the quest screen. He only had 7 days to get 20 new customers, as he was confident that these 3 wouldn't be counted now, no matter how many times they paid for the portal. He then exited the room and returned to his chair, as the system had told him the customers would spawn outside after their time in the Pangaea ended or they got killed. He only had just sat on the chair when the group spawned in the store with horrified faces. We are really alive! Bissell shouted after seeing him alive and uninjured. Ha ha! Now I can have a breakthrough to peak void condensation and then void forging without any worry. Bissell started laughing after finding out that he wouldn't die in Pangaea. Cough. Senior, do we have to pay for re-entering the portal? His laugh got stuck, seeing Akesh expressionlessly staring at him. He fake coughed and asked Akesh. Even if he had to pay again, he would still enter the portal, as it was the dream of the rich to grow powerful just by spending money and not dying. No. You've already paid for 1 hour, so you don't need to pay until that time, Akesh expressionlessly responded. Here, please make 1 hour into 6 hours, Bissell suddenly said while handing 375 inferior primal stones to Akesh. Akesh nodded and took the stones from his hands. Father, let's go. We need to take revenge on those metal wolves, Bissell urged. The group then went into the room and entered the portal again. Hey, system, how many starting towns have you made for customers? Akesh asked the system as when he arrived on the Pangaea, the town of Wolfden faced an attack from silver wolves, but Bissell talked about metal wolves, and there were no such species of wolves near Wolfden. There are more towns in Pangaea than there are people in the Bison Kingdom. The system responded in its emotionless and mechanical voice. That is too many, Akesh murmured as the population of the Bison Kingdom exceeded hundreds of billions. As Akesh sat in his chair, he began to visualize how he would fight today's battle. He didn't want to get one-shotted like the battle yesterday. Time flew by, and hours passed. The group of people had spawned several times during these past few hours, but they entered the portal right away as they didn't dare to disturb Akesh from whatever he was doing. During this time, no customer came to his store. Finally, 6 hours passed, and the group was forced out of the Pangaea. They spawned back in the store and saw Akesh still had closed eyes. They didn't want to disturb him, so they left the store with smiling faces. Even though they were frustrated that they had to leave Pangaea, the group smiled, knowing they could come back tomorrow. No one in the group passed the quests they got, So the 6 hours they spent in Pangaea were a failure, but the feeling of not dying made them happy, and that was a success. Only a few minutes had passed when Akesh heard footsteps coming toward the store, so he opened his eyes. He saw Maria entering the store. "Hello, Senior." She greeted Akesh with a smile. Akesh expressionlessly nodded to her greetings and stood up from his chair. "I have new pills in the store. Do you want them?" He then asked her and told her the details of the newly added pills. "Give me 3 medium energy meditation pills," Maria bought after hearing the details of the pills since it was the only one she could use currently. Akesh nodded and took out the pills Maria had asked for. He then handed her the pills, while Maria paid him 30 ordinary primal stones. "Senior. What's in that room?" Akesh was just going to promote his virtual product to Maria when she suddenly asked while pointing at the only open room. "It's the new product of the store," Akesh expressionlessly answered and gestured her to follow him. A shocked expression appeared on her face, seeing the portals in the store. She had seen a real travel portal in her life when she traveled with her father to a nearby kingdom. The portal she saw in the store didn't look anything like the travel portal she saw, but she had a subconscious feeling that it was better when compared with the travel portal. Akesh ignored her shocked reactions and told her the exact same thing he told the group before her, and she also had the same shocking reaction as them. She directly paid for the 6 hours and the activation fee as her trust in Akesh was reverential. After paying, she entered the portal while Akesh returned to his chair. Chapter 83, Another Battle. Time flew by, and another 6 hours passed. Akesh got no new customers during these 6 hours, while Maria spun around every 5 minutes during these past 6 hours. She also returned back to the world of Pangaea right away without disturbing Akesh. She was in a battle with raiders and was in an unfortunate situation when her 6 hours passed. She then got forced out of Pangaea and spawned in the store. She heaved a sigh of relief after she got saved from her death. Akesh had also opened his eyes as the dawn had already started arriving, and it was time for closing the store. "Who did you have to defeat as your first quest?" Akesh asked after Maria spawned in the store after her 6 hours ended. "Human raiders attacked the town, and I had to save as many civilians as possible until the end of the raid," Maria responded with a slight tremble in her voice as the scenes of pillaging, raping, torturing by the raiders were still ingrained in her mind. "Okay. Do you want anything more?" he expressionlessly asked as it was time for him to close the store. "No. I would come back tomorrow, Senior," Maria responded as she understood the context of Akesh's question. She slightly bowed toward him, turned around, and left the store. After Maria left the store, Akesh closed the door of the store. 6 days and 19 more customers to go, he murmured as he brought out the quest screen. 4 days have already passed since the store opened in Kakat, and today was the busiest day in terms of sales. Today the store earned more than 1,800 ordinary primal stones and more than 1,000 inferior primal stones. He gained 1% of the total sales, which didn't matter much to him as he already had 5,000 ordinary primal stones after selling a space ring to Maria, but seeing the sales grow made him happy as only when the sales will grow, the store would grow. And with the store growing, he would be closer to knowing the truth about him. Lily still didn't come down, so it meant she was still asleep. He went to his room and woke her up. He then took her to the selection ground with him. Lily still wanted to sleep, but seeing the stern look in his eyes, she stopped struggling and begrudgingly went to her training ground. Akesh then picked out his bow from the weapon shelf and selected the training ground. The next moment, he appeared in the training ground in the midst of cheers. A blue window appeared in front of him with 3 options. He chose to fight the second round. The shouting stopped when Akesh appeared in the battle arena as the crowd still remembered yesterday's battle between him and the opponent when he used a sword. No one even dared to boo seeing Akesh. "What happened, losers? Are you afraid of me?" Akesh asked with a smile, seeing the crowd silently staring at him with hints of fear in their eyes. The crowd stayed silent in response and waited for the opponent to come. The next moment, the opponent arrived in the battle arena with an expressionless face. He didn't even look at Akesh and took his position. Akesh also took his position, ready to shoot in a blink. The bell then loudly rang and announced the start of the battle. Clang! The next moment, the sound of metal clashing echoed throughout the battle arena as Akesh shot an arrow directly at his leg, predicting his opponent's next move. His prediction proved correct, as the opponent arrived the next moment, swinging his sword at Akesh's head, but Akesh didn't even have to dodge as his arrow obstructed the movement of the sword, and it missed him. Akesh moved 2 steps backward right away as a hand came to grab his head, but he successfully dodged the hand. He shot another arrow, aiming at the leg of the opponent to stop his quick movement, but the opponent easily dodged the attack by a casual swing of his sword. He shot arrow after that as he moved backward while his opponent chased him. Until now, Akesh had been at the defeating end. The next moment, he stopped and activated a skill inbuilt in the weapon. With every shot, the weight of the arrow started increasing, which slowed his opponent's move. Suddenly the air in the arena turned cold, as a projection of a sword appeared above the opponent's head. The next moment, with an unimaginable speed, the sword fell on Akesh's head. He activated the skill counter shield right away to defend himself, but the sword cut his shield like a knife cutting through butter and successfully struck him down, splitting him in two. He faced the same defeat he had inflicted on his opponent yesterday. The next moment, Akesh reappeared in the battle arena. "So, this is the move you gained in this round?" he asked his opponent. With every round, the opponent and Akesh would gain a skill. The sky of arrows he used in the first round was the skill he gained in the first round, and he could increase the weight of his arrows in the second round. The opponent nodded with a cold look and left the battle arena. He also then left the battle arena as he faced another defeat using a bow, but today was a good battle for him. He then reappeared in the selection ground. Since Lily was still in her training, he sat down on the ground in the meditative pose and started thinking about ways to solve the attack as his shield couldn't handle the damage. Using the skill he gained in the first and second round simultaneously could allow him to slow down the fall as well as reduce the sword's power, and then he can activate the counter shield to counter the attack. Whether it would be effective or not, he would find out tomorrow. He then cleared his mind and waited for Lily to come. He thought of taking her with him to Pangaea. He would let her live in wildlife in Pangaea and do whatever she wanted. After several minutes, she appeared in the selection ground. She then told him about what happened in training. After they both returned to the store, he took her to the virtual portal room, and they both entered it. Chapter 84, Pangaea 1. Akesh reappeared in the town of Wolfden at the exact place he had logged out. The next moment, Lily appeared. He had asked the system to spawn her with him, otherwise, she would have spawned in another town. He appeared in the jungle where he last talked with the chief of guards of Wolfden. Currently, only he and Lily were present there. "Where are we?" Lily asked as she curiously looked at her surroundings. "We're in Pangaea," he responded as he lightly flicked her head, making her annoyed. But the next moment, a smile spread across her face after what Akesh said next. "You can live however you want in the jungle." "Really?" Lily excitedly asked as an open jungle was the best place for a predator like her. "Yes. You can stay here as long as you want," he smilingly said. She got ready to leave when he stopped her and explained, "You're only a normal beast, so do anything keeping that in mind, and you can't leave this jungle without my permission at any cost. And you aren't allowed to create beast hordes to attack towns," he added. "Okay." She nodded and left him right away. Akesh then turned around and returned to the market. "Hey, system, if I buy anything here, can I also take it to reality?" he asked the system as he saw people buying and selling products in the market. "Yes, host." "Hey, system, should I start selling pills here?" he asked another question as he needed money to buy things, and currently, he had nothing in his hand. Earning money wasn't a big deal for him as he could create weapons, pills, or potions himself and sell them, but it was too much of a hassle. "No, host. If you want to earn money, you need to use your strengths. I won't help you in Pangaea." The system responded in its mechanical and emotionless voice. Okay. Akesh commented with a sigh as he had to work hard if he wanted to buy skills. His eyes then fell upon a weapon shop not far from him. He decided first to check out the store and the level of weapons it sells. Hello, adventurer, what do you want to buy? The manager of the store, who was relaxing, stood up and rushed forward, seeing Akesh entering his store. It was only yesterday that he had saved the town of Wolfden, so he didn't want to offend the savior of the town by talking while sitting on his chair. I'm just here to see the weapons, Akesh expressionlessly responded as he had no money on his hands. The manager of the store nodded and started showing him the weapons around the store himself. In Pangaea, the weapon wasn't divided into the same category as the real world, since in Pangaea, people having powers varying between the three dimensions lived on the same land. The weapons, pills, potions, or any kind of treasure were divided into several levels. Level 110 were called inferior, 2, level 1025 were called ordinary, 3, level 2550 were called rare, 4, level 5100 were called epic, level 100-250 was called legendary, 5, level 250-500 were called mythical, 7, level 500-1000 were called divine, 8, level 1000 plus was called chaos. There were similar names for some level of treasures in the primal dimension, but the power they held in Pangaea was like comparing an ant with the power of countless elephants. The level here signified the level of the user. Only 10 beings since the birth of Pangaea had crossed the 1000th mark. They were known as the 10 Emperors, so there were only 10 chaos weapons in existence, and the inheritor of the Emperors would also gain chaos weapons. Whether they can take it to reality or not was up to their capability. In the store, the highest level of weapon Akesh saw was the ordinary grade. None of them interested him, as he could clearly see that many of them could reach rare grades, yet here they were lying as ordinary. While thinking like this, Akesh suddenly thought of a way to earn money. He pointed at a blade, and the manager of the store respectfully handed it to him. It was a short, thick, and jagged blade made up of wolf steel, and its grip was wrapped in lavish silver wolf hide. How much for this blade? He then asked the manager. Adventurer, are you sure you want to know the price? You're only a level 1 warrior, and this blade can only be used by people above level 10, the manager asked, as he himself was a level 5 warrior and could see Akesh's level clearly. He didn't want to offend him, so he added, but since you want to know, I would tell you. It costs 500 low soul stones. What's the average cost of a rare grade weapon? Akesh expressionlessly asked another question. The manager had no idea what Akesh wanted, but he still truthfully answered, 50,000 to 1 million low soul stones. Akesh nodded and asked another question, pay me 100,000, and I would make this blade a rare grade blade. A look of shock and anger appeared on the manager's face. He controlled his anger and responded with gritted teeth, adventurer, I'm grateful that you saved our town, but you can't joke around like this. Why would I joke with you? Pay me, and I would make this weapon a rare grade, Akesh expressionlessly responded, ignoring the manager's reactions. Fine, I'll give you a chance, but if you failed, I would complain about you to the town head, the manager responded after taking a deep breath. He decided to give it, as even if he failed, he would only lose 500 low soul stones, and it would also take away the debt of saving the town from the townspeople. Good. Show me your forging room, Akesh expressionlessly said. If it were in reality, he would have made the weapon a rare grade in seconds only by purifying it, but since he was in Pangaea and had no control over the purifying fire, he had to upgrade the weapon manually. The manager nodded and clicked something in his shop, and the next moment, a door appeared for his basement. He then entered the door, and Akesh followed him. Underground, there was a much larger area than the store itself. As Akesh glanced over to the forges, he saw several dwarves working on them. He found an empty forge in one corner and went to it. Chapter 85, Pangaea 2, Akesh found an empty forge in the corner. He told the manager to wait for him in the store as he went to the forge. The manager nodded and returned to the store. He wanted to watch how Akesh would upgrade the blade but didn't dare to do as it may offend him. Akesh started the forge and selected the temperature he wanted. He took out the high grip from the blade and then threw it into the forge and waited for it to melt. After it entirely melted, he took out the melted steel and then poured it into the mold to create the shape of the blade. After it took its form, he threw it again into the forge. The process of blade creation continued for around 50 minutes since several devices could help in cooling and heating in no time. The appearance of the blade had completely changed from before. It had a long, thin and straight appearance. It was made up of the same material, wolf steel, since the material was underutilized in the previous situation. The grip was the same as before, made from wolf hide. He didn't wait anymore after he completed the upgrade. He left underground and went up toward the store. The manager was relaxing on his chair when he saw the door of the underground appearing and Akesh coming out of the door the next moment. Did you fail? He was going to ask if he failed, as it hasn't been even an entire hour since Akesh left, but his voice got stuck in his throat when he saw the shiny blade in his hand. Here, test it. Akesh ignored the manager's reaction and asked him to test the blade. The manager nodded and gently took the blade in his hand. He took out a testing stone used to test the sharpness of the weapons and decided to use it. He lightly swung the sword as he didn't want to destroy the testing stone, but the next moment a dumbfounded expression appeared on his face as the testing stone split into two. It not only split the testing stone into two, but it also created a cut in the glass counter. The manager almost released the weapon in shock, but he controlled himself and didn't let it fall on the glass shelf. 100,000 low soul stones. Akesh said the next moment, seeing the manager in shock after using the blade. The manager absent-mindedly nodded and took out a pouch from his store, and handed it to Akesh. He took it and checked the amount in it. Having found the exact amount of stones in the pouch, he pinned the pouch to his waist since he was unable to manipulate the void and would only have access to space storage after crossing level 50. After taking the pouch, he turned around to leave the store when the manager suddenly called him. He turned around and expressionlessly stared at him to hear his reason. "Adventurer, can you upgrade some more weapons?" he asked while his face was red with embarrassment. He didn't trust him at first, but now he himself was asking for help. "No, I don't have time." Akesh refused right away, as the time moved here at the same rate as in the real world, so he couldn't spend all his time here. "I'll pay you 200,000 low soul stones." The manager subconsciously replied, as he was confident that the blade would at least sell for 600,000 low soul stones. "No." Akesh refused right away and left the store. The manager only disappointedly looked at him leaving. He could have forced him to stay here and make weapons for him, but he had heard that Akesh had killed more than 10,000 silver wolves single-handedly when he couldn't even manipulate energy. After leaving the weapons store, he asked a passerby about where the spells and skills were sold. Once he knew where to find the items, he proceeded to the location. There was only a single spell-selling store in Wolfden, and that too managed by the son of the town head. When he reached there, he could already see the store filled with people. The guards recognized him when he tried to enter the store, so they called the manager of the store, and then he personally took Akesh around the store. "Thank you for saving our town, adventurer." The manager thanked Akesh. It was no big deal. Akesh expressionlessly responded. "What kind of skills or spells do you want, adventurer?" the manager asked Akesh as he showed him around the store. "Offensive." Akesh responded. "Since you're level 1, you can't buy elemental skills. You can only buy weapon skills. Should I show some of them to you?" the manager told Akesh. Under the order of the town head, elemental skills couldn't be sold to warriors under level 25, as only then could the warrior learn to control an element. Akesh expressionlessly nodded in response. The manager then took Akesh to the first floor where VIP customers could sit, and the salespeople would come and explain the skills. Akesh found a chair and sat upon it while the manager himself started showing him the spells. The manager told him about hundreds of spells and skills, but none interested him as he could cause more destruction without using the skills the manager wanted to sell to him. Here, it's one of our best non-elemental skills. A grin spread across the manager's face as he started explaining another skill to Akesh. Its name is Ability Learning. It allows the user to copy the skill of people weaker than the user and use it for them once. If the user can upgrade the skill to its limit, then they can use the copied skill as many times as they want, the manager told Akesh. How much does it cost? Akesh asked as it was the only skill he found interesting. His attack power would be even stronger if he learned the skills of someone weaker than him and then used them on his own level. 2 million low soul stones. The manager responded with a wide smile on his face. He didn't stop smiling as he added, "Owner has told us to give you 50% discount on whatever you buy today. You can buy this skill for only 1 million low soul stones." Akesh nodded and left the store without saying anything in response since currently, he only had 100,000 low soul stones on him. The manager only stood there dumbfounded with no idea of what happened. Chapter 86, Panagia End. After coming out of the store, Akesh decided to return to the weapon store. The manager was gently stroking the blade when he saw Akesh entering the store. He, with a red face, stood up and put the weapon in its place. "Adventurer, do you want to accept my deal?" The manager asked Akesh as he could only think of this reason for returning to his store. Akesh nodded, making a smile erupt on the manager's face. But the next moment, the smile froze on his face after hearing what Akesh said next. "I have a new deal for you. Pay me 1 million low soul stones, and I would upgrade one of your weapons," Akesh expressionlessly said. Are you joking with me? The highest any rare weapon would get sold for is around 1 million low soul stones, and you want me to pay that to you for upgrading the weapon?" The manager couldn't keep his calm for a moment, so he angrily shouted, but the next moment he calmed himself after seeing Akesh's eyes turning cold. "Yes, I would give you the best rare weapon in Wolfden," Akesh returned to an expressionless face as he responded while pointing at the bow in one of the counters. "No, I only have a lifetime saving of 2 million low soul stones, and you want me to risk half of it on a weapon? I can't do that to myself and my family," the manager refused as after working for decades, he had saved this money. "Okay, I'll sell this offer to some other weapon store. I only came here because I've already made a deal with you once," Akesh responded and turned around to leave. "Wait!" the manager subconsciously yelled. "What if the weapon fails to exceed the buying cost?" the manager asked as he didn't want to leave the deal since he had seen his ability after Akesh upgraded the blade. "It's up to you to sell. I'll give you the best weapon of the Wolfden," Akesh expressionlessly responded. "Fine. But, I'll only pay you half of the amount, no need. I want full payment of 1 million low soul stones after I upgrade your weapon," Akesh bluntly responded, stopping the manager from further speaking. "Fine." the manager responded after staying silent for a few seconds. He didn't have the luxury to choose after seeing the resolute and expressionless eyes of Akesh. "Give me the bow?" Akesh then asked for the bow he was upgrading. The manager took out the bow from the counter and handed it to Akesh with a determined face. He had already invested, so there was no point in thinking about it anymore. "Give me a runestone too," Akesh asked after taking the bow, causing a shocked look on the manager's face. Runestone was a naturally built stone that could help in the enhancement of the weapon in different ways. It could enhance the physical properties or add a skill. The majority of runestones were used in weapons of epic and above grade. Rarely was a runestone used in rare grade weaponry, so it was shocking for the manager. "Are you sure? A single runestone cost 50,000 low soul stones," the manager asked after taking a deep breath. "Yeah." Akesh nodded. The manager had already decided to go all the way, so he bent down and opened a locked drawer. There were 3 shining stones with a symbol of P drawn on it. He picked one of them, stood up, and handed it to Akesh. "Open the forge room," Akesh told the manager after taking the runestone. Time flew by, and around 3 hours passed. With the passing of every second, The manager's heart turned heavy. He would stand up to check upon Akesh, that why had he taken so much time, but he would sit down the next moment. For the umpteenth time, he stood up thinking that he should check upon Akesh, but the next moment, the thought of offending Akesh appeared in his mind, so he sat down. He had just sat down on his chair when the door of the forge room appeared, and Akesh entered the store through that door with a pitch-black bow in his hand. "Here, take it." Akesh then handed the bow to the manager. The manager took the bow, but the next moment he stumbled to the ground due to the weight of the bow. Akesh ignored the manager's fall and explained the property he had added on the bow. The bow would create a shield for the archer's protection every time they use it. The manager stood up after using all of his force to pick up the bow. He then asked the help of Akesh to put it on the counter as he wouldn't be able to. Akesh nodded and casually put the bow on the counter the manager wanted. The manager only looked at Akesh with shock as he was only a level 1 warrior, and still, he could casually pick up the bow with such weight. It weighed around 200 kg. The manager had some ideas in his heart to not pay the entire amount to Akesh, but after seeing his strength, all such thoughts vanished from his heart. He took out a pouch containing 1,000,000 low soul stones before Akesh even asked for it. The manager then handed it to Akesh. Akesh took the pouch and left the weapon store. He went right away to the spell store and bought the skill ability learning. After purchasing it, he returned to the real world as he wanted to test the power of the skill. He teleported from the store to the mysterious peak directly. He then raised his hands, and a projection of a sword appeared above his head, creating light in the darkness of the night. It was the same skill his opponent used today while defeating him, and since he had already beaten him once, the skill ability learning worked, and he could use his opponent's skill once. When his hand fell, the sword too fell, causing an earthquake to appear in the area around thousands of yojanas. A smile spread across Akesh's face after seeing the damage caused by the sword. A pit of thousands of miles of radius appeared while several beasts, unfortunately, died in the explosion. Akesh then returned back to his store. He didn't know that a few seconds after he left, a stranger engulfed in the darkness appeared floating in the air and looked at the pit. Since the stranger's face wasn't visible, no one knew what expressions they had right now. Chapter 87, Difficulty of the Quest. Akesh woke up the next day on time. Since he didn't take Lily with him yesterday, she was still in the jungle around Wolfden. He stood up from his bed, took a bath to freshen himself, and after that went downstairs to the store. He went to open the store door right away and found a group of people standing at the door with big smiles on their faces. Akesh recognized everybody. There were Mark, Bislow, Bissell, and Maria was also standing there some distance from the group of 3. "Hello, Senior." All 4 said simultaneously, resulting in laughter erupting from all 4. Akesh only nodded at their greeting and returned to his comfortable chair. All 4 people followed him inside the store. "Senior, 6 hours in Samsara Samrat for 3 of us." Bislow said right away as he couldn't wait to enter the world of Panagia. He also took out 600 inferior primal stones as the payment. "Senior. 6 hours for me too." Maria chimed in, taking out her share of 200 inferior primal stones. Akesh nodded and waved his hands. The primal stones in the store disappeared. "What town are you in?" Bissell suddenly asked Maria after she too wanted to enter Panagia. Maria didn't answer and ignored him. "We're in the town Gandalin, the town of elves." Bissell didn't mind her ignoring him, so he told her the name of his town. "Let's go." Bislow dragged Bissell to the portal room, seeing him standing and trying to talk to the girl. When they reached the room, they found one of the portals white, so Marl rushed outside and called Akesh. "Senior, there's an issue with one of the portals." Mark shouted. "Don't mind it. You can enter your portals," Akesh expressionlessly responded. He knew what portal Mark was talking about. Since Lily had entered Panagia and hadn't come out, no one would be allowed entry through that portal. Mark returned to the room and entered the virtual portal, following Bislow and Bissell. Maria also went into the last virtual portal, making all the portals turn white. "Hey, system, You should give extra portals for Lily and me? Akesh requested the system as all the 5 virtual portals had already gotten to use, and the store wouldn't turn anything from one of them, and he wasn't going to call Lily right now. Host, you can get 1 extra portal in your room, but not 2. The system responded in its mechanical and emotionless voice. Okay, put the portal which Lily had entered into my room, Akesh responded, as he had decided to only enter after the store closing time. The next moment, a white light passed in the portal room as one of the white portals disappeared, and instead of it, a new virtual portal showing the movement of a cluster of stars appeared. Akesh didn't have to see it in the person as the system informed him about it. He nodded and then thought of the quest screen, and the quest screen appeared in front of him. Mission objective: have 20 players enter the virtual portal. Requirement: since the first player has already joined the world of Pangaea, it's time for you to make other players enter the world. 20 players would be the start for countless players coming in the store to use the virtual portal. Number of customers left: 1920. Days required: 6 days. Mission reward: 10 more virtual portals. Failure punishment: decrease in the number of virtual portals by 1. 19 new customers in 6 days, Akesh murmured after seeing the quest screen. He then wished for the window to disappear, and it disappeared. In contrast to his previous quest, where he only needed to sell 10 pills, here he needed 20 customers rather than 20 sales, which made the mission tough for him. The store had a daily runtime of more than 15 hours, and he could only have 15 customers if the 2 pairs of customers chose a full 6-hour service. He needed to cut the game rundown time as it would be impossible for him to complete the quest otherwise, since many customers would repeat the sales every day. Hey, system, you should cut the rundown time of the portal from 6 hours, he then suggested to the system. No, host. It's up to you to complete the quest. I wouldn't do anything. The system refused right away. Fine. Akesh expressionlessly responded. He then closed his eyes and rested while waiting for other customers to come. Only an hour has passed after the group of Bissell, and Mark entered the world of Pangaea. They and Maria had already revived half a dozen times in the past hour. While Akesh was resting, he heard the sound of footsteps and opened his eyes. He saw a familiar figure standing at the door. It was none other than Pinto, the youngest prince of the kingdom. Greetings, Senior. Pinto greeted Akesh with a slight bow when he saw him looking at him. Akesh only nodded in response to his greetings. Senior, I heard from my grandfather that you saw the death of my father, Pinto commented after entering the store. Yes, I saw it, Akesh expressionlessly responded. So, Senior, can you put your weight behind me in the fight for the throne? Pinto asked right away, as he didn't want to lie to Akesh for the reason of coming here. Pinto had announced that the time for a new king to take the seat had come, as he had no interest in ruling the Bissell kingdom anymore, so Pinto came here asking for Akesh to support him in his fight for the throne. If Akesh helped him, he would not become king in only one case, where Pinto refused to accept him as the king, but it would never happen, so he was sure to become the 3rd king of the Bissell kingdom with the support of Akesh. Pinto nervously looked at Akesh, waiting for his answer. No. I've no interest in involving myself in the petty game of thrones. Akesh flatly refused, resulting in a disappointing expression appearing on Pinto's face. Pinto wanted to speak something when suddenly a group of 3 people out of nowhere appeared in the store. He recognized 2 of the members in the group, as Bissell was the head of a significant association of the kingdom, and Bissell was his son. Chapter 88, Pinto and the group. Neither Bissell, or Mark were able to defeat the Metal Wolves in a one-on-one battle, so they decided to fight the wolves together, and as a result, the group died during the loss of the fight at the same time. They have already got used to spawning in the store, since they have even lost count of how many times they've spawned from yesterday. After spawning, they were returning to their portals right away, as with every second passing in the actual world, their quest in Pangaea was becoming difficult for them. Bissell had just taken his first step toward the room when his eyes fell upon Pinto, who was staring at the group. He froze in his steps as he needed to bow to the prince, since he was an employee of the king. Greetings, young prince. He greeted with only a slight bow of his head as he was head of an organization and a void condensation expert. Hello, Mr. Bislow, Pinto respectfully responded. Mark and Bislow also greeted Pinto after Bislow. Pinto only nodded to their greetings. What are you doing here, Mr. Bislow? Pinto asked. Sorry, young prince. I currently don't have time to talk to you, Bislow apologized with a hurried expression on his face. Before Pinto could respond, the group tried to rush to the portal room but had to stop after Akesh told them to stop. Akesh then looked at Pinto and expressionlessly said, You can go with them and see what they're doing here. Okay, young prince, come with us. You could help us. Before Pinto could speak anything in response, Bislow went to the prince and dragged him toward the portal room. He didn't forget to pay 175 inferior primal stones before pulling Pinto since they only had 5 hours left of their total time. Pinto had a dumbfounded expression as he saw devices like travel portals in the room. Let's go, young prince, use that portal, Bislow said with a hurry on his face and pointed at the only empty portal. But, Pinto stood rooted on the ground as the sudden turnaround happened so fast that he didn't have the time to understand what happened. Sorry, young prince, we don't have time, Bislow said as he pushed Pinto in the portal, seeing him not moving. The next moment, he entered the world of Panagia. Mark and Bislow followed him. 18 more, Akesh murmured after Bislow pushed Pinto into the portal. While in the town Gantalan of Panagia, Pinto with the group appeared. They were at a safe distance from the fighting going on between the guards and the metal wolves. Pinto tried to angrily yell at Bislow for pushing him, but words got stuck in his throat as he found himself in an unfamiliar area. As he glanced around, he saw beings with pointy ears fighting massive wolves even bigger than himself. Elves! He exclaimed after seeing the elves as it was his first time seeing them. He had heard several legends about their beauty, but when he saw the guards' appearances, he thought that even legends didn't do justice to their beauty. Where are we? He then asked Bislow. His mood had calmed down seeing the appearance of the elves. I would explain you about here later, but right now, we need to defeat those wolves, Bislow said with a hurried expression as with the passing of every second, the number of wolves was increasing while the same can't be said for the elven guards. The next moment, a blue screen appeared in front of Pinto that only he could see. He was taken aback by the sudden appearance of a transparent screen in front of him. What's this blue screen? Can you see it? He asked Bislow and the other 2 members of the group. Young prince, I told you we don't have much time. Please read what's written on the blue screen and help us defeat the wolves, Bislow said with impatience and irritation evident in his voice. Pinto's face turned red from anger after hearing the tone in which Bislow talked about, but he controlled himself, as he would need the help of Bislow since Akesh had refused to support him in the fight for the throne. He then took a deep breath to calm himself down as he would get an answer in some time and then focused on the blue screen floating in front of him. Let's go. Bislow said after he noticed Pinto taking his eyes away from the empty air in front of his eyes. He couldn't see the blue screen, but since one also appeared in front of him, he noticed the change in Pinto. Pinto expressionlessly nodded and followed the group into the fighting. After Pinto joined them, the fighting became several folds easier for them since being a prince, Pinto had learned combat classes when he was a child, whereas no one in the group had any interest or experience in fighting. They were even weaker than the fighter of their equivalent level, so until now, they were dying regularly if the group of wolves exceeded 5 at the same time. Time flew by, and 20 minutes had passed since Pinto entered the world of Panagia. The group of 4 had killed more than 50 wolves until now without even dying for once, but suddenly an alarm and an announcement rang on the battlefield. Another horde of 3,000 metal wolves have attacked us. The sudden announcement brought a look of horror on everybody's faces, fighting in the battle. The group knew why another horde had attacked them. It was due to the addition of Pinto, another adventurer in their midst. Since they were only ordinary mortals in the battle against the wolves, fighting continuously for more than 20 minutes took a toll on them, mentally as well as physically. Their movements and attacks started turning lax. and the wolves started overpowering them. They were fighting when suddenly a wolf from behind jumped on Pindo. He saw that coming, but he couldn't dodge or fight back, so the wolf reached him and bit his head. After that killing, the group became easy food for the wolves. The next moment, the group of four spawned in the store in the sequence of their death. "I'm alive!" Pindo exclaimed in happiness as he found himself uninjured in the store. Bislo had told him that he wouldn't die, but it was hard to believe until now when he found himself alive after death. "Let's go. The mission has become even tougher," Bislo said as he rushed to the portal room. Chapter 89, Windfall. Time flew by, and 5 hours passed by. The group of Mark, Bislo, and Pindo were forced out of Panagia, and a few seconds later, Maria also joined them in the store. Akesh was resting as he hadn't got any new customers during these past 5 hours. He didn't care for their spawning, so he still didn't open his eyes. "We'll be able to complete the quest tomorrow," Mark happily exclaimed as the addition of Pindo truly benefited them. The rate at which they were killing metal wolves was tens of times faster than without Pindo. During the 5 hours Pindo had joined them, the group killed around 800 metal wolves, while the 7 hours they had fought without Pindo, they had only killed around 70 metal wolves and died more than 100 times combined. Their quest was different from Akesh's. He had to reduce the number of casualties of the guards of Wolfden by at least 25%, whereas the group got the quest not to let the metal wolves breach the gate of the Gandalin. Since Gandalin was the town of elves and they were innately stronger than several races, they were able to handle the assault of the wolves and not let them breach the gate. However, with the passing of time, the elves were getting on the weaker side, but the appearance of Pindo provided some relief to them. An unsightly expression appeared on Maria's face after hearing the happiness in Bissel's voice. She still was very far from completing her quest. She had appeared in the town of Atli, the town of Vivavi. Vivavi was a race that only had females in their midst. They didn't need a male to reproduce. They could procreate on their own without any sexual activity. There was a sudden attack of raiders on Atli, and she got the quest to save as many women and children as possible. If she protected more than 100 women and children combined until the end of the raid, only then would her mission be successful. She would get a female physique as a reward to complete this difficult quest. But in the 12 hours she had spent in Panagia, she had only been able to save 2 children, and the raid would be over after 5 days. The only saving grace for her was that she felt that she was improving in real time. The people in the store then started leaving as they didn't want to disturb Akesh, but Pindo stayed and didn't leave. He then stood in the store for Akesh to open his eyes, not daring to disturb him. Akesh could see Pindo in the store despite his eyes being closed, but he didn't open his eyes. He only opened his eyes after Pindo stood there for around 10 minutes. "What do you want?" he then expressionlessly asked as he looked at him. "Senior, can I become a king in that world?" he asked as he had been having this question since Pindo witnessed that he couldn't die in Panagia. "You can be anything you want," Akesh expressionlessly responded. A smile spread across Pindo's face after he got the confirmation from Akesh. "Thank you, Senior. I'll be right back with my guards," he said with a slight bow as he left the store. He can make his guards stronger in the game, and then he would gain support from them in Panagia as well as in the Bisan kingdom. How can he let this chance go, he thought and rushed toward his place. Akesh had no reaction to Pindo's leaving as it would be better for him the more guards Pindo brings, the easier it would be for him to complete the quest. Only half an hour had passed when Akesh heard the sound of footsteps. He looked at his door and found several people entering the store. Akesh knew who they were as Pindo was leading the group. There were a group of 10 guards behind Pindo. Akesh expressionlessly looked at them, while on the inside, he was excited as he would only be 8 more customers away from completing his quest after the guards entered Panagia. "Senior, would they enter Gandalin if they entered the world of Panagia?" Pindo asked, seeing Akesh expressionlessly staring at the group. "Only if you entered with them," Akesh expressionlessly responded. Akesh nodded and paid for an hour for everyone and took them to the portal room and entered. Pinto had already informed his guards everything, so they only followed orders and didn't care for anything else. The next moment, Pinto with his 4 guards appeared at the exact location where Pinto had spawned in his first entry into Pangaea. Pinto had no idea that adding adventurers would exponentially increase the strength and numbers of metal wolves, making the quest even harder. The next moment, he, with his guards, logged out. He then took another 4 guards and entered the portal. After that, the group logged out again. He then entered the virtual portal with the last 2 guards. This time he didn't come out until his 1 hour was complete. While he was in fighting, his quota of 6 hours ended, and he was forced out of Pangaea while his 2 guards fought the wolves. He only had to wait for a few minutes when the 2 guards were also forced out since Pinto had only paid for an hour. "Okay, you would lead this group of 4 people while you'll lead this group of people," Pinto commanded as he divided the group of 10 members into 5 with the guards that had already spent an hour leading each group. "Senior, they would each spend 3 hours in Pangaea," Pinto told Akesh as he handed 750 inferior primal stones to him. Akesh nodded and took the primal stones. Both the group wanted to go first, so Pinto had to select the group that would enter Pangaea before the other. Time flew by, and 6 hours passed. Pinto had already left after he paid for the group. The group that entered first were making strategies for their tomorrow fight against wolves in the store since they had already spent their 3 hours in Pangaea when the other group spawned. The group of guards then bowed toward Akesh and left the store. Chapter 90, The Skill Ability Learning. After the group of the guards left, Akesh thought of the quest screen, and the next moment, a blue window containing the details of the mission appeared in front of him. Number of customers left, 0820, days required, 6 days. He only focused on the number of customers left and the days left. 8 more customers in 6 days. Now, it's doable, he commented after reading it, as only in the early morning, he needed to have 19 customers in 6 days for completing the mission successfully. He then thought of the window disappearing, and the quest screen disappeared the next moment. Since he had nothing to do, he thought of his status screen, and the next moment, a blue window containing all his details appeared in front of him. Personal status, name, Akesh, title, Marioglot, think to expand, race, profession, store owner level 1, level 6 initial, physical attributes, strength, 8,769,074, plus 121, agility, 8,785,851, plus 10, intelligence, -0, stamina, -0, no of quests completed, 8, skills, energy overseer, detail eye, watcher, chameleon level, counter shield, ability learning. There was only a small increase in his strength and agility. The next moment, he thought of the skill ability learning, and a new blue window containing its detail appeared. Skill name, ability learning, ability. It allows the user to copy the witnessed skills of being weaker or defeated by the owner. The user can only use the copied skill once. Level 1, condition of the growth, finding the level 2 knowledge, copied skill, sword projection, elephant projection, sword flash. Akesh nodded after reading the details of the skill. The skill sword projection was grayed out as he couldn't use it anymore. The next moment, both the windows disappeared with a wave of Akesh's hands. Akesh then sat on his chair and waited for new customers to come as there was still more than an hour until the store closed. He didn't have to wait long as he noticed a female human entering his store. "Excuse me, is this the store where Mark regularly visits?" the lady nervously asked as she got scared seeing a blue-skinned man expressionlessly looking at her. "Yes," Akesh responded. "Senior, I want to enter Pangaea," she nervously said. She was Mark's wife, and since Mark returned home yesterday, he hadn't stopped talking about Pangaea. At first, it was impossible for her to accept that someone could let somebody enter a new world where they could grow powerful and never die. But she had to believe her husband, seeing how enthusiastic and serious he was about Pangaea. So today, when she got free from her work, she decided to enter Pangaea. "Okay. But since the store is only an hour away from its close time, you can only enter Pangaea for an hour, Akesh expressionlessly informed her. She nodded as she only wanted to see the world of Pangaea. How much for an hour? She then asked Akesh, as she didn't ask her husband anything about it, and it was also a surprise for him. 50 inferior primal stones for activation charge and 25 inferior primal stones for an hour entry, Akesh expressionlessly told her. The lady nodded and handed Akesh 75 inferior primal stones. Although it was expensive for her, she thought it was cheap after hearing so much from Mark about Pangaea. See that room? There would be 5 portals, and you can enter in any one of them, Akesh expressionlessly said as he pointed at the portal room. 7 more to go, Akesh commented after Mark's wife entered the portal. Time flew by, and 1 hour passed. Mark's wife was forced out of Pangaea after 1 hour was complete. She had a disgruntled expression when she appeared in the store. Senior, please let me stay there for 1 more hour, she pleaded to Akesh after coming out. No, it's time for me to close the store, Akesh expressionlessly responded. She wanted to complain, but the next moment, she found that her feet were out of her control and started moving out of the store on their own. She looked at Akesh with a horrified expression, but Akesh had no change in his face. When she got out of the store, Akesh closed the door of the store on her face. She stomped her foot in irritation and left the store as it was already dark. After closing the store, Akesh disappeared from the store and appeared in the selection ground. He picked up his bow and then appeared in the familiar arena in the midst of cheers. He selected the option of the second stage when the window appeared in front of him. His opponent arrived in the arena moments later, wearing a cold expression. The bell then rang and announced the start of the fight. Right after the bell rung, an arrow tearing the space flew from Akesh's bow. His opponent dodged the arrow with ease as he disappeared from there and appeared in front of him. Clang! The sound of metal clashing echoed as Akesh had to use his bow to defend himself from the swing of the sword. The fight continued. Akesh had been defensive for most of the time, but his opponent was never able to put any kind of pressure upon him. The sound of metal clash continuously rang on the battlefield as arrows and sword clashed. Suddenly the air in the arena turned colder. Akesh realized that an attack was coming at him, so the next moment, a shower of arrows covered the sky of the arena aimed at the opponent while the projection of a giant sword appeared above the opponent. Akesh then used the second skill of the bow as the weight of the arrow increased, and then they started bombarding into the sword while a transparent shield engulfed Akesh. The next moment, the sword fell, aiming for Akesh's head, while the heavy arrows continuously bombarded into the sword, decreasing its power with time passing. When the sword finally fell on the shield and the sword both disappeared at the same time. Neither Akesh nor his opponent won this battle of skills. Akesh stopped the battle that moment as there was no point in continuing the fight anymore since his defense and the opponent's attack were equivalent, and he had no strong attack to defeat the opponent. He then returned to the store and went to the portal room, as now it was time for his re-entry into Pangaea. Chapter 91, A New Quest in Pangaea. After appearing in Wolfden, Akesh first went to the jungle where he had left Lily. Since there was no way for him to communicate with her in Pangaea, so he started searching for her. While searching for her, he came across several beasts of different races. He left those who ran away from him, but those who tried to attack were killed by a single swing of his hand. Despite being a level 1, he could defeat around level 10 with ease due to his proficiency in different combats. He finally found Lily. She was playing with the pups of the wolves. When she discovered the scent of Akesh, she rushed toward him. When she saw him, she pounced on him. "How's your playtime going?" he smilingly asked as Lily contentedly sat on her favorite place, his head after looking all over his face. "Good. I made some friends with silver wolves," she responded. "Oh, someone like you made friends?" Akesh asked as he never thought an arrogant creature like Lily would make some friends. "Yeah, due to my high-level bloodline, no beast dared to come across me, and I didn't dare to go to any other beast as I didn't want to die being this weak, so when pups of the wolves saw me, They came running at me and then we started playing catch and run, Lily responded with a disappointed sigh. Oh, don't worry, Akesh was talking when he suddenly stopped talking as a blue window out of nowhere appeared in front of him. Golden fonts then started appearing on it. Akesh knew he had got his second quest in Pangaea, so he focused on the blue screen. Brave adventurer, you have already saved the town of Wolfden once, but it seems it needs your service again. You killed so many wolves that it would take at least 5 years for the silver wolves to create their horde again, and the Wolf King also knew this. But it seems the Wolf King had found a way to build a powerful race of silver wolves without having the ability to manipulate energy. There is a high-level bloodline currently roaming in the jungle, and the Wolf King has decided to take that creature's help to create super wolves. Adventurer, you need to prevent this from happening by either killing the high-level bloodline owner and stopping the Wolf King from creating super wolves, or by killing the Wolf King, or by finding a way to stop it. Otherwise, the town of Wolfden will lose innocent civilians. Your reward would depend on the result of the mission. May you be successful. After reading the quest, Akesh picked on Lily from his head and looked at her with a weird expression. Have you met the Wolf King? He then solemnly asked her. Yes, what happened? She asked as she could see the change and sudden expression of Akesh. He was only talking a moment before with a smile on his face, and now he had turned solemn. That bastard wants to use your blood to create super wolves, Akesh angrily responded. In Pangaea, nothing would happen to Lily, but taking her blood was equivalent to his blood both literally and figuratively in a sense. That's why he was talking respectfully to me yesterday, Lily said in an irritating tone. She believed Akesh right away as he would never lie to her. She then took a deep breath and asked, should I return with you to the real world? She was arrogant, but she wasn't stupid to believe that she or Akesh could kill the Wolf King, a level 50 beast. I don't think you can leave now until I complete the quest, he answered as, despite him not wanting to, Lily had involved herself in the quest. The next moment, Lily tried to return to the real world, but nothing happened. What is your quest? She then asked Akesh as she couldn't leave despite trying for a few times. I have to stop that bastard from creating super wolves, he responded while thinking about ways to complete this quest as he didn't want to kill Lily from his own hands, and right now, Akesh would be fighting a losing battle if he faced the Wolf King. Since you can't return to the real world, you should return to the wolves while I think of ways to complete the quest, he then added as currently, he had no idea how to defeat the Wolf King. Why not kill me? Lily asked as she knew she wouldn't die and would return to the real world, and it was the easiest way to complete the quest. A cold expression appeared on his face as he stared at her. The look chilled her so much that she started shivering. It was the first time she had seen this look on Akesh. I would complete this quest without killing you, and you can't kill yourself, he responded with no expression in his voice. The next moment, he returned to his usual expression with Lily as he added, you're my daughter, and how can a father kill his own daughter for selfish reasons? After staying silent for a second, he further added, you don't need to worry. I won't let that bastard take even a single drop of your blood. Okay. Lily responded. Her voice still had a slight tremble as it was the first time she had seen Akesh that angry. A smile appeared on Akesh's face as he scratched her head and apologized, I'm sorry. I would grant one of your wishes as an apology. Really? Any wish? Lily exclaimed. Yes. Akesh smilingly nodded and added, but not now, as I am not that strong. Okay. She responded as she already had a wish in her mind, that Lily wanted Akesh to grant her, as only she knew the extent of Akesh's knowledge of the multiverse and the capability of the system. Now, it's time for you to act as you usually act and try to extend the time as much as possible, Akesh said the next moment, as his face turned solemn. It's time for us to play and have fun with these wolves, he added before Lily could respond. He then told Lily what she had to do as the quest was time-consuming and left her there. Lily returned to the group of wolf pups, while Akesh returned to the wolf den. Chapter 92, Treatment of Adventurers. After meeting Lily, Akesh started returning to the town. He thought of ways to complete the quest without any harm to Lily. As for him, he would lose the mission if Lily got even a little injured. "Hey, system, I have told you not to allow Lily to be part of any quest," Akesh expressionlessly asked for an explanation. Before he had let Lily enter Pangaea, he had told the system in clear terms that she wouldn't be an adventurer. Her only purpose in going to Pangaea was to enjoy her life without any consequence, but now she is part of the main quest. His reward depended on the success of the mission, so he knew that it would be a complex mission. Host, the beings created in the world have their own thinkings, and the Wolf King thought of creating super wolves after sensing the bloodline of Lily as she went closer to their camp, so the system had no part in this. The system responded in its emotionless and mechanical voice. Akesh stayed silent in response as he couldn't say anything. He knew it was Lily's curiosity and the Wolf King intellect that created this problem, but as the family member of Lily, he still had issues with the quest. He then took a deep breath and stopped thinking about it as he had already told Lily what to do in the wolf's camp. Now, he only needs to create strategies to defeat the Wolf King. While thinking about strategies and walking, he didn't know when he arrived at the market. He could see a sense of excitement present in the market today, which wasn't present on previous occasions. It didn't take long for him to find the reason for excitement in the market as he found a giant banner above the sports arena in Wolfden about an auction. He had no interest in the auction, so he ignored it and started moving away, but the next moment, his feet froze as he heard the discussion between a group that had just passed away. "Did you hear about the meditation art in the auction?" one lady asked her male friend. "HMPH. Today's special is a bow of rare grade that has a protection skill." The man scoffed and proudly explained. Akesh's feet stopped after hearing about the meditation art, as there were only two ways for an adventurer to increase their level in Pangaea, either by completing the quests or obtaining a meditation art. Growing by doing quests was easy, but it was slow, whereas growing in level by finding a meditation art was tough but fast. "What about the meditation art in the auction?" Akesh asked as he tapped on the shoulder of the girl who talked about it. The group stopped in their steps and turned around. While listening to their conversation, the man stopped them in their track, and they wanted to yell at him. However, when they realized who the man was, they instead smiled. "Adventurer!" the girl exclaimed, seeing the identity of the man. Akesh had an expressionless face as he stared at the girl for her answer. The girl took a deep breath as her face turned red from embarrassment for acting like this. "Adventurer, there is going to be a meditation art up to level 10 for sale in the auction. It has been several of years since art had appeared in the auction, so everybody is talking about it," she told Akesh. Akesh nodded and turned around to leave when the girl stopped her and suggested, "Adventurer, if you want, you can come with us to the auction. We have a VIP room reserved for us." "Okay." Akesh nodded and agreed to join them in their group since he had no invitation to the auction and the group had a VIP room, so he would be away from the crowd of people even if he got an invitation. "Good, let's go," the girl said with a smile, and the group then proceeded toward the auction area. While in the way, the group tried to ask many questions to Akesh, but he didn't speak and proceeded silently. When they reached the gate of the arena, the guard tried to stop them for checking, despite them having a VIP pass as the town head himself was going to participate in the auction, but when they saw Akesh and the group, they let the group go without any checking. "Hey, system, why do they act like this around the adventurers?" he asked the system while proceeding toward the VIP room. "Host, because adventurers can resurrect as many times as they die without any issues, which even emperors could not accomplish. They had the imperishable traits, but they still couldn't revive themselves after they sealed Vitrujal with their life seal. So the low-level beings of the Pangaea treat adventurers respectfully." Akesh noted the low-level part, but he didn't ask anything to the system about it as he knew they would of their own pride. How could they treat an ant respectfully even though it had the ability to never die? Since this could become too much for the adventurers to always be seen by the people in the Pangaea, so the system had acted. Only when the adventurer would be in direct contact with the inhabitants of Pangaea would they treat him respectfully. The group reached the VIP room they had booked and sat on the comfortable chairs allotted to them. The room had a glass cover from where the participants could see the auction and bid for the product they wanted to buy, but since the auction hadn't begun, so the glass was currently dark. The auction was still 30 minutes away from starting time. "Adventurer, if you don't have enough money, you can ask us," one of the men in the group announced as he raised his chest. The others in the group also added the same thing as they knew Akesh wanted to buy the meditation art, and it would get sold for millions of low soul stones. "How much is the meditation art's starting price?" Akesh expressionlessly asked the group. 600,000 low soul stones. The girl who suggested to bring him here responded. "Oh, I only have 100,000 low soul stones." The next moment, Akesh responded, making everyone present in the room speechless. Chapter 93, Auction 1. "Oh, I only have 100,000 low soul stones in my hand," Akesh expressionlessly commented after hearing that the art's starting bid would be 600,000 low soul stones. Everybody present in the room turned speechless, hearing Akesh. Now that they had promised to help him buy the meditation art, they can't take their words back. The girl who had suggested Akesh to come with her coughed to clear the awkwardness present in the room. "Don't worry, adventurer, I would help you buy the meditation art," she said with a smile on her face. "You don't need to worry about that." Akesh refused her help as he had already decided to make a deal with the buyer of the meditation art. "Okay." The girl responded with a little bit of disappointment in her voice. Her father was the chief of guards of the Wolf Den. If he learned that she helped the adventurer, he would increase her pocket money as well as feel proud of her, but now that Akesh had refused to take her help, she couldn't do anything. But suddenly, an idea emerged in her head as a smile spread across her face. Time flew by, and 30 minutes passed. The glass covering the VIP room turned transparent from inside. They could see the outside, but the outside people couldn't see what was going on inside the room. The sports arena had a capacity of around 120,000 seated people without VIP rooms, and every seat was filled before the start of the auction. There was a platform prepared in the center of the field where the auctioneer would conduct the auction. Right when the time for the auction arrived, firecrackers started erupting in the air as a man appeared on the platform. Everybody in the Crown and Minion VIP rooms stood up when they saw the man standing on the platform and exclaimed, "Town head." In the VIP room, Akesh was seated. Everybody stood up in respect of the town head except Akesh. The group didn't mind him sitting as they knew even the town head wouldn't care. "Sit down," the man on the platform said in a gentle voice, and everybody standing sat back on their seats. "So, that's a level 50 being," Akesh whispered while looking at the town head. The man sitting next to Akesh heard his whisper and proudly commented, "Yes, even the Wolf King couldn't defeat him." "Hello, ladies and gentlemen, I am Mark, the town head of Wolf Den. It would be my honor to host this auction," the man on the platform introduced himself. Everyone in the crowd started clapping for him. Mark then raised his hands, and the clapping stopped. "First, let me announce the rules of the auction," he commented. "First rule, no one is allowed to threaten their opponent to win the bid. The second rule is that you may bid as much as you like as long as you pay the auction price when the auction ends. Otherwise, you will be put in prison for 6 months. The third rule, enjoy the auction," he added with a smile on his face. "Let the auction begin," he announced, and another round of firecrackers erupted in the area. Our first item for bid today is a skill book. Its name is Combat Body. It allows the user to create an exact clone of themselves for 3 seconds in a battle. I don't have to tell you the value of those 3 seconds in a life and death battle. The starting price for the bid will be 25,000 low soul stones. Every increase in the bid shouldn't be less than 500 low soul stones. Let the bids begin," Mark announced with a smile. 27,000 low soul stones. Mark had just stopped talking when the first bid came. 27,500 low soul stones. 28,000 low soul stones. In no time, the bid reached 35,000 low soul stones. After a few seconds, the skill was finally sold for a price of 37,500 low soul stones. After that, a lady came with a red box in her hands and carefully handed it over to Mark. For the second item of today's auction, we have. Mark paused for a moment to increase the suspense, and as he expected, everybody had their breaths stopped as they looked at the box in Mark's hand, waiting for the item to reveal. A pair of rare healing pills. Mark announced and started laughing out loud, seeing the disappointed expressions on the faces of the crowd. Since the level 2550 could buy rare grade healing pills from the stores in the cities, there wasn't much interest in the pills. The starting price would be 15,000 low soul stones, and every increase in the bid should be at least 100 low soul stones, Mark announced. 15,100 low soul stones. The moment Mark stopped, a bid came. 15,200 low soul stones. 16,800 low soul stones. The bid stopped coming after this, so the pair of the pills were sold for 16,800 low soul stones. Time flew by, and 2 hours passed. So far, several items have been auctioned off, but no one from any of the VIP rooms has bid yet. Suddenly, a group of people came carrying a giant black box to the platform. Mark casually took the box from them and put it on the platform. Now, for the 11th item of today's auction, we have the weapon you've been waiting for, Mark announced as he opened the giant black box. It was the same bow Akesh had upgraded at the price of 1 million low soul stones. Everybody in the VIP room that had been laying low until now finally turned serious, as it was the reason for many of them coming here. It's a rare grade bow with a skill of protection embedded in it. The owner hasn't put any name to the bow, so whoever buys it would get to name it, Mark announced while pointing at the bow. If he wasn't a sword user, he would have bought the bow for himself. He took a deep breath as this bidding war was going to be intense, and several beings had come from other towns to buy the bow. The starting price of the bow would be 500,000 low soul stones, with every increase in the bid of 10,000 low soul stones. Let the bidding war begin, Mark declared. 1 million low soul stones. The first bid came right away, and it was double the starting amount. Chapter 94, Auction End, 1 million low soul stones. The first bid came right after Mark announced the start of the bidding. It was the first bid from any VIP room. 1.5 million low soul stones. The shock of the crowd hadn't subsided when another outrageous bid came. 1.6 million low soul stones. 1.7 million low soul stones. 1.8 million low soul stones. With every bid, the bidding war became intense. While the crowd had a dumbfounded expression, seeing in no time the starting bid of 500,000 low soul stones turning into 2.3 million low soul stones. While in the crowd, the manager of the weapon store had a shocked and excited expression on his face after seeing the price rise so rapidly. Although the auction house received 5% of the selling fee, he had already made a profit of over $1 million. 2.5 million low soul stones. The bid came to a sudden halt as the bidders started thinking about their budget. You won't find a weapon of this caliber easily, Mark said, seeing the bid coming to a sudden halt. 3 million low soul stones. The bid came from the VIP room where Akesh was seated. It was one of the men in the group. His sole purpose of coming to this auction was to buy the bow. 3 million, 1. 3 million, 2. 3 million, 3. Mark announced the end of the bid. Yes. While the group in the VIP room cheered after their bid was the winning bid. Since he won't get the bow until the end of the auction, a hurried expression appeared on his face. The next item for the auction was the egg of a level 30 wolf, and it was finally sold at the bid of 1.7 million low soul stones. It was the daughter of the guard chief that bought the wolf egg. It's finally the time for the last item for today's auction, Mark announced with a smile as he waved his hand, and an animal skin appeared in his hand. He had been carrying this item with him from the start. It's a meditation art that could help a person to reach up to level 10. To know more about it, you've to buy it, he said with a smile as he didn't introduce any information about the meditation art. The starting bid would be 600,000 low soul stones, with every increase in the bid at least 50,000. Mark announced the start of the bidding. 650,000 low soul stones. 700,000 low soul stones. Akesh only looked at the bidding war as he didn't have enough money to bid. Since the meditation art wasn't a one-time use, he was confident that he could make a deal with the winner of the bid to give him the knowledge of the meditation art. Several minutes passed, and the bidding war was still going on. The bid currently stood at 1.95 million low soul stones. 2 million low soul stones. 2.05 million low soul stones. 3 million low soul stones. Every bid was going on with an increase of 50,000 low soul stones when suddenly someone directly bid 3 million low soul stones. While in one of the VIP rooms, it seems someone wants the meditation art very badly, a man muttered while licking his lips. Young master, do you want to buy the meditation art? A woman standing behind the man like a guard asked the man. No, but wouldn't it be fun if we increase the price of the product? The man smilingly said. 4 million low soul stones. The man bid right away. Even Mark was taken aback by this sudden outrageous bid. He never expected the price to cross 3 million, but now the bid stood at 4 million. 4.1 million low soul stones. The next moment, another bid came from one of the VIP rooms. The entire sports arena was silent and waited if another outrageous bid would come, but after waiting for a few seconds, no one exceeded the bid. 4.1 million, 1. 4.1 million, 2. 4.1 million, 3. Mark announced the end of the bid with a smile on his face. He was the one who provided the meditation art for the auction as he had already found a better version for his guards. The winner of the bid was the daughter of the chief of the guards. She had decided to buy the meditation art so that she could help the adventurer and gain favor from him, which in turn would make her father proud of her. The final bid cost him at least 1 million more than she wanted, but she didn't care as money was the last of concern for her. Her father was not only the chief of the guards of Wolfden, only second to the town head both in power and authority. He was also the head of the second richest family of Wolfden. Thank you for coming. Mark then announced as the auction came to an end. The auction had gone better than he expected, as he earned a windfall from the meditation art alone. Everybody started leaving the arena, while only those who had won the bids waited to get their winning items. Adventurer, you can have the meditation art, the girl smilingly told Akesh. What do you want in return? He expressionlessly asked as no one would spend 4 million on a product for nothing. A favor. She responded right away. Okay. Akesh agreed to the proposal. Adventurer, I am Elsie. The girl then extended her hand for a handshake and introduced herself. I am Akesh. Akesh nodded and told her his name, but he didn't shake her hands. Elsie awkwardly took her hands back while Akesh felt a glare from one of the men in the group. He turned around to look at the man, but he looked away, seeing Akesh finding out. After a few minutes, a group came into their VIP room with the things they had bought. The man took the bow, Elsie took the egg and the meditation art after paying for the goods. Elsie then gave the meditation art to Akesh. He nodded and left the group after telling her to contact him when she needed the favor. Chapter 95, Breakthrough. After taking the meditation art from Elsie, Akesh left the group on their own and proceeded toward the jungle. After he reached the jungle, he found a comfortable place to sit down. After finding a good spot, he sat down and opened the rolled animal skin. The name of the meditation art was Ordinary Meditation Art. It had a pretty basic approach to energy leveling. The book followed the primary way of promoting the physical body to increase your level. According to the art, as the body grows, the person's level would automatically increase. Akesh couldn't help but sigh disappointedly, seeing the name of the meditation art and then the introduction regarding it. He finally knew why the town head acted mysteriously around it in the auction. If only he had announced the name of the art in the auction, it wouldn't have even gained half of the bidding price. Whatever was written in the animal skin was already known to Akesh. He knew way more than that, But the system had plainly told him, without getting the same information in the virtual world, he couldn't use the knowledge of the actual world to help him in the breakthrough. Since Akesh had already bought the meditation art by granting a favor, he couldn't waste it. The next moment, he stood up and started making the exact postures shown in the art. It wasn't hard for Akesh, so he did 108 postures in around a minute. Time flew by, and he continued making the same posture for around 1111 times. Right after he completed the 1111th posture, a sudden blue light engulfed him, and the next moment it disappeared. Akesh knew he was now a level 2 instead of level 1. The next moment, he thought of his status screen, and a blue window containing all his details appeared in front of him. Personal status, name, Akesh, race, gender, male, class, none, level, level 2, HP, 110 energy, 110 physical attributes, strength, 10, agility, 10, intelligence, -0, endurance, -0, comprehensions, hand fighting, 100%, archery, 100%, swordsmanship, 100%. Skills, Wolfbane, ability learning. Akesh nodded after seeing his details. His HP and energy have both expanded by 10 points, whereas his strength and agility remained the same, without any increase. Hey, system, what would be my level if I compared my stats with others? He asked as the status screen disappeared. Host, you've stats of level 10, but you can defeat up to level 15 with ease considering the experience in the combat you have. The system responded in its emotionless and mechanical voice. Akesh nodded and didn't ask another question. Time flew by, and hours passed. Akesh didn't stop standing in postures after a single breakthrough. He continued the same process again, only to stop when the system informed him that a new day had come, and it was time to open his store in the real world. Still, his hard work was not without any result. He was level 6 at the time of stopping. He decided to check his status last time before exiting Pangaea. The next moment, a blue window containing all his details of Pangaea appeared in front of him. Level 6, HP, 150-110, energy, 150-110, physical attributes, strength, 16, plus 6, agility, 16, plus 6. Akesh nodded after seeing the all-around improvement and waved his hands. The next moment, the status screen disappeared. He then disappeared from the jungle and appeared in the store. He decided to take a bath first and then open the door of the store. After he took his bath and wore his regular clothes, he came down and opened the door. A group of familiar people was already standing at the door when Akesh opened the store. "Senior, you got late today." Mark smilingly responded as Akesh was some minutes late from his usual opening time. In response, Akesh only nodded, walked around to his comfortable chair, and sat down. The group then entered the store. The group had 4 members, and they were Bissell, Mark, and Pindo. "Hello, Senior." Pindo respectfully greeted after entering the store. "Senior, 6 hours for all of us," Bissell said. When he had left Pangaea yesterday, the group was in a favorable position, so he was confident that they could successfully complete the quest today. Bissell then handed 800 inferior primal stones to Akesh after taking their share from each member. Akesh nodded, and the next moment, the mountain of primal stones disappeared from the store. They then made their way to the portal room while thinking about the success of their quest, but they had no idea what they were going to find when they entered Pangaea. Only 10 minutes had passed when Mark and Bissell spawned in the store. Damn it! How could this happen? They cursed right after spawning. Only a few seconds had passed when Bissell too appeared with a pale face. Only Pindo was left in Pangaea fighting the metal wolves. Damn him! Bissell cursed Pindo after spawning, as he couldn't curse him in front of him. That bastard had ruined our quest after the kingdom. Bissell too cursed the prince. "Senior, what's the cost of failure of the first quest?" Bissell ignored the ramblings of his son as completing the quest was now a foregone conclusion for them. When they appeared in Gantalan, They saw a sea of wolves fighting a number of elves. Seeing the situation, it doesn't look like they would be able to handle the onslaught of the wolves for even a day now. Nothing. You would get a new quest, and that would be several times more difficult than the previous, Akesh expressionlessly answered. He didn't stop and continued, if you failed that one too, you would get one last quest. If you failed in completing that quest, you would lose the ability to cultivate energy in Pangaea. Instead, new classes will awaken for you, like blacksmiths, alchemists, etc. We can learn alchemy in Pangaea. Bissell excitedly asked before Bissell could say something. Yes, you can do anything in Pangaea that you can do in the actual world. You can even become a god in Pangaea and then in the real world as long as you can afford the price for entering, Akesh expressionlessly responded. After learning that they could learn alchemy in Pangaea, the group of the three decided to quit the quest right away and instead attempt to start learning alchemy right away. Akesh also told them that they could grow in levels by doing alchemy quests, but the only side effect was that they would always be weaker than other counterparts of the same level as them. Since they didn't gain the energy from the world by completing the first quest, but instead, they would get that ability by their class, so they would always be weaker than those who completed their first quest. The group had no problem with staying weaker than others as they could never die in Pangaea. You can become an alchemist even after completing the quest, Akesh expressionlessly suggested to them before they could enter the Pangaea and quit the quests. He didn't care whether they completed the quest or not. He only suggested this because a new mode would activate in the Pangaea when an adventurer would activate other classes. He didn't want the mode to activate currently, as he didn't have enough customers and portals. Wry smiles appeared on the group's faces hearing Akesh. They couldn't complete the quest even if they wanted to. The horde of metal wolves had already grown dangerous enough to threaten the entire town of Gandalin. Aren't you growing stronger by fighting them, and there's no risk of death? So why are you afraid of the quest? Akesh expressionlessly said, seeing their expressions. Senior, Bissell was going to respond when his voice got stuck in his throat as the next moment, Pinto spawned in the store. What are you doing here? He angrily asked the group with a hint of killing intent. In reality, Pinto was an arrogant and cruel man. He only acted subserviently in the store because of the fear of Akesh. He started taking it seriously since he got the confirmation that becoming a king in Pangaea for him was possible. After becoming the king, he could use the gain of Pangaea to become a king in the actual world, but dying alone due to the group not coming back for minutes made him erupt in anger despite him being in the presence of Akesh. Young prince, we were talking to Senior about alchem, I don't care. Let's go. After us. My guards would enter Pangaea and fight the metal wolves, Pinto cut Bissell off and said with a commanding tone. Bissell wanted to respond, but words got stuck in his throat when he found Pinto glaring at him. He may be stronger when compared with Pinto in power, but his authority was nowhere near him. He couldn't even land a finger on Pinto, but Pinto only had to say it, and no one would know what happened with him. Bissell stopped speaking and made his way toward the portal room after seeing the actual nature of Pinto. Bissell and Mark followed Bissell while looking down. They didn't even dare to look into Pinto's eyes, as they've heard enough of the stories of actions of Pinto. Pinto also followed after them. Chapter 96, The Battle in Gandalin. Time flew by, and hours passed. The group of Pinto, Bissell, and Mark would spawn every 20-30 minutes. The group had frustrated faces whenever they spawned, but they would directly enter the Pangaea without waiting for even a moment. The group left after their 6 hours duration in Pangaea ended. Only a few minutes had passed after they left when the group of Pinto's 10 guards came to the store for their play. Since they were the personal guards of Pinto, and he didn't come here with them so they couldn't stay here for long without his presence. As the group only had 6 hours of free time, they decided to enter the Pangaea in the same manner as yesterday. They separated into the same group Pinto had separated them into yesterday. The group then paid 1,250 inferior primal stones to Akesh for their entry into Pangaea for 3 hours each. Akesh nodded and took it. The first group then entered Pangaea, while the second group sat down in a meditative pose to prepare themselves for what's to come in Pangaea after the first group exited the store. Since Akesh had nothing to do, he decided to watch what was going on in Ganelin. The next moment, a screen only he could see appeared in front of him, showing everything that was happening. There was a sea of metal wolves attacking the elven guards, while the guards that had just entered the town looked like a drop in the sea of wolves. "Cover the left!" one elf shouted, seeing the number of the elves on the left flank dwindling down. Since the guards were closest to the left flank, they accepted the order and rushed toward it. One of the wolves, seeing its chance, rushed at one of the guards and tried to rip the guard in half, but the guard was cautious, so he moved out of the way and kicked the wolf. The kick didn't harm the wolf much, but it gave sufficient time to the guards to prepare a combined attack to kill it. One of the guards punched the wolf in its gut before it could stand up. Several strikes came at the same area simultaneously, resulting in a hole in the wolf's gut. The guards then left the wolf lying there howling in pain as they had to reach the left flank to support the elves. Since they were the guards of Pindo, they were practiced in different kinds of combat, but they were specifically trained in weapons like spears or shafts to let the damage stay far from the prince. But in Pangaea, they'd have to fight by their hands, which were making the killing tough for them. They reached the left flank and helped an elf soldier to move away from the battlefield as the soldier had severe injuries. They then joined the elves and fought against the wolves, giving the elves enough time to breathe. With the passing of time, the number of wolves fighting the guards increased, but since their techniques and coordination were getting better with every fight, they were able to somehow handle the pressure of the outrageous number of wolves. Suddenly the air in the area turned cold for the group, as they saw a wolf half the size of average wolves in the herd emotionlessly staring at them. That stare sent chills down their spine. They've just blinked their eyes when the group noticed the strange wolf disappearing from there and reappearing in the same position the next moment. But, this time, the wolf's mouth was filled with blood as it spat a human head the next moment. The group, seeing the head, turned to their right subconsciously and saw one of the members of the group standing there without his head. Their face lost all color seeing their headless friend when another one of the guards lost its head. The wolf was attempting to make its move for the third time when suddenly a white flash passed and split it into two. Suddenly, the remaining guards heard a voice, "What are you so afraid of? Even if you die, you'll revive again." The next moment, several white flashes passed in the herd of wolves, and tens of such wolves died by splitting in two. The remaining guards took a deep breath to calm themselves down as they could never die. Only a few moments had passed when their other two group members spawned back in Pangaea. The battle then continued as usual. They didn't see such strange wolves for their remaining 3 hours in Pangaea. After 3 hours ended, the system forced the group of 5 out of Pangaea into the store, while the other group meditating in the store stood up for their entry. Since they've already paid their fee, they entered their respective portals without waiting for a second as they could see the grim faces on the guards' faces. While in the store, seeing the faces of the guards, Akesh suggested to them, "You can buy mental healing pills to lessen your trauma of Pangaea." The guards nodded and asked for a pill each for 5 of them. Akesh nodded, stood up from his chair, went to the counter, and took the pill out. 125 inferior primal stones. He told them the price as he handed the pills to the guards. The guards nodded and handed him the required amount by separating the cost of each guard. They then put the pill in their mouth. The pill melted into a liquid right away in their mouth. The tension on the guards' faces relaxed as the pill started working. The guards then asked for another pill as they felt the need for one more pill. Akesh nodded and handed them the pill. Blissful smiles erupted on the guards' faces as their traumas disappeared. "If we ate this pill and then went to battle, it would have helped us more," one of the guards commented, seeing the effect of the pill. Time flew by, and the remaining 3 hours passed. The second group spawned twice during their stay of 3 hours as the number of strange wolves increased in the battle. After the first group told them about the effect of the mental healing pill, the second group decided to use it and then enter into Pangaea. As expected by the first group, the second group's fighting got better several folds due to their clear mind. The group of guards left after their free time ended. For the next 2 hours, Akesh didn't get any new customers. His empty store finally had a new customer when Maria arrived in his store with 4 people following her. "Hello, Senior." She greeted Akesh with a slight bow right after entering the store. Akesh nodded in response to her bow. "Senior, these are the people working in the construction in my store. I wanted to reward them for their hard work, so I brought them here to enjoy Panagia," Maria smilingly responded. She then took out the required inferior primal stones and smilingly said, "Senior, 6 hours for each of us. You can only have an entry for 1 hour since there is only 1 hour left in the closing time," Akesh expressionlessly responded as he stopped her from pushing the primal stones toward him. A disappointing expression appeared on Maria's face when she heard Akesh. While the construction workers behind her had an odd expression on their faces when they saw the mountain of the primal stones Maria had taken out to pay. It was enough for them to spend their lives comfortably for years without working. Then with a disappointed sigh, Maria paid Akesh the amount required for an hour since she had no other option following what Akesh said. Akesh nodded and took the primal stones. The group of 5 then entered the portal, whereas Akesh thought of the quest screen after the group entered Panagia. Mission objective: have 20 players enter the virtual portal. Requirement: since the first player has already joined the world of Panagia, it's time for you to make other players enter the world. 20 players would be the start for countless players coming in the store to use the virtual portal. Number of customers left: 0320. Days required: 5 days. Mission reward: 10 more virtual portals. Failure punishment: decrease in the number of virtual portals by 1. 3 new customers in 4 days. Akesh murmured after seeing the quest screen as the day had already come to an end. He was thinking of ways to end the quest since he already had enough customers to keep him busy for 15 hours in Panagia when a new customer arrived in the store. It was Mark's wife that arrived in the store. She glared at Akesh right after entering the store, as she still remembered the way Akesh pushed her out of the store yesterday. 1 hour in Panagia, she said while taking out 75 inferior primal stones when she suddenly stopped as Akesh stopped her. "The portal room is already full, so you can't enter Panagia," Akesh expressionlessly responded. "Damn it." The lady cursed in anger and left the store as there was no point in continuing to stay. She decided to come here early the morning the next day even if she had to take a leave from her work. Time flew by, and the group of Maria and the construction workers left the store with frustrated faces as an hour wasn't enough for them. While after the group left, Akesh closed the store and appeared in the selection ground. Chapter 97, Training. After the group of Maria and the construction workers left, Akesh closed the store. After closing the store, he appeared in the selection ground. He picked up his weapon and then disappeared from there. The next moment, he appeared in the arena, but the arena was entirely different from the previous arenas he had been fighting in. The people sitting in the crowd stood up and cheered for Akesh as it was not his first entry here. He had entered here around a century ago and had won all the battles. The next moment, a blue window with 11 options appeared in front of him since there were 11 rounds in this battle arena, and he had cleared all of them a century ago. Akesh chose to go to the 11th round right away, as only that round could challenge him. The next moment, the battle arena completely changed. The area in it got wider by several folds, whereas several small or large walls randomly appeared in it. The speed of the wind increased by several folds. The cheering from the crowd got even louder, seeing the new challenges. The next moment, a being out of nowhere appeared on the top of one of the walls randomly laid in the battle arena. The newly appeared being had 3 eyes of 3 different colors in a triangular shape, with the top eye having a golden color, the left eye silver, while the eye on the right was black like an abyss. A crooked nose rested below, but it was the giant mouth below with rows of eerie teeth and a long tongue that took all the attention away. The being had a humanoid body shape with the same body size as Akesh. The being then stared at Akesh with his dark eye while the gold and silver eye surveyed the surrounding of the battlefield. The next moment, a bow half gold and half silver with its black bowstring appeared in the being's hands. The being belonged to a race called Copier. It was one of the top-level races in the second dimension, with this species having complete control over archery. Even a newborn Copier had better archer skills than the majority of the archers in the multiverse. Akesh chose to battle an archer in place of a swordsman because, yesterday, he came out as an equal at the end of the fight. And for him to win the future battles with the opponent, he needed to improve his archery even further, and for that, no one was a better trainer for him than a Copier. "It has been centuries since I last saw you," the Copier said in a hoarse voice while continuing to survey the entire battle arena. The Copier had 3 eyes of distinct colors, and each color had a different use in archery for them. The golden eye helped in aiming accurately at the opponent. The silver eye captured the surroundings, while the black eye helped in showing an optimum path for shooting arrows. "Yeah, after defeating you for so many times, I got bored of the battle, but now that I need to improve my archery, I thought, why not try to learn from someone weaker than me?" Akesh responded with a smile on his face. The Copier only scoffed in response to him. The next moment, a bell rang in the arena announcing the start of the battle. Whoosh! The next moment sound of arrows tearing through space rang in the arena as both Akesh and the Copier released the arrows at the same time. Boom! With the clash of the 2 arrows, a loud explosion echoed in the arena, but it was only the start, as continuous blasts echoed in the battle arena. Within a few seconds, the clash of the arrows caused several explosions that blew up half the arena. "Your black eye has gotten better," Akesh commented as the Copier always shot the arrow at the right time, resulting in the destruction of both the arrows. "Yes, I've been training my eyes during this past century," the Copier commented as he shot another arrow. "Good. You didn't disappoint me," Akesh commented as he increased the rate at which he shot arrows. Whoosh! Whoosh! The arrows continuously traveled, tearing through the air aiming at the Copier. Defending for the Copier became tough due to not being able to handle the number of bolts coming at him in quick succession. He was jumping from wall to wall in the opposite direction so that the air could act against Akesh's arrows while supporting him when he shot. But unfortunately for him, Akesh's arrows traveled unaffected despite the quick movement of the air. The Copier had no choice but to directly fight the arrows. The next moment, all the arrows aiming to rip the Copier apart came to a halt as a golden light suddenly engulfed him and his bow. The arrow then floating in the air started falling at his feet. Akesh knew the Copier had activated the skill Archery Deity. Archery Deity was the exclusive skill of the Copier race. The next moment, the fallen arrows started floating up with their new direction being Akesh. Akesh was prepared for the onslaught, so he shot twice the number of arrows. Boom! Boom! The sound of continuous explosions echoed as the clash of the arrows continued. Akesh knew he couldn't let this continue anymore as whenever Archer Deity was active, the bow and the arrows started backfiring. "Let's end this," Akesh commented as the air around the arena suddenly started flowing opposite even quicker than before. An arrow with a strange arrowhead appeared above Akesh. The pressure from the presence alone affected the beings sitting in the crowd and the space around the arena. Even the Copier wasn't let alone from the pressure. The golden light that had engulfed him started dimming down while he was being forced to kneel. Suddenly, a peal of eerie laughter echoed in the battle arena as the arrow above Akesh's head disappeared. With the disappearance of the arrow, the Copier also vanished. The next moment, a light engulfed the battle arena as Akesh had won the battle. The arrow used by Akesh was called Raudrastra. It could even kill the beings of the Azura and Yaksha clan, but unfortunately for Akesh, he could only use this skill in the training ground. He was still very far from attaining this weapon in the actual world. Chapter 98, The Crowd. After defeating the Copier, Akesh appeared on the selection ground. He then appeared in the store and entered the virtual portal. He appeared in the jungle where he had left yesterday. He started doing the postures written in the meditation art again since he was still 4 levels away from the completion. Time flew by, and hours passed. He continued making postures only to stop when the system informed him of the sun coming out in the actual world. He straightened himself after the system's notification and thought of the status screen, The next moment, a blue screen with golden fonts appeared in front of him, containing all his details. Personal status, name, Akesh, race, gender, male, class, none, level 9, HP, 180, energy, 180, physical attributes, strength, 27, plus 11, agility, 27, plus 11, intelligence, -0, endurance, -0, comprehensions, hand fighting, 100%, archery, 100%, swordsmanship, 100%. Skills, Wolfbane, ability learning. Akesh nodded after reading his status screen. He has reached level 9 after the hard work of several hours. If someone else found this, they would be shocked as reaching level 9 from level 6 in a span of a single hour, as even the most talented beings take around a few days to reach level 9. A surprised expression appeared on his face, seeing his physical attributes, as they had increased enormously compared to yesterday. Akesh decided to test his strength, so he punched the nearest tree with 1/4 of his power. Boom! The next moment, an explosion erupted as the tree burst into several wooden shards. "Hey, system, why did my strength grow so much?" he asked the system as he was confused, seeing the damage caused by only 1/4 of his power. "Host, it's due to your training in real life. As your level grows, your body's becoming accustomed to stronger martial arts, which in turn is strengthening your body." The system responded in its emotionless and mechanical voice. "It makes the quest easy for me," Akesh murmured after hearing the system's response. Akesh was confident that if he continued to grow strong at this rate, he would be able to fight the Wolf King when he reached level 20. If somebody heard what Akesh was currently thinking about, they wouldn't know whether to laugh or cry, as the Wolf King was not only a level 50 being, but it was also on the verge of evolving to level 51. "Host, it's time for you to open the store." The system emotionlessly alerted Akesh again, seeing him still not exiting Pangaea. Akesh nodded, and the next moment, he disappeared from Pangaea and appeared in the store. He was all sweaty due to making postures, again and again, so he decided to take a bath first and then open the store. When Akesh opened the store, he found a crowd waiting at the door of his store. Everybody rushed inside the store with smiling faces after he opened the door. "Hello, Senior." Maria respectfully greeted Akesh right away with a bow. The construction workers that came with her also followed their current boss and bowed at him. The crowd consisted of 3 groups: the group of Mark, Bissell, and Pindo, the group of Maria and her construction workers, and the group of Mark's wife with unfamiliar faces arrived in the store at the same time. "Store owner, 6 hours for every one of us." Before anyone could say something, Mark's wife said. "No, Senior, 6 hours for us." Maria also spoke. "No, Senior, we came first." Mark also said, seeing the other 2 groups asking for the entry. "Okay, you can go first." Akesh ignored the groups of Pindo and Maria and instead looked at Mark's wife's group. "Really?" Mark's wife exclaimed, seeing Akesh choosing her group. It was unbelievable for her, as the experience she had with him in the last 2 days made her feel that he disliked her. Since she only got an hour the day before yesterday in Pangaea, and yesterday she didn't even get to enter, so she decided to come early today after asking for leave from her boss. But unfortunately, her boss didn't grant her leave and also prohibited her from taking a day off. She couldn't miss today as she had got an interesting quest in Pangaea, and if she continuously missed entering Pangaea, she would fail the quest. So she informed her boss the same things her husband had told her about Pangaea. After hearing so many things, her boss decided to come with her and 3 other ladies, as Mark's wife told her that there are only 5 portals for entry. Her boss didn't believe her at first, but when she saw Pindo, the young prince waiting outside the store door, she believed everything her employee had told her. "Store owner, I am Palace. He's my husband." Mark's wife introduced herself as she extended her hands for a handshake. Akesh only nodded in response to her handshake and instead asked for the primal stones required for their entry into Pangaea. Pallas took her hands back with a red face and took out the required amount for the group. Since she had brought her boss, she decided to pay for her today, and then her boss would pay for her every day like his husband's department head pays for his entry into Pangaea. Akesh nodded and waved his hands. The next moment, the mountain of primal stones disappeared from the store. Pallas then led the group while her boss and acquaintances followed her into the portal room. "Senior, we would come back after 6 hours." Pinto commented as he couldn't stand here for 6 hours. Bislow also nodded in response to Pinto as he was the director of a significant association of the Bison Kingdom. Akesh ignored them as a number of alerts started appearing in his head. Ding! The quest, have 20 players enter the virtual portal, successfully completed. Mission reward, 10 new virtual portals given. Host, please see the portal room to see the new virtual portals. Akesh sent the group of Mark's wife first as she had brought 4 new customers with her, and he was only 3 customers away from completing the quest, so how could he let other groups go first? No need to leave. Akesh then expressionlessly commented as the group of Pinto was at the door, while the group of Maria had just turned around to leave. Chapter 99, Addition, no need to leave. Akesh commented after the system informed him of the addition of virtual portals in the portal room. The sudden comment made the group of Pinto and the group of Maria stop in their steps. "What happened, Senor?" Maria confusedly asked. "There are new portals in the portal room, so your groups could also enter Pangaea at the same time," Akesh expressionlessly responded. "Really?" Maria exclaimed in shock as having 5 portals to a new world was already a big deal, but now there were more of them in the store. "Yes, pay and enter." Akesh expressionlessly responded. Even though they were shocked, they could understand it after what they had seen in the store and Pangaea. Maria then paid for her and her construction workers for 6 hours, whereas Pinto first bought 3 mental healing pills each for his group. Pinto then paid for his group stay in Pangaea and entered the portal after the group ate 1 pill each. Akesh also went to the portal room and saw only 1 portal shining. Since he had nothing to do except waiting for customers, he decided to enter the Pangaea as he could reach level 10 today. He then took a step and disappeared from the store. The next moment, he appeared in the same jungle he had been practicing for the last 2 nights. Growl. The next moment, a growl echoed in the jungle as there was already a group of 7 wolves present, and they growled, seeing a stranger appearing out of nowhere. The wolves then made a move against Akesh, threatening to rip him apart, but the next moment, 7 heads burst simultaneously. The movement of Akesh was so quick that the wolves weren't even able to see him attacking them. He only used 1/4 of his power while punching the heads of the wolves. Hearing the growl of their brethren made some of the wolves rush into the area. When they reached and witnessed the scene of headless corpses lying there, they slowly started retreating, while one of the wolves in the group escaped with even quicker speed as it was part of the horde and had seen Akesh in action. Akesh ignored the horde and started standing in postures as he was here to reach level 10 at the earliest. While posturing, Akesh found a glare with a hint to kill aimed at him, but he ignored it and instead continued posturing. Not far from him, a group of 3 silver wolves had their eyes on Akesh. They were smaller in size than the other wolves, and their fur was smoother, with their fangs giving a feeling of cutting through metal like butter. These weren't ordinary wolves, but they were beasts that could manipulate energy, with the weakest of them being of level 15. Akesh could feel the wolves' strength, but it wasn't enough to make him take them seriously, so he ignored them. He continued posturing while the wolves waited for their prey to stop. Time flew by, and 3 hours passed. Suddenly the air in the area turned wild as a blue light out of nowhere engulfed Akesh. He stopped doing whatever he was doing and sat down in a meditative pose. He then closed his eyes to feel the breakthrough as level 10 was the gateway to evolution. With the passing of time, the light, instead of dimming, turned brighter. Akesh's body was changing completely, as he was at the final phase of the meditation art. His muscles started getting tighter, and his bones turned harder. Finally, after several moments, The blue light started retreating to nothingness. When the blue light completely disappeared, Akesh appeared in the jungle. He didn't have the time to check the changes he had when suddenly he felt danger. He moved slightly to his left, and the next moment, a wolf head with its open mouth passed. A cold look appeared on Akesh's face as he grabbed the mouth of the wolf with ease and crushed it. The wolf didn't even get the chance to know what happened with it, while the other two wolves were preparing for an attack when they came to a sudden stop, seeing what happened with their partner. Akesh then vanished from his post and appeared next to one of the wolves without it being aware of his presence. The wolves were only thinking of their next step. Even after gaining so many levels, you still weren't able to control your instinct, Akesh commented in an emotionless tone. The sudden voice chilled both the wolves as they turned around to their left to see the being they were planning to attack was staring at them with a cold face. That was the last thing they saw as Akesh slapped their heads respectively the next moment. Akesh had used 80% of his power in that slap, and it completely shattered the wolves into smithereens. So weak. Akesh commented after seeing the result of his 80% power. He was only a level 10, while one wolf was level 17 and the other was level 22. He then focused on himself to see what benefits he got after the breakthrough. His skin had turned smoother while his body had turned tighter. These were only the changes in Pangaea, as he was at least a million-fold stronger in reality than he was currently in Pangaea. He then thought of the status screen, and the next moment, a blue screen with golden fonts appeared in front of him, containing all his details. Personal status, name, Akesh, race, gender, male, class, none, level 10, HP, 200, energy, 200, physical attributes, strength, 31, +4, agility, 31, +4, intelligence, -0, endurance, -0, comprehensions, hand fighting, 100%, archery, 100%, swordsmanship, 100%. Skills, Wolfbane, ability learning. Akesh nodded after seeing his status screen. After the breakthrough, he had another quick increase in strength and agility. His energy and HP limit had also increased to 200. Hey, system, can I defeat a level 26 with these stats? Akesh suddenly asked the system as he got curious seeing his attributes. It depends on the talent of the person, but you can defeat the majority of the level 26 with these stats. The system responded in its mechanical voice. Akesh nodded after hearing the system's response. He then turned around to leave the jungle as there was no point in staying here anymore. Chapter 100, Difficult Leveling System of Pangaea. Akesh returned to the town of Wolfden after he got his breakthrough to level 10. If he wanted to break through further, he needed to complete quests as gaining another meditation art in the near future was based on luck, and he wasn't one to do things depending on luck. Hey, systems, how do I get quests for breakthroughs? He asked the system while he was on his way to Wolfden. The system answered that he needed to get quests from the citizens of the town, or he could kill strong beings like the Wolf King to gain levels directly. Didn't you say that there are only 2 ways to increase levels? Now, you're saying I only need to kill beings like the Wolf King to gain levels, he asked with confusion evident in his voice. Host, the beings like the Wolf King come with their own storyline, so if you kill them, their feature stories will stop at that moment. So you'd get rewards of the quests that may have activated when they were alive, only if you're weaker in level than them. The system responded in its mechanical voice. Why don't you change the system of leveling in Pangaea? Adventurers could get an increase in their levels by killing the beings of higher levels, and by doing quests, the adventurers could get different kinds of rewards, Akesh suggested, as the leveling system in Pangaea was too complicated for the adventurers. No need, that would make leveling easier for the adventurer, and the natives of the Pangaea wouldn't be able to stay relevant to the story of the Pangaea then. The system rejected Akesh's suggestion right away. He then stopped asking any more questions and instead focused on his journey. While returning, Akesh noticed quite a number of guards around the jungle in the direction of the Wolfden. As he approached closer to Wolfden, The number of guards surveilling the area around the town also increased. The guards ignored him due to being an adventurer, so no one stopped him despite the guards checking everybody else. He reached the town and made his way toward the market. While in his way, he could see the grim expressions on the townspeople's faces. Akesh knew a new quest had arrived, so he waited for the blue screen to appear while Akesh strolled in the market. As he expected, only a few moments had passed when suddenly a blue screen with the details of the new quest appeared in front of him. He stopped moving and focused on the floating window. Brave adventurer, the town of Wolfden needs you again. From the last month, girls had been disappearing during the night. The town guards didn't take the case of missing girls seriously until the chief's daughter went missing yesterday. In anger, the guard chief has assigned all the guards of the town to search for his daughter, which in turn has created a danger for the town as a few radicals of a pseudo-religion have infiltrated the city. The radicals are now forcing or baiting more and more citizens of Wolfden to convert to their religion. Your mission is to find out the radicals and hunt them, for wherever their presence has been found, many kingdoms have faced events of mass extinctions, so our small town can't afford to battle them. Your reward for the mission would be an increase of 5 levels. May you be successful. Hunting mission, Akesh murmured after reading the details. The next moment, the blue window disappeared after he read the quest. He then asked the system how long he had entered Pangaea for, as the store was currently open in the actual world. Host, 4 hours. The system responded. Akesh decided to return to the store for the time being as the searching for the radicals in Wolfden would take time. The next moment, he disappeared from Pangaea and appeared in the store. Time flew by. The group of Palace and her boss got forced out by the system as their 6 hours had ended. The group had frustrating expressions as they still wanted to go back into Pangaea. It was an exciting feeling for the group to think about a new life in a different world where they could never die and not face any consequences of their actions in the actual world. Store owner, can't you expand our time? I would pay you 10 times the regular price, Palace's boss requested Akesh with an eager expression. Akesh didn't respond to her and continued sitting on his chair while his eyes were closed. Palace's boss wanted to speak something, but Palace stopped her as she had seen Akesh doesn't change rules for anybody. Boss, store owner doesn't change rules for anybody. There are already several portals we could come here every day, she whispered in her boss's ears. Her boss nodded after hearing her employee as she didn't want Akesh to prohibit her from entering the shop. The group turned around to leave when the group of Maria and her construction workers spawned in the store. Palace and her group only glanced at Maria and then left the store. Thank you, Senior. I would come back tomorrow, Maria thanked Akesh with a slight bow and left the store. If you complete the construction in 3 days, I will reward you again with 6 hours, Maria told her workers while exiting the store. The construction workers excitedly nodded after hearing what Maria said, as they could never afford their entry into Pangaea on their own. A few seconds later, the group of Pinto spawned in the store with cold faces. Everyone in the group had an aura of massacre surrounding them, which subsided after a moment. The killing in the virtual world finally started affecting the area around them in the actual world. Bislo and Pinto had shocked expressions, seeing the aura of massacre surrounding them after they spawned. Bissell and Mark had no change in expressions as they didn't find anything new, while the same wasn't true for Bislo and Pinto. They could feel a chilling cold from the aura surrounding them. They then ate the last mental healing pill to calm their mind as the aura of killing started affecting their mind with various evil thoughts. Their cold faces finally relaxed after a few moments as the pill helped in relaxing their mind. Chapter 101, A New Customer. After the group of Pinto left, Akesh was in his store without any customer for around 2 hours. Akesh was relaxing on his chair with both his eyes closed when he heard footsteps from the door. He opened his eyes and saw a lady entering the store. She had her hair covered with a special cloth, while her face was covered by a phoenix mask. The mask and clothes weren't ordinary as they didn't allow anyone to peer through them, but it was like child play to Akesh. He clearly saw her hair and face. The lady had silver silky hairs, with silver eyes staring at Akesh. A surprised expression appeared on Akesh's face as he noticed that the girl had pointy ears and a pointy nose. The lady belonged to the race Moonlight Elf. What surprised Akesh was that even the nearest elf city was several trillions of yojanas. 1 yojana equals 14.6 km, away from the Bison Kingdom. What do you sell here? The lady asked with a gentle and soft tone while curiously surveying the store. She had entered the store as she felt a strange feeling when she looked at the building outside. When she entered the store, seeing a blue-skinned man as a store owner in a human city was shocking for her at first, but after thinking about her own race, she stopped thinking about his skin. Her jaw dropped behind her mask as she recognized the hardwood used for the floor. She couldn't help but take a look at Akesh once again only to find him looking at her expressionlessly, so she took a deep breath and asked the question. Her tone was gentle and soft, but there was majesty in her voice as if she belonged to royal blood. I sell some pills and an entry to a new world, Akesh expressionlessly answered as he also stopped thinking about why a Moonlight Elf was currently in a human kingdom, so much far from the closest elf settlement. What do you mean by entry to a new world? She asked with a confused expression after not finding a travel portal present in the store. She could only see an open room in the store, but for the portal to be there in the room was almost impossible as she has seen travel portals used for traveling to worlds. Even the smallest portal she had seen was twice the height of the store building. Akesh then told her about the Panagia. The more she learned, the shocking her face became behind the mask. You're lying. She subconsciously said as believing everything Akesh said was impossible for her. Akesh expressionlessly responded to her doubts, if you don't believe me, you can check it out for yourself. She nodded while she went toward the only open room in the store. She looked at the board outside the room and read what was written on it. She then turned around and expressed her doubts, if what you say about Panagia is correct, how can you allow people to enter Panagia with such measly amount? She would have already left the store after Akesh talked about Panagia, as she thought he was fooling her. But she stayed because of the Ashamba hardwood floor, as anyone who uses such luxurious and outrageous items from your hardwood floor wouldn't think of fooling someone like her. Do you want to go or not? Akesh ignored her question and instead asked. HMPH. The elf scoffed in response as she controlled herself not to snap back. She then took out 75 inferior primal stones from her space ring and handed them to Akesh. 75 inferior primal stones were nothing for her, but she decided to first spend 1 hour to check the things Akesh had talked about Panagia for herself. Akesh nodded and waved his hands. The next moment, the primal stones disappeared from her hand, but she wasn't surprised as she could see the store owner was a void forging expert. Enter that room, there would be several portals, and you can use any one of them, he expressionlessly said as he pointed at the portal room. The elf nodded and entered the room. A look of shock emerged on her face when she saw more than 10 portals lying in the room. The portals were of the same height as her, several times smaller than the portals she had seen in her city, but the pressure she felt from them was even more than the combined pressures of travel portals she had seen in her life until now. She then took a step forward and disappeared into the portal. The next moment, she appeared in a town full of elves. She had a shocked expression as she checked her surroundings. She could see elves of different ethnicities laughing together, which she had never seen in the actual world. While she was curiously looking around, she suddenly disappeared into thin air and appeared in the air above the clouds. The next moment, the scenes of Panagia flashed in front of her. The more she saw, the things about Panagia became believable. It became for her as she had read about many of the races seen in the flashbacks. The identity of the store owner became mysterious for her as many of the races can only be found in other dimensions. When she saw the emperors, she hadn't even read about their races, so she decided at that moment to make good relations with the store owner. Maybe, he could help me in my mission. A thought arose in her heart as she thought about the identity of Akesh, while in the actual world, Akesh was relaxing on his chair, waiting for other customers to come. Hey, system, let's organize a tournament for promotion of our store, Akesh suddenly said while waiting for new customers to come. It has already been around a week, but he still hasn't got enough customers to even sell all the 15 virtual portals at the same time. The store products and their effects would have made crowds stand in a queue in the front of the store all the time to buy them, but nothing of such sort has happened until now. Host, what's on your mind? The system didn't refuse right away and asked for his explanation. Chapter 102, The Pharaoh Family. Host, what are you thinking? The system asked in its mechanical voice after the sudden suggestion of Akesh. We could organize a competition for citizens, where they can participate and win prizes. It would promote our store to ordinary citizens, Akesh said. Host, are you sure? Yes, let's do this. Anything is better than sitting on a chair while waiting for customers, Akesh responded in his head. Ding. Host, the system has accepted your suggestion. Please see the quest screen for the new quest. The next moment, Akesh heard the system alert in his head. He then thought of the quest screen, and the next moment, a blue window containing all the details of the mission appeared in front of him. Mission objective: organize a competition for the citizens of the Bison Kingdom and other people. Requirement: since you've suggested that the store should organize a competition to promote the store, it's now your duty to organize it with the maximum possible Zealand fervor so that everyone irrespective of their level can enjoy it. Minimum numbers of attendees, 2,000, event time, 3 days, mission reward, a new product, addition in varieties in pills, and 35 new virtual portals. Failure punishment, commission reduced by 100% for a year. Akesh had a dumbfounded look after reading the quest screen. I told you to organize it, Akesh said to the system. Host, you're the store owner. You should organize the events. The system responded in its emotionless and mechanical voice. Akesh stopped speaking to the system and refocused on the quest screen. He had got his conditions to organize the competition. The event needed to be 3 days long, and his mission would only succeed if the number of attendees of the competition crossed 2,000. Akesh couldn't help but suck a breath of cold air after reading the minimum number of attendees, but when he looked at the rewards, the mission seemed easy for the reward. Only 35 virtual portals as the reward were enough for the quest, but now if he successfully completed the mission objective, he could get a new product in the store. He also focused on the minimum number of attendees, as it signified that there wasn't a limit to the number of attendees in the competition. So if he crossed a certain number, he was confident that he would also get bonus rewards. Hey, system, is there a time limit for me to organize the competition? Akesh asked the system as to organize an event where he needed at least 2,000 people to participate would take some time. Yes, host, you have 7 days to organize the competition. Akesh nodded after hearing the system's response. 7 days were enough to organize the event on a large scale. Akesh was just thinking about ways to organize the event when the elf spawned in the store. She directly rushed to Akesh after appearing in the store. Hey, store owner, how did you do it? She asked as she had just appeared in the store after dying in Panagia. What's that got to do with you? Akesh expressionlessly responded while his complete focus was on thinking of ways to organize the event. Nothing, I just wanted to ask, she responded while smiling behind her mask. If it was before entering Panagia, she would have to control her anger, but now, she felt whatever he was doing was correct. A silence fell in the store as Akesh didn't respond, while she stood there and didn't enter the Panagia. I am Lena Pharaoh, the heir of the Pharaoh family of the Moonlight Elves. She suddenly took off her mask and the cloth covering her head and introduced herself. I am Akesh, Akesh said as he only took a glance at her and returned to his thought process. I want to make a deal with the store, Lena said as the smile on her face disappeared, and instead, a solemn look appeared on her face. What deal? Akesh asked, seeing her suddenly, turning solemn. I would only tell you if you make a vow that you would never tell it to another soul, she responded. No need, I don't make vows, Akesh refused right away. If you missed the deal, I told you, I don't make vows. Lena wanted to say something to change his mind, But Akesh cut her off and expressionlessly refused. "Fine," Lena said with a little irritation evident on her face. She then returned to the portal room. Only a few moments had passed when she spawned again in the store. Akesh ignored her while he started thinking about the quest. "You look trustworthy, so I would trust you and tell you," Lena suddenly said with an expressionless face, which made Akesh look at her. "My family, the Fey Arrow family, is one of the top 3 families of the elves in the primal dimension." Lena started explaining about her family. "What's the deal that you want to make?" Akesh cut her off as he had no interest in knowing about her family. "You." She almost snapped at him, but she somehow controlled herself in the end as she was the one asking for help and stopped at you. She then took a deep breath and started speaking again. "My grandmother Lasha Fey Arrow is an immortal expert on the verge of attaining divinity. She majors in the element of divination. While meditating 2 days ago, she suddenly had an intuition of something major happening in the area of the mysterious peak, surrounding the border of the Bison Kingdom and the Blue Wyram Kingdom in the upcoming month." Akesh finally had a change of expression as he suddenly remembered something which he had left in the back of his mind and was going to happen in a month. "What do you know about the event?" he then asked Lena. "My grandma wasn't able to find out much about the upcoming event. She only told me that the event would change the dynamics of the primal dimension," Lena responded. "A dimension scale event?" Akesh murmured. "So, would you help me?" Lena nervously asked. "What's a weakling like you can even do in the events that could affect the entire dimension?" Akesh bluntly responded. "I am stronger than you," Lena retorted back as she showed her Tau Palace cultivation level. Chapter 103, Deal. What can a weakling like you even do in the events that could affect the entire dimension? Akesh expressionlessly said. The next moment, the air in the store turned wild as a destructive aura engulfed Lena. "I am stronger than you," she said as she released her aura of Tau Palace for Akesh to see. Akesh had no change in his expression as he had already found her cultivation level when she entered the store. In the next instant, Lena felt a sudden pressure, which calmed and extinguished her aura in no time. A horrified expression appeared on her face as she looked at Akesh. "Aren't you only a void forging cultivator?" she said with a slight tremble in her voice as she could still feel pressure on her. Akesh ignored her question and instead asked, "What would I get if I helped you in whatever you want from the event?" Lena took a deep breath to calm her pounding heart as she had underestimated the store owner. Until now, she believed that the store owner was only a pawn for someone who ran the store for something else, but after seeing his power, she doubted that conjecture. She still believed that someone was behind the store as even immortals couldn't create something so real like Panagia. "We would share our gains 50-50. She responded after thinking for a while as even after seeing his power, she was still confident of defeating him by the things her father and grandma had given him. "Okay," Akesh said right away, making Lena shocked. She didn't expect Akesh to agree at 50-50. That was the reason for her to make it her first offer. She was willing to go to a 70-30 reward share. She was only here for a single treasure which she would never tell Akesh about, and everything else she would gain was of no importance to her. Akesh agreed with her proposal, as he didn't care what they gained after the end of the event. If he liked something, he would surely take it whether Lena wanted it or not. He was only interested in the event due to Tirta, the earthern troll in chapter 67. He wanted to see what was the part of that boy in the event. "Are you sure?" she asked to make sure. "Yes," Akesh expressionlessly responded. Lena nodded as she wasn't afraid of him betraying her. She had enough treasures to kill even an immortal. She relaxed a little after making a deal with him. It eased the tension she had been carrying from her city all the way to the Bison Kingdom. It was still many days from the event, but her grandmother had ordered her to reach the Bison Kingdom early, as she would get an early fortune before the event. It was only now that she understood what her grandma meant by an early chance. Having been refused an extension from 6 hours by Akesh, she paid for the remaining 5 hours and entered the portal. The next moment she appeared in Panagia. After Lena left, Akesh stopped thinking about the event that would come a month later, and instead, he focused on the event that he had to organize 7 days later to complete the quest. After some time passed, Lena spawned in the store with an excited expression. She then came up to Akesh and looked at him without speaking anything. "What do you want?" he expressionlessly asked, seeing her not going away. "I completed my quest," she responded with a smile. "So?" Akesh expressionlessly asked. On the outside, he looked expressionless, but on the inside, he was shocked seeing how quickly she had completed her quest. "I got a weapon as a bonus reward. How do I take it out?" she asked with a hint of pride in her voice. The next moment, before Akesh could respond, a blue screen out of nowhere appeared in front of Lena. One side on the blue window featured a bow she had won as her bonus reward, whereas the other side featured an animated black hole. Under the bow, 20 top primal stones were listed as the price to take it out. Akesh didn't have to say anything as she understood the meaning of what it implied. She took out 20 top primal stones from her space ring and dropped them in the animated black hole. The next moment, the blue screen started dispersing into light particles. When it dispersed completely, a bow entirely black in color appeared, floating in the air. She grabbed the bow and then stretched the bowstring to its limit and released it. A loud sound of boom echoed in the store as a result. She nodded after hearing the boom. The bow wasn't good for her to use at her cultivation, but it would be a good weapon for anyone below void condensation. She then put the bow in her space ring and returned to Pangaea, while Akesh wanted to see what quest she had cleared even faster than him, so a black screen appeared in front of him. After learning the story of Pangaea, Lena returned to Elventown. She didn't know why, but despite seeing such great traces and their fighting for the first time, her heart was calm, as if what she saw was an ordinary thing. She was strolling in the town when suddenly a blue screen appeared in front of her. "Adventurer, the town of Alelona needs your service. Alelona is the only town of elves in the area around here. So many races entered Alelona to see the legendary elves, but not everyone comes with good intentions. Due to their appearances, elves are one of the most sought-out races by prostitutes running groups. One such group has entered the town to capture young elven boys and girls. You have to save the young elves while also trying to hunt the group. You would gain the ability to manipulate energy if you successfully save every child caught by them. Your rewards would increase if you're able to capture the group." After reading the quest Lena had gotten, Akesh stopped watching her. The mission she got had the same difficulty as his but wasn't that time-taking. For a person who had reached Tau Palace, killing a few mortal experts was easy even if they had the same power as them. Chapter 104, The Followers of Volguxes 1, Time flew by, and Lena's 6 hours ended. The system forced her out of Pangaea as her time was complete. "I would return tomorrow," she said as she wore her mask and covered her clothes again. Her identity as an elf couldn't be leaked as it would call several powerful beings to the kingdom. Akesh only nodded in response to her. After she covered herself, she also nodded at Akesh as a form of respect and left the store. After her, no new customer came to his store until the closing time. He closed the store when its close time arrived. He then proceeded toward the portal room and entered one of the portals, appearing in Pangaea the next moment. Akesh appeared in the market after entering the Pangaea. He could sense a grim atmosphere in the market as half of the shops were closed, while the shop owners in the open shops had a tense look on their faces. It was the first time Akesh had seen the market this empty. He could see several shop owners closing their shop as they couldn't get any customers. "What's going on?" Akesh grabbed the shoulder of one rare passerby and asked him. Adventurer. The passerby was shocked by someone suddenly grabbing his shoulder. "Why's the market so empty?" Akesh ignored his reaction and asked. "You have to save us, adventurer." The passerby, instead of answering, bent down, grabbed his legs, and started crying. "What happened?" Akesh expressionlessly asked as he had only gotten a quest several hours before, and the situation had already turned this grim. The radicals. Radical road here. Heretics in front of a house by blow. Blood and then burn the family living in that house alive, the passerby responded while his voice slurred due to crying and the fear of the radicals. What's your town head doing? Akesh asked as Mark was a level 50 warrior. The town head had left for the city. He would only return 3 days later. Now only you could save us from those demons. Please save us. The passerby answered and started pleading for help in the end. Okay, leave my leg, I would hunt, Akesh was responding when suddenly he stopped as he sensed a glare at him. He turned to his right and saw a store owner glaring at him and the passerby. When he noticed Akesh looking back at him, he looked away and started minding his own business. Okay, leave me. The next moment, Akesh looked down at the crying passerby holding his leg and told him, please save us, adventurer. The passerby didn't let go of his legs and pleaded again. Okay, I would save you, but for that, you need to leave my legs, Akesh expressionlessly responded as he didn't want to kick away an already crying person. The next moment, the passerby released his legs and stood up. Please save us from those demons, adventurer. He pleaded again while trying to wipe his tears away. Akesh wanted to say something, but he felt another glare aiming at the passerby from the store owner. This time, he didn't look back and acted like he didn't feel it. Don't worry. Those demons wouldn't be able to hide far from me, Akesh responded, and as he had expected when he used the word demon, he became the source of glare from the store owner. He still ignored it and left the passerby on his own on the road. The passerby also started leaving where he was going at first, but he didn't notice that the store owner had closed his shop and started following him silently, while he didn't know that someone was also following him. When the passerby reached the turn of the road, he had just turned when someone suddenly grabbed his shoulder and dragged him to a corner. He tried to look at the person who grabbed him, but before he could turn his head, he was thrown at the wall with a thud sound. Ugh! The passerby groaned in pain as he felt half of his bones broken after the throw. How dare you call the follower of Great Valgox's demon? The next moment, the passerby heard a cold voice. Demon! The passerby exclaimed in fright after hearing the cold voice. Slap! A sound of a slap echoed in the corner as the store owner slapped the passerby. Ugh, forgive me! The passerby cried in pain as the slap caused half of his face to sink. HMPH. The store owner scoffed as he slapped another part of his face. Forgive madame. The passerby apologized as the tears he had stopped started flowing again, while his speech became unclear due to the pain. You can't be forgiven for you've sinned by calling the follower of Great Valgoxes as demons. You need to atone for your sins, and your only atonement is to die, the store owner coldly replied as a cruel expression appeared on his face. Oh, atonement for calling demons a demon. An unfamiliar voice suddenly echoed around the corner, which stunned the store owner. He turned around and noticed a being standing some distance from him. You! The store owner exclaimed in shock when he found out the identity of the being. It was none other than Akesh. Look, adventurer, I know you can't die, but don't think for a moment that you can defeat our religion. I would give you the first and last warning. You shouldn't involve yourself in the matter of us natives. I've heard enough. Akesh interrupted the store owner to speak any further as he disappeared from his spot and appeared in front of him. The store owner was taken aback by the sudden turnaround. Before he could think of ways to defend himself, he found a hand on his face, and the next moment, he was on the ground face first. So, tell me, how many people does your religion have? Akesh asked as he picked up the store owner by the scruff of his neck after turning him around. How dare, he growled glaringly, but his words came to a halt as he found himself again face first on the ground a second later. Only answer the things I ask for, he then heard a cold voice in his ears as he found himself getting picked up again. So, tell me now, how many people does your religion have? He asked again. Chapter 105. The followers of Valgoxes, 2. So now, tell me, how many people does your religion have in Wolfden? Akesh asked as he picked up the store owner by the scruff of his neck. How dare! The store owner didn't learn his lesson and growled at Akesh again. The next moment, he was lying down on the ground face first, while his nose had sunken, and all the front teeth were gone. As Akesh lifted him up again by the scruff of his neck, this time without asking anything, he threw him. He then picked him up and repeated the same process several times. Answer. Akesh expressionlessly asked as he picked up the store owner for the umpteenth time. If I hear anything other than answer, you would feel that the falls were great. He didn't forget to threaten him before he could answer. I don't know, the store owner responded, with no hint of his previous arrogance. Disappointing, Akesh expressionlessly said, and threw the store owner on the ground. He then stepped on one of his hands, which made him cry in pain. Akesh ignored his cry and increased pressure with each passing second, which made the store owner cry even louder. I really don't know. I've met only one of them, the store owner shouted to make Akesh stop. Okay, tell me about it, Akesh expressionlessly responded. He still didn't release his hands and continued increasing the pressure. Crack. The next moment, a crack sound echoed in the corner as the store owner released a heart-rending scream after his bones got crushed by Akesh's legs. Oh! Someone dares to harm my fellow brother. The next moment, an unfamiliar voice with a hint of playing tone echoed in the corner. The store owner cried for help the next moment as he recognized the owner of the sound. The next moment, a being covered in a dark cloak appeared out of nowhere in front of Akesh. Lord would be very happy if he found out that an adventurer had joined his religion, the being said as he looked at Akesh with greed. What makes you think that I would join your religion? Akesh expressionlessly asked as he let go of the store owner. Since he had caught a member of the radicals, there was no point in holding a convert. Because, you don't have a choice. The being responded with a laugh as he made his move against Akesh. The being was a level 23 warrior, whereas Akesh was only a level 10, so he didn't even use half of his power, so that Akesh doesn't get seriously harmed, and he also didn't want the adventurer to die. If the adventurer died, he would be able to leave from here, but if he captured him alive, their religion had ways to stop him from leaving Pangaea. The being extended his hand to grab Akesh's neck, but his hands came to a stop as Akesh grabbed it before it could reach him. The being exclaimed after seeing his hands getting caught, but the next moment he laughed as he increased his power. His laughter came to a stop as his hands were still in the same place. His expression turned serious and then angry as despite using all his power he couldn't even budge his hands. He then tried to take back his hands, but this time he failed too. How are you this powerful? He exclaimed in shock as despite giving his everything, he wasn't able to even budge Akesh's grip. Okay, so tell me, how many people of your religion are currently in Wolfden? Akesh ignored his efforts, and instead asked his question. Why would I, the being, instead of answering, yelled at him, but his words came to a stop as the next moment he was lying on the ground with half of his upper teeth gone. The dark cloak he had worn above his head also came off, which showed his face. It wasn't a human face, but a goat face with 3 tiny horns on the forehead. Oh, a Phili! Akesh exclaimed after he saw the face of the being. Phili was one of the lower races in the primal dimension that got extinct several epochs ago. He didn't expect to see such a low-level extinct race in Pangaea. You know about my race? The being exclaimed in shock after hearing his race's name from Akesh's mouth. Akesh ignored his response and instead picked him up while grabbing one of 3 horns. These horns were the most vulnerable part of the Phili race. Even touching with a very light pressure would cause unimaginable pain to the beings belonging to the race. Now, answer before I snap one of your horns, Akesh expressionlessly told him while applying a little pressure to the horn. As expected, the being cried in pain with only a little pressure on his horn. I would tell you everything, please let go of my horn, he then pleaded as the pain he currently felt was even worse than an inhumane torture. Thud. The next moment, he fell to the ground with a loud sound as Akesh threw him. He then stared at the being, waiting for his answer. We have 73 beings in our midst who have invaded Pangaea to convert this town for a sacrifice to our great Lord Valgoxes, the being answered while groaning due to the pain. Who's the strongest in your group of 73 radicals? Akesh asked as his quest was to hunt all of the radicals that had entered Wolfden. Level 26. How many people have you converted until now? Akesh asked another question as he was also going to kill all the converts. I don't know the exact number, but it must be around 5,000, as I've alone converted more than 85 people, the being responded. Akesh then asked for the location of every radical in the town. At first, the being refused to tell the location, but when Akesh snapped one of his horns, words automatically started coming out of his mouth. Akesh also found out the reason behind him appearing here. He had just converted a family here, and when he was leaving, he heard a scream and came here, searching for the source. Chapter 106, The Followers of Valgoxes, and, Can I go now? The being nervously asked after Akesh fell silent and didn't ask any question for minutes. Why would you want to leave? Don't you want to meet your lord? Akesh expressionlessly asked. What do you mean? The being cried in fear as he had an ominous premonition after hearing Akesh. Akesh ignored his question, and instead said, Let me send you to the heaven your lord told you about. The next moment, he slapped the being, which resulted in half of his head instantly exploding. After killing the being, his eyes fell on the converted store owner lying on the ground with a horrified face. As he had already decided to kill even the converts, Akesh killed him by crushing his head using his legs. His eyes then fell on the passerby who had a sunken face with almost all of his front teeth broken by the slap of the store owner. When Akesh looked at him, a look of pure horror appeared on the passerby's face as he thought that his number was next. But his death never came as Akesh had no interest in killing him. Akesh only glanced at the passerby once and left the area. He proceeded toward the family that the being had converted before coming here. He reached the house of the new converts in a few minutes. It was a family of 3 with a couple and their 13-year-old son. When Akesh reached their house, he noticed them praying to Valgoxes for the betterment of their life. They also promised their god to prepare a sacrifice of 111 virgins for him. Their praying came to a sudden stop as they fell to the ground the next moment with their eyes turning lifeless. Akesh left with no one knowing he ever came. He then proceeded toward the next location of the converted people. Time flew by, and 3 hours passed in the blink of an eye. He had killed around 400 converts until now. This time his destination was the location of one of the 72 radicals left. It was a female Phili. The female in the Phili race had a single horn in place of 3 when compared with the male. She was also a level 23 power leveler, but she was strong in a fight between her and the being, as usually, the female Phili were stronger when compared with their male counterpart. Welcome to the service of Lord Valgoxes, my fellow brethren. The Lord would grant every wish you have desired for, a being covered in a dark cloak preached to tens of people kneeling in front of them. All hail Lord Valgoxes. The being then shared in a seductive female voice. All hail Lord Valgoxes. All hail Lord Valgoxes. All hail Lord Valgoxes. The people kneeling in front of the being also cheered after her. Whoosh! The next moment, the sound of something tearing through the air rang as the heads of the already knelt people started falling. Who are you? The being in a dark cloak angrily questioned as she could see a blur passing through and heads falling, but the next moment her words came to a stop as she found her worldview turned upside down. The next moment, she lost her consciousness and Akesh took his hands back. 71 more to go. He then whispered as he left the area after glancing once at the corpse lying down on his feet. Time flew by, and hours passed. He had killed around 5 radicals and 700 converts in Wolfden. He only stopped as the morning arrived and he had to open the store in the actual world. 66 more to go. Akesh whispered as he disappeared from the Pangaea and appeared in the store. After appearing in the store, he took a bath to freshen himself and then opened the store. A crowd was already waiting at the door of the store to open. The crowd consisted of Bindo and his group of 4, his 10 guards, and the group of Palace and her boss. "Good morning, Senior." Mark greeted Akesh with a slight bow right after entering the store. Other members of the crowd also followed the suit. "You would wait and enter Panagia after 3 hours," Pinto said to one group of his 5 guards to wait, as there were only 15 virtual portals, and there were 19 customers to enter. "Senior, 6 hours for each of us." Palace's boss stepped forward and said to Akesh after hearing Pinto. The next moment, she took out the required primal stones and handed them to Akesh. He nodded and told the group to enter the portal. After the group of Palace and her boss left, Pinto didn't directly ask for entry into Panagia. He first bought the mental healing pills for all the 14 members present. The group of 9 members that would enter Panagia first ate the pill and then entered the portal after paying for 6 hours for the group of Pinto while a stay of 3 hours for the group of his guards. Akesh sat on his chair after everyone left, and waited for new customers to come, while the other group of guards sat down on the floor in a meditative pose and started doing meditation to calm their hearts. He was sitting while relaxing when he heard the sound of footsteps coming. He looked at the door and saw Maria entering the store. "Hello, Senior." She smilingly greeted Akesh with a bow right after entering the store. He only nodded in response to her greetings. "Senior, 2 hours for me as I've got some work to do," she then said as she took out 100 inferior primal stones from her space ring and handed them to Akesh. Akesh nodded and waved his hands. The next moment, the primal stone disappeared from her hands. "I'm going, Senior," Maria smilingly said as she went into the portal room and entered the only active virtual portal left in the room. Akesh then closed his eyes as he waited for another customer. Only a few minutes had passed when he heard another round of footsteps. He opened his eyes and saw a familiar figure entering the store. Chapter 107, A New Customer in the Store. While Akesh was relaxing on his chair, he heard the sound of footsteps. He looked at the door and saw a familiar person entering the store. "So, this is your store?" the being said as he curiously surveyed the store, while the guards who were meditating suddenly opened their eyes and instantly knelt in front of the being. "Greetings, Your Highness!" the guards shouted while kneeling. Punter nodded in response to the guards' greetings and gestured them to stand up. The guards did as ordered and stood in a straight line with straight faces, ready to do anything the king ordered. "Yes," Akesh ignored the reaction of the guards and expressionlessly answered Punter. "Oh, what kind of products do you sell?" Punter asked as his eyes fell on the open room and the counter containing pills while surveying the store. Akesh then started telling him about the inferior and medium grade pills. After the pills, he explained to Punter about the Panagia and the benefits he could get through it. A shocked expression appeared on Punter's face after hearing about Panagia. "Give me 1 hour in Panagia," Punter said as he wanted to see the Panagia for himself. "Wait for 6 hours," Akesh expressionlessly responded. "Senior, let the king enter the portal instead of us. I'm sure the prince will also agree with us," one of the guards suggested as it would be an insult for Punter to wait for 6 hours to use a product in his own kingdom. "No need, your stay is already paid for," Akesh refused the suggestion of the guards. He then looked at Punter and said, "You can wait for 6 hours until then, you can check out the medium grade pills." "Okay, give me 2 medium grade mental healing pills," Punter nodded as he also had several mental traumas. Akesh nodded and took out the pills. 100 ordinary primal stones," he said as he handed out the pills. Punter nodded and took out the primal stones from his space ring and handed it to Akesh. Akesh waved his hands, and the next moment, the primal stones disappeared from the store. Punter took a pill and put it in his mouth. The next moment, a white light engulfed him, and the next moment, it disappeared. Punter couldn't help but moan in pleasure after feeling the blissful mood. The next moment, he took out the second pill and ate it. The same light appeared and disappeared again. "Give me 10 more pills," Punter asked with a smile on his face, as he didn't want to miss the blissful feeling after eating the pill. "You can only buy 1 more, Ailash expressionlessly said as he took out another pill. "Give me more. I am the king of the kingdom," Punter responded. "Read the rules on the board," Akesh responded while pointing at the board near the counter. Rules are meant to be broken. Punter retorted after reading the rules on the board. In your kingdom, but not in my store, Akesh expressionlessly responded, while the guards had shocked faces, seeing their king bickering with the store owner. After bickering for minutes, Punter had to give up as Akesh only answered no to whatever he said. Fine, give me one, he said with a disappointed sigh as the pills had more effect on him since he had been carrying several tense situations on his head for the past millennia. 50 ordinary primal stones. Akesh said as he handed the pill to Punter. After paying for the pill, he put the pill in his mouth right away, resulting in another moan escaping his mouth. While Punter was pleasuring himself in the after effects of the pill, Palace spawned in the store, with other members of the group following her. They tried to return to the portal room right away, but their feet came to a stop as their eyes fell on the king, who had closed eyes while a weird expression was present on his face. They couldn't leave without greeting him as he was the head of the state, and it would be insulting to him. They silently stood there waiting for him to open his eyes. After a few seconds, Punter opened his eyes, and a smile appeared on his face. Greetings, Your Highness. The group of 5 greeted Punter and bowed simultaneously. Stand up. Punter responded to the greetings of the group. The group stood up straight and then left for the portal room after taking his permission. A silence then fell in the store as Akesh didn't initiate any conversation. Your store doesn't look busy for the quality and details of the products you sell here, Punter asked, breaking the silence in the store. He had been here in the store for around 10 minutes, and he hadn't seen a single customer entering the store. Akesh nodded in response. He suddenly had an idea, so he said, I am organizing an event 6 days later for the people. You should join it. He invited Punter as the appearance of Punter alone would bring a sea of people to the store. He needed 2,000 participants in the event, and if Punter participated, at least tens of thousands of people out of billions of citizens would join the event, despite the exorbitant price of the store products. Oh, you want me to promote your store, Punter said. How could he not understand the meaning of what Akesh wanted to say? Yes, Akesh honestly responded. He didn't stop speaking and added, since I've killed a few people in my store, your citizens have been afraid to enter my store. Oh, more than 100 deaths are only a few deaths for you, Punter responded with a dumbfounded look. Hey, store owner, a familiar voice to Ailesh echoed in the store, breaking the conversation between Punter and him. Akesh didn't have to look at the owner of the voice as he had made a deal with her only yesterday. Give me 6 hours in Panagia, Lena asked without even bothering to look at Punter standing not far from him. Punter had a shocked expression on his face as he couldn't find out the identity of the being behind her mask. He then tried to find out the cultivation of the being, but he only found emptiness in place of her cultivation. Chapter 108, A Couple. Lena noticed Punter's attempts to check her cultivation, but she ignored it, as she knew his identity, and she didn't want to make an issue only on the second day of her arrival in the kingdom by striking the king of the kingdom. 6 hours. She said again as she didn't get any response from Akesh the first time. You need to wait 6 hours. All the portals are already in use, Akesh responded. Lena nodded and left the store. She would come back after 6 hours since there was no point in sitting here doing nothing. Who was she? Punter asked Akesh after Lena left the store. Akesh only glanced at him in response and didn't answer his question. Punter got his answer, and he turned around to leave the store. He is the king of the kingdom, and he doesn't have all day to spend in the store. He decided to come to the store some other day when he had gotten enough time on his hands. After Punter left, Akesh closed his eyes on the chair and waited for new customers while the guards sat down in their meditative position to meditate. Time flew by, and 3 hours passed. The group of Pinto had only spawned once during these 3 hours as they had 9 warriors to fight the wolves. After 3 hours passed, the system forced the group of guards out of Panagia as their stay was over. The other group of guards then ate 1 mental healing pill and entered the portal. While Akesh was relaxing on his chair, he heard the sound of footsteps. He looked at the door and saw two people, one male, and another female, standing at the door. "Whoa, you couldn't see anything going behind the door," the man exclaimed as he tried to look inside the store, but he couldn't see anything. He then took a step forward, and everything inside the store became clear to him. He could see a blue-skinned man sitting on his chair looking at him and the girl with him, while a group of 5 guards was sitting in meditation not far from the chair. "Whoa, look how clean the store is," the girl exclaimed in happiness, seeing the cleanliness in the store. She couldn't even find a hint of dirt on the floor or the counter or the chair. "Don't look for cleanliness here," the man commented, hearing his girlfriend. The girl ignored him and rushed to the Akesh. Akesh could swear that he saw her eyes in heart shape while looking at him in the store. "How do you clean the store?" she asked as she tried to grab his hands, but the next moment a force arrived out of nowhere and pushed her back to where the man was standing. The girl didn't mind it and instead introduced herself. "Hello, I am Evelyn, and this is my boyfriend, George. We are from the Pocoso Empire. We're currently traveling the entire continent." Her boyfriend, George, facepalmed himself after he heard her telling all the major details about them to a stranger. She had been like this from the start. She had an addiction with cleaning, and whenever she saw someone being clean, she would make them her friend whether they wanted it or not and tell everything about them to that stranger. Akesh nodded in response to her introduction and told the couple his name. "How do you keep the store so clean?" Evelyn asked with unnecessary excitement. "I just wave my hands," Akesh honestly responded, but Evelyn took it as a joke and started laughing. "Forgive my girlfriend. She has been like this from the start." George pressed his palms together in front of his chest and sincerely apologized for his girlfriend's unnecessary behavior. Akesh didn't mind the excessive excitement, so he only nodded in response to George's apology. "What do you sell here?" Evelyn asked as she had already decided to buy everything irrespective of the cost. Akesh explained about the pills and Panagia in response to Evelyn. "Oh, a new world." Curiosity appeared on George's face after hearing about Panagia. He had no interest in pills, as he had no use for them. He and Evelyn both were immortals, so no pills below immortal grade worked on them. He felt interested in Panagia because despite being an immortal, he had never heard of a world where there were unlimited revivals. He had heard of illusions that could help in improving without the fear of dyings, but a world that would give rewards as a result of completing quests was a first for him. He then used his divine sense on the store to see the mystery of the store, but the next moment a shocked look appeared on his face as he found only darkness as if there was nothing, no matter how much he used his divine sense. The moment George used his divine sense, an alert appeared inside Akesh's head. "Host, beware, the man is an immortal and trying to sense the details of the store using his divine sense." A look of surprise appeared on Akesh's face for a moment after he heard the announcement, but the next moment he masked the expression, but how could he hide the change from the eyes of the immortal? "Oh, you're interesting," Evelyn commented, seeing the change of expressions on Akesh, her previous excitement nowhere present on her face. The air around both her and George changed. No hints of their previous foolishness could be seen. "You've got an interesting store," George also commented as he didn't find anything in the store except darkness. "Yeah, you can say that," Akesh expressionlessly responded. He wasn't afraid of the couple despite them being immortal as he had the help of the system. Instead, a thought of comparing himself with an immortal emerged in his head after learning their level. "Look, he isn't afraid of us," Evelyn told George. "You think anyone would be afraid of you after your actions only a few moments before?" George scoffed. He then looked at Akesh and asked with curiosity evident in his tone, "How did you find our cultivation level?" George tried to see the cultivation of Akesh, and he found his level only at void forging due to Akesh's skill. So he became curious, how could a void forging cultivator see the cultivation of an immortal like him? Chapter 109, Overlord Grade Weapon. "How did you find our cultivation level?" George curiously asked while eyeing Akesh, searching for anything new he could find. "You don't need to know that," Akesh expressionlessly responded while continuing to sit on his chair in the immortal's standing. The guards who were meditating also woke up and looked at the couple and Akesh with shocked expressions. Pinto had told them that the store owner was on the same level as the king, but now a couple was talking to Akesh in a sense that he was below their cultivation. "You and your secrecy," George commented as the next moment, the air in the store suddenly turned chilly and threatening. For the first time, Akesh felt a hint of danger to his life, while the guards in the store were flat on the ground with pale faces. But the next moment, Evelyn tapped her finger into the air, and everything in the store returned to normal. She then glaringly told George, "I told you never to use your energy while traveling." A smile spread across his face as he responded, "I was just testing him." The next moment, a sword out of nowhere appeared in his hands. The sword's appearance started affecting the guards who had just stood up after the previous ordeal. "Here, it's your gift for not even phasing in front of my pressure," George told Akesh as he extended the sword toward him. "No need," Akesh expressionlessly responded. "I don't take back my gifts." "It's yours now," George smilingly responded. Both Akesh and George then fell into a stalemate as Akesh refused to take the gift, and George refused to take back the present. "Oh, he's even more stubborn than you," Evelyn commented with a laugh, seeing the stalemate between her boyfriend and the store owner. "Give me the sword," she then looked at George and asked for the sword. George handed her the sword, thinking that she would present it to Akesh, but the next moment, a dumbfounded expression appeared on George's face after hearing what Evelyn said. "It's alright if you don't want it, but he would also not take it back. So there can only be two things I can do now, either destroy it or give it to someone you want," Evelyn commented after taking the sword. "Destroy it," Akesh expressionlessly responded. Why would he gift a sword of such power to anyone? The sword was made up of a mixture of mithril and the five-headed snake's blood. The mithril gave it the ability to withstand most of the damage, while the five-headed snake's blood gave it the ability to manipulate the five primary elements. It was an overlord-grade weapon that had even more value than thousands of kingdoms like the Bison Kingdom combined. "Are you sure you want to destroy this sword?" Evelyn asked again as she didn't expect Akesh to be willing to destroy such a great weapon. Akesh nodded in response. The next moment, Evelyn crushed the sword as she was an immortal, and their words had value. The next moment, a loud explosion echoed in the store. Suddenly a projection of a five-headed snake trying to fight and escape appeared, but suddenly a pressure arrived that stopped the range of explosion from even moving a tiny distance away from Evelyn's hands, and the projection of the snake faded into light. If the sword had exploded with its true power, it would have destroyed at least an area of billions of yojanas. As soon as Evelyn destroyed the sword, George complained, "Why did you do that? It was such a great weapon." She ignored his complaint in response. The guards in the store could finally breathe after the destruction of the sword. They then decided to leave the store right away and wait for the other group at the door of the store, as they had already faced two life-threatening situations in a couple of minutes. They were only alive at this point because the system compressed the pressure of the sword so that it couldn't affect the group. They bowed toward Akesh and left the store, while George and Evelyn ignored them. "So, how do we enter the world you were talking about?" Evelyn asked as she also didn't find anything in the store except darkness when she used her divine sense. "You need to wait for 3 hours, as all the portals are already full," Akesh expressionlessly responded. "Okay," George nodded as he waved his hands, and the next moment, 2 chairs made out of fur appeared in the store. Evelyn and George then both sat on their chairs to spend the wait of 3 hours. The couple was currently traveling the entire Anga continent, so they had free time on their hands. "Tell me something about the world," George asked. Since they had 3 hours to waste here, he decided to learn more about the world Akesh talked about. "You would see the history of the world from your own eyes, so you should wait," Akesh expressionlessly responded. "How many pills do you have to sell?" Evelyn suddenly asked. She had decided to buy everything from the store, that's why she asked about the number of pills. "Unlimited." Akesh responded as it didn't matter how many customers came, the store would sell their quota of 3 pills each to them. "Oh, then sell them all to me," she smilingly responded. The next moment, A rock the size of football appeared in the store. With the appearance of the stone, the entire store started shining, while a wry smile appeared on George's face. He expected something like this to happen. The stone Evelyn had taken out was the Supreme Primal Stone, the highest form of currency in the primal dimension. Since the Supreme Primal Stone didn't have a conversion rate, in reality, she could buy unlimited numbers of inferior and medium-grade pills. Akesh had no change in expressions, seeing the Supreme Primal Stone. He only took a glance at the splendor of it and added, "You can only buy 3 pills each if you want to buy it." It brought a smile to Evelyn and George's faces when they saw that Akesh had not shown any signs of greed after seeing the Supreme Primal Stone. They expected it to happen after learning that the store had something like Panagia. Chapter 110, Hidden Quest. "You can only buy 3 pills each," Akesh expressionlessly said after glancing only once at the shining Supreme Primal Stone. "Why would you set a limit to your pills' selling quantity?" Evelyn asked with a hint of surprise in her voice after not finding even a hint of greed in Akesh's eyes. "Because qualities only have value until they're limited," Akesh responded right away. Evelyn smilingly nodded after hearing Akesh. "Okay, give us 3 pills each," she then said while pointing at the counter. Akesh nodded and stood up to take the pills out of the counter. It didn't matter to him what his customers were going to do with the pills, except when they sold his products to make profits. He then took out 6 pills of each category and handed them over to Evelyn. He then told her the price, 1,260 ordinary primal stones, and 1,050 inferior primal stones. Evelyn nodded and extended the Supreme Primal Stones toward him, but Akesh raised his hands to stop her midway. "I can't take it since there is no conversion rate for the stone," he expressionlessly responded. "You don't need to worry about it. We would be coming here regularly for some time," Evelyn smilingly responded as she liked Akesh more the more she talked to him. Akesh wanted to respond, but he didn't speak, as the next moment, several system alerts appeared in his head. Ding! Host, congratulations for completing the hidden quest, conversion rate. Mission reward, a card machine, successfully rewarded. Host, tell the system after selecting a location where the machine would be placed. A confused expression appeared on Akesh's face after hearing the system alerts. "Hey, system, what's this quest?" Akesh asked the system in his mind. While George, seeing the sudden change in Akesh's expression, asked, "What happened?" Akesh didn't respond to George as the system was currently explaining the quest to him. When Akesh opened the store, there was always going to be a powerful or rich customer who would pay a superior primal stone for the product costing ordinary or top primal stones, so the system set a quest whenever the time came. Being the store owner of the first store, Akesh didn't need to pay the remaining fee, and nor could he take more than the cost of the product. The system made it a hidden quest whenever that situation arose, with a reward, so that no more of these situations would occur in the future. After learning about the quest, the system explained about the card machine. As its name suggested, it would create a card for the customer to act as the exclusive credit carrier for the store. Akesh then surveyed the store for a good location, and finally, he selected the area next to his chair so that he wouldn't have to stand up whenever someone decided to buy a card for themselves. The next moment, a white light appeared on the area Akesh had chosen. The sudden appearance of the light stunned both George and Evelyn. Akesh ignored their reaction and instead focused on the white light. Right at that moment, Maria spawned in the store after dying in Panagia. She also decided to wait for the white light to disappear and see what the situation was, rather than entering Panagia right away. The white light slowly started disappearing after a few seconds. When it completely disappeared, a square box the size of Akesh appeared in the store. It wasn't the end as slowly patterns started appearing on the box. When the process finally ended, card machine appeared on the top of the box, in golden fonts. Below the name of the box, 2 square blocks appeared. On one square block, the pattern of a black hole emerged, while on the other block, a small opening appeared. Below, the block containing the opening, 3 switches appeared. Below the switches, top, superior, and Supreme were embedded. "Senior, what's this?" Maria couldn't stop her curiosity, seeing the square box, so she asked Akesh. Evelyn and George also looked at Akesh, waiting for his answer. After reading the name of the box, they had a somewhat understanding of its function, but they waited for Akesh to explain it first. "It's a card machine," Akesh expressionlessly responded. "We can see that," Evelyn scoffed while pointing at the golden fonts on the box. "What kind of cards does it create?" she then asked. "It creates an exclusive credit carrying card for the store," Akesh responded. He didn't stop and continued, "After getting a card, you don't need to carry primal stones in your space rings. You can add as many primal stones you have in your cards. See these 3 switches. They represent top, superior, and supreme primal stone," Akesh added while pointing at the switches. "You can get different cards for different grades of primal stone," he said and stopped speaking. "What's the difference between the 3 cards?" Evelyn asked while Maria had a shell-shocked reaction as her eyes finally fell on the shining stone floating next to Evelyn. Despite feeling pressured by it, she felt the urge to steal it deep in her heart. Top Primal Stone card has a single function. It could store primal stones, Akesh said while pointing at the switch that said top. He then proceeded to Superior and said, "Superior Primal Stone cards can store primal stones, they also can self-destruct, and they have the ability to contact." He then proceeded to Supreme Switch and explained, "It has all the functions of the previous 2 cards. It also has the ability of teleportation. From anywhere in the primal dimension, you can teleport to this store if you have the card." He didn't stop and continued, "The contact ability of the Supreme Primal Stone card is also better than the Superior Primal Stone card. The Superior card has limitations when it comes to several areas where contacting someone isn't possible. But for the Supreme card, there is no such limitation. You can contact your partner from any area in the primal dimension." All the 3 people in the store had shocked reactions after learning the details of the cards. Even Maria had to stop looking at the primal stone after hearing the details about the Supreme Primal Stone card.